really don't know how to appreciate kindness. I alone can handle her better than the Golden Tiger tribe trying to control your entire wolf tribe, right? Yiming blocked this deadly strike and also smiled. Or maybe you lack confidence. True, a male who needs to act all flirtatious just to get close isn't very confident. Get lost. TSK, just like that leopard, you speak and immediately curse. Did you see it? Then go die, Yiming. Don't be stubborn. If you want to kill me, you'll need to have the skill to do so. Niling didn't know if Yiming was stubborn, but he knew he was. He finally understood why this fox appeared here. This is a transformed fox, full of demon energy, with no trace of the fairy aura from Tushan Great Marsh. Her moves are strange, and she's not using supernatural powers. Yiming was sure of it. Among the people around by Ji, she is the strongest. She hides her tricks the best. While these two fought fiercely inside the space, chaos erupted outside. The people of the Golden Tiger tribe insisted that Yiming was from the wolf tribe. Despite Bai Qi's repeated denials, the two priests seemed bewitched. Especially after learning that Bai Ji was pregnant, they felt the wolf tribe was being too aggressive. If you want our Golden Tiger tribe's forgiveness, first you must abort her baby. We don't accept outsiders, and hand over that black long worm. We came with good intentions to marry, but a lowly wolf tribe dares to act high and mighty, completely reckless. Qian Sun couldn't take it anymore. 12 levels?
That.
Xiao Yu swung her tail, and her golden body floated into the air. Her scales shimmered as she grabbed one of them, blood splattering everywhere, and a fight broke out. Bai Ji took a step back. Qian Sun, don't kill him. The main goal was intimidation. Killing would cause big trouble, especially since the Golden Tiger tribe was backed by the city-state royal family. If someone really died, the wolf tribe would suffer the most. Qianxuan wanted to say that the sea tribe would support her, so she didn't need to worry too much. However, the two guardians didn't give her a chance to speak. Chen Hua also rushed out, working together with Qianxuan, each fighting one person. Lanting went to deal with the small soldiers. Lang Yi stayed by Bai Ji's side, and Bai Qi followed behind Lanting. After Lanting knocked down his opponent, Bai Qi went up and made him faint. Everyone had clear roles, but no one could find Niling. Bai Ji felt uneasy, always thinking the fox hadn't done a good job. Sure enough, just as she had this thought, an explosion happened on the mountain, and Niling's space collapsed with it. The great demon, the nine-tails fox, burst out of the ground. Following closely was a winged pterosaur. The people of the Golden Tiger tribe were all stunned. Bai Qi spoke at the right moment. Did you see that? To save your young master, the strongest warriors of the wolf tribe went into battle. And yet, you are still here bullying others, who couldn't see what was happening. This had nothing to do with the wolf tribe. And that black long worm, what was that? It was clearly a serpent, not a worm. The two high priests exchanged glances and almost stopped fighting at the same time. But the Holy Mother didn't take him back, and the high priest couldn't afford to lose face. Since they had started fighting, they might as well go all out. As the smoke bomb rose into the sky, Bai Qi knew everything was over. Yiming and Niling both stopped fighting at the same time. They surprisingly reached a quick agreement, turning their blades around. Niling stopped pretending, and together they launched a counterattack, sealing the entire Golden Tiger tribe inside their domain, including the half-dead Jin Chuan. This was hilarious. What was Yiming afraid of? Behind him was the entire Tingsha clan. Why fear a small branch of the royal family coming down to the mortal world? When Qianxuan saw Niling and Yiming working together, Xiu Yu looked confused. First, fight strangers, Niling said. Yiming said nothing, secretly feeling pleased. Yes, he wasn't a stranger anymore. So he shamelessly moved closer to Bai Ji. Little female, don't worry. With me here, the wolf tribe will keep you safe. Lang Yi stepped forward, blocking Bai Ji. Stay back, don't come near, Bai Ji sighed. Honestly, she was starting to believe in this so-called fate. What kind of dog's paw ointment was this? It was really sticky. He was everywhere. Just as the battle outside ended, fighting broke out again. The 5 arrows shot together from the morning bow, combined with the powers of mist and wind, directly caused the members of the Golden Tiger tribe to scatter in fear. Not only that, the fierce lion tribe also joined the fight. Kuei Xing, holding something in his hand, was carrying a dung scoop. Bai Zhizhi was stunned. So this was Kuei Xing's own weapon? The lion-headed man wielding a dung scoop, with its intimidating power, instantly spread a foul smell for 10 miles. Bai Zhizhi stood up and shouted, "Everyone get back!" Qian Sun and the others also reacted. The object Kuei Xing was holding was the same as the large dung basin behind their bathroom, right? Even the old lion had one? Bai Zhizhi shouted, "Get back. Anyone who gets covered in dung gets what they deserve." The wolf tribe ran away quickly. Kuei Xing stood on the hill, facing the approaching Golden Tiger tribe with 2 scoops. The lion's father, it didn't smell at all, just sticky and messy, just dirt on his hands. The high priest from the wolf tribe, who claimed there was a sacred female from their tribe, was soaked from head to toe, completely silent, dead silent. The next moment he started vomiting. Who said it didn't smell? He was about to eat the roasted meat he ate last year. Kuei Xing was very proud. Still want to steal people? Has my fierce lion tribe agreed? Look at your young master. He doesn't even compare to me, the old lion. And you still insist? That's shameless. Yun Yun, Duo Yun. Chunhua didn't waste words. He pressed the high priest's head and forced him into the dung scoop. The 2 high priests were also dragged out by Yiming. This, is a spoonful. He said he wanted to abort the little female's unborn child. Kuei Xing said nothing, just feeding dung repeatedly. No matter what beast rank you are, in front of magic, everyone must kneel. 1 scoop isn't enough, Yiming said with a sinister smile. Kuei Xing obeyed and added another scoop. The high priest, who had just vomited and swallowed, was immediately decapitated. Yiming's attack was extremely ruthless. The little female had concerns, but he didn't. So those who offended her he would deal with. He killed the high priest. The members of the Golden Tiger tribe said. Yiming stood up. Yes, I killed him. So what? He tilted his head and smiled gently. If it weren't for the blood on his hands, he might seem like a good person. Chunhua looked up after hearing this, feeling uncertain. Lang Yi is the same. Both of them looked at Yiming. Nai Ling wagged her tail, indicating she was back. He said in a deep voice, "There's no need to worry." Yiming stepped forward. "You speak more coldly than her." Despicable and arrogant. A cold, sharp voice cut through the sky. The people of the Golden Tiger tribe all stood up when they heard it. It's the tribe leader arriving. Everyone looked up and saw an old tiger with wings flying in the sky. At the same time, a fireball shot rapidly toward Bai Zhizhi's stomach. Lang Yi quickly stepped in front to block, but was pushed aside by Yiming, who was closest to Bai Zhizhi. He released his domain to cover her. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. The domain shattered instantly. Power like that cannot be stopped.
Lang Yi was shocked.
When he looked up again, Yiming's abdomen had been pierced. Blood was everywhere. Bai Zhizhi was a little panicked. She knew he was wild and gloomy, but she didn't expect him to do this. Not only her, even Chunhua and others felt the same. If he was doing this just to protect Zhizhi, that would be one thing. But he also pushed Lang Yi away. If this attack had hit Lang Yi, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chunhua knew Yiming's strength best. As a peak level 11 warrior, his body was incredibly tough, especially with the domain as a buffer. So, what kind of strength did the tribe leader of the Golden Tiger have? Yiming didn't speak. He just looked back at Bai Zhizhi, then his gaze fell on her belly. After mouthing a few words, he suddenly collapsed. Bai Zhizhi understood his lips. He was saying, "You and the baby are safe, that's good. I know you have wood element powers. Heal my son and come with us." Niling scoffed. "Dream on," the Golden Tiger coldly sneered. "A fox expelled from Tishan wants to come and fight me?" Chunhua and the others gathered around, protecting Bai Zhizhi behind them. "As long as you don't want to, we will fight to the end, even if it costs us our lives." Qian Sun added, "And I am here too. He is not just someone who cries." Lang Yi said, "That Jin Chuan is so ugly. He doesn't deserve you." Lanting said, "I can die, but I won't bow my head to my strength." Bai Zhizhi looked at their backs, feeling very touched. Bai Qi also arrived, and everyone from the wolf tribe came out, including Luo Chao. She walked at the front, with Lin Wu and Yin Feng following behind. Luo Chao was still so brave and fearless. She sneered, "I've never seen someone so shameless." She likes someone, but she relies on stealing. It seems that backing the city-state royal family makes her really bold. Jean, who snorted coldly, "I know you, Luo Chao." Actually, if she didn't go, you would go anyway. Yin Feng and Lin Wu immediately got angry. Bai Zhizhi smiled. "What are you saying? Just now, you said I should go with you. I agreed, but then you chose someone else." Zhizhi. Qianxin stepped forward to stop her. He wanted to say he could protect her. Bai Zhizhi shook her head. Yiming was already lying down, and she didn't want them to take more risks. Before leaving, Bai Zhizhi looked at Chenhua. Chenhua pursed her lips but said nothing. Two people who understand each other only need a glance to know what the other wants to do. "My son Jin Chuan, save him." Jin, whose commanding tone was more annoying than Yiming's earlier. Bai Zhizhi's palm shone with green light, and she smiled. She wrapped Jin, who completely, and not only that, she also used her other hand to cover the other injured members of Jin, whose tribe. Jin, who was very pleased with her quick judgment, but then he noticed something was wrong. It was too late. She wasn't healing. She was taking their lives. Especially Jin Chuan, whose body was covered with vines, densely emerging from him. Despicable woman. "How dare you?" Chenhua caught her barehanded. With a tearing sound, his fist instantly turned bloody and torn. Bai Zhizhi didn't have time to feel sorry. Nai Ling had already used her space teleportation skill to pull them back. "What's there to be afraid of? You all dared to steal, so I can fight back." She had long known that her protective magic was useless. Regarding Jin, whose tribe, she had even cast a hex. With her garden's fence, how could it hold out? Sometimes, you just have to fight hard. Jin, who asked, "Do you know who you're offending?" Bai Zhizhi replied, "I don't care who you are. I'll tell you directly, my vines can parasitize. If you don't want your good eldest son to die here, then speak up." She tilted her head back, causing her neck to hurt. Brave enough. Jin, who somewhat liked this daughter-in-law. After saying that, he truly fell down. Bai Zhizhi looked at him with no expression. He was a strong tiger beast, but she could only fight hard now, because even a tiger wouldn't harm its own cubs. "Don't you like Jin Chuan?" His eyes when he said this looked as if he was saying Bai Zhizhi shouldn't be so ungrateful. This was like a fox feeling proud of its son, or a toad thinking its son was the best. Bai Zhizhi said, "I like good-looking people." The tiger frowned. The people standing in front of her were indeed very attractive. Even the one lying on the ground was hard to ignore. After looking around, the tiger's gaze fell on Qian Sun's face, then quickly shifted to the one on the ground. His eyes shrank as if he suddenly understood. The fox was not a threat, but he couldn't ignore the one on the ground. He had wanted to hit someone else just now. "Are you unwilling?" The tiger's voice suddenly softened. Bai Zhizhi said, "Isn't that obvious? Save my son." Bai Zhizhi asked, "Why should I?" The hostage was in her hands. If the tiger dared to attack again, she would use his son as a shield. Don't forget, she had more than just his son in her hands. "Aren't you afraid I will wipe out the wolf tribe?" The tiger was also angry. Bai Zhizhi laughed when she heard this. "Very afraid. But thinking of your son backing me up, I'm not afraid anymore." As she finished speaking, vines rose into the air and directly brought Jin Chuan, who was badly injured, in front of a tiger. Bai Zhizhi continued, "I'm a vengeful woman. I hold grudges. If you threaten or bribe me, I might secretly strike back. My vines are very obedient. If you dare to hurt anyone in the wolf tribe, I will make your son fall apart immediately." She wasn't joking. With one hand holding vines and the other wielding fire, the real fire carried a hint of demon energy. Seeing Bai Zhizhi was serious, the tiger forced himself to swallow his anger. "The wolf tribe is very good. Of course, not as good as yours. Let my son go." This matter ends here. No, the tiger almost thought he heard wrong. What did that wicked woman just say? She dared to say no? What do you want? The tiger's eyes widened angrily, looking quite intimidating. You hurt him. Do you think you can just walk away? This him referred to Yiming. If Yiming knew that one day Bai Jiji would also ask others for compensation, he might have laughed until he woke up. Don't you think you have hurt our people? Jean, who, for the first time, encountered such an unreasonable female. She's not only unreasonable, but also very bold. Bai Jiji. That's why I'm treating the people you hurt. Haha. Jean, who laughed. If he had known, he would have preferred not to treat them. Otherwise, he might have already destroyed the entire wolf tribe. Of course, I don't insist on this compensation. You are now bullying the wolf tribe, and think you can crush us easily. But there's one thing you seem to have overlooked. Our wolf tribe is not without fighting power. Moreover, the one on the ground. Is someone you injured? Bai Jiji's gaze fell on Yiming, who was seriously injured and unconscious after being pierced. Jean, who understood her meaning. He hadn't expected that this small wolf tribe actually had hidden strength. The Tingsha clan has already arrived, so they definitely have no chance of winning. And behind her stands a deep-sea fish king, backed by the entire sea tribe. She truly has the confidence to be arrogant. They arrived too late. Bai Jiji noticed Jean Hu's hesitation, which gave her the courage to act just now. Since she had bargaining chips, she was determined to fight for them. A weak country has no diplomacy. The wolf tribe is not weak. Pretending to be powerful through others is also a skill. She didn't care whose influence she was relying on. Jean, whose teeth clenched tightly, glaring fiercely at Bai Jiji. After a fierce internal struggle, he finally retreated. What do you want as compensation? Hearing compensation, Bai Chi immediately straightened his back. He was very good at this. Then, in front of everyone, Bai Chi carried 2 large bamboo baskets and placed them in front of Jean, who filled them up. Bai Jiji said, I want B scores. You really dare to ask for that. Same to you. You really dare to fight. Jean, who raised his hand, and Cheng Hua and others stepped forward. Jean, who saw this but said nothing. Suddenly, he changed his tone. Give them everything. 2 full baskets. Bai Jiji also showed some face and truly restored Jean Chuan's body, including the 2 guardians. Be more careful next time, Bai Jiji said with a light smile, but the vines in her hand didn't retreat at all. She was warning Jean Hu. Although Jean Hu felt very upset inside, he could only swallow his anger. This female was not simple, and it seemed she had more than one special ability. Today, they had been too abrupt. They should take their time. He thought she was just an ugly thing, and returning her would be fine. But unexpectedly, she turned out to be quite a beauty. You're quite good when you don't talk, she said with a smile. White Jiji smiled back, and so are you when you don't talk. They argued back and forth, not giving in. Jean, who suddenly became interested, and released his pressure toward her. As a result, White Jiji suddenly disappeared right in front of him. In the next moment, a figure appeared behind Jean Hu. Everyone gasped. White Jiji slapped Jean Hu, and countless vines burst out from his body. Yes, I am. White Jiji didn't know what just happened. It seemed her space suddenly gained the ability to locate things. No, it wasn't her space. More accurately, her totem space had upgraded passively, automatically helping her aim at Jean Hu's position, allowing her to hit the vine precisely. Before Jean Hu could react, White Jiji was back in her previous position. What was going on? Could this female also teleport instantly? How dare you? Kneel. White Jiji clenched her fist, and Jean Hu felt a heart-wrenching pain. The sensation was familiar, like the pain from Kuei Xing, but why did Jean Hu feel it even more? The roar of a tiger in the mountains was terrifying. Some lower-ranked beasts in the wolf tribe immediately turned into beast forms and trembled, tails between their legs. White Jiji didn't care. She reached out with another hand. That wasn't my original intention. You insisted on provoking me. Jean Hu smiled. All right. He admitted defeat after 3 good s. This matter is over. The compensation I gave you, these vines, I was just being cautious, she replied. Jean, who laughed loudly. Aha, just being cautious. White Gigi, the Jean who tribe remembers you. With that, a deafening retreating shout sounded. Niling watched Jean, whose tribe, leave and called out, Take your things with you. It was animal skins and pottery. Jean, who turned back, meeting Niling's red eyes. A strange creature had appeared in Mount 2, and was it this one? Jean, who sneered coldly. I'll send you off, Niling waved his hand, causing everything to tumble out. No need. Bai Gigi knew Niling was angry. She had never asked about his background before, and in the original owner's memories, there was no record of Niling joining the wolf tribe. It was only when Jean, who said he was a fox expelled from the Tishan Great Marsh, that she began to have a faint guess. Bai Gigi quickly grabbed Niling's hand, signaling him to stay calm. Niling's red eyes met Bai Gigi's face, and most of his anger melted away. He calmed himself and softly said, Sorry. Bai Gigi shook her head. Aling didn't do anything wrong. Will you dislike me? Niling wasn't afraid of his past being exposed. He only worried that Bai Gigi might stop liking him because of it. After all, to others, this was a very humiliating thing. Everyone around her was so outstanding, and he seemed like a stain in comparison. I like Niling, forever. Her joyful, gentle words were loud in his heart. His heartbeat quickened. He hugged Bai Gigi tightly. Thank you, Gigi. Qian Sun touched his nose, trying to grab her. Lanting pushed forward directly. Add me too, Lang Yi said. Then I want in. Chen Hui asked, What about me? Yiming on the ground said, I can join too. 6 people lowered their heads. Qian Sun, in particular, disdainfully pushed him aside with his foot. As the people from the Jinhu tribe left, a sharp burst of noise erupted inside the wolf tribe, with Bai Gigi's name being called out repeatedly. Bai Qi handed over the 2 baskets of beast cores to Bai Gigi, then gathered with Kuaisheng and others to tidy up the battlefield. Luo Chao stepped forward, jokingly saying, All right, stop hugging. What about the one on the ground? Someone had to bring it up. Everyone looked at Bai Gigi in unison. The sudden arrival of Jinhu and that attack had been abrupt. If it weren't for Yi Ming, Bai Gigi, and her unborn child might. Thinking of this, Chen Hui was the first to carry the person onto his shoulder. He said nothing, and Lang Yi didn't stop him. Father, the rest is up to you all. As Bai Gigi finished speaking, Niling suddenly lifted her up horizontally. After Kuei-shing and the others watched her leave, they couldn't help but feel amazed at Bai Gigi's courage. She was a golden tiger, a top-tier 15th level warrior, a fierce fighter. Bai Gigi even dared to let him parasitize her, which made him feel more balanced inside. Today was also a day filled with envy for Bai Qi, the old man. Why was Bai Gigi his child? Where did he fall short compared to Bai Qi? It was clear Bai Qi saw Kuei-shing's thoughts. He smiled and said, Jealousy won't help you. I may seem weaker, but I am more useful than you. Yeming woke up again by evening the next day. The strike from Golden Tiger was really fierce. Even though Bai Gigi had a level 5 wood-type ability, she almost couldn't pull him back. When Chainai brought him back, he was almost spilling his intestines. Because of that, the incident involving the worshipper of the Golden Tiger tribe was finally settled. Niling didn't feel much about it. He was worried that Yeming might seek revenge and try to repay kindness with kindness. If the little female liked him, that was fine. But thinking about what had happened earlier made him very annoyed. He worked harder than usual to build the pavilion. Pure effort. Can you be more careful? No matter how strong the wood is, it's not built like this, Lan Ting reminded him. Aren't I careful enough? Niling replied ambiguously. It was precisely because he was too careful that he didn't kill Yeming. Speeding up wouldn't hurt. Sister's calendar shows that the Dragon Boat Festival is coming soon. If we go fast enough, maybe we can celebrate the festival inside the pavilion. Then we can listen to Sister tell us the story of Bai Sujin. Littlefish's mind was full of Bai Sujin. He really liked listening to stories. During the Dragon Boat Festival, we can eat zongzi. I like the sweet ones, he said. Lang Yi rolled his eyes at Lan Ting and said, Gigi said that zongzi needs rice, but the rice is still seedlings now. You can't eat it. Other foods are fine too, Lan Ting said. As long as he didn't have to cook himself. Everything was delicious. Thinking about Bai Jiji's evaluation of him, he felt guilty. Next time, he would add less salt when cooking. Less salt, less salt. Meanwhile, the three of them were busy working. Over in the small kitchen, Chunhua was preparing the seafood brought back by Qian Sun, with Bai Jiji guiding him. Once Chunhua was confident enough to handle things on her own, Bai Jiji began bleaching the prepared fibers. She has a level 1 water magic spell, so she didn't need to bend over. After repeating the process several times, she soaked the fibers in ash to bleach them. Jiji, do you think this can become cloth? It looks so dirty. Bai Man, who was here to learn, looked at the buckets of dark water on the ground and thought deeply. Bai Jiji replied, yes, making summer cloth is quite complicated. Weaving the yarn takes a lot of time and effort. But I tell you, our wolf tribe has plenty of Rami. If you learn this, maybe we can have a place in trade later. Can I trade 2 white-headed prey for a piece of clothing? Bai Man asked happily. After teaching everyone how to make summer cloth, she also showed them how to make new clothes. This way, the tribe would grow stronger and still have a steady supply of beast cores for their pockets. After the incident with the Golden Tiger tribe, Bai Jiji made a mental map of her territory. She couldn't leave this small courtyard, so she had to expand and strengthen her land. And turning skills into resources is always better than relying solely on physical strength. Besides, the magic abyss is very dangerous. Bai Jiji fears pain, and she fears for the others even more. When Bai Man heard Bai Jiji's confident answer, she studied very seriously. She didn't leave until dinner, feeling reluctant. Dinner was delicious. Xinhua's cooking had improved a lot. Bai Jiji sat quietly at the small table, enjoying her meal. When Lang Yi finished washing his hands, Bai Jiji handed him the drawings she had prepared. These are the blueprints for the furnace. Tomorrow I'll go with you. We'll bring some beast men with fire abilities to help. That way, we can forge the tools we need in advance, Bai Jiji said. She was really busy. One side was her summer cloth, and the other was iron ore. The arrival of the Golden Tiger tribe didn't disturb their normal life. In fact, everything remained the same. The only change was that someone who used to stay in the flower garden now sleeps inside the small courtyard. The Mongoose tribe's mountain path is difficult to travel. Jiji, maybe you shouldn't go. Lang Yi really wanted to protect her. Thinking about all the things at home that needed her attention made him feel useless. Especially since yesterday, he couldn't protect her, and it was Yeming who stepped in. Thinking of this, Lang Yi felt even more guilty. Bai Jiji understood his thoughts and reached out to hold his hand. Don't overthink. Jean, whose strength is far beyond yours. If you had stubbornly fought him yesterday and got hurt, that would really make me upset. Hearing this, she suddenly felt a heavy weight in her heart. If it hadn't been for Yi Ming, that attack was so sudden that she and her child might have been hurt badly. But he's not that kind of person, Bai Jiji interrupted Long Yi, smiling as she picked up a piece of crab meat and put it in his mouth. Yi Ming wouldn't seek revenge or gratitude. Whether he helped or not, he would do what he thought was right. Next to them, Nai Ling silently ate his food, feeling mixed emotions. He really disliked that long bug. Lan Ting felt the same way. Only Chun Hua remained silent. The person they brought back yesterday was him, and he was the one who arranged everything. Now he was pretending to eat, clearly for someone else's benefit. Qian Sun saw all this but said nothing. After Chun Hua left, he whispered, Sister, do you want to go see him? Bai Jiji smiled calmly. I don't have time. She wasn't trying to comfort them. She truly had no time. She had left her communicator with Luo Chao. Recently, Luo Chao's family had started building a fence. Their homes were only a wall apart, and Luo Chao's side had more open space. Bai Jiji discussed the summer cloth with her. Qian Sun thought Bai Jiji misunderstood him and quickly explained, Sister, I didn't mean that. I mean, if you like him, you don't need to overthink. The reason the Jean Hu tribe retreated so smoothly this time, besides your help, is probably because of him. Niling put down his chopsticks upon hearing this and squinted at Qian Sun. Are you suggesting that the little female should accept him? Qian Sun replied, I didn't mean for her to accept him. Whether she does or not is her decision. I just don't want her to be uncomfortable. So you're A? Or do I look like a clown? Niling was a bit angry. Did he not understand who he was protecting? Now, turning the question around, saying he didn't want the little female to be uncomfortable. What about all the pain everyone had already suffered? Niling believed he wasn't a petty person, but Yiming had been too unreasonable before. Bai Jiji raised her hand and placed herself between them, offering a smile. Let's stop this. I never said I would accept him. Anyone who keeps talking about this will go sleep across the river. MD, Bai Jiji has started to become a little irritable. This night spirit is a forbidden word, something we can't mention, or it will cause a fight. Wake up and eat something. Chunhua's voice pulled Yiming back from his thoughts. He leaned against the grass nest and chuckled self-deprecatingly. It seems I was quite annoying to you all before. He heard everything said outside. That's good to know. Chunhua took out some food. Yiming stared blankly at the meal on the stone bench, his gaze unconsciously falling on the 2 baskets of beast cores beside him. Actually, he should be happy. After all, the little female also asked for compensation for him, and he has now successfully moved in. Isn't that a kind of progress? When Chunhua was about to leave, Yiming quickly called him back. Carefully, he asked, Do you dislike me? Chunhua didn't expect that this snake would show such humility one day. Does it matter? Yiming replied, Yes, I want to earn your approval, to prove I can change. Chunhua, I used the wrong approach. I just don't know how to do it properly. I am trying to learn. Chunhua said, Rest well. Yiming watched Chunhua's back as he left. Thinking about the argument that just happened outside because of him, he couldn't help but reflect. Was I really that bad before? Tonight, Qian Sun and Niling didn't see eye to eye because of their disagreements. They looked at each other unfavorably. Niling didn't want Yiming to repay kindness with more kindness. If he had the ability, he should earn the little female's affection through his own efforts. Qian Sun didn't want Bai Jiji to hold a grudge against Yiming because of their past issues. After all, without Yiming yesterday, this home would have fallen apart. People always look forward. He wanted to say that as long as she liked him, he had no objections. Choosing who to love has always been her freedom. These decisions are not up to them. After realizing their opinions differed, Qian Sun was the first to keep quiet. Niling also didn't speak again. The atmosphere at the dinner table became strangely quiet, and it remained tense until Chunhua returned. The mood didn't improve. Bai Jiji put down her bowl and chopsticks. She was a bit sleepy. Tomorrow, she had to go to Jisha. With magic, not everything needs to be done step by step. Chunhua hugged her. Don't be bothered. I don't have one. You definitely do. Chunhua pressed him down and looked at Niling and Qian Sun. Lan Ting was the most conscientious, tidied up the dishes, and left dragging someone along. Lang Yi was also very responsible. He wanted to go see his iron mine. Jiji, I will come to pick you up tomorrow morning, Lang Yi said. The small kitchen became quiet. Bai Jiji looked at Chunhua and suddenly smiled. Why do you insist that I have one? You actually don't need to think about what he did before. We all know he has feelings for you, but if you don't want that, just treat him as a friend. Can I do that? Chunhua chuckled softly. Why not? He saved you and the little one. No matter what happened before, at least I was grateful to him yesterday. Chunhua crouched down in front of Bai Jiji, hugging her with some fear, and whispered, If something happens to you and the little one, I will go crazy. If it weren't for Yiming's domain buffering gene whose attack yesterday, he might have already died. The more outstanding Bai Jiji was, the more people looked at her. Just a few of them might not be able to protect her. Now she is from the Jin Hu tribe, but what about in the future? This was Chunhua's carefully thought-out idea, but he didn't say it out loud. His thoughts were the same as Qian Sun's. Under the dim yellow light at night, Bai Jiji's beautiful face was illuminated. Her femininity was becoming more attractive. She was so smart and talented. Chunhua always felt he was becoming less worthy of her. They also needed to work harder. Do you want me to keep him? Chunhua shook his head. Not to keep him, but to give him a chance. The gentle girl was kind. She would instinctively push away Yiming because of the injuries they had suffered before. Shenhua knew how much Yiming liked Zhizhi, and he also knew that Yiming wasn't really that bad. Hadn't they made mistakes before? Bai Zhizhi touched Shenhua's face and teased, "What if I end up liking him?" Shenhua softly replied, "Then like him." "That's your business, Zhizhi. You don't need anyone's approval." "Zhizhi, I just want you to be happy. Why are you so good?" Bai Zhizhi looked at Shenhua's head for the first time, seeing him eager to give her a green hat. Because Zhizhi is good, he didn't want her to feel troubled or distressed. "I understand what you all mean. He was hurt trying to save me, the baby, and Lang Yi. It's a bit early to talk about this now. Let's focus on healing first, and we can discuss everything later, okay?" Bai Zhizhi's heart softened. She understood what Nailing, Qian Sun, and Shenhua were saying. "Okay. Who do you want to stay on watch tonight?" Shenhua asked. The little fox had been a bit irritable these days, so Bai Zhizhi needed to come for him. Shenhua agreed, and carried her to the bathroom. As they passed the pavilion, he called out to Nailing, who was digging in the dirt, "Keep Bai Zhizhi company while she washes up. I'll put the wood somewhere." Nailing hesitated for a moment, but quickly climbed up. He looked dirty and dusty, so he didn't go to help Bai Zhizhi, but instead jumped into the nearby river. "Zhizhi, you wash up first. I'll tidy things up," he said cheerfully, wagging his tail and diving into the water. Shenhua shook his head with a smile. Sometimes he's more childish than Qian Sun. Suddenly, Qian Sun was pointed out. "Look at him," someone said. Qian Sun looked confused. Lanting raised his hand. "Sorry, I feel like you're about to say something, so I said it for you." They played and joked until they climbed into bed. Tonight, Bai Zhizhi didn't go to Nailing's cave. Shenhua went to the mountain cave across the river to sleep, as it was higher and better for guarding the night. The crops in the field had also sprouted. When she couldn't sleep late at night, she could pull some weeds. He wanted to protect all her little female friends and everything she cared about. When Nailing finished washing and returned, Bai Zhizhi was already lying down but hadn't fallen asleep. When she sensed Nailing's arrival, she shifted slightly inside. The fox quietly got into bed and wrapped her in his tail. "I'm sorry, Zhizhi." His voice was very soft, so soft he thought she might not hear him. "I know you're doing this for me, for Qian Sun and everyone." Bai Zhizhi turned over, hugged Nailing, and buried her head in his chest. Her little fox smelled so nice. "I shouldn't have left." Nailing was more annoyed with himself. If he hadn't been thinking about killing Yiming, maybe he would have been the closest to her at that moment, and then Yiming wouldn't have interfered. White Zhizhi pinched his face and said, "Kids often think after making noise, then realize they can do better." "So, are you like that?" Nailing replied, "Yes, I am." Nailing propped himself up and pressed White Zhizhi down. He looked at the little girl beneath him with a hint of concern in his eyes. "I just want you to be happy." This was something Shenhua had also said that evening. White Zhizhi reached out and wrapped her arms around his neck. "I'm happy. With you and the others around me, I feel happy every day." Nailing leaned down and kissed her lips. After a long moment, he softly said, "Zhizhi, will you have a baby with me in the future?" "How do you know this baby isn't yours?" Nailing chuckled softly. "It's probably not. I think Shenhua is more likely, especially since recently you reacted strongly and wanted to stay close to him. That's the natural attraction between blood relatives." "That's an interesting idea," White Zhizhi said knowingly, then turned over. Nailing gently turned her back again.
"Zhizhi."
"I asked the witch doctor from Luo Chao's family. She said you can spoil me." Hearing this, White Zhizhi secretly chuckled inside. He should have just asked her directly, haha. "So, our little fox is hungry." Nailing looked down, and as his gaze dropped, his lips also moved closer. Foxes are used to taking off their clothes by themselves. As he took off her top, he picked White Zhizhi up and placed her on his body to avoid pressing on her stomach. "I'm hungry, I want to eat, Zhizhi," Nailing said, holding her tightly and biting her shoulder. White Zhizhi slapped him and said, "Are you loyal to Shenhua?" Nailing laughed happily. "I knew he would bite you, just as I thought." White Zhizhi blushed and pointed at the hole on the wall. "Tomorrow you have to fix that hole." "No, I refuse." In the midst of laughter, he pressed his body close to hers. Niling's breathing grew rapid, and his eyes sparkled with intense, dreamy light. In the next moment, he grabbed her wrist with one hand and held her in his arms with the other. "I will come," he said. They slept until noon. Outside, the foundation of the pavilion was already built. White Gigi got out of bed and immediately felt her waist ache terribly. Niling, so vampire-like. Lingyi has returned from the fierce lion tribe, bringing back many sweet things. Manhwa poured water for her. Bai Gigi just sat down in the small kitchen when the meal was served. Niling was working with extra energy today and was no longer arguing. He carried wood with a huff and puff, thinking only about how to make the building look better. "Where is Qian-sun?" Bai Gigi looked around and didn't see the little fish at home. Chunhua said, "The sea people have some matters to handle, so Qian-sun needs to go back. He probably won't be home for several days. He left this for you." Since the little fish upgraded last time, everyone knew Qian-sun's identity was not simple. Now that he said he had to go back for some things, no one was worried anymore. Chunhua then placed a full box of pearls in front of Bai Gigi. "Oh my goodness, is he about to make her cry?" Seeing her concern, Chunhua explained, "These aren't Qian-sun's tears. They're sent by the mermaid who came to call him back this morning. There are more over there." Bai Gigi followed Chunhua's gaze and froze in place. So many pearls, colorful pearls, jade beads, various silver shells, jewelry, and sea salt. Wow. She couldn't even make a move. She just mentioned wanting to make sea salt, and now it was delivered. "What's in these?" Bai Gigi asked, looking at the two boxes beside her. Niling said, "Open and you'll see. That guy Qian-sun really is something. He always wants to outdo him." Because he previously gave Bai Gigi a set of armor, now he sent 2 big boxes of mermaid silk dresses. This morning, Bai Gigi hadn't fully woken up, but she had already seen them. They were very beautiful and would look even better on a young girl. Not only Niling thought so, but the other 4 clearly shared the same idea. When Bai Gigi picked up the mermaid silk, everyone looked at her eagerly. "Try it on," Chunhua suggested. Bai Gigi looked at the shimmering dress under the sunlight, feeling very happy. After all, which girl doesn't like beautiful clothes? TSK, her Qian-sun is really generous. No wonder he doesn't like the tattered clothes of the Golden Tiger tribe. "I'll go wash up first and change later." Today, Bai Gigi felt especially happy. Pearls, big pearls, and pretty dresses. Haha, she sang a little tune as she walked away. Nightmare leaned against the hilltop, a gentle smile on her face. Her smile looked very beautiful. The few people working noticed her. Niling was the first to turn away. Lang Yi stayed silent, and Lan Ting did the same. Chunhua handed her a shovel and said seriously, "Come help us." Nightmare's eyes lit up. She hurried over, but as she looked at the foundation pit, she didn't know how to start. Niling slowly turned his head, his fox-like eyes narrowing again. He looked at Nightmare with a sneaky smile and said, "I think this work isn't for you. Why don't you go get some wood? Cutting wood is tiring, and if someone wants to do the work, he wouldn't stop them." "How much do you need?" "Niling, how much can you get?" "Okay, I understand." Nightmare took on the task and went up the mountain. Niling rolled his eyes, hoping he would leave quickly, so he wouldn't have to see the pretty little girl again. Just thinking about it made him annoyed. The dress sent by Qian-sun was really beautiful. When she put it on, she felt cool and comfortable. As she opened the door, Luo Chao rushed in excitedly. "Gigi, look at the cloth I just finished weaving." Before Luo Chao finished speaking, Bai Gigi was already attracted by the silk-like fabric on her. "Your dress looks so nice. Come pick 2. Qian-sun sent a lot." Luo Chao's eyes widened. "Fabric? What kind of fabric?" She wanted silk-like fabric. The 2 crouched in front of a box, rummaging and choosing. Luo Chao picked 2, one long, one short. Bai Gigi also thought they suited her very well. After choosing the clothes, it was time for the next important thing. Luo Chao held a semi-finished summer cloth. Bai Gigi was once again amazed by Luo Chao's skill. She only placed the loom on her side, and Luo Chao managed to finish the rest herself. Chow chow, how many more surprises do you have that I don't know about? Bai Gigi sighed with a classic line from her big orange cat. Luo Chow puffed up her chest proudly. A lot. But honestly, that Raimi silk is really hard to make. Yin Feng and Lin Wu are already half crazy from it, ha ha ha. At this point, Bai Gigi realized that the Raimi silk they soaked at home was gone. Luo Chow said, "We shouldn't be so strict about dividing things. Your family's beast servants are busy building a pavilion. I've also recovered now, and can help you make the fabric. Besides, this isn't just your job." She knew Bai Gigi was teaching the tribe how to make things, so in the morning, Luo Chow took Bai Man into her yard. Her sister Gigi should rest more since she's pregnant. Luo Chow is very skilled at working with her hands. The two beast husbands are also very helpful. The two sisters divided their work. Luo Chow was weaving cloth, while Bai Gigi picked many fresh flowers to prepare for dyeing. Having special abilities really makes things easier. While Bai Gigi was working on summer cloth, there was a problem with Lang Yi. The hyena tribe's nose dogs quickly reached the iron mine. Although Kuei Xing had prepared defenses in advance, they still couldn't stop those nose dogs. When Yong Miao arrived, a large group of male hyenas followed behind. They were very happy to see Lang Yi. Their animal skins showed their legs, and their chests were half exposed, looking flirtatious. My people told me there was good stuff here, and I didn't believe it. Turns out it's true. Xiao Xingxing, you're really not honest. You have good things, but you didn't tell us instead of the wolf tribe. Kuei Xing frowned. Yong Miao, this female, still smelled as strong as ever. Seeing Kuei Xing ignore her, Yong Miao wasn't angry. She turned a few steps to Lang Yi and smiled. Are you unhappy to see me? Such anger. Are you still not divorced from that ugly one? Bai Qi's daughter. What good can she be? At the same time as Yong Miao's voice, there was a crisp slap. Get far away. Lang Yi glanced sideways, looking at Yong Miao, as if she were looking at something dirty. You're going to hit me? Yong Miao covered her face, incredulous. Am I not pretty? She turned to ask the male hyenas behind her. The leader is the most beautiful. She was very satisfied with this answer. Yong Miao covered her face and stood up, angry. Insensitive fool. What's wrong with being with me? We can take over this mine together. I have two forms. Lang Yi, being with me will make you happier than being with her. Lang Yi raised a claw, flicking it out and stirring up dust. Yong Miao stepped back. She couldn't just roll away. She saw what they were doing. Those were tools, hard, quality tools. If their tribe could have such tools, would they still need to look at others' faces? Today, my sister came not just to flirt with you. I like this mine. Xiao Xingxing, tell me, how can I join in? Ying Miao spoke as she deliberately stretched out her long legs. Kuei Xing frowned. This woman was as unpleasant as ever. Ying Miao, do you really think you look that good? Look at yourself. Even if there were no other females around, I'd rather talk to a tree than to you. Got it? This mine was discovered by our fierce lion tribe. I'll decide who to share it with. Now get lost. The hyena tribe had always had a bad reputation, and Kuei Xing had no intention of being polite. Ying Miao sneered. So there's nothing to discuss then? That's right. Nothing to discuss. Get out of our territory. Ying Miao raised her hand, and a large group of male hyenas surrounded them. Kuei Xing's heart sank. The hyena tribe had many members, including some wandering beast men, and their strength was not low. I gave you a chance, Ying Miao said coldly. Since you didn't take it, don't blame me. Warriors of the hyena tribe, take this mountain. The mine will be ours. At her command, the sound of barking filled the air. Lang Yi leapt forward, teleporting in an instant to grab Ying Miao by the neck. Leave now, or I'll make you regret it. Ying Miao smiled faintly and tried to hug him. Got you. Does this count as you coming to me willingly? Lang Yi pushed her away in disgust, throwing her to the ground. He realized he needed to improve not only his close combat, but also his long-range skills. This was truly revolting. Lang Yi felt uneasy, as if he had been tainted. Ying Miao straightened up and instantly transformed into her hyena form. Tilting her head, she looked at Lang Yi with a determined glint in her eyes. What are you so angry about? She said, waving a map proudly before sitting on a rock. You can't hold on to what's mine. It was Baizizi's voice. As soon as she spoke, countless vines fell from the sky. Chunhua landed while holding Baizizi, but to his surprise, Baizizi immediately rushed toward Ing Miao. With a swift move, she stunned both Chunhua and Langyi. Ing Miao hadn't expected Baizizi, whom she once thought plain, to have changed so much. She quickly shifted into her beast form, hoping to scare Baizizi away. But instead, she received 2 sharp slaps. "A dog's face doesn't scare me," Baizizi said, then kicked her hard. The hyenas behind Ing Miao surrounded them, but Baizizi showed no fear. The ground was covered with twisting vines that kept moving. Suddenly, there was a rough struggle, and the sounds changed from barking to screams.
"Stay away from me," she said.
Since her big wolf could only fight up close, was someone trying to take advantage of him? Gigi. Lingyi stepped forward, looking upset. "I'll be more careful next time." Bai Gigi looked up. "You should be careful. Not everyone can get close to you. Even when fighting a dog, you use your hands. You're really something." Sorry, at this moment she felt a bit annoyed with women. She didn't expect there could be such mean females. Old or young, even this woman named Meng Miao could be eaten. She was really hungry. Thanks to her good hearing, otherwise the big wolf might have been hurt by this wild dog king. "Can you get lost?" Bai Gigi said. "Meng Miao, you ugly thing, you've actually become so pretty. Thanks for the compliment. If you praise me, I'll still slap you." Bai Gigi was annoyed that someone was eyeing her stuff. She couldn't fight well, and her powers were limited. Meng Miao didn't dare to attack recklessly. She only knew a little fighting, not as good as Bai Gigi's special abilities, so she stepped back. "What I want I can get." Bai Gigi rolled her eyes. "Stupid dog." The totem's face lit up. Bai Gigi used vines to tie Meng Miao up tightly. She was quick and precise, catching her like a thief catching a thief. She didn't have time to deal with a bunch of barking dogs. As usual, she directly used parasitism. How many times had she done this? The constellation star was balanced again. Not far away, the flower leopard tribe was overjoyed. Finally, someone was fighting back against the wild dog tribe. What had they been through? They were just a working tribe, and Meng Miao, the female, finally got a taste of hardship. Meng Miao's news was slow. She clearly didn't expect Bai Gigi to have this trick. She didn't need her beast partner to step in. She could pin her down and rub her on the ground herself. "Are you all dead?" Meng Miao shouted angrily. Chunhua and Langyi stepped forward. When the beast men from the peak of the season appeared, everything went silent. Langyi stood beside Bai Gigi, coldly saying, "I dare anyone to come closer." Bai Gigi used vines to hang Meng Miao up. She slapped her left and right, saying, "Still trying to call others? I think your beast partners are faster, or my slap is faster. Don't slap my face. You say you won't hit? Well, I'll see if you dare to try." White Gigi lifted the person up and said to the snarling male hyenas, "Are you going to leave? If not, I will tear her apart." As she spoke, Meow Meow screamed, and dense vines burst out from her body, writhing like tentacles, which was quite frightening. "I'm not joking." White Gigi didn't mean to treat Meow Meow this way. She just knew that if she didn't make an example today, there would be more trouble in the future. Today was the hyena tribe, but what about tomorrow? The day after? Can I just leave? Meow Meow bit through the vines in her mouth with force, coughed loudly, and spat out some old blood. She looked at White Gigi with resentment, baring her sharp teeth and twisting her body. "I underestimated you. Yes, you underestimated me, so you deserve to be beaten." White Gigi looked indifferent. She used to dislike hyenas the most when watching animal shows, but now that she had the chance to take action herself, she wouldn't hold back. Moreover, Meow Meow was the first to attack. The leader of the leopard tribe was stunned. That female from the wolf tribe was so powerful. She had just subdued Meow Meow like that. He felt a bit restless. White Gigi, just wait and see. Meow Meow was in a lot of pain, but she still managed to threaten fiercely. She had many beast companions, not just the useless ones behind her. Today, she had been careless. White Gigi glanced sideways, clearly understanding what Meow Meow was thinking. Originally, there were no vines on Meow Meow anymore, but at the moment she felt revenge. Those vines that had receded suddenly reappeared. Meow Meow was shocked and knelt heavily on the ground. White Gigi, let go. I won't do it anymore. The damage wasn't much, but the insult was very strong. Meow Meow's face looked terrible. She had come in with great momentum, but now she was utterly humiliated. Unexpectedly, just as the hyena tribe left, the leopard tribe arrived right behind them. The leader, named Leopard Shuai, was the chief of the leopard tribe. When he saw White Gigi, he immediately slid forward on his belly and knelt. We want to join the wolf tribe. Is that okay? Leopard Shuai knocked his head 3 times. White Gigi wasn't sure if he was confused, but he looked pretty dazed. Could this be an attempt to get close to Gigi under the guise of joining? First, there was the unpredictable Yiming. Now, he needs to be more careful. Yes, we sincerely want to join because our respected leader defeated the leader of the hyena tribe. Our leopard tribe is here to seek protection. The hyena tribe has too many people. Our leopard tribe is no match. We are forced to work under them, which is humiliating. Who wants to join the wolf tribe? Bai Chi's voice came closer from afar. Kuei-shing saw that obvious troublemaker and felt headache. With the crisis over, he went mining. If you want to join the wolf tribe, just tell my father. Bai Gigi said, then left with Chen Hua and Lang Yi. Today, she came to work on the furnace. Level 4 earth magic can not only beautify, but also build in place. Then, another miracle appeared before them. Bai Gigi formed hand seals and molded the necessary materials for the furnace. Neatly shaped, uniform mud bricks appeared in front of Chen Hua and Lang Yi. This was her first time using earth magic in front of them. Not to mention Lang Yi. Even Chen Hua was surprised for a moment. Gigi, how many more surprises do you have that we don't know about? Bai Gigi chuckled, then turned her gaze to Lang Yi. The rest is up to you. Just follow the blueprint to build. Lang Yi nodded. Okay, but as soon as he spoke, Bai Gigi used vines to tie him up for purification. The big wolf's face turned red. Gigi, are you jealous? She was indeed jealous and upset. When Nian Ling mentioned this matter that day, she already felt upset. Seeing Meow Meow come over and hug her today almost made her furious. Don't be angry. I'll go wash up right now. Lang Yi was also angry. He didn't expect Yao Miao, that female, to be so shameless. While they were talking, Yunju suddenly appeared out of nowhere, holding a wooden stake and stabbing it toward Bai Gigi, shouting for her to die. Bai Chi reacted quickly, ignoring the leopard commander, and hurriedly stepped forward to kick Yunju away. Yunju was knocked down hard, still cursing. Bai Chi frowned and shouted angrily, calling Kuei-shing out. I told you. Can't you watch her properly? You let her run off with the iris, and now you're not bothering with her. So, what do you suggest I do? Kuei-shing was arranged according to Bai Gigi's wishes. Lock her up until she dies. Bai Chi was rarely so cruel, only because Yunju was too harsh on Bai Gigi. Gigi was clearly her own daughter, yet she did such terrible things. Whenever she found a chance, she wanted to get rid of her completely. She didn't deserve to be a mother. Ha ha ha, Bai Gigi, you've become more beautiful. Even if you look better, you still can't compare to Iris in my heart. Yunju's lips bled slightly, and she looked sarcastic and wild. Bai Gigi looked at her and smiled, a very sweet smile. And then, Yunju hesitated. Doesn't this ugly girl feel uncomfortable? When Bai Gigi was young, she wanted her love the most. Every time she secretly hugged Iris, Yunju would come close. Even though she was always pushed away, she still clung to her like a stubborn patch, calling her mother. Bai Gigi, didn't she like sticking close to her? Hearing her say this, she should have felt sad, right? Why does she look so indifferent?
I'm disappointed.
Say what you want because no one really cares. She wasn't the original owner, so Yunju's motherly love wasn't needed. When she was Bai Gigi, she experienced the same. If she couldn't get something, she wouldn't force it. She was used to it long ago. So, why would she feel upset because of Yunju's words? Chen Hua held her hand, full of worry in his eyes. Bai Gigi made a silly face at him. I'm tired. I'll take you home. Chenhua said as he picked her up. Before leaving, Bai Jiji grabbed Long Ye's sleeve and warned, "Remember to wash up well." The big wolf nodded repeatedly. Seeing that Bai Jiji wasn't affected by Yunju, he felt relieved. On the way back, Chenhua deliberately took a detour. He led Bai Jiji around a mountain range. The two picked many wild fruits. By the time they returned, the sun was almost setting. Bai Jiji sat on Chenhua's back and couldn't help but feel that time passed so quickly. The evening breeze, carrying the salty sea air, suddenly revealed a rainbow rising from the horizon. Bai Jiji excitedly shouted, "It's Qian Sun." "It's Qian Sun, right?" Chenhua nodded. "Yes, it's Qian Sun." Little fish also saw Bai Jiji. It swam hard toward her, and gentle waves carried her over. Qian Sun hugged her tightly. "Is my sister here to take me home?" Chenhua said, "Yes, I came to take you home." Qian Sun spun around happily when he heard that. When he noticed that Bai Jiji was wearing the silk shawl he had given her, he became even happier. But the next moment his smile froze. "I might not be able to go back yet. Things here aren't finished. Sister, could you come stay with me in the sea for a couple of days?" Bai Jiji wanted to, but she couldn't swim at all. The memory of her last experience in the water still made her nervous. Yet when she saw Qian Sun's shimmering tail in the water, she couldn't help feeling curious. "It's okay, sister. I'll be with you. I won't let you choke on the water," Qian Sun said gently. He really wanted to play in the water with her. He had missed her so much all day. "Chenhua, let sister stay with me for 2 days, please." "I'll take good care of her, I promise," Qian Sun said, blinking his bright fish-like eyes. He knew Bai Jiji was expecting a baby, so Chenhua might not agree, but he still wanted to try. To his surprise, Chenhua nodded right away. Qian Sun thanked him, and, as he carried Bai Jiji toward the sea, he realized Chenhua was giving him a chance. "Thank you, Chenhua," Qian Sun said. "Have fun, and take good care of her." "I will," Qian Sun replied happily. He blew a bubble around Bai Jiji and gently pushed her into the water. This time, the sea felt softer than before. Bai Jiji floated inside the bubble, amazed by the world beneath the waves. There were so many fish. "It's a sea iguana," she exclaimed, pointing at the creature swimming beside them. Qian Sun rarely saw her so cheerful. Smiling, he led her farther out. Schools of fish swirled around them, as if performing a show of their own. A sunfish flipped clumsily nearby, and a sea otter clung to Qian Sun's leg, refusing to let go. The two of them looked like ocean ambassadors, feeding sea urchins to the animals around them. Just as everything seemed peaceful, a group of orcas swam overhead, grumbling loudly. Bai Jiji could only shake her head. Nature documentaries were right. Orcas really were full of personality. Qian Sun had a special space where he could store things, so whenever Bai Jiji admired a coral or shell, he carefully put it away. Even though it would freeze inside, it stayed perfectly preserved. For example, sea urchins, salmon, king, anything White Jiji wanted, he would stuff into her, so much so that later, the crab soldiers and generals saw them coming and ran away. "You are so proud. You want to make the queen happy, even risking our lives. You are so ruthless." Yi Ming, this shameless guy, also came along. When he was descending the mountain, he just put down his staff and found that Bai Jiji and the others weren't home. Then he saw Bai Qi and the others going up the mountain. With this, he learned everything. Now he clings like a mountain leech to Bai Jiji's mermaid veil, enjoying a little underwater tour. Bai Jiji, who was pregnant, and Qian Sun didn't dare to play too long. After cleaning the barnacles off the turtle, he took her to the underwater palace. Qian Sun had lost his memory before. If it weren't for the last accidental mistake, he probably wouldn't have been able to go home. A white jade pillar stands in the water. Looking at the tall building in front of him, Bai Jiji was completely amazed. So, there really is a dragon palace underwater? The building is made of huge purple shells layered on top of each other, with jade beads guiding the way. The entrance is full of various marine creatures and colorful, dreamlike corals. It's so beautiful. Bai Jiji couldn't help but marvel. Qian Sun held her and swam downward. When they passed the first layer of protection, the bubbles on Bai Jiji's body automatically burst. She instinctively held her breath. Qian Sun smiled and said, "Sister, you can breathe now." Hearing this, Bai Jiji realized that this place was another world. The air was circulating, breathing was free, and looking up, it felt like being inside a large aquarium. As soon as they landed, the elders of the sea tribe and all the fish folk swam over. Bai Jiji was mesmerized again. So many fish, so many beautiful mermaids. Oh, ancestor, does this world really have mermaids? All kinds of them. They are so beautiful. When they saw the person Qian Sun was holding, everyone cheered. Queen has returned, has brought the queen back. Queen is so beautiful. Welcome back, Queen.
Aw.
Very enthusiastic, but also really noisy. Qian Sun, seeing this, felt helpless. He held her with one arm and covered her ears with the other, pulling her into his embrace. Then he gently said to the fish folk, "Sister is tired and needs rest. You all can go about your business. Can we play with the queen?" Some little mermaids eagerly asked, as they saw Bai Jiji as a cute, gentle little girl. They really liked her. No, Qian Sun refused. Of course, his sister was the one to keep her company. No one else was allowed. Okay. The mermaids reluctantly left, leaving behind a pile of small pearls. Then, a broadcast sound played again. After it finally stopped, Qian Sun gently set Bai Jiji down. He took her to explore the entire palace. Bai Jiji didn't feel tired and thought everything looked beautiful. Seeing her happy, Qian Sun felt very pleased. He took a chain and put it on her wrist. "This is also your sister's home. After you wear this chain, you can come back whenever you want." "What is this?" Bai Jiji asked, looking at the pearl-like chain on her wrist. "It's a water-repelling bead. It can also guide you. I wanted to give it to you during the Dragon Boat Festival. You said you wanted to wear a pretty colorful string then." Qian Sun stood in front of her, holding her face and smiling softly. Bai Jiji's heart beat faster. Under the glow of the seawater, her small fish looked so beautiful it made her dizzy. She wanted to tease him. She wanted to fiercely tease him. "Qian Sun, I'm a little sleepy. Help." Did she not know whether she was sleepy or not? But when she said this lie, she almost couldn't hold back her laughter. What a clumsy yet wonderful excuse. Qian Sun chuckled softly and immediately picked her up again. He buried his face in her neck, taking a deep breath of her scent. His eyes became dreamy and his voice was a little muffled. "Sister, I'm sleepy too. Yiming, what are these two people playing at?" Before he could react, they suddenly flew away with the mermaid veil. Qian Sun left in such a hurry that he accidentally stepped on him. Yiming shrank back, just about to turn around and chase, but the cursed flying fish grabbed Bai Jiji's mermaid veil and ran away. It tangled everything up. After feeling dizzy, he couldn't hold back and vomited. When he looked up again, the two figures were gone. He strongly suspected that the fish was doing it on purpose. Qian Sun hurriedly carried Bai Jiji, moving quickly. Along the way, no fish folk appeared, as if they knew something and deliberately avoided the path. Bai Jiji suddenly felt weak and lay down on the giant shell bed. The soft bedding made of shark silk was very comfortable. When she lifted the covers, she was slightly surprised. She saw that the bedding was the same set she had used in his cave, along with a pillow. "Why did you bring the bed sheets back?" Bai Jiji asked, a bit confused. Qian Sun smiled shyly. His little fish face was buried in the pillow, and he whispered, "I'm alone here. Bringing them makes me feel like sister is here too. That way I won't feel lonely." "Is it very childish?" he asked. Then he took Bai Jiji's hand. His face flushed, and his eyes showed shyness. Bai Jiji used her with magic to protect her belly. When she turned over and pressed down, Qian Sun's eyes immediately turned red. He had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. As their thoughts drifted, a swarm of jellyfish floated up, covering the surroundings with colorful light. Under the dazzling glow, Qian Sun stood up and took off his clothes. Sitting on the bed, The little fish shyly called out, "Sister." His small hands didn't know where to go. Qian Sun felt a bit lost. This was different from before. After a moment of confusion, he looked at Bai Jiji for help, his eyes full of tenderness and longing. He was so happy. His sister's little puppy was about to become official. Qian Sun's heart was full of joy. Jiji was his whole world. "Don't speak," Bai Jiji said softly. She sat with her legs apart and gently lifted his chin with her hand. The little fish looked really adorable. She was worried she might not be able to control herself and hurt him. Qian Sun nodded. Carefully, he leaned in as the shadow of his body cast over him. His big fish tail wrapped around by Jiji's long legs, holding on tightly. At that moment, when the shell bed closed, the totem on Qian Sun's body shone with a bright light. "Sister, I am yours now." A special scent filled the entire shell bed. Qian Sun's small pearl-like tears fell to the ground as he leaned against the head of the bed, feeling like he was suffocating from happiness. His shoulders were covered with bite marks. His fair skin was slightly red, and his throat moved as he took shallow breaths. Bai Jiji laughed loudly. 5 husbands? Who could she bully? She could only bully Qian Sun after all. Bad sister, they didn't say anything about hugging him, they were just busy picking up pearls.
Boo-hoo.
Bai Jiji picked up the large golden pearl from the bed and filled a box with them. Then she snuggled back into Qian Sun's arms, gently touching his nose and saying, "Yes, I'm bad. I like to tease Qian Sun. Sniff, little fish bit me." Qian Sun's nose twitched, his eyes reddening with a look of grievance. He thought he was very fierce, and after biting, he showed his teeth and said, "Punishment, Bai Jiji. Qian Sun, you might as well not speak at all outside." Yiming was getting anxious. He didn't know what material the cover was made of. He couldn't break through it. And that jellyfish was poisonous. He had already been stung so badly, he looked terrible. The orca squad came again, grumbling and blowing bubbles. Water currents, along with electric eels, sped past Yiming. After a crackling sound, he was sure that the fish had noticed him. He came ashore with a swollen face, looking very miserable. Under the sea, Bai Jiji woke up. Qian Sun was curled up beside her, with beautiful eyebrows and eyes under thick, curly eyelashes. He was definitely asleep, and his fish tail was carefully protecting her in the middle. There was prepared food on the bedside table. Bai Jiji didn't expect the salmon to be cooked, and there was juice too. The room was decorated with 2 rows of shimmery fishnet curtains, adorned with small pearls, looking very fancy. Outside the barrier, the jellyfish had retreated. Sunlight filtered through the water, casting sparkling light on the curtains, creating a dreamy scene. Just as Bai Jiji was about to get up, Qian Sun reached out and pulled her back. Little fish snuggled close to her, saying, "Big sister, hug me. Didn't you say you had something to do after coming back? Wouldn't lying here with me delay you?" Although she also wanted to stay close to Qian Sun. "It's okay. The elders are watching. If those people come, the fish folk will let us know." Qian Sun opened his eyes and snuggled further into her embrace. Now he was like an octopus, clinging to her tightly, mumbling for a hug. Bai Jiji caught him and started massaging him again. She gave him kisses and hugs, making sure everything was done. Little fish was finally satisfied and got up happily. After helping Bai Jiji put on her clothes, he warmed up some food. Before she could eat, a group of mermaid-like beings swam over. They carried various beads and approached Bai Jiji, saying they wanted to meet her. Bai Jiji was amazed by the appearance of the mermaid-like beings, but Qian Sun was very angry. He coldly drove them away. "What's wrong?" Bai Jiji asked, a little confused. "They dislike it." "Dislike?" she asked, even more confused. "They are male fish, but they came dressed in skirts to flirt with my sister." "How can I not dislike that?" Qian Sun said angrily.
Ah?
"Are you saying those mermaid-like beings were boys?" Qian Sun nodded. "Yes, and it seems my sister still likes them." "I don't like it." Bai Jiji pulled him to sit down. She took out a peachwood comb and started combing his hair, as usual. Qian Sun was easy to soothe, and soon he calmed down. He knew the mermaid-like beings in the sea liked Bai Jiji, but he didn't like them getting so close to her. After finishing his hair, Qian Sun chose a piece of shark silk similar to what Bai Jiji was wearing and put it on himself. He had planned to finish eating and then take her for a walk, but then the little fish beside the elder came over and said there was a fight upstairs. Qian Sun's face turned cold, as if he remembered something. He quickly turned around, pressed Bai Jiji onto the bed, and said, "Sister, wait here for me, okay? Won't you take me with you?" Qian Sun lowered his eyes. A flash of sadness crossed his eyes, which Bai Jiji noticed immediately. She probably already guessed. "Don't be afraid. I'll go with you, but—"
Sister.
Qian Sun's words were cut off as Bai Jiji covered his mouth. His voice softened, and he blinked with his wet eyes. Finally, he obediently nodded. "Take me with you, okay?" Qian Sun held her hand tightly. His once racing heart gradually calmed down. What was he afraid of?
His sister was so kind.
She wouldn't abandon him just because she knew about his past. Those stray orcs who once hurt and sold him. Today, he was going to get rid of them. Bai Jiji thought the same. She didn't know who was bothering her little fish, but anyone who bullied Qian Sun was her enemy. When Qian Sun carried Bai Jiji ashore, many beastmen had already gathered at the dock. The crowd was divided into two groups, each representing different forces. Bai Jiji took a quick look and guessed the situation in her mind. This must be the eastern shore of the Demon Abyss, where Qian Sun was once kidnapped. The surroundings were thick with forests and miasma, and the sea, which was once blue, had turned into a dark, black ocean. The waves roared fiercely, very frightening. That's why he didn't want her to come. King, Queen, two elders of the sea race approached. Qian Sun nodded and signaled them to step back. But when he looked up, he saw the one called Snake Eagle fix his gaze on Bai Jiji. His stare was overly sticky and disgusting. Qian Sun frowned and shielded Bai Jiji behind him. "Why are you so petty?" Snake Eagle sneered, then sat down on a rock. "Who is this?" Bai Jiji asked. Snake Eagle, the leader of the wandering beast men on the eastern shore. "During the years I was missing, they kept occupying our waters to do sea salt business. They often trafficked our lone citizens, including me." Qian Sun hesitated, clearly haunted by painful memories from the past. Bai Jiji raised an eyebrow. It seemed like he had accumulated quite a few advantages. "I'm asking, what are you muttering about? Have you decided? The ownership of the eastern shore belongs to me. You can still supply us with sea salt, just like before. In exchange, I might sell you fewer fish and shrimp." It was well known that the beast ranks of the sea race didn't have much influence on land. Even though the elders behind Qian Sun weren't weak, in Snake Eagle's eyes, only Qian Sun could fight. He had overlooked something. He thought it was just a fat-headed fish, but it turned out to be the bloodline of the Sea Emperor. Now he deeply regretted it. This was a huge boost. "Snake Eagle, don't go too far. Why shouldn't I bully you? The eastern shore has always been under my control. Your king used to be my cargo. I have the right to be proud." Snake Eagle stood up and sneered at Qian Sun. He really deserves a punch. Bai Jiji's palm itched a little. It seemed like the little fish had returned to deal with this troublemaker. But one thing Bai Jiji didn't quite understand. With the two sides being enemies, why did the sea race still trade sea salt with Snake Eagle and his group here? She voiced her doubt. Qianshuan's face turned red, and he seemed a bit embarrassed. Mermaids are restricted on land, but they can't resist the pull of the tides. The Snake Eagles catch mermaids during high tide to sell them. To redeem someone, we offer sea salt. Bai Jiji, that really both inexperienced and playful. "No sea salt, no territory, you get lost." Bai Jiji pulled Qianshuan behind her. This move stunned everyone, especially the Sea Tribe members. Wait, what's going on? Is the queen protecting the king? Even a foolish child is still part of their family. When facing outsiders, there's no need to say anything unnecessary. Qianshuan's eyes turned red again, but he held back. The Snake Eagle suddenly became interested in Bai Jiji. He had noticed her earlier, but he didn't expect her to be a female with a reverse celestial strength. Interesting. The females I've seen usually lie beneath the males. You're quite different, daring to step forward. Do you know you're risking your life? The one with you can't protect you. Who says I can't protect her? Qianshuan's anger exploded. A wave of sound hit, causing the snake eagle to retreat. They started fighting. Mermaids rarely start fights on land with humans. The snake eagle admired the new king of the sea tribe, but he seemed to forget to suppress his power. The snake eagle spread his wings, blocking Qianshuan's attack. He soared into the sky and swooped down fiercely at Qianshuan, leaving no chance for him to breathe. Qianshuan was not weak, especially since his Sea Emperor bloodline gave him almost no limits on land. He loosened his grip, used his legs to leap into the air, and suddenly transformed his tail into a fish tail. The snake eagle sneered. Are you trying to fall into my mouth? Well, this time it won't be the same price as before. He wanted not only the fish, but also his female. The snake eagle was very fast. Confident that his speed was beyond what Qianshuan could fight, he thought the chubby fish was trying to commit suicide. So, he decided to give him a lesson in front of his female. Qianshuan glanced sideways, knowing the snake eagle had fallen for the trap. His body was light, and he quickly soared several feet higher. He aimed at the snake eagle's claws and stabbed upward. What if he was just throwing eggs at a stone? As long as he could catch the snake eagle. At the moment the sharp claws pierced through the fish tail, hot blood spilled from above. The snake eagle grabbed Qianshuan's shoulder, making his bones creak. It's broken, Sea King, just as I thought. Qianshuan smiled and said, Really? In the next moment, a wind blade formed. It all flowed back along with the blood sprayed by Qianshuan. He flipped in the air, then spun quickly, gathering strength. The waves below roared. The snake eagle finally reacted, but he couldn't pull out his claws embedded in Qianshuan's body. Land beasts are impressive. Then let's play in the sea. He wanted to prove he could protect his sister. He was her little dog, the strongest little dog. What's a little pain? Now, it's not just about the sea tribe's reputation, but also his sister's face. Bai Zhizhi watched from below, trembling with fear. Qianshuan was fighting recklessly. On land, the snake eagle clearly had the upper hand. The two leaders fought fiercely, and the others rushed in. Yiming silently watched Bai Zhizhi from the bushes, just hoping the little girl was safe. As for Qianshuan, this was his matter. He had to solve it himself to maintain his reputation and position as the Sea King. A snake eagle is just a creature. If he couldn't handle this, he wouldn't be able to look down on him in the future. Just then, a loud bang paused the fight on the shore. Everyone looked toward the sea. They saw Qianshuan's fish tail wrapping around the snake eagle, dragging him into the water. This move was very effective. Qianshuan smiled slightly, and the wounds on his body healed visibly fast. This was his other skill, Nirvana. No matter what injury, it would heal when in water. The snake eagle was starting to suffocate. He didn't expect to lose today to his own creature, especially this fish tail, which was like a snake tail, squeezing him so tightly he couldn't breathe. I was wrong. Too late. Qianshuan saw the disdain in Bai Zhizhi's eyes. That faint look of disgust hurt his heart. Mermaids loved the tide coming ashore. What could he do? Boo-hoo. Qianshuan cried as he broke the snake eagle's neck. Boss is dead. He killed our boss. This is very exciting. The wandering orc army's morale quickly collapses, while the merfolk rise up. Qiansun swims up from the water, holding the corpse of the snake eagle. When he looks at Bai Zhizhi, he immediately starts to cry sadly. Like a child, he rushes toward her. Wah, sister, you scared me to death just now. The snake eagle poked me with its claws. Please check if the scales behind my tail are still there. As he speaks, he lifts his clothes, revealing a beautiful fish tail that is perfectly fine and doesn't need her treatment anymore. The little fish wiggles her hips seductively. Bai Zhizhi casually pinches her, causing Qiansun's face to turn red. He quickly kisses her and gently says, Thank you. Bai Zhizhi looks a bit confused. I didn't do anything. Why are you thanking me? Qiansun shakes his head. If sister isn't here, I can't beat him. Just as Bai Zhizhi is about to comfort him, a strong wind blows from the dense forest ahead. Qian Sun looks up and quickly shields Bai Jiji behind him. The feeling isn't right. He turns to look at the snake eagle's corpse and finds that a large part of it is missing. Quick, take her away from here. As he speaks, a loud screech cuts through the sky, chilling the heart. The wind carries a foul smell, and with the rumbling sound of the earth shaking, figures begin to rise from the forest. What a huge beast form! Is this another snake eagle? The elder behind Qian Sun exclaims. There are two nearly identical figures, only differing in size. The one behind looks more sinister and evil.
Yiming frowns.
It's just a demonized form. Seeing that Qian Sun hasn't left yet, Yiming turns around and shouts, "What are you hesitating for? Hurry and take her away. You can't stop this." Even Qian Sun, who is him, can't hold it back. This creature is like the monster from the sea last time. Usually it's in a sleeping state. Why did it suddenly wake up today? While thinking, the other half of the snake eagle's body is gone. The strange eagle extends its sharp claws and devours the snake eagle's body in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone is shocked. No wonder so many fishermen go missing every year in the sea. It turns out to be. Qian Sun doesn't hesitate. After realizing the danger, he prepares to carry Bai Jiji into the sea. Just as they step into the water, Yi Ming and the strange eagle start fighting. The eagle is engulfed in flames, and even half of its body submerged in the sea still burns fiercely, with no sign of extinguishing. Looking at the fiery flames, Qian Sun's buried memories suddenly came back. He remembered everything. The chaos underwater that year was caused by this thing. It broke open the dead volcano beneath the sea. This led to heavy losses for the sea creatures, and he was forced to wash ashore, becoming cargo. Qian Sun put down Bai Jiji. "Sister, you go back to the sea first. This guy is our big enemy." "I can't leave. Then I won't go either. Don't be reckless. This place is 4 or 5 days from the wolf tribe. Chomhua and the others aren't here. This thing isn't easy to deal with." Nightmia's urgent voice came, and even he was unsure this time. Bai Jiji wasn't causing trouble. She really had the ability to fight. She was now at level 5 in martial fire, and her earth magic could provide defense. Plus, her vines had toxins. Even if she played a supporting role, she could control and heal. She then struck out with her palm at the strange eagle. Dense vines spread everywhere, covering the sky. Qian Sun knew he couldn't persuade Bai Jiji, so he gave up, but his eyes stayed on her. He had promised Chunhua to take good care of her. He couldn't break his word.
Don't get distracted.
Your task is to kill it, not to think about protecting me. Bai Jiji's belly slightly protruded. After launching her vines, she stood still and began to form hand seals. A column of mud and stones shot up into the sky. Nightmare was surprised. How could she still do this? "Why are you just standing there? Fight," Bai Jiji coldly ordered, interrupting Nightmare's distracted thoughts. At this moment, what was he still thinking about her for? Nightmare was scolded but didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled happily. He focused his mind, using Bai Jiji's vines and the earth column as cover, and charged forward first. As the serpent's wings spread, hundreds of wind blades howled down. The fish folk behind Qian Sun had already gone into the water. Such a strange eagle was no match for ordinary sea creatures like them. The domain formed, and sharp blades condensed from supernatural energy shot out. The sound of whooshing filled the air, but it seemed useless. Bai Ziji's water column rose from beneath her feet. Qian Sun protected her, blocking the flames erupting from the strange eagle. Water vapor filled the sky. Bai Jiji activated her water magic, mixing it with mud and stones, and launched another attack. Seeing the situation, Yiming quickly stepped in to protect her, but he also found Bai Jiji's special ability quite strange. It didn't seem like a normal power, as it was more complex. Qian Sun also used his ability nearby. His ice covered the monster eagle's stone column, and at the top, he gathered energy like a long bow or sword falling from the sky, then deeply pierced into the eagle's body. Ah! The monster eagle let out a loud cry and flapped its wings to fly up. Bai Zhizhi frowned. She had come this far, so she decided to test the monster beast in this abyss. At this moment, Qian Sun had become her protector. Since she was pregnant, he had to protect her at all costs. A lot of flames were kept outside, and Bai Zhizhi activated her second spell. She wanted to refine metal. The demon fire lit up the surroundings like a hellish furnace. Bai Zhizhi showed no fear. Yiming watched with great fascination. He loved this kind of female, and he was captivated by her so much that he was willing to risk his life for her. When Bai Zhizhi's glowing orb shot out, Yiming saw her intention. He flew into the air and struck down with a powerful hammer on the eagle's head. A loud roar like a tidal wave followed. The eagle's half-body knelt down. As Bai Zhizhi covered it with dirt, vines quickly wrapped around it, forming a giant egg with thorns all over. The demon fire raged on. Bai Zhizhi stopped and gathered her energy with both hands. Yiming chuckled softly. "Let me help you." His true fire was also very powerful. They thought this was the final, but unexpectedly, the eagle's tail was so long, with feathers like swords and thorns. Qiansun used his palm as a blade to block a deadly attack aimed at Bai Zhizhi. Blood splattered. Bai Zhizhi glanced sideways. The vines in her hand seemed alive, colliding with the demon fire and making a loud explosion. This wasn't just her strength, but also Qiansun's. He protected her with one hand and gathered power with her. In the next moment, Yiming suddenly appeared behind them. As the demon fire flickered, Bai Zhizhi froze in place. So, was the first wave of attack that Qiansun blocked just from the eagle's feathers? White Zhizhi's pupils shrank, and a flash of panic crossed her eyes. Under the firelight, a tear slipped from the corner of her eye. "Huh," Yiming sneered coldly. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. The sharp wing blade of the strange eagle bent into a circle, piercing through his throat and hanging him in midair. The snake's tail hung weakly. He looked at White Zhizhi, who suddenly smiled again. Now it's fallen. He had caused them so much trouble before. Now, blocking this attack for these two, maybe it's repayment. Yiming let out a painful scream. The wings behind him were torn off by the strange eagle. The wing blade curved, and the eagle swallowed half of his wing. Blood splattered across White Zhizhi's face. She hadn't even reacted. Why was he behind her? "Why are you behind me? Who told you to come? Who told you to interfere?" White Zhizhi was clearly panicked. She instinctively slapped him. Yiming grinned, the anger in his eyes slowly fading. His scales looked like falling snow. He tilted his head, and two soft little horns appeared on his forehead, just like the night they first met. "Don't be angry, Zhizhi. Don't be mad. Please don't be mad." He looked at her anxious eyes because of him, at the tears she left for him. Even if it cost his life, it was worth it. Yiming slowly closed his eyes. As his consciousness faded, he finally let out a breath. The sins he committed were paid back. "Don't cry. I will send you all to death together." The salty fish at the bottom of the sea dared to kill his own brother. Absolutely arrogant. After the strange eagle finished speaking, it swung its wing blade, throwing Yiming out. His body shrank more and more until he finally fell into the sea of flames. White Zhizhi's eyes were red. She hated owing favors the most, especially from him. As soon as the strange eagle finished speaking, a flash of lightning and fire erupted. The huge wing blade, like a net, pounced toward Qiansun. "That thing, it eats people." White Zhizhi's heart tightened. She grabbed the vines in her hand and rushed forward. Qianxuan couldn't hold her back. She saw the little female rush like a gust of wind toward the strange eagle. The fallen scales of the night mist seemed alive, swirling around her and blocking a large part of the demon fire. Tears fell again, and Bai Zhizhi felt a sharp pain in her heart. Look, being loved by a sickly person seems pretty good. She protected the fish, so he used his last bit of strength to protect her too. Suddenly, the totem space activated. Bai Zhizhi quickly appeared behind the strange eagle. Almost at the same time, vines spread everywhere, lifting the eagle up. The vines stretched like a dense forest toward the sea. Qinshuan, help me, Bai Jiji shouted, and a giant ice pillar pierced through. A flash of white light appeared. The air shrank suddenly, and a mist of blood spread everywhere. Blood splattered, turning most of the sea red. Qinshuan's figure emerged from the blazing fire, his golden hair stained red. He was holding the dying night mist. How is this not a cycle? After putting down the night mist, he gently wrapped his arm around Bai Jiji's waist. Tears of fear welled up in his eyes. The purple beast core beside him glowed strangely. Suddenly, his body softened, and he knelt heavily in front of her. It's okay now, Bai Jiji, looking exhausted, crouched down. In the firelight, she touched Qinshuan's face and eyes. You're really amazing. Qinshuan shook his head and bit her hand hard, very forcefully, until the smell of blood made him loosen his grip. You scared me to death. He was trembling all over, his pupils bloodshot and red. The tears he cried turned red too. Thinking of what just happened, Qinshuan spat out a mouthful of blood. He grabbed her hand and shouted, "Don't do this again, okay? My life isn't worth much. I can protect you and get you out. I don't want you to risk everything to fight back for me. If you do, I might as well die. Big sister, I am your beast husband. I'm not just a little fish that only eats sweets." After saying that, Qinshuan blacked out. He had just burned out again in that fierce fire. Amid the raging flames, Bai Jiji stood up. She wrapped Qinshuan and night mist in vines. The green light was not as bright as before because she was exhausted. The totem space activated again. Warm air embraced her completely. The power from the snow leopard totem filled her whole body, and at the same time, a bright green light suddenly shone like fireflies. After using up her last bit of strength, Bai Jiji collapsed. When she woke up again, 5 days had passed. Bai Jiji struggled to open her eyes, feeling her back and waist ache, and her arms too weak to lift. As soon as she moved, Chunhua immediately held her in his arms. You're finally awake. He let out a sigh of relief. Bai Jiji chuckled softly, weakly speaking, Have I been asleep for a long time? Chunhua's eyes were red, and his voice trembled. 5 days. At that moment, tears fell uncontrollably. He was terrified when he saw what happened that day. He thought he might lose her, and the baby. Fortunately, the old witch doctor said she was just exhausted. I'm sorry to have worried you. Bai Jiji sighed weakly, realizing she couldn't even turn over. Where is Qian Sun?
And
Night Ming, Chenhua replied. They're both fine. Qian Sun was just exhausted and has recovered over the past 2 days. As for Night Ming, hearing this, Bai Jiji closed her eyes. She knew she couldn't shake him off anymore. While they were talking, Lang Yi brought in the cooked food. When he saw Bai Jiji awake, even the usually proud big wolf couldn't hold back his tears. Thanks to Nai Ling this time. He was the one who noticed Night Ming was missing, worried that the long insect might bother Qian Sun, so he insisted on going to check. When they arrived, they saw such a tragic scene. That beast was even more powerful than the one in the water last time. Lang Yi admired Qian Sun and Night Ming for their resilience. Despite being heavily suppressed by their bloodlines, they still managed to breathe. But what he admired most was the little female. The shock he felt when he saw the sky full of broken vines was immense. Jiji, you are truly extraordinary. Why are you crying? Am I not okay? Lang Yi knelt by the bed, a blush on his ears. Maybe because Chunhua was there, he was too shy to say what he wanted. After a moment, he finally managed. It's good that you're awake. Bai Jiji chuckled softly, her gaze falling on the food he brought in. She whispered, I'm hungry. I'll feed you. Lan Ting squeezed in, followed by Nai Ling in beast form. The small, fluffy fox-like creature curled into her arms, licking its pink tongue non-stop. Chunhua gently lifted him by the back of his neck and said, Let Jiji rest. Thousand Sun huddled at the door, her eyes red. Little Fish's eyes fixed on her torn wrist. With a plop, a small pearl dropped down. Inside, for people turned around at the same time, laughing and tossing him into the river outside. Lanting, useless thing. Look how tired Jiji is because of you. Go absorb that beast core. or you're not allowed to see Gigi. He had a very long dream. In the dream, he saw a young female come through the forest and stand beside him. She smiled and bent down, pinching the small horn on his forehead. She carried a strange scent that made his eyes hazy. When he looked at her, it was like gazing at the stars. He thought she would like him because her smile reached her eyes when she looked at him. Yiming had never seen such gentle happiness. She worried about him and even healed his wounds. Growing up, only she cared whether he was hurt or not. He was the hope of the divine realm. Everyone expected him to become stronger. But later, she stopped caring. Yiming knew he had done wrong. He wanted to make up for it, but didn't know how. It seemed like he was pushing her further away. She said they were done. After returning to the divine realm, he was unhappy every day. He succeeded in breaking through, which caused a big argument with his father. She wasn't a lowly female from the mortal world. She was the best person in this world. She once cared about him. He wanted to stay in that small courtyard. He didn't want to leave or think about the future of the divine realm. He just wanted to be like the little fish, eating candies under her care, listening to her stories like the story of Bai Sujin and Su Xian.
Gigi.
Don't drive me away. His pale lips trembled as he whispered. Suddenly, he clenched the hand beside the grass nest tightly, grabbing it. The person in the nightmare held that hand and smiled slightly, as if it was a treasure, and placed it in his arms. He bowed slightly, tears burning in his eyes as they fell. Bai Gigi didn't know what to say anymore. Was she really that good to him before? She even doubted if he was poisoned. Or maybe it was because there weren't enough females.
Sigh.
She sighed, reached out, and brushed his hair away from his forehead. This gloomy ghost, always showing half his face. Feeling someone touching him, Yiming let out an uncomfortable hum. He wanted the person to stop, but couldn't say it. However, when he caught the familiar scent of roses, he immediately relaxed and tilted his head up. So, dying is actually so good.
Yiming similet folili.
This gentle feeling belonged to him now. He would protect it carefully, treasure it like a precious thing, and he wouldn't scare her like before. Gigi, are you still not awake? Chunhua walked in with hot water. Seeing Yiming half buried in the grass nest, he frowned. This snake didn't know what was wrong. He was desperate to die. Gigi's special power couldn't reach him, and he refused all outside healing. He was just hanging on by a thread, talking nonsense all day. Bai Gigi also frowned. Yiming, please come back to life. If you die here, how will the wolf tribe explain it? How should she explain it? I'll come. Chunhua's words caught in his throat because he saw the hand Yiming was tightly holding, the owner of the hand sitting beside the grass nest with a helpless expression. Let me do it, Chunhua sighed. He had already accepted Yiming's involvement. Compared to almost losing her, accepting him didn't seem so bad anymore. Then I'll go make you something tasty. Here's some strawberries, I washed them. If you need anything, just call me. We're all at home. Bye, Gigi. Okay. After Chunhua left, Yiming fell into a new nightmare. This time, he dreamed of a better dream. He dreamed of bringing her home like Qian Sun, back to the divine realm. They held a ceremony, kneeling before the divine lake and making vows. He took her to fight armor monsters, took her across the sea. She was so gentle, and she had a little one. Yiming was lost in thought, smiling, tears falling freely. It hurt Bai Gigi's eyes. Suddenly, he seemed to wake up and whispered, "The little one isn't mine, and you don't love me either. No ceremony, no vows, no you, there's nothing." Bai Gigi thought clearly now. He's just a gloomy male ghost. Better to keep him from harming others. She was willing to take some losses. She tied him up with a rope, and when the iron refining was done later, she would replace it with an iron chain. A chain for a mad dog. I've got him. Night Ming. He really is dead, his mind full of wild thoughts. Don't hide anymore, come home with me. Bai Gigi's gentle voice sounded in his ear, and green light flowed into his body again. Night Ming was a bit confused. He curled up inside his mind shell, watching the vines stretch in from outside. Curious, he poked his head out, wanting to touch them, but the vines seemed to know he was hiding and reached toward him. "Don't touch me. I don't want to go," he struggled, and suddenly the blanket was stained with bright red. His tail, which was sticking out, was torn again, the few remaining scales on his tattered snake tail scraped off. "Don't touch me, please. I just want to stay here, stay with her. Don't take me away, I don't want to go." A loud slap echoed. At the same time, inside the shell, Night Ming was slapped by the vines. Roses bloomed on the vines, and they gently stroked his hand, soft and tender. Night Ming felt a little moved. The slap didn't hurt at all, and it was quite pleasant. He dazedly stretched out his neck, as if kissing something soft. Suddenly, his heart clenched tightly. His thoughts snapped back to that mountain cave. How could he forget that feeling?
It was
Her lips. His snake tail calmed down. Its owner slowly opened his eyes, and the face that haunted his dreams appeared before him. A young female was pressed against him, kissing him. Night Ming stared in disbelief, not daring to blink. Such a real dream. Even the touch felt so genuine. In the next moment, he closed his eyes, ignoring the pain on his body. He reached up and held her at the back of her head, savoring the moment with satisfaction. This was his dream, and she was his too. He resisted the urge to swallow her in one bite, quietly enjoying the beauty of this moment. The green vines wrapped around him again. This time, Night Ming didn't refuse. The dazzling light enveloped him completely, warm like her lips. Outside, Nailing wanted to rush in and kill him, but Manhwa stopped him. The other three looked indifferent, furious like foxes. It seemed only he was angry. He has saved Gigi more than once. This time, he almost lost his life. "Maybe we should give him a chance," Lang Yi said. Talking about this matter, he also repaid the favor to that snake. "Qian Sun. He hurt me, but also saved me. It's all settled now, Na Ling. And you?" asked Lan Ting. Lan Ting shrugged. "He's not as slick as me. Little females probably don't like him much. As a male, confidence is the most important thing, Na Ling. MD? Today has been a frustrating day again." Na Ling was so angry, he turned into a big white fox and jumped over the fence to run away from home. "Should we chase after him?" Qian Sun asked.
Manhwa. No need to worry about him.
"When he figures things out, he'll come back on his own. Foxes are like that, petty, moody, and very possessive. He shouldn't have been made a beast husband for Gigi. He should be fighting for territory, ready to bite without hesitation." Chunhua was about to leave after saying this, but Lan Ting came over and said, "I want to eat that minced meat with potatoes. Can you make it for me?" Qian Sun snorted coldly. Chunhua slightly disliked and pushed his hand away. "Why are you like this now?" Lan Ting scratched his head. "I found out that being lazy and enjoying life is pretty good." Lang Yi gave him a nudge and took him to the Mingxia tribe. They were all busy there. What is he talking about being lazy here? Work hard, and tonight I'll make mincemeat with potatoes. After saying that, he turned around and went to the small vegetable garden to dig up potatoes. As long as everyone at home is happy and the little female is cheerful, Chunhua is willing to cook every day. Qian Sun helped out by bringing out sea urchins, big and salmon from the space, cleaning them carefully while waiting for Chunhua to start cooking. Chunhua's cooking skills were taught by Gigi himself, and he learned well. To put it simply, besides by Gigi, he makes the best food. After gathering all the ingredients, Qian Sun went to build a pavilion. Everyone was busy, but they worked quickly. The pavilion was beautifully carved with intricate details, as Na Ling demanded high standards. The floor had to be perfectly smooth, with no rough spots. The fox's paws checked back and forth, so the pavilion's floor was especially shiny and even. The water channel was also dug, but the water wasn't clear enough yet. There was still some dirt on the sides that hadn't been removed. The pavilion wasn't perfect yet. 2 thick beams still needed to be placed on the top. Qianshuan didn't understand these things. He sat under the corridor, threading pearls one by one with the silk he held, thinking they could hang on the window. Not only that, he also threaded various shells together. When he shook it, it made a water-splashing sound. It was just right to hang under the pavilion. While Chunhua was cooking, Qianshuan used bamboo to weave. The two of them each did their own thing without disturbing each other. Qianshuan was very skilled at working with his hands. He made a small bamboo tea table and chairs. As long as Bai Jiji mentioned something, he could make it according to his own ideas. A small bamboo fish figure. Qianshuan blushed when he thought of that night underwater, when his sister was being mischievous. Thinking about it, he also placed a small flower on the head of his little bamboo fish. In the cave, Yeming finally woke up. When he saw himself holding Bai Jiji, he felt dazed. His mind was a mess, so he quickly let go of her. No more pain on his body. It seemed he remembered something. A trace of shyness flashed across Maipi's face. Sorry just now. He said sorry, but inside, he was secretly happy. Next time he would dare again. Does it still hurt? Bai Jiji withdrew her hand and asked. Her voice was neither cold nor warm, which made Yeming unsure of her attitude. So, was that really just a dream? A wave of disappointment swept over him again. Now that his wounds had healed, should he leave? No, he didn't want to. Without much thought, he did it to himself again. This crazy person, even when hitting himself, was relentless. Bright red blood splattered across Bai Jiji's face. Faster than her concern came her slap. Yeming was slapped and tilted his head.
There was a fist-sized hole in his chest.
Are you crazy? Bai Jiji grabbed his face and asked. Yeming forced a bitter smile and lowered his head. More useless than him was his tail. It seemed worried about her hurting her hand, so it carefully reached out, trying to rub her reddened palm. Bai Jiji let go, threw him into the grass nest. Before he could react, she sat down cross-legged in his arms. The snake tail, nearly 2 meters tall, wrapped around him, holding him close. He was the first to hold her, and in the next second, he burst into tears. He had waited. He finally waited. The sound was so loud that even Qianshuan in the pavilion and Manhwa in the small kitchen heard it. A loud slap, Bai Jiji grabbed his chin and kissed him. Salty tears ran down her face into his mouth, blending into a sweet floral taste, very sweet and fragrant. Bai Jiji reached out to cover his chest wound, looking a bit exhausted and overwhelmed. She had a lot of reasons in her mind. If she didn't want to keep him, even if she cut herself into pieces, it wouldn't help. You're really a proud little snake. This is how she could control her. Yeming's face was still wet with tears. He looked up at her and smiled. Don't send me away. I'll be good and listen to you. He admitted he had just taken a gamble. Luckily, he won. Yeming looked down and saw a strange collar around his neck, with a bell hanging from it. Tie him up, Bai Jiji said. This was a new collar she bought for Da Huang. She hadn't had time to put it on him before she came here. It was fate. Perfect for Yeming. If she added a chain, it would be even better. Yeming happily hugged her when he heard this. No need to tie me. He wouldn't leave her for anything. Before dinner, Bai Jiji got up and took away all the blood-stained bedding from the grass nest. Yeming clung to her like super glue, shrinking his beast form like nailing his shiny, smooth body wrapped around her wrist. His snake head lay quietly on her hand, looking like a piece of jewelry if you didn't look closely. Jiji was happy as he arranged the grass nest. Yeming exhaled softly, his round eyes shining. Bai Jiji pinched the horns on his forehead. Just like the first time they met, she tied him up and threw him into the grass nest. The new pink sheets were mainly because Yeming's beast form was very dark, but his human form had healthy wheat-colored skin. Very attractive. Actually, it was quite eye-catching. Jiji paused with the starry pillow, almost laughing. Bright colors made it easier for her to find him. Like now, this damp ghost had slipped under the blanket, his long tail flicking. Bai Jiji saw him immediately. She reached out and pulled him out. Yeming's body wobbled, and he quickly stretched out his long arm to hold her, pressing her down. Jiji, thank you for loving me. The giant snake finished speaking and buried its head into her neck. Bai Jiji reached out and wrapped her arms around its body, softly saying, You're willing to give up your life, so why are you still talking about these things? Devoted and obsessive love can be quite intense. I am willing. For Jiji, I am willing to do anything. Yiming enjoyed a treatment similar to Qian Son's. Bai Jiji pressed him onto a stone bench to sit, and a peachwood comb brushed his hair forward. Bai Jiji was still too careless. She looked at Yiming's full face, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Does this guy look a bit too authoritative? Yiming chuckled softly, slowly sliding down from the stone bench, then knelt before her with his head tilted up, bringing his face close to her hand. In your eyes, Jiji, I see something stunning. Do you think I look good because I was born this way? As he spoke, his moist tongue curled around her finger, and his golden snake pupils widened. A smile played on his lips, and when he moved, the bells on his neck jingled. Bai Jiji finally noticed he even had ear piercings, with yellow gemstones shining brightly on his earlobes, making him look even more handsome. She swallowed nervously. This obsessive love interest really does look quite commanding. Yiming felt excited inside, but he knew now wasn't the right time. He needed to walk openly to her side, to give her everything he could. Only then would they truly ignite their bond. Bai Jiji composed herself, tying his hair up. But as she did, Yiming instinctively pulled some hair down again. After repeating this a few times, she used scissors to trim his bangs a little shorter. Not bad.
Let's go out and eat, she said.
She could already smell the aroma of food. I want to try Huahua's cooking, Bai Jiji said. But Yiming seemed a bit reluctant. He grabbed her hand, shrank back, and wrapped his arms around her wrist again. He wasn't interested in eating anything delicious unless she made it. All he wanted was to be with her all the time. Looking at Yiming's wrist, Bai Jiji froze in surprise. She forgot, this isn't a normal person. But Yiming was very happy. He curled around her hand, snuggling into her wide sleeve, his nose filled with her scent. His snake head rubbed against her. Yes, it's Jiji. Chenghua saw her come out alone and looked a bit confused. Qiansun peeked and looked behind her. Where's Yiming? Isn't he coming out to eat? Wow, little fish is already calling out comfortably. Bai Jiji didn't speak, just raised her hand slightly. Chenghua was speechless, and Qiansun was also at a loss for words. Let's eat. I made your favorite dishes. Mincemeat eggplant, scallion stirred shrimp, mincemeat with potatoes, sea urchin steamed egg, and salmon sashimi, one raw, one cooked. Lanting and Langi arrived just in time, like they had planned it perfectly. The two of them playfully washed their hands and sat down. There's so much delicious food, Lanting said as he took out his small fork, scooping up a big bite of potatoes. He really loved potatoes. They had such a smooth texture. With some minced meat, it was incredibly tasty, almost making his eyebrows fall off from delight. Lanting. By the way, where's that long black bug? Isn't he coming to eat? Chewing. As soon as he said that, Langi's eyes immediately turned to Bai Jiji. Jiji didn't say anything, just kept reaching for the dishes. Lanting's sharp eyes caught it. Wow, how did he not think of this way to keep her close? Luckily, there was still one hand left. Langi snorted coldly, giving a sinister look to Lanting. If you dare do that again, I'll skin you and make soup. One troublemaker is enough, and now there's someone stirring more chaos. Qiansun stayed silent, quietly eating. He was more tolerant than Chenghua. Although he accepted Yiming's presence in his heart, he wondered, was he really just going to cling to his sister like that? Have some steamed egg. Bai Jiji started serving again. She poured a little broth over the sea urchin's steamed egg, scooped up a spoonful, and fed it to Qiansun. Caught off guard, he was surprised and flattered. I want some too. Lanting opened his mouth eagerly. One person, one bite. Even Chenghua, who worked hard cooking, was fed a bite. Langi sat beside her, blushing, wanting to speak but hesitating. He clearly wanted some too. Bai Jiji knew his personality, so she scooped a big spoonful and put it in his mouth. Is it good? Langi nodded. Yes, it's delicious. Yiming was resting his chin on his bowl, enjoying her share of the food. His little mouth was happily licking the residue from her left wrist, feeling very satisfied. Chenghua had a dark face, but when he thought about how she was just recovering from a serious illness, he didn't say anything. The other three saw that Chenghua didn't object, so they all tacitly remained silent. The meal was quite enjoyable, except for the fact that Nai Ling wasn't home. Bai Jiji didn't ask about it. The little fox has a big temper, so she would cheer herself up later. After eating, Lang Yi usually went back to the Mingxia tribe. Although Bai Qi arranged for the Huabao tribe to patrol, he still felt uneasy leaving such important resources unattended. Before leaving, Bai Jiji packed some fruit for him. Her watermelon was ready, sliced and packed in a small lunchbox, arranged in 2 cute rows. "Thanks for taking care of my big wolf every day," she said, hugging him. Suddenly, she remembered she hadn't been with him for a long time. So many things had happened recently. Lang Yi leaned down and kissed her on the lips, his ears turning red. "Stay safe at home." As he left, he reluctantly held her in his arms. Worried that his words might be overheard by Yi Ming on her wrist, he grabbed the snake-shaped pendant and whispered in her ear, "After this busy time, please spoil me a little, okay?" She hadn't pampered him in a long time, and Lang Yi felt a bit wronged inside. Bai Jiji tiptoed and took the initiative to kiss him. "I also," Qian Xin suddenly grabbed his collar and pulled him back. "You want everything." Just a few days ago, his sister had already spoiled him. Lang Yi had been busy lately, with no time for night watch. There were so many tasks, and he finally had a chance to be close to his sister, but Lan Ting kept asking for more. What a fuss. He deliberately made her feel guilty. Too much guilt isn't good. When she realizes, she might sneak food to him. Isn't that what happened with Shanhua before? No fighting, no grabbing, then everything is fine. The big wolf could wait a couple more days in silence. Maybe the next cub would be his, or perhaps this one too. Qian Sun wasn't generous. Compared to secretly feeding his sister, he thought it was better for everyone to be open about it. Too bad Lan Ting didn't understand. He didn't want much, just a little kiss. If you keep causing trouble, there won't be any new clothes later. She knew how to handle Lan Ting. Sure enough, he immediately stopped causing trouble, but he still got a little kiss from her. He knew she liked him the most. The summer fabric for the evening dress was all prepared, and now it was time for dyeing. "What color do you like?" she asked Lang Yi. "Anything you make, I like," Lang Yi said without hesitation. Lan Ting replied, "I like green just like my eyes." Qian Sun said, "I like white," meaning she doesn't need to dye it. Bai Jiji nodded. "Got it. I'll start making them for you." Everyone was happy to have new clothes. Chunhua didn't need to ask. She naturally made what they wanted. When it was Yi Ming's turn, he reluctantly slid down from her wrist. When he saw her using a soft measuring tape to take a size, he was surprised and stammered. "Do I also have new clothes?" He didn't expect to have new clothes. Last time, Lan Ting showed off in front of him, and he felt jealous for a long time. "Stand still, squat down a little." Bai Jiji used a soft measuring tape to mark his size. She wasn't looking at him, but he still blushed and his heart raced. Yi Ming awkwardly picked her up and said, "Would this be better?" Bai Jiji paused, and Yi Ming looked a bit sad, saying, "Squatting makes my legs numb." "I know.
Just put me down first."
"I'm a bit afraid of heights," she said.
She's not used to this.
No, she wasn't afraid of heights. She just wasn't used to being like this with him. He seemed to listen obediently. Though reluctant, he still did as she asked, always watching her with a smile. Everything happening now felt too unreal to him. Yi Ming even wondered if he was already dead, and all of this was just a dream in his mind. After Chunhua finished washing the dishes, she went to the other side of the river on her own. Since the new member was joining today, she thought it was best to give them some space. Qian Sun was also well-behaved. She returned to her previous cave, where her hot spring pool was waiting for her. Lan Ting and Lang Yi went to the mongoose tribe, where they couldn't be without people. The small yard suddenly became empty. Bai Jiji knew that the others were giving Yi Ming a chance. Her heart warmed, but she wasn't ready yet. Yi Ming saw her resistance in her eyes. He wasn't sad. There was plenty of time ahead. He would prove to her that he could be a good partner. Thinking of this, he carefully placed her on the table to sit, then knelt down in front of her. "I, Ming, swear before the divine realm's great lake that in this life and forever, I will love Gigi. If I break this vow, May I suffer the harshest punishment in the world and not find peace in death." After saying this, he looked up at her with a smile and continued, "The beast god is my witness. The orcs in the divine realm do not worship the beast god, but she believes, so he uses the beast god as his witness." You made such a vow, so what should I say?" Bai Zhizhi was almost overwhelmed. His actions might be hard to explain, but his love is genuine. So, she didn't know what to say to return his feelings. "Zhizhi, you don't need to say anything. Just love me a little every day, and that's enough." After saying this, he took out his beast core, which was the same color as his eyes, like a clear, yellow crystal, shining brightly. The greatest way for an orc to show love is like this. Even later, after Qian Sun formed his core again, he immediately gave it to her. Bai Zhizhi sighed inwardly. She still felt he was too eager, and there was no need for such intensity. Have you ever thought about giving yourself a chance?
I mean, maybe the females you saw in the divine realm.
The rest of her words were cut off as Ming covered her mouth. He bit her, clearly angry at what she just said. He placed his large hand on the table, leaning over with a strong sense of dominance, taller than her by a lot. While kissing her, Ming lifted her onto his lap. "I don't like others. I only like you. I just want to be your beast husband. It's rare for them to hold each other like this, and she also sat in his arms like this. This is what happiness feels like." The rose bushes emitted a sweet fragrance, and colorful flowers quietly bloomed in the evening breeze, just like his heart at this moment. He will cherish her well, definitely. Bai Zhizhi accepted his beast core. On the way back to the cave, Ming carried her in his arms. Inside the cave, the bonfire crackled, but surprisingly, he didn't do anything else. This was a bit unusual for him. Yeming simply held her in his arms, with his snake tail wrapped around her. Unlike Lan Ting, who was wrapped around her calves, he left a section in front of her for her to hold. That night, Bai Zhizhi had a dream. She dreamed that Lan Ting had climbed into her bed in the middle of the night after returning from the abyss of demons. It was the same way she slept that night. The next morning, Bai Zhizhi was awakened by the noisy sounds outside. It seemed like many people were in her small courtyard. Among them, Bai Qi's voice was especially clear. "How can this be proper? All of this? Wow, the divine realm really is different. They give so many things. Are those feathered clothes? So beautiful. Even better than shark silk. There are so many beast cores. My goodness, do the beast men in the divine realm just hunt fierce beasts for fun? Dozens of baskets. What is this?" Bai Qi was dazzled and almost couldn't see clearly. "Night Pearl," Yiming said. He didn't bring this to compete with Qian Sun. Qian Sun's was in her cave, but his was meant for the bathroom. Last night, she almost tripped over it when she went to the bathroom. When he returned, he didn't sleep but went back to the divine realm to take everything he could. He wanted to tell the world that he had become a concubine, a pair of carved stone dolls made of Huan stone. Sharp-eyed people immediately recognized them as Yi Ming and Bai Zhizhi. It was obvious they were carved earlier, as the faces of the stone dolls weren't as delicate as hers now. The Huan stone dolls were the highest etiquette during the Divine Realm's Great Lake marriage ceremony, one for each person, symbolizing eternal union. They had to be carved by the male himself. If blood was added to the carving, the dolls would sense each other's presence, even across great distances, allowing them to learn about each other. Clearly, this pair Yi Ming prepared had blood added to them. There was a red between their eyebrows. Luo Chao stood behind the crowd, tears of joy streaming down his face. Nothing was more important than seeing his good friends happy. Yiming also noticed her. When he approached, Yin Feng and Lin Wu immediately stepped forward to protect Luo Chao. Yiming said nothing. He bowed to Luo Chao, lowering his noble head. "In the past, I may have offended you, but rest assured, I will be a good beast husband to her." He learned well he had a part of Bai Zhizhi, and now he also had a part of Luo Chao. These days, he had been lingering here for a long time, so he naturally knew that Luo Chao and Bai Zhizhi's relationship was unusual. When Qianxuan sent the pearls, he also prepared an extra box, so he brought a box of glow-in-the-dark pearls and a box of feathered garments. Bai Jiji leaned against the cave entrance, watching Yi Ming give a gift to Luo Chao. She couldn't help but smile. That scoundrel still knows how to give gifts to his future mother-in-law. Not bad, not bad. But who did he learn that from? He is so thoughtful. Also, was his outfit today too fancy? After staying here for a while, Bai Jiji forgot some important customs. She thought Yi Ming was just trying to please the people around her, but she never expected he was actually participating in a wedding ceremony. Luo Chao waved his hand. Forget it, forget it. I also wanted to ruin you before. Where even now, the two attendants behind Yi Ming looked at each other when they heard this. Since they found out that the young lord was going to marry into the family, they haven't been able to smile. It's not over yet. Yi Ming handed the floral crown in his hand to Bai Qi, then knelt down properly and respectfully called out, "Father." Bai Jiji finally reacted. She was a bit confused as she pushed through the crowd, her shoes not even on yet. Seeing her come, Yi Ming smiled so much his eyes curved into little crescents. Dreams really do come true. Chen Hua and the others are actually here? And Nai Ling, he's back. The little fox jumped over to her and said, I admit he performed very well. He gave me something I couldn't get for now, but I haven't forgiven him. After saying that, he placed the floral crown on her head. I have to admit, Yi Ming is very sincere. Not only did he prepare gifts for Luo Chao, but he also made sure each of us beast husbands received one. God knows how Nai Ling felt when he saw the 5 big baskets of beast cores in the cave after returning in anger. They were cracked, sewn up, and cracked again. And that stinky snake even bowed so big to him, reluctantly agreeing. Qianxuan was the same. He carried the sacred fire to Yi Ming, then placed it at his feet. Yi Ming repaired the cave for him and embedded glow-in-the-dark pearls around the hot spring pool. They shine just like jade, and he liked it. Lang Yi held an olive branch, dipped it in holy water under the guidance of the high priest, and sprinkled it along the way as Yi Ming headed toward Bai Jiji. Like Hannah Ling, he received 5 beast cores. Surprisingly, the proud person bowed to him. He couldn't remember exactly how he felt at that moment, only that he suddenly felt very happy that someone loved Ji so much. So, he was willing to let him join this family. Lanting stood among the flowers. He draped the same kind of clothes that Yi Ming wore onto Bai Jiji. His eyes were full of smiles. Jiji, you look very beautiful today. Her happiness was the most important thing. Whether there were more or fewer people didn't matter to him. As long as she had a place for him in her heart, that was enough. Finally, there was Chen Hua. When the huge snow leopard beast appeared, everyone watching took a step back. He slowly walked over to Bai Jiji and bent down. Bai Jiji didn't know how she managed to climb onto his back. She only knew that she was trembling with nervousness when she sat on Chen Hua's back. Just now, she didn't feel anything. Now, looking up, she wondered why there were so many people. Had all the members of the mongoose lion tribe come? And the flower leopard tribe too? She looked around at the decorations in the yard. Yi Ming, how did he do all this? Bai Qi tearfully placed a flower crown on Yi Ming's head. In front of everyone, he crossed the sacred fire. On the path washed with holy water, he slowly walked toward her. He was supposed to stand still and wait for the female to cross the sacred fire and run to him. But because it was her, he was willing to set aside all his pride and dignity. People from the divine realm no longer felt proud. The young lord had married in. They were full of pride. No, they forgot to say. He even gave up being a young lord to marry her. Lao Jun was so angry he could no longer get out of bed. The hope he had nurtured for many years was gone. But Yi Ming was very happy. Seeing the smile on his face, the witnesses also couldn't help but smile. The young lord had found the female he wanted. They should be happy. The marriage ceremony was held in Bai Jiji's small courtyard, but Yi Ming gave everything he could. His adoptive parents didn't come, so he brought 9 witnesses to watch. In the divine realm, there is a saying about lucky numbers. 9 represents longevity. Under the colorful fireworks, Yi Ming knelt on one knee. He took out the embroidered shoes from his arms and put them on her feet. As he bowed his head, hot tears fell onto her feet. Bai Zhizhi could feel Yiming trembling. He took a long time to put on those two shoes. Zhizhi, I am here, he said. Manhwa bent down again, and now another person was there to protect his little female. He should be happy. The high priest's blessing words by Zhizhi didn't make any sense to her. She only knew that after he finished speaking, her neck suddenly felt hot. It was a totem. Another totem, just like Nailing's fox totem, one on each side. The little fox was surprised. The level and position were the same as what he liked. Humph. Yemingshin held Bai Zhizi's hand tightly, sweating nervously. They had formed a bond. In front of everyone, he confidently walked toward her, not sneaking around. In the next moment, his forehead felt hot. The silver wolf totem belonging to Bai Zhizhi was imprinted on his forehead. 9 priests looked at each other in surprise. So, the young lord wasn't under some strange spell. He truly liked that female silver wolf. The mark from the Tingsha clan's bond wouldn't be on the forehead. That spot was sacred and noble. He truly loved her. He held her in his heart as if she were a goddess. All the items used in today's ceremony were prepared by him little by little when he returned to the divine realm last time. He didn't know if she would accept him, but luckily, as he said, he had bet on himself and won. When the bond was completed, cheers erupted around them. Yemingshin held her in his arms, bowed to everyone, and behaved properly, no longer arrogant like before. After saying goodbye to Manhwa and the others, a sound like a dragon's roar and a snake's cry tore open the sky. Bai Zhizhi sat on his back, watching her small courtyard shrink away little by little. Clouds drifted past her side. Yemingshin carried her upward, and after a leap, they arrived in a small valley. Flowers bloomed everywhere, colorful birds circled, and tall mountains looked like a fairyland. Oh, ancestor, has she ascended?
Did she
go to heaven? Suddenly, a gentle breeze lifted her body. Yemingshin held her, watching her fly over his head.
Zhizhi, I've got you now, he said.
He pulled her down, holding her tightly. His hot breath brushed her neck where the totem was, a place that belonged to him. They finally formed a bond. From now on, they would be together. The sea of flowers flowed around her. In the next moment, she appeared on a small boat, surrounded by clear water, bright moonlight, and the scent of lotus flowers. She used flowing silk as a canopy, the boat as her bed, and beneath falling flowers, intertwined figures lay together. Night Ming knew she was pregnant, so he spread a thick cloud blanket on the boat. He didn't press on her but supported himself with his arms, foolishly watching her happily smile. But as he kept watching her, he suddenly started to cry. He was with the woman he liked.
Don't do this, she said.
Bai Zhiji's face turned red instantly. She looked away, too afraid to meet his eyes. You're pretty, Night Ming said. He didn't expect that saying she was pretty would get him scolded. The boat swayed. His face felt hot. In the next moment, Bai Zhiji turned over and sat on him. She grabbed his face and pinched it. He, on the other hand, grinned happily, worried she might fall, and supported her, afraid she might hurt him when she pinched. Does it hurt? Night Ming held her hand, suddenly stopping his smile. He pulled her into his arms, then gently leaned in and kissed her. They were very close, close enough to see the tiny soft hairs on her face, just as adorable as she was. He lightly kissed her cheek. Thinking of the baby in her belly, he slightly turned her and set her down. Looking at the person lying beside him, he smiled. He had waited so long for this moment. A passionate kiss full of his love fell on her lips. The scent of roses made his breathing become hot. When his big hand reached out, Bai Zhiji suddenly froze. So last night wasn't because he didn't want her, but because he was waiting for today. He came from darkness, but wanted to walk into the light openly and stand beside her. The sweat on his nose and his blushing face betrayed his feelings. The fire in his eyes burned fiercely, but he didn't know how to make his move. Seeing his awkwardness, Bai Zhiji suddenly smiled and teased. Oh, I don't know who said they were two. However, now it was just the two of them. They had made a promise, and thinking of this, Yi Ming's courage grew. He reached out and took her hand, then let go. Bai Zhizhi was startled and stood up. Actually, she had become fearless now. With Shun En in front, she felt much more comfortable with everyone else. Zhizhi, do you really want to laugh at me? His face was swollen and red from being pinched, and combined with his current sad expression, it was a bit funny. Yi Ming had once seen her please Lan Ting. In that moment, he suddenly pointed to his rolling Adam's apple and softly said, "Maybe you could bite me too? Bite here. If I hurt you, don't cry." When she saw the little fish, she just wanted to tease him. But when she faced Yi Ming, she felt her own strange, rebellious side awakening. He had things he couldn't forget, and she was the same. Bai Zhizhi remembered that night in the cave when she slapped him, and he smiled like that. Wow, he was a top-level submissive. To test her suspicion, she bit his neck. Her teeth scraped and slowly broke through his skin. Yi Ming felt the pain, but also felt himself boiling inside. He sat up and leaned his head to one side so she could. Bai Zhizhi already had her answer. This feeling was so strange, completely different from the feeling of a slap on the face. Yi Ming was a little obsessed, his lips moving softly, until the smell of blood made Bai Zhizhi finally let go. "Zhizhi, does it hurt? Does it feel good?" The small cabin made the already ambiguous atmosphere even more intense. With Yi Ming's hoarse, deep voice, it was enough to make one's bones feel numb. Bai Zhizhi said nothing. She simply kissed his lips, blocking out all other sounds. On the shimmering lake, the small boat moved forward with the waves, finally stopping at the deepest part of the lotus pond. The ripples collided with the riverbank and then bounced back. By dawn, Bai Zhizhi finally fell asleep. The bright sunlight shone on her. Yi Ming carefully held her in his arms. When they reached the shore, there were already many people waiting. Qian Shui's eyes were red and swollen, clearly having cried. The words, "Brother Ming," caught in her throat, unable to be spoken. Yi Ming automatically ignored everyone, including his mother. "Shuh." Yi Ming hugged Bai Zhizhi and turned around, giving her a very frightening look when he looked at her mother. "Zhizhi is asleep, speak softly." After saying that, he walked away without looking back. He didn't bring her back to see anyone's face. He just wanted to take her to see the place where he used to live, just like Qianshuan. Yi Ming's home is in a mountain stream between two mountains. It's a wooden house with a private yard, surrounded by fences at the front and back. Actually, the fences weren't there originally, but since she had won, he added one after he returned. In the yard, there's a huge phoenix tree. A swing is tied to its trunk, with a small table and some fresh fruit underneath. There are also two small chairs and a tiny. After meeting her, he made his home look like a small family of three. Inside the house is his bedroom. Yi Ming gently laid Bai Zhizhi on the bed and placed a pillow under her stomach. After settling her, he carefully lay down himself, wrapping his arms around her, with his tail protecting her in the middle. She slept very well, until night fell, and Bai Zhizhi finally woke up, feeling sore at her waist and back, with cramps in her legs. Yi Ming, that gloomy ghost, is even more difficult to deal with than nailing. In the future, these two need to be separated when feeding, or she won't be able to handle it. When Yi Ming saw her wake up, he happily hugged her and helped her wash up. His place isn't as well equipped as her small yard. It only has a simple flowing water basin with the scent of lotus flowers. Bai Zhizhi stood by the basin. Yi Ming scooped water to wash her face. The towel he used was new, with a gardenia flower on it. Bai Zhizhi looked at the towel, a bit lost. How many things had he prepared for her secretly? Yesterday, she already knew that his things definitely weren't prepared overnight. They must have been ready for a long time. When she got up just now, she saw her clothes in his house. Honestly, it's really frightening. She wondered where her clothes on the rack had gone. She thought they were stolen by that female, but she never expected the thief to be him. It's simply shocking. Yi Ming seemed to know what she was thinking. He stood nearby and smiled. "If you don't want me, I can only secretly bring your clothes back." White Zhizhi ignored him. After washing up, she sat down beside a small table. Her daily items were there. Her hair was, and she still used the sandalwood hairpin. This one was made by Manhwa, with the end shaped like a snow leopard's tail. It looked very nice, and she liked using it the most. Looking at her cracked lips in the mirror, White Gigi applied some lip balm. While she was getting ready, Yiming had been lying nearby, watching her. He looked like a devoted admirer. After everything was ready, the person bringing food arrived. White Gigi looked at the food and felt a bit reluctant to eat. Flowers juice with grilled meat. Knowing she didn't like the food, Yiming took out a food box from his pocket. It contained sea urchin steamed eggs and crab meat mixed with noodles, steaming hot. My space is still. When I brought you back yesterday, Manhwa prepared these 2 dishes for me to bring. He was worried you wouldn't like other foods. He really knows you well, and he guessed right. Yiming then took out more items one after another. This is a rose that Nailing asked me to bring. He said if you want to stay here for a couple of days, I should put it in a vase. He also told me to change the water every day, so I brought many. This is a small item made by Qian Sun. He said if you shake it, it will make a silly sound. I think he wants you to think of him more. And this is a new snakeskin skirt. White Gigi chuckled softly. It was made by Lan Ting. Yu always gave her gifts, always on time, more punctual than Aunt Flo. The stitches were uneven, and seeing that snakeskin skirt, White Gigi remembered how he sat in his cave, sewing the skirt. This is a gift from Lang Yi. Yiming handed her a bag of dried fruits. The big wolf's gifts were always simple, sometimes a handful of sunflower seeds, sometimes honey. They were all things the women in the city loved to eat. He remembered, and would bring her some whenever he had the chance. White Gigi felt warm inside. Being cared for like this was really, really nice. I'm feeling a bit homesick, White Gigi said after taking a bite of the steamed egg. Let's go together, Yiming said, lying down in her arms. His head rested on her lap, eyes full of happiness. White Gigi looked at the wound on his neck. Unconsciously, her brows furrowed. Was it because she bit him hard last night? How did it become like this?
Why didn't you say anything?
Look at how bad it is now. Bai Gigi put down the egg cup, her fingertips covered with green silk. Yiming held her hand and gently kissed it. It doesn't hurt. I'm happy. She didn't know he loved being bitten so much. The pain from the broken skin made him feel she was real. Even now, he thought he was dreaming. Be good. I won't hit you anymore. No more biting. It looks too painful. No, I want to be hit. I like being scolded by Gigi. He suddenly leaned in, hugging her. Though he's a snake, he acts like a kitten, eager to bury his whole head in her arms. Bai Gigi gently stroked his back. Should we go see your parents? Yiming refused without thinking. He didn't want Gigi to see those stubborn old faces. Aren't you bringing me back to introduce me to them? Of course not. He just wanted to bring her to see where he lives, like Qian Sun. Bai Gigi looked confused. Yiming said, I just want to bring you back, like Qian Sun. After saying this, his face suddenly turned red. He used to be clueless about everything. He just wanted to give her what he thought was good, including bringing her home. Gigi, take me home. He let go of her hand, his eyes full of longing and a hint of fear. He was afraid she wouldn't want him, even though they had now formed a contract. He was still scared. Familiar long sighs tore through the sky. Yiming hurriedly brought Bai Gigi away, then quickly left. Only the people in the divine realm looked on, sighing as they watched their backs. Their good son had been taken away. It was the kind of day he didn't want to stay at home. When they returned to the small courtyard, no one was there. Everyone was outside in the next yard helping to dry summer cloth. Luo Chao sat under a tree, eating watermelon little by little, holding a stick and directing the workers. Lanting sighed, My Gigi is still so gentle. Luo Chao is more irritating than the peppers in the vegetable garden. Niling rolled her eyes. Shut up. She really can hit people. Luo Chao had been acting confident lately. Ever since she moved that stone, she felt invincible. Neither of the two at home is enough for her to command. Early in the morning, she rushes into their yard, calling a few of them out to do hard work, claiming that Gigi is not at home and needs someone to watch over her. Qian Sun goes to find Bai Qi, but Bai Qi doesn't care and says that he is now just a decoration. Since Ji is not at home, everything is under Luo Chao's control. Now, even the obvious beastmen can see that the tribe is visibly getting stronger and better because of Bai Ji and Luo Chao. At first, Bai Qi thought only Bai Ji received guidance from the beast god, but recently it seems that's not the case. Luo Chao weaves fabric very quickly. She also helps the beastmen in the tribe improve together. Many things seem like she isn't involved, but if you look closely, she is always there. Since the beginning of the development, Bai Qi is happy just to do odd jobs. The wolf tribe is no longer the same as it was at the start. In the past 2 days, the first batch of arrowheads has been made. They were cast in a 1-to-1 mold under Lang Ye's supervision, following Bai Ji's drawings. Then Luo Chao replaced all the crossbow bolts. Bai Qi saw their power. If a beast man with special abilities uses them, they could easily defeat opponents much stronger than themselves. So, he still can't rest? He prefers to stay where it's cool. Qian Sun comes to complain to him. What can he do? He can eat and drink, but he doesn't want to do anything else. Be quick. New clothes aren't easy to wear. Make sure they're smooth before hanging them out to dry. While Luo Chao is speaking, Bai Ji has already arrived at the door. I guess I came back at a bad time. Lan Ting hears this and tears up as she rushes over, looking like a bullied child. It's the right time. Coming back now is just perfect. Big sister. Qian Sun feels wronged and almost can't hold back. He's never done this kind of work before, and the sun is so hot. Chenhua asks, why not stay and play for a few more days? Why come back so soon? Lang Yi also looks up. The little fox jumps directly, bouncing into Bai Ji's arms like a small tabby cat, whining and pointing at Luo Chao to complain, crying out his dissatisfaction. Did you get hit? The fox nods. If he were a male, he'd be too embarrassed to speak, but now he's just a fox, so he has to say it. Nailing the fluffy little paw pointed at her face, and she rolled around in her arms, exposing her pink, chubby little pads. It was so cute that he didn't hear a single word White Gigi said. Blackie, speak up. Can you blame King Zhou for this? She just wants to go to school now, and then raise 2 more pets. Help! Little female, are you listening? Your Chow Chow is bullying us. Nailing pouted and frowned, acting very spoiled. Oh, Chow Chow is bullying you. White Gigi smiled. Lin Wu, you stinky fox, how dare you complain? Who is Chow Chow working for at home? Yin Feng stomped his foot. Exactly. My hands are calloused from working, and I haven't complained. Luo Chao rolled his eyes, and the two immediately shut up. Hearing this, Nailing raised his tail and snorted, ready to complain. He was going to. He burrowed into her arms and rubbed against her. Luo Chao, get ready to cut ties with your good friends. Qian Sun added, stretching out his wrist. Sister, look, my skin is peeling. White Gigi almost laughed to death when she saw this. Yes, it was peeling. If she had come back a little later, the small fish's wound would have healed. So she cleared her throat and said to Luo Chao, Chow Chow, this is your fault. Luo Chao took a bite of watermelon and nodded repeatedly. Right? I think so too. I also want to build a kiln for making pottery. She had told White Gigi about this before. Although White Gigi didn't want to leave, she could expand her business. They quickly agreed. Her magic had already been balanced out. Soon, she would need a lot of beast cores. Nightmare had a solid foundation, but it was not enough. She also wanted to rely on her own strength to gather her share. After all, there will be little ones in the future. Yes, grow bigger and stronger, and create brilliance again. Thinking this, White Gigi spoke up. Really? That's great. I have 3 workers here, a little fox, a small fish that can drop pearls, and a snake treasure. Feel free to use them. Nailing. This was not what he expected. Qian Sun, sister doesn't love me anymore. Lanting. Just do it. She called him snake treasure. Hee hee. Luo Chao waved his small stick, and the 3 immediately went to work. She wanted to say there was still one more, but Yiming was curled up on by Gigi's wrist and wouldn't come down. Luo Chao wasn't afraid of Lan Ting, but she was a little afraid of Yiming. always feeling he might bite. The small stick poked, and Yiming stuck out his tongue, slipping into Bai Jiji's sleeve along her arm. Let's forget about that. Although Yiming had been acting normal these past 2 days, from how he immediately curled up on her wrist after landing, she still couldn't consider him a normal person. Work hard and don't slack off. I'll make delicious food at home for you. Maybe I should do it instead. Chunhua heard she was going to the kitchen and immediately got excited and came over. Make sure to hang the cloth properly.
I'm fine.
It's not the right season yet, and later on you can eat the food I make first because I won't be able to cook then. Chunhua pursed his lips, still a bit worried inside. I'm really fine. Bai Jiji tugged his hand, and only then did Bao Bao reluctantly nod. Let Yiming help you. Bai Jiji chuckled softly. I know. Lan Ting said, Little female, tomorrow is Dragon Boat Festival. Can you help induce labor? I really want to eat those sweet zongzi. The greedy little one was just craving that, staring at the calendar Bai Jiji made every day. It's already Dragon Boat Festival? Bai Jiji sighed internally. So much has happened recently, and she hadn't realized just a few days had passed. Wow, so many things packed into such a short time, making her dizzy from the busy schedule. Next, she planned to rest at home and take good care of the baby. Okay, let's celebrate the festival together tomorrow. Luo Chao nodded happily. She also wanted to eat zongzi. The festive atmosphere swept over, and everyone gradually felt tired. They were all looking forward to tomorrow. That's the charm of festivals. No matter how busy, everyone would pause for this day. When they returned to the yard, it was still early, but since there were quite a few people for dinner, Bai Jiji took a bamboo basket and went to the small vegetable garden. Yiming took it naturally. Let me do it. You help me catch some wild chickens on the back mountain. The Gugu beast. Remember to drain the blood completely. Okay, take your time. Yiming said this, but still carried her to the small vegetable garden. Wait for me here. White Jiji nodded obediently, and Yiming finally felt at ease and went to the back mountain. She picked some green beans, tomatoes, and large chili peppers. She also gathered 2 watermelons and dug up a little bit of potatoes, which Lan Ting liked to eat. She remembered that. After picking the vegetables, she waited a little in the small vegetable garden. Soon, Yiming returned with a wild chicken. However, the big snake didn't seem to know how to handle it. The chicken's head was gone, and its feathers were plucked out in patches. Looking at Yiming, he also had feathers on his mouth. Did you bite it with your mouth? Yiming quickly wiped his mouth and said with a smile, No, I just transformed into a beast form. The chickens were scared and flew into my mouth, so I accidentally bit some feathers. You can use this next time, she said, pulling out a slingshot from her space. She gave him a quick lesson on how to shoot, and by chance he actually hit the big snake with it. This is really good. Jiji, can you give me this? Sure, take it, she replied. Yiming happily put the slingshot into his pocket, jingling as he carried the things he found on the ground toward the kitchen. White Jiji couldn't help but laugh. Yiming's walking was a bit noisy, especially with the big bell on his neck. Ha! He hadn't taken it off since they made the contract yesterday. It seemed he really liked it. Jiji, come quickly, Yiming said happily as he walked ahead. When he turned back and saw that White Jiji wasn't following, he called out to her. She couldn't help but laugh again. Should she tell him he had a chicken feather on his head? Yiming wouldn't tell her that he had deliberately stuck it there to make her laugh. He washed the wild chicken he caught, cleaning it thoroughly. Since it was his first time doing this, he tore it apart in patches. Seeing this, White Jiji sat down beside him and patiently taught him how to clean it, including the internal organs. Doesn't it feel very dirty? Yiming shook his head. No, it's not dirty. If she could do it, he could too. Don't worry, take your time, she said, standing up. She took out some milk she had brought back with nailing. It had been a long time, but luckily she had her space. Otherwise, it would have spoiled. She also took out a little bit of biluakun tea leaves and prepared drinks to chill before cooking. She made 2 kinds of milk tea, one with biluakun tea leaves and the other with rose flowers. After finishing, she called out to the neighbor's yard. Since she learned that Qianxuan space could freeze and preserve things, she stopped using her water magic to chill items because freezing really consumes a lot of magic power. Qianxuan happily returned. She initially thought he missed her, but as soon as he reached the small kitchen, she shoved 2 warm big jars into his arms. Put these in your space to keep cold, but don't freeze them. Go to your chores. I'll call you for dinner later. He didn't see Yiming. Was he not home? That little fish might try to kiss him. Anyway, since he's back and no one else is around, he quickly kissed her, blushing, then ran away. As soon as Qianxuan left, Yiming climbed up White Gigi's leg. His snake tongue curled around her face. She flicked his snake head and scolded, "All that saliva, stop messing around." She knew he would listen. Now it was just the 2 of them, so he sat quietly by the pond, cleaning his internal organs. White Gigi put on an apron and started working. She chopped green onions and spicy meat together, added some pepper powder and salt, mixed well, and stuffed the mixture into cleaned green peppers. She peeled and shredded potatoes, sliced lean meat, and prepared them for later. She diced tomatoes, chopped green onions, and cut green beans into small pieces. There were also 2 bass fish in the fish tank, which she scraped clean, scored, and set aside to remove the fishy smell. She added some sour beans, even though only a few days had passed and the weather had caused them to change color. She had been craving this flavor for a long time. Whether or not they could eat it, she wanted to taste it today. She finished her preparations, and Yiming was still tearing apart a chicken. White Gigi didn't rush him, but instead opened her small oil umbrella and headed to the soybean field. She was making stir-fried chicken with green soybeans. Standing in her own grain field, White Gigi felt very emotional. Thanks to Tua Luo Chao, she would soon be able to eat refined rice, white rice. Lan Ting had already ordered zongzi in advance. Thinking of this, White Gigi activated her wood magic. Since she could only accelerate ripening, she tried to stay close to the soybean field, hoping that after the beans were stimulated to grow, they would produce more beans for her to eat. With that thought, a large amount of green silk emerged from her palm. She directed it toward the nearest rice. In the next moment, the rice seedlings grew taller, as if summoned, and began to produce rice ears. The heavy rice ears quickly turned golden. Bai Gigi was very happy, clearly surprised that the rice ears in this beast world could be so large. She couldn't wait to pick one, peel the shell, and put it in her mouth. She was delighted to find it was sticky rice. The rice-loving creatures are saved now. The claypot rice is calling her. I must say, Lan Ting is really lucky. Without glutinous rice, there is sticky rice, and his rice dumplings are perfect. Soybeans didn't let her down either. They just caught the new vitality, now full and plump. Bai Gigi was so happy, she couldn't stop smiling. No wonder she dressed so well. In this world, even if she is timid, she can't use her skills openly. Her brothers and friends post short videos, claiming they are special effects. But she is different now. She uses her magic openly. Magic makes life easier. She didn't pick many beans, just enough for lunch. As for the rice, they will harvest it in the afternoon. For lunch, they had crab-filled buns. Qian Sun brought back so many king. Those buns are so delicious. In the small kitchen, Yiming finally cleaned up the wild chicken he caught. When he saw Bai Gigi return, he immediately went to greet her. After taking the things from her hands, a big snake had leaned over. "Gigi, I've cleaned all the goo-goo beasts." "Oh, here comes the praise." "Great. Then later, you can peel the—" It's hard to imagine why a 2-meter-tall person would jump around like that. Bai Gigi placed the beans on the table. Over by the stove, she steamed them with firewood. During this time, she took out the remaining flour, filled a big basin, and started kneading the dough. Seeing her work so hard, Yiming wanted to help but was stopped by Bai Gigi. "I only have this one basin." In other words, she was worried he might tear the wild chicken apart. So he could peel the beans instead? The big snake obediently sat down with a plate and quietly started peeling beans. Bai Gigi was kneading dough nearby. Once everything was ready, they were also cooked. That was Yiming's task. He sped up his movements, peeled the beans, and quickly removed the crab meat and roe. During the process, he couldn't resist eating a couple of bites. It was a bit sweet, not the fishy taste he expected. He thought it would be very strong smelling. The firewood was ready, and the pot was heating up. First, fry the chili and meat in the pan, with the meat facing down. Cook until golden and firm, and the chili skin looks tiger-striped. If there's no light or dark soy sauce, add some chopped green onion water and a little honey to enhance the flavor. Cover and simmer for a few minutes, then turn up the heat to reduce the sauce. Finally, sprinkle with chopped green onion before serving. Yimingsu came closer. It was the first time he saw her cook so closely, and he didn't expect it to smell so good. Bai Jiji used chopsticks to pick up a piece, blew on it to cool, and then fed it to him. Yimingsu didn't notice it was hot at first. He chewed a few times before swallowing. This was something she made herself, and it was really delicious. Is it tasty? Bai Jiji asked. She didn't need to ask. Whatever she fed him, he would think it was delicious. She cut up a wild chicken, heated oil in the pan, and used the star anise she carefully found. She smashed garlic and added it to stir-fry, then added chili. Cook until golden and oily, then add water to simmer and develop flavor. She poured in broad beans and continued simmering. It smelled even better now. Yimingsu watched from the side, while Bai Jiji occasionally fed him. The big snake was so excited that its tail wagged like a little dog. Does it taste good? Bai Jiji hesitated but didn't answer. She stir-fried minced meat with green beans and made her own special dish, green pepper shredded, potato shredded, with shredded meat and tomatoes for flavor. It's very appetizing. She also made sour green beans with chicken offal. She didn't let Yimingsu try it yet, but before it was ready, he had already taken 2 bites. That's the taste he loved. No technology, no harsh words, just longing. Pregnant women only think about that one bite. It's happiness in tears. Finally, there was fish soup, made for the children of Luochao's family. Tomato and perch fish soup, cooked with fried eggs. The soup was milky white and fragrant, spreading aroma for miles. Everyone was so hungry. Yimingsu ate first again. Bai Jiji served him a bowl. Like Lanting, he couldn't use chopsticks, so Bai Jiji prepared a fork just for him. Yes, now he has a fork and his own utensils. But how does he look at those special utensils? It's so. Bai Jiji was speechless. Who uses a baby bowl at this age? Jiji, this soup is really delicious. Yimingsu finally understood why those people looked so healthy and plump. It turns out her cooking is so tasty. Even the water creatures taste fresh and delicious. The ones in that big bowl are yours. Eat slowly. White Jiji started making steamed buns, specifically crab meat buns with thin skin and lots of filling. When steamed, they still tasted delicious. Chun Hua and the others nearby were already drooling from the smell of food. They finally understood how it felt to smell delicious meals every day in the tribe. Today, Sister must have made some new food. I haven't smelled some of these flavors before. Lanting sniffed and said, Yes, I'm hungry too. Meanwhile, in the small kitchen, 2 pots of crab yolk buns were steaming hot and ready. Baby Bao had 2 large ones in his bowl. Yeming let out a satisfied burp and then climbed onto Bai Jiji's wrist before everyone returned. I'm going to wash up. Do you want to come down first? Yeming shook his head and covered his head with a cloth to show he wouldn't peek. Bai Jiji ignored him. She was sticky and uncomfortable, so she decided to wash thoroughly after working so hard. In the bathroom, she changed the wooden tub. Bai Jiji was again surprised. Where did Chun Hua find such a big tree? He even brought out a large bath bucket, which looked quite nice. She used water magic to bring up clean water. After a simple bath, she set aside her dirty clothes. That was Chun Hua's job. Others couldn't take it. Her stomach seemed a bit bigger. Bai Jiji no longer wore the low-waisted underwear she had before. She found a high-waisted one in the totem space, which covered her belly. She changed into a long skirt and a long, wide-sleeved grayish-white linen shirt. Why aren't you wearing the clothes I gave you? Yeming poked his snake head out. Your feathered clothes are a bit too fancy, she replied. She didn't say they were flashy. Maybe beasts liked that, but she didn't. Yeming's taste was surprisingly the same as Lanting's. His feathered clothes and Lanting's snakeskin outfit were both on her blacklist. Do you like Sha Jing? He asked again. Bai Jiji, I like you. The gloomy ghost wanted to set a trap for her, but she saw right through it. Yeming felt happy again, hearing what he wanted to hear. He closed his mouth. In the small kitchen, things got lively. Chunhua was waiting outside. As soon as Bai Jiji opened the door, he took the clothes she had changed out of and placed them by the water basin. Eat first, then wash. We've been busy all this time. Bai Jiji hugged him and gave a big, affectionate cat-like purr. Chunhua also missed her very much. He raised his hand to gently hold her chin and kissed her quickly. Miss Jiji, he said softly. He sniffed and said in a husky voice, if you miss me, stay up all night for me. She missed him too, her hua-hua. Yeming felt a little jealous. He opened his mouth under her sleeve, but then pulled back his reason and gave himself 2 slaps. What was he doing? He was her beast husband, yet he was jealous and wanted to bite her? Yeming, oh Yeming, you really are not human. Next time you open your mouth, just go back. Don't stay around her. The big snake convinced himself and blocked his ears. Eat first, Bai Jiji's voice rang out. Chunhua responded very affectionately, and they held hands as they went back to the small kitchen. All the little ones from Luo Chao's family came. The younger ones couldn't be without people. Yin Feng carried 2, and Lin Wu carried 1. Qian Sun's fatherly love was overflowing. He helped Yin Feng carry 1, and Little Fish kindly fed fish soup to the little lion. Luo Chao was surprised. Qian Sun asked curiously, what's wrong? I was just thinking you're a fish and you eat fish. Do you think that's strange? Qian Sun replied, no, he eats his own kind. Big fish eat small fish. How else would he grow? Also, he's a dragonfish, not a bass. Although the words are similar, they're quite different. Luo Chao nodded, understanding that fish also eat fish. Bai Qi and the witch Dr. Grandma also arrived. This was from Luo Chao's Snow Lion tribe. Although Ji could also treat them, the tribe's females still needed a witch doctor during childbirth, especially female witch doctors, which are very rare. As a member of the tribe, she had to think about everyone. When the witch Dr. Grandma saw Bai Jiji, she smiled and said, your cub is very healthy. It seemed she had found a way to make her pregnancy more comfortable. Bai Jiji understood what the grandma meant and smiled a little awkwardly. Thank you, Grandma Witch Doctor. I also think the cub has been less restless lately. White Jiji sat down and the baby inside her moved slightly. A gentle smile appeared on her face, and she instinctively stroked her belly. It seemed like a lively little one. Chunhua's gaze turned toward her. Recently, his sensing had become stronger. The baby in Jiji's belly must be his, because his totem had sprouted a small bud. He checked the totems of Lang Yi and the others. Everything was normal, only his had a tiny sprout. This meant the baby was definitely his. The little one from Luo Chao's family really liked Chunhua. During mealtime, it insisted on being held by him. Yin Feng saw this and smiled, saying, just in time for you to get used to being a dad. That simple sentence softened Chunhua's heart a lot. Yes, he was going to be a father. Ji had given him this child. So, that afternoon, Chunhua fed one baby, Qian Sun fed another, and even Lan Ting, who was usually a bit careless, carefully held and fed a baby. He picked out fish bones and tore the buns into small pieces. Niling also did the same, but the fox could coax children easily. He might not be as careful, but his tail was a magic tool for entertaining kids. Lang Yi looked a bit awkward, but with Chunhua's guidance, he did a good job. The couple from Luo Chao's family finally relaxed their hands. There were 5 babies in total, and they divided them evenly. Eat. Eat big bites. Everyone wanted to try being a dad, so they practiced early, getting familiar with caring for the little ones. Today, Bai Jiji had a good appetite and ate a lot of dishes. The witch Dr. Grandma was trying her food for the first time and kept praising it, saying she didn't want to go back to the Snow Lion tribe. Yin Feng had also learned a bit of skills recently. Luo Chao's family now had their own small kitchen. The witch Dr. Grandma used to think Yin Feng was a good cook, but now, comparing, there's no contest. With the cool milk tea,
They simply couldn't stop drinking.
Nai Ling sipped happily, bubbling with delight. It was so tasty. He still needed to go find the cow to milk it this afternoon. Yeming curled around by Gigi's wrist, blushing as he drank from the cup. He had shrunk his beast form too small to drink properly. Seeing this, Bai Gigi calmly tilted the cup. The big snake gulped down 2 mouthfuls. He was drinking rose-flavored tea, very sweet. Everyone enjoyed this meal very much. Before leaving, Bai Gigi packed several buns for Luo Chao, crab roe buns. They would be perfect for hot dinner tonight. In Feng was very grateful. His family, Chow Chow, really loved eating these buns, but he didn't know how to make them. Now, Gigi had packed so many for them, and In Feng was very happy. Lin Wu and the others didn't have much to give, so they took out a bag of candies. Among beastmen, this is common, giving and receiving gifts. Lu Chao and Gigi's friendship belongs to them. The crab meat inside the buns was brought back by Qian Sun. Without him, they wouldn't have been able to enjoy such delicious food. The 2 beast husbands tried their best to keep Lu Chao and Bai Gigi's friendship balanced and equal. Gigi was very capable, but Chow Chow was also not bad. Bai Gigi didn't refuse or avoid. They exchanged gifts and kept things steady. Everyone interacted in a way that made them comfortable, and that was good. Bai Qi said he also wanted some. Father didn't say a word all afternoon, just focused on working hard. Now that he finally spoke, he asked for buns to take home. Chunhua packed 6 buns and handed them over. The little old lady happily headed toward the Mingshi tribe. After seeing off Lu Chao's family, Bai Gigi was exhausted. Several beast men gathered around her. She paused for a moment and then said she wanted to see Yeming. Niling was unhappy, but the next second, Bai Gigi added, "During dinner, we'll play rock, paper, scissors to make a schedule. 1 by 1, each person would get a turn for a day. No one would be at a disadvantage." Niling shut her mouth happily and went to harvest the rice. Longya washed dishes, and Chunhua washed clothes. Qian Sun and Lan Ting went to help in the fields. In the afternoon, they also needed to bring back the summer cloth. How could Lu Chao's little legs kick so fast? So much fabric. She was doing it all alone. Although she was happy to wear new clothes, working was super tiring. Qian Sun gave Lan Ting a nudge. "That's your fabric." Lu Chao helped, and she didn't complain about being tired. "You always have a sour face. If it weren't for your sister, do you think Lu Chao would even look at you?" He hadn't forgotten how Lu Chao used to look at them, like she was looking at trash, rolling her eyes and even spitting in disgust. "I was just saying, next time don't say anything." "I don't want to hear it. You're protecting Lu Chao." Qian Sun said. "Shut up. She's my sister's good friend. We need to keep our distance but treat everyone equally." A single sentence from Luo Chao forced Nai Ling to use a tough tactic. To quickly become a close relative, she definitely needed to improve her relationship with Luo Chao. At that time, if she spoke a few kind words, she could also be more loved and spoiled. Unlike before, when she heard things like, "Gigi, look at your useless beast husbands. Hurry up and dissolve the contracts." Those words were really unpleasant. Qian Sun had already gotten out of bed. Lan Ting wasn't a fool. He knew what was going on in his heart. So, the little snake wrapped around the little fish secretly took 2 emperor from his face and went next door to give as a gift. Bai Gigi slept all afternoon. She slept very deeply. Yiming stayed by her side and also slept all afternoon. She was awakened by a lick. Yiming stretched his tongue and circled her neck. His mischievous snake mind just woke up, but was interrupted by Chunhua, who stopped all his next moves. When he heard someone coming, he had to curl up again and wrap himself around her wrist. Bai Gigi blinked sleepily and saw Chunhua sitting on the bed, looking at her gently. "Do you want to sleep a little longer?" Bai Gigi shook her head. "No, Lan Ting wants to eat zongzi. Take me to pick some reed leaves." "Reed?" That was Chunhua's new blind spot. Bai Gigi smiled. "It's for making zongzi. I'll tell you later, and you'll understand." "Okay, take me with you." After saying that, he picked her up from the bed and casually left Yiming behind, tossing him aside. Chunhua looked at him with disdain, clearly annoyed that he didn't know when to stop. Yiming wanted to follow, but the leopard moved too quickly. He didn't have time. Watching their backs as they left, he thought for a moment and quickly followed. The reed Bai Jiji wanted to pick was right next to the wooden bridge. Chunhua had already gone into the water, while Bai Jiji sat on the pier, telling him which leaves to pick. Hua, pick the wide ones. Chunhua stood in the water, pulling down the large leaves and stacking them together. Yiming, hiding in the grass, suddenly remembered that Bai Jiji had previously collected duck eggs here. He slipped into the water, swam half a circle, and indeed found quite a few. He was stingy. Unless necessary, he didn't want anyone to see his human form. Jiji liked his face, and he wanted to do his best to show only to her. So, how did he bring those duck eggs back? He enlarged his beast form, his tail curling like mosquito coils. He used his mouth to pick up duck eggs one by one and place them on top, then swam back along the water flow. Chunhua. He was speechless. Completely speechless. Honestly, he didn't want to admit that this creature was also Jiji's beast partner. Can't you see, people? He was either curled up in her hands or in the water. Yiming, mind your own business. Chunhua was disgusted. He kicked him aside with his foot. Swim over there. You look so annoying. The big snake lifted its head and swam toward Bai Jiji, carrying dozens of duck eggs behind. Jiji, look. So many eggs. When talking to her, he even twisted his words. Chunhua found him even more annoying. Bai Jiji had just seen him. Sigh. It seemed Yiming still didn't know how to get along with people. Even her Hua disliked him. Hurry up and come out. Yiming wobbled and brought the duck eggs to her side, but in the next moment, he turned back into a large mosquito coil. He had just seen Nai Ling watching him. The fox rolled its eyes and secretly planned to deal with him sooner or later. Bai Jiji looked at the duck eggs on the ground and gave him an approving look. Not bad, you collected so many. Watching her pick up the eggs, Yiming moved his snake head closer. His soft antennae brushed her palm, making her feel numb. Stop messing around, or you won't have dinner later. She had a busy night ahead. Tomorrow was Dragon Boat Festival, and she wanted to make some colorful strings. Her space had many small DIY items that she could use. Hua, I'm going back first. You can pick the leaves. One leaf makes one zongzi. I know.
Don't make dinner tonight.
I'll do it when I get back. Be careful when passing the pavilion. Some mud hasn't been cleaned up. Okay, I'll be careful. Bai Jiji stretched out her hand. Yiming instinctively climbed onto it. She placed the duck eggs in the small kitchen. She cut some fresh flowers to put in a vase. Seeing that it was still early, she sat down in the small kitchen and took out some small items from her space. There are colorful strings and various beads, all collected during boring times on the mountain to pass the time. After fixing the tools, she sorted the beads by color. The eyes of several animals are different colors, so she decided to make them based on eye color. No one is in the small kitchen. Yiming quietly sits beside her, leaning his head closer. Put out your hand, Bai Jiji says. What is Jiji going to do? During the Dragon Boat Festival, I will make you a bracelet. When Bai Jiji is focused on her work, she naturally doesn't look at others. Her attention is on the string she is weaving. Yiming watches her intently, but he starts to get restless. His tail snakes up her leg. Suddenly, he bumps his head. Yiming covers his forehead. Before he can say it hurts, Bai Jiji gives him a gentle tap. Don't mess around. She adds yellow crystal beads and some silver decorations. The handmade bracelet is finished. Bai Jiji puts it on him, then pushes him aside. He turns into a little insect repellent again, because Qian Sun has returned. Little Fish sits across from Bai Jiji, his face chubby and sweaty. Bai Jiji hands him a handkerchief. Qian Sun takes it but doesn't wipe his sweat. Instead, he casually puts it in his pocket. What is sister doing? Making colorful strings for the Dragon Boat Festival. Do you want one, Qian Sun? While they talk, Qian Sun's bracelet is also finished. It has blue beads paired with small white pearls, very suitable for him. The blue string is tied into a knot, with pretty beads hanging. Qian Sun, who is very fair, is so happy when he wears it. Thank you, sister. I like it so much. Come here. I have something else for you. Qian Sun is a little surprised. Does his sister have two gifts for him? He walks over and squats down in front of Bai Jiji. Suddenly, she takes off his shirt. Qian Sun blushes. He wants to say that Yi Ming is still here, but before he can speak, he feels a chill. He looks down and sees her putting the chain she first gave him around his neck. Sister. Qian Sun looks up, trying not to let tears fall. I remember it. It's fixed now. Little fish looks so good wearing it. I haven't had enough of looking at it. As he spoke, he put his clothes back on, and while tying his belt, he didn't forget to pinch him. Qianshuan's face turned red, and he muttered softly, I will definitely win first place tonight. Go, Qianshuan. Yes, I will. Yeming was unhappy and angry. Before he could cause trouble, Naling had already wrapped him up and tossed him into a water basin. What's that little girl doing? I want to join too. Who can't change? As Naling finished speaking, his fluffy body was already on Bai Jiji's lap. His fox head peeked out from her arms, chin resting on the table, so adorable. Bai Jiji gently patted him, then used a fishing net to lift Yeming out. Stop causing trouble. Oh, I didn't mean to. I thought it was Lan Ting. He was definitely doing it on purpose. Lan Ting. Dear part first, Lan Ting said, reaching out to grab Naling. Bai Jiji patted him. One at a time. Naling is first, so take care of him first. Lan Ting looked a little wronged, but before he could get angry, the little girl pinched his face. Jiji, I know I was wrong. Sit still and behave. Okay, I will sit quietly. Everyone calm down now. Bai Jiji added some elements to Naling's bracelet. Nothing special, her little fox was just too white, with silver eyes. She preferred green, so she added many small green beads. She worked carefully, and Naling quietly waited in her arms. Just as she finished tying the knot, the fox's paw stretched out. Bai Jiji flicked his head. Want me to hang it around your neck? Naling boasted. It can't hang around my neck. The chain you gave me is on it. He reached out and rummaged through his fur, soon finding his fox head necklace. See, I wear it close to me. I wear mine close too. Bai Jiji took out hers. It's the one Naling gave her. They looked at each other and smiled. Yeming was angry. Turns out, the necklace she wore was a gift from the fox. Naling suddenly transformed into a human form with a loud pop. His tail still wrapped around Bai Jiji, and just after putting on his bracelet, he stole a kiss. The tail wagged happily as he went to wash up. Tonight, he must win first place. Next is Lan Guifei. Bai Jiji chose a green ghost gemstone, separated by small white pearls. Lan Ting has a bold look and a bright personality. When he smiles, he looks pure like a college student. So Bai Jiji didn't use braided cords for him, but instead chose a sturdy rubber band, stringing a bunch of them together. Lan Ting was almost overjoyed, but still seemed a little unsatisfied. He pointed at a silver ornament shaped like a lily in the small wooden dish and asked, Jiji, can I have this? No, I'm afraid you'll eat it in the middle of the night. Lan Ting pouted, and Bai Jiji couldn't refuse him, so she added many small food-themed accessories. Is this a little zongzi? I want it. Is this a hot dog? Is it tasty? Then add it for me too, huh? A burger? Jiji, I want it. Everyone's bracelets were simple, but Lan Ting's became a luxurious Pandora-style piece. Still, he wasn't satisfied and kept staring at the half-red apple in the small wooden dish, looking distracted. Is it okay if I string this for you? Wow. Really? Thank you so much. Boo-hoo, Jiji, I knew you cared about me. How could people change like this? How did it come to this? Bai Jiji missed the old Lan Ting a little. Jiji, to thank you for making me a bracelet, I promise to win first place and stay up all night for you. Chenhua sneered, unable to understand where he got his confidence. Chenhua, you're back? Why do you need so many leaves? I'm making zongzi. Lan Ting was already floating away. Zongzi. Why isn't it tomorrow yet? I'm so anxious. Come over and help roll the rice. Lang Yi returned, carrying a basket of rice stalks on his back. Don't be fooled by Lan Ting's lazy words. As long as it involves eating, no matter how complicated, he doesn't find it troublesome. Shelling rice is his specialty. Yiming's luminous pearl was moved to the open space where rice was drying. Lan Ting's snake body moved like a shelling machine, swirling around. The wind flowed over him, and with just the right force, the white rice grains fell down. Lang Yi helped beside him, blowing the husks away with the evening breeze. The two worked together and finally collected half a basket of rice. It was enough for a few days. The rest could be done slowly. Today's harvest was quick, mainly for tomorrow's zongzi. Lan Ting was the happiest. It was such a pity to throw zongzi into the water. It would have been better to put it in his mouth. Mine will be ready soon. Do you want to wash up first? Lang Yi urged. Tonight was the night to decide the winner. If he was going to sleep with Gigi, then he couldn't wash in the river. So he needed to use the bathroom. Then I'll go wash up first. Clearly, Lan Ting thought the same as him. After packing the rice, Lang Yi moved to the small kitchen. Bai Gigi had already made his bracelet, with a small moon hanging in the middle, decorated with white, black, and red beads. Bai Gigi also chose animal teeth. Following the idea that it could match his black ceramic necklace, she kept it simple. The big wolf had a very cold aura, and Bai Gigi loved his looks. Unlike the noisy ones earlier, Lang Yi sat quietly in front of her, stretching his hand out long, not saying a word, but his thoughts were in his eyes. He stared so intensely that Bai Gigi's face turned red. Her hand trembled, almost not putting it on. Don't rush. Take your time tying it. Lang Yi's voice was very low but strangely. Don't talk. Hee, okay. The deep, gentle, indulgent laugh of the big wolf sounded. Bai Gigi gave up and simply tied a tight knot. Why are your hands so sweaty, Gigi? He asked knowingly. Really? What's the point of releasing hormones for no reason? Lang Yi watched Bai Gigi run away in a panic. He leaned back in his chair, determined to win tonight. Bai Gigi went to take a shower. Yemming a small body bit her skirt hem. She wanted to wash too. She was already nervous, and when she pushed the door open, she directly bumped into Lan Ting's arms. Such strong muscles. Ouch! 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 Bai Gigi covered her head and hit him. Lan Ting took a step back and pulled her into the bathroom. Without saying a word, he hugged Bai Gigi and immediately pressed his lips to hers. Gigi, have you missed me? Lan Ting reluctantly released Bai Gigi's lips. His deep voice carried a hint of grievance. He was pretending to be confident. That handsome guy from my pie was also outstanding. He was afraid Bai Gigi would stop liking him in the future, so he had been acting up just now. Of course, he really did like those little things. He likes the way she pampers him, knowing he's being unreasonable but still satisfying his small whims. He notices all her little feelings of frustration, and her gentle way of comforting him makes her very easy to soothe. He holds her, kisses her, and her mood calms down. His warm lips lightly peck her face like a gentle bird, saying, "The water is ready. You can wash up now." He can endure it, brave Lan Ting, and he wins first place. Gigi, do you want me to stay up and keep watch for you? She feels unsure again. Yes, I do. So, can Lan Ting cheer up a little? Bai Gigi's hands are mischievous, touching him randomly. Yiming is so angry he almost explodes, but she clearly enjoys teasing Lan Ting. She has never played with him like this before. How can Lan Ting resist her teasing? She quickly turns red and runs away, because of Lang Yi. Lan Ting also runs away, because of her. Watching her stumble and run, she laughs foolishly. Is it fun? Yiming comes closer and presses her against the wall.
Wow.
Were you in the water tank just now? Bai Gigi is surprised. When did he catch up? Is it fun? Yiming ignores her hesitation. He takes her hand and places it on his abs, then softly pleads in a sad tone like Lan Ting. Gigi, play with me. I'm also very fun. Please, okay? Bai Gigi smiles widely. This is the first time she's seen someone so bold, and she likes it. She adjusts her shoulder strap, letting it slip down with a click.
Yemin's pupils shrink.
He thought it was what he imagined, but then... Bai Gigi lifts her leg and sits into the bath. She hands him a towel. Help me scrub my back. Gigi, you're tormenting me. Yiming's hands tremble. Her back looks so good. He swallows nervously and carefully leans in. At first, he applies force, but later, it turns into gentle caresses. Bai Gigi pulls him in suddenly. The spacious bath becomes crowded instantly. Yiming is startled and tries to keep his distance, supporting himself with both hands to avoid touching her belly. Didn't I ask you to play with me? Why are you hiding? As he speaks, green vines suddenly wrap around him, binding him tightly. Yiming is and leans against the side, feeling extremely happy inside. If only I could come back now. Bai Gigi held his chin and smiled. I see desire in your eyes. Do you like being teased? Yiming nodded. That's exactly the feeling. Is it fun? A moist tongue stretched out, and Bai Gigi turned her face aside, biting his neck. The skin tingled, and in the next moment, a faint smell of blood appeared. Yiming hummed softly, and his snake tail unconsciously curled around her little leg. Stop moving or I'll skin you. They had already fought and bitten each other. She was going to take a shower. Bai Gigi pressed him into the bathtub, then got up to wash herself. Yiming's eyes were covered, and he could only listen to the water's sound, feeling restless. His little creature was truly a fairy, no, a charming demon. When the cloth on her face was removed, Bai Gigi had finished washing. She was wearing a beige long dress, drying her wet hair. Looking at her hand reaching out to him, Yiming obediently moved closer, though his posture seemed a bit off. Bai Gigi thought she had seen wrong. She raised her wrist to examine it carefully, and then realized that this annoying guy was actually using her wrist as a chew toy. Get down here. Wrap tightly, cover her head, pretend to be dead. The big snake was still a snake. He was a leech-type creature. He didn't want to come down. Who asked her not to play with him properly? The angry serpent spread its two horns, perfectly covering her eyes. Bai Gigi was speechless. She turned around to find a jar to soak him in alcohol. Standing with her wet hair messy in the wind, she originally didn't plan to wear an outer garment. Now she had to. Not only that, but she also had to wear something tight. If anyone saw, they'd surely call her embarrassing. She told herself to stay calm. She shook her head and used her magic to dry her hair, fixing her hairpin, then tidied her mood before heading to the small kitchen. Chunhua was already cooking. The reed leaves for wrapping zongzi, sticky rice dumplings, had been washed. Seeing her, Chunhua immediately put down what he was doing and reached out his hand. Bai Gigi pursed her lips, pretending not to understand his meaning. Chunhua was anxious now. Gigi, do you have one for me this time too? Biao Biao's ears drooped. He knew how to handle her. As soon as he saw her animal ears look sad, Bai Gigi quickly took out the bracelet she had made. It was a small ceramic snow leopard with tiny snowflakes and a white flower next to it. She always put extra care into things related to him. Chunhua looked at the bracelet in his hand, feeling very happy inside, full of joy. Gigi, I also have a gift for you. Chunhua gently pulled her closer and took out a small wooden box from his pocket. Bai Gigi only knew Chunhua was good at woodworking, but she never thought he could also carve wood so well. When she opened the box, her heart skipped a beat. Inside was a carved snow leopard holding a gardenia flower, so lifelike and detailed. Wow, so beautiful. You're so talented. I'm glad you like it. I want to learn to make more things for you. Gigi, I want to give you happiness. He just wanted to treat her well. As long as she was happy and content here, she wouldn't think about home. He didn't know how to send her back, but he would work hard to find a way. This young girl came from a high-level civilization. No matter how good her life was now, she would at some point think about returning home. Chunhua didn't want her to have any regrets or be unhappy. Hua, why are you so kind? Because I like you. I like you so much. Bai Gigi threw herself into his arms, feeling his warmth. Usually it was them who leaned on her, but she really liked leaning on Chunhua. His scent was so nice, no matter how much he burned firewood, he never smelled smoky. Go sit down. I'll be done soon. Oh, by the way, Luo Chao just brought some fresh meat. Do you want to eat some? Yes, I want some. Stew it plainly. Okay, wait for me a moment. I'll be right there. Shenhua turned and started working quickly. He rolled down his sleeves and used his special ability to protect the bracelet she gave him. Yiming watched clearly. He knew he couldn't win against Shenhua. The young girl was being fair on the surface, but in reality, her feelings for Shenhua and for them all were very different. She depended on him. Yes, she depended on him. Yiming had seen many sides of Bai Jiji, but he had never seen her so girlish and tender. Not even on the night they formed their contract. I feel a bit sad inside, but at least I managed to get in. There's plenty of time ahead, and he can take his time to prove to her that she can rely on him. Tonight, Shenhua and Bai Jiji seem off. One is sitting at the dining table, the other at the stove, but whenever their eyes meet, sparks fly. Yemings can't take it anymore. He's been waiting patiently, so he bit her wrist. That little rascal. It hurts so much. Bai Jiji's hand was sticky. She slightly disliked it and pulled him off, tossing him into the water basin. She was still upset. Qian Sun, do you still have sea urchins in your space?
Yes.
Come on, throw them into the basin. I need them. Evil Ji successfully played her trick. Yemings begged for mercy urgently, but it was too late. He splashed a couple of water drops and Bai Jiji grabbed his throat, pressing him down. She covered his mouth with a lid and pressed a stone on top. Next time you bite someone, I'll put you in the pot. The smell on his wrist was terrible. Is this something a person can do?
Ah.
She washed her hands twice with soap. Qian Sun frowned so hard it could kill a fly. He really didn't want to understand immediately. But thinking carefully, besides Yemings, no one else could do such a thing. The little fish got angrier the more he thought about it, so he secretly lifted the lid and put a few live electric eels inside. Until dinner started, Yemings was still in prison. Bai Jiji ate too much at noon and had little appetite at night. She only ate 2 meatballs, drank some soup, and went to brush her teeth. When she returned, 6 people sat in a row, ready to start hunting. Yemings was soaking wet, with 2 sea urchins on his head, and his hair stuck to his face, dripping water. Could this be a person? Bai Jiji shrugged, indicating she was going back to the cave. They could guess the order themselves. Just remember your order, and stick to it from now on.
No cheating.
After saying that, she went into the cave. A few others rubbed their fists eagerly, expecting to guess for a while. But surprisingly, it ended very quickly.
1. Shenhua 2. Lang Ie 3. Nai Lang 4. Qian Sun 5. Jiming 6. Lan Ting.
Lan Ting's roar came from outside. New people are here, and he's still at the bottom? Nai Ling smirked. Brothers in hardship. It is hard to say that the fox's expression was not one of gloating. Lan Ting sighed deeply, looking very angry and upset. He looked at his hand, feeling frustrated about why he couldn't win even once. Did those people not know his psychological tactics? Why did they all know that his next move would still be the cloth card? Thinking about Yiming cutting him down with 2 pairs of scissors, Lan Ting felt very annoyed. Let's do it again. The gloomy ghost looked up but didn't even bother to give him a proper look. It transformed into a big snake and slipped into the cave. It was heading in the wrong direction, but Nanning quickly stepped forward and stomped on its tail. Yiming turned back, showing his teeth, looking handsome for just a second, then suddenly, with a loud snap, a vine shot out from the cave, hitting him and pushing him aside. Before anyone could react, the vine wrapped around the snake and dragged it inside. Lan Ting chuckled mischievously. Someone was about to be dealt with. Nanning crossed his arms. Stop gloating. He has a little female to deal with. You shouldn't be idle either. The pavilion must be fixed tonight. Then the fox turned his gaze to Shenhua and said with a smile, How long are you going to hide those things you've prepared? Shenhua replied, You first fix your pavilion. Qianshuan sat by the water barrel, playing with an electric eel. He also thought Nanning's speed was a bit slow. The pavilion still had a big hole in it. Lang Yi, come help, Nanning said, pulling out 2 pieces of wood from his space. Qianshuan was surprised. How did he manage to get such large objects inside? You. Nanning snorted coldly. You don't really think I ran away from home, do you? He went to find suitable wood. Naturally, he wanted to personally prepare the pavilion for the little female. He couldn't give her everything right now, but he wanted to do his best to be good to her. After speaking, everyone went to work, each doing their part. During the Dragon Boat Festival, Lanting looked at the reed leaves on the stove, already looking forward to them. Inside the cave, Yiming was locked onto the bed by Gigi. The big snake looked wronged. He turned over and immediately hugged her waist. "You're really annoying," her gentle voice sounded in his ear. Yiming couldn't help but feel wronged. He didn't want to be apart from her. They had waited so long to be together, but now he was ranked 5th. "I don't want to be at the back." He is experiencing love for the first time. Just tasting it makes him crave more. Even if he can't be with her every day, just staying close to her is enough. Chunhua is strong and bossy, but Niling isn't easy to get along with. The wolf over there doesn't speak, and Qiansun is someone you can't touch. Then there's that snake. So good at acting cute with 2 different faces. Yeming suddenly feels he has no advantage at all. He really wants to fight. Isn't it better to compete fairly? Why must they always use rock, paper, scissors? Thinking about this, his eyes become moist. He rests his head on her lap, avoiding looking at her. "Are you angry?" Yeming isn't easy to please. He has many stubborn points and a lot of unreasonable thoughts. She worries he might drive himself crazy someday. He already knew this when he came. He just couldn't help himself. "I'm not trying to compete for your affection maliciously. I just don't want to be apart from you, Gigi. Why can't I grow on your body?" He finally lifts his head and sits up, tears falling as he looks down. His heart feels heavy. He keeps telling himself it's okay, but he cares so much. Lost in thought, he angrily slaps himself twice. Gigi stops him from continuing and pulls him onto the bed, gently wiping his tears with her fingers. "I still like your rebellious and wild side." She isn't joking, at least that makes him seem a bit more normal. "Gigi, you're joking with me," with a small, grievance-filled cry, a slight lisp, and that contrasting, adorable face. She melts. Yeming's sadness is gradually replaced by her kisses. The scent of roses fills the air as her lips invade him. His body softens, trembling as he wraps himself around her. She soothes him. The big snake feels excited inside, craving her more passionately. His kisses are full of possessiveness, as if he wishes he could grow on her. Gigi takes a moment to let him breathe, releasing him. Yeming's eyes are full of affection, no longer shining with tears. "Do you feel better now?" He nods, a smile that can't be suppressed on his face. Gigi gently pinches his face, applying slight pressure. Yeming reaches up and jingles the bell on his neck, smiling. "I will be good. I believe you." White Gigi stood up and took out many of her daily items from her space. She neatly packed them into a box and pushed it toward him. "Put this in your cave. Don't hide my clothes anymore." Yeming's eyes lit up. He eagerly took the items and stored them in his space. "I will be good. I won't cause trouble." "I know," she replied. White Gigi gently touched his small face, thinking he was a very obedient person. She realized she was mistaken. It turned out she was early to judge. On the very first night, he was so clingy, and there would probably be more surprises later. Yeming's problems are more than just wanting attention. "Still want more," she said. White Gigi spoiled him, taking a few more bites. Yeming was finally satisfied and slid off the bed. Before leaving, he turned back to ask, "Gigi, can I see you tomorrow?" He was referring to the thing wrapped around her hand. "It's okay, it's all right." They just formed a contract, and she could tolerate him for a few days. If he keeps pushing, so be it. What bad intentions could he have? He's just a little clingy. Chunhua passed by Yeming as he entered. A big snake carried a box filled with White Gigi's belongings, proudly crawling out. How can he be so unpresentable? He spends all day crawling on the ground, dark and gloomy. "Is it settled?" Chunhua asked. White Gigi was lying on the bed, watching Chunhua, who was still damp from washing. She couldn't help but smile. He looked so eye-catching. Because he had just finished washing, Chunhua wasn't wearing a shirt. He only wore a pair of loose pants she had made before, hanging loosely at his waist. The fabric swayed, revealing his legs. His strong chest was covered in tiny water droplets. Broad shoulders, narrow waist, slim and toned. His movements to wipe his hair were casual but powerful. His gray-blue eyes carried a sweet smile, and his 8-pack abs moved strongly under the firelight. Little water droplets slid down. Following the V-line, they went down. The defined muscles extended but were hidden by his clothes. White Gigi swallowed hard. This scene was too intense. She pressed her hand to her chest. She couldn't help but roar inside. Get a grip. It's not the first time I've seen this. All right. It's settled. Bai Gigi suddenly stammered. She quickly rolled over, unable to look anymore, afraid she would start bleeding again. Her perfect figure paired with that wonderful face was too much for her to handle. A shadow fell over her, enveloping her completely. Manhwa wrapped her in his arms, and as he looked at his little female, his animal ears immediately stood up like airplane ears. His fluffy snow leopard tail rested on her lower belly. Feeling a bit itchy, Bai Gigi whimpered softly. Don't speak, Manhwa said. He opened his mouth and gently bit her earlobe. His pink tongue, with soft little bumps, licked delicately. Bai Gigi felt overwhelmed. She dared not move. Just now, when you looked at me, weren't you wanting me? He asked in a deep, pleasant voice, with a hint of huskiness. Because they were so close, his nose almost touched her skin near her ear, and his warm breath made her ears turn red. Manhwa chuckled softly, clearly in a very good mood. His little female was truly different. Her eyes looked fierce, but she was so timid. He was pleased, and his smile grew wider. Gigi, why are you trembling? Who can stay calm when someone points a toy gun at them? But she didn't dare to say anything. This was Manhwa. She couldn't bully him. She could only be passive. Thinking back to when she used to pull him into the space, she could take the lead. But somewhere along the way, the roles had changed. The big cat was acting so domineering, it was almost unreasonable. It left her powerless to resist. Why do you think I'm trembling? Bai Gigi said irritably, pinching his face. Manhwa laughed again, then took her hand and brought it to his lips. I asked the witch, Dr. Grandma. She said we can. Bai Gigi froze. Why ask the witch, Dr. Grandma? Wouldn't it be better to ask her directly about such things? But she hesitated. Manhwa understood her concerns. He let out a barely noticeable sigh, then opened his mouth and bit her again. This time he bit her nape, his usual habit. When he wanted to sleep peacefully, he would bite her nape and hold her tightly, not letting go. Bai Gigi was worried he might get shoulder periarthritis. The little snow leopard obediently closed his eyes. Who made him so over the top? Well, whatever. He would stay alert through the night, guarding her and the little one. White Gigi moved painfully, feeling a hot sensation around her waist. Did Manhwa fall asleep? Maybe you should be gentle. The leopard turned over and sprang up, coming back to life. White Gigi. Manhwa was indeed very gentle, so gentle that it almost drove her crazy. She whined all night and finally fell asleep, but something felt off. White Gigi looked at her still LV4 totem space and thought deeply. So it must be Manhwa's child? No energy at all. All of it seemed to go to the baby. Is that how it is? Then she looked at the so-called passive skill. One small corner was lit up, but the other corner was blank. White Gigi fell into deep thought again. Nightming's beast rank isn't low, so it shouldn't be like this. Could it be that he's not capable? Thinking of this, White Gigi blushed. She knew very well whether Nightming was capable or not. That's why she said it shouldn't be like this. She herself could control the wind, but it was very weak. Still, they shouldn't be completely connected. The icon showed no response at all. As she thought, she fell asleep again, half dreaming and half waking. She seemed to see a small snow leopard. No, it didn't look like a snow leopard, but its outline was very similar to Manhwa. It was pure white with mysterious patterns. It seemed to notice White Gigi watching him. The little creature tilted its head, sitting on a snowflake, with eyes like jade. It had snow leopard spots on its ears, wore twin horns, and had small wings hidden among its fur. White Gigi was stunned. She thought, isn't this the divine beast Mengji? Why is it appearing in her dream? The little guy stepped on the snow, approaching her affectionately and nuzzling her. Is this her child? Little one. So cute. The max version of the snow leopard, hee. The mother mumbled in her sleep, grabbing a clump of fur randomly. She thought she was holding a tiny, cuddly snowball, but it was actually Shenhua's broad chest muscles. The leopard winced in pain. Was this a dream for the little female? White Gigi kept murmuring. Outside, the sky was getting brighter. The little creature curled up and rolled into the snowflake, reluctantly waving goodbye to White Gigi. Mother, will we see each other again? She thought it was so adorable. She really wanted to hold it and cuddle it. Fragrance. After saying that, it disappeared without a trace. Bai Gigi hurriedly chased after it, but stepping into empty space caused a sudden feeling of weightlessness, and she woke up with a start. Gigi, what's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? Shenhua held her face with concern. His leopard-like chest muscles were bruised, showing how hard she had grabbed just now. It's not a nightmare. Bai Gigi calmed herself down, and a small smile appeared on her face. It was definitely Mengji. The little guy was good at entering dreams. It seemed that because he had absorbed Shenhua's energy, he could take shape in her dreams. Hua, what's wrong? Bai Gigi playfully bit his shoulder, imitating the tone of the little one earlier, and said, fragrance. But what exactly was fragrant? The smell of meat? Blood? Energy? Was it her scent or her child's or his? Whatever, everything smells good. She pushed him into the space with force. Shenhua's body softened, and he fell back onto the big bed from before. One more time, she hoped she could see her little one again tonight. He was just too adorable. I refuse. Bai Gigi's action of pulling down his shorts stopped instantly. She looked at him with some confusion. Why? You're pregnant with the little one. Last night, you were so exhausted that I was already worried. If we do it again, I'm afraid you can't handle it. He knew his own strength. What if something went wrong? Their home wasn't just him. No, I say so. My words definitely count. Shenhua grabbed his clothes and refused to let go. His long leopard legs locked her in place. One hand held his waistband, while the other blocked Bai Gigi from pulling at him. The big leopard curled up on the bed like a quail. Bai Gigi tried to tickle him, scratching him to make him open up, but Shenhua's ears turned red. He bit the pillow, trying not to laugh. But Bai Gigi was in a restless state, and suddenly, without warning, they both fell back into the cave with a loud crash. Nai Ling, who was arranging flowers, said, Shenhua's long legs held Bai Gigi and pulled at his waistband, both of them silent. They had been playing happily, but the claws that were about to scratch suddenly froze midair. Nai Ling said, You two are having quite a good time. After speaking, he looked at Shenhua. Wait, what expression does the fox have? Shenhua's smile froze on his face. He quickly explained, Nai Ling, listen to me. It's not what you think. The fox grinned. You should have told me earlier. Earlier? Shenhua felt a bit helpless. Yemings raised his head proudly and came over. His dark body casually wrapped around Bai Gigi's wrist. Lanting also hurried in, saying, Get up. Shenhua, Gigi, wake up. Today is a festival. Zongzi, Zongzi. Qianshuan stood at the door holding Ai Yi, clearly waiting for a while. Hearing the noise inside, he stepped in. Lang Yi stepped out from the shadows, with his arms crossed. When did he arrive? Shenhua. Lang Yi went forward and picked Bai Gigi up. Today, she belonged to him. Before leaving, he didn't forget to poke Shenhua's lung tube. If you know you can't do it next time, just sit at the back. Big Wolf, can you lick your lips a little? Lanting, who can't do it? Shenhua's face turned cold. Are you not interested in eating Zongzi? Lanting shut up and left angrily. Nai Ling couldn't hold it anymore. It was rare to see Shenhua so defeated. And the little female didn't say a word to help him explain. Hilarious. I told you, it's not what you think, Shenhua said as he got up from the bed. His loose long pants couldn't hide everything that needed hiding. Everyone was silent. Niling, a type of plant. Not fun at all. Time to work. The fox turned around proudly. Today, he had many things to do. His calm face couldn't hide his inner doubt. He was starting to break down. Whoa, does he think he's always the one who can't do it in the little female's heart? Niling's tail couldn't lift up. He fell into deep self-doubt. Today, the big wolf dressed up specially. He wore the clothes Bai Gigi made for him. He had already checked the Longshore tribe early in the morning to make sure everything was fine. After that, he came back to wash up and make himself look as perfect as possible. He deliberately loosened his shirt knot. He still remembered what kind of look the little female liked. Moreover, he also prepared a surprise. White Gigi was busy washing up, unaware of Long Ye's thoughts. She only knew that the big wolf was indeed very handsome today, but before she could look at him twice, the annoying person had turned her face back. Yiming stood beside her, copying her and holding his own toothbrush to brush his teeth. This is a towel. After using it, hang it nearby. The bigger one is a bath towel. Do you know what a bath towel is? White Gigi was teaching him.
Yiming nodded.
His towel was very soft, the one she prepared for him.
But,
can I use one with you? He didn't want everything to be separate. White Gigi paused for a moment, thinking about his suggestion. But the other 5 had always been obedient and used their own towels. Since she was starting, I promise I won't tell anyone, Gigi. Please, I don't want everything to be separate. He saw her hesitation and immediately promised, wrapping his arms around her and swinging them.
Fine, fine.
Only the towel, not the toothbrush. Yiming had some foam on his mouth. When he heard her agree, he smiled happily. White Gigi wiped his face with a towel, and when applying the fragrant lotion, she didn't forget to give him a little. Yiming bent over, looking very pleased. Today was a festival, and White Gigi also dressed up. She chose a green outer coat, with a white dress underneath that had some design. Her hair was half up, fixed with a sandalwood hairpin. The earrings were chosen by Yiming, small green dumpling-shaped studs. He also changed the earrings on his ears to match hers. After everything was ready, he climbed onto her wrist. Today, his beast form was a little smaller, almost like a bracelet. When the bathroom door opened, Qiansun immediately stepped forward and covered her eyes with a fishnet veil. Little Fish held her hand and softly said, "Sister, don't be afraid. We prepared a festival gift for you. Come with me." In the middle of a flower sea, a pavilion was built. It had 2 floors, about 80 square meters. Below was a small river flowing nearby. Niling was very good at landscaping, strange-shaped stones stacked together, some cute, some suitable as stone stools. Along the way, different flowers and plants were planted. Niling's taste in decoration was truly excellent. The river flowed gently, surrounded by little fish. Qiansun specially found freshwater fish, each very beautiful. Even at night, they could be seen by the shore. Under the corridor was a wooden table and chairs made by Manhwa, along with a small bed. There are countless small wooden crafts, and everything that was usually piled on the dining table has been moved here, her handmade jewelry, her dried flower petals. On the table, there are various bouquets and handwoven items by Lang Yi. The shell wind chimes swayed gently in the breeze. It's not the sound of a foolish mind, but the whisper of happiness. Surrounding the first floor, sheer silk curtains flutter lightly in the wind. Lan Ting doesn't have much to show off, so he wrapped different patterns around the 4 pillars on the first floor, following Niling's request. Lang Yi loves to give small snacks, so the original hydrangeas near the pavilion were replaced with sunflowers. He doesn't know what kind of flower it is, only that its fruit is loved by the females of the city-state. If others have it, his Ji must have it too. Yiming also participated. His luminous pearls are embedded on both sides of the pond for easy nighttime lighting and viewing. In the middle of the pavilion, there's a large one kept for night use. The bed is covered with a special cloud blanket from the divine realm. In short, they tried their best to make this pavilion perfect. Although time was tight, there was not a single flaw. Bai Gigi stood by the pond in the pavilion and couldn't help but cry. How did these people do it? Even in modern times, such a project couldn't be completed so beautifully in such a short time. No wonder the big wolf kept blocking her view when he carried her out earlier. Turns out the surprise was here. Yesterday, it was a mess, but overnight, it was beautifully transformed. Her beast husbands truly love her with all their hearts. Looking at the beautiful pavilion in front of her, Bai Jiji felt in her heart how lucky she was to live such a good life. Big sister, do you like it? Qian Sun, wearing a flower crown, smiled brightly. The flowers today were worn by little fish himself. Not only him, Lang Yichenhua and Lan Ting also wore flowers. Niling looked stunning. Absolutely beautiful. Yes, truly beautiful. He stood in the middle of the pavilion, wagging his tail behind him. The fluffy, snow-white fox with a flower crown on its head approached her, then bowed and took her upstairs. The second floor was full of surprises. Bai Jiji once again marveled at what these few could do. How did they manage it? Did they really develop all the step-by-step from the woodworking techniques she gave them? How clever must they be? She just looked around. The pavilion is made entirely of solid wood, polished so smoothly that it doesn't look like a pavilion at all. It looks more like a proper small wooden house, very old-fashioned. On the first floor, there's a fish pond at the entrance. The second floor feels more like a home, with a small low table, something familiar. Her calendar is also hanging up. The blinds are made of bamboo, pearl beads, and fishnet fabric layered together. It seems they prepared for all weather, covering different windows for rain, sun, and wind. There is good ventilation on both sides. A simple bed is placed there, with a soft blanket, so she can see different views no matter where she sits. Facing the morning light, there's another wooden table. Like the one on the first floor, it has a nice shape. Bai Ziji's eyes are fixed on the carved wood sculpture, which depicts 7 small figures. The one in the middle is her. It's clear that Yeming was added later. There was barely enough space for him, but Chanhua managed to fit him in. The big snake looks unhappy with its position and keeps circling her hand anxiously. Bai Jiji gently calms him, stroking his scales to signal him to be quiet. Sure enough, he's a dog, just a touch, and he's calm. It's hot now. If you don't want to sleep in the cave anymore, you can come here, Niling said, lifting her and placing her on the bed. The wall behind the bed is wooden but has a large window, offering a great view. Thank you, my big fox. I like it very much. Niling chuckled and leaned in, pointing to his lips. I like to return the favor here, he said. He pinched her and kissed her. The fox smiled happily. Gigi's mouth is so soft. Too bad. Today isn't my turn. Tomorrow will be, Bai Jiji said, pinching his face. Niling kissed her hand naturally, his smile like a gentle spring breeze, making her feel warm and ticklish inside. When they came down from the loft, Qiansun also approached. He wanted to return the favor too. Lan Ting didn't want it, so Lan Ting just kissed him instead. Chanhua was busy in the kitchen, preparing as Bai Jiji said, soaking the rice first. She had honey and marinated meat, and today they planned to make 2 kinds of zongzi. The Luo family also arrived. Chanhua went to call them. Naturally, they wanted to celebrate the festival together. White Qi and the high priest brought over new animal skins and cleaned up prey. I heard today is the Dragon Boat Festival. Lan Ting has been talking about it in the tribe these days. My father and I also want to join in the fun and experience what the festival is like. Gigi looks especially beautiful today. Luo Chao praised. Gimi, you look lovely and lively today too. Luo Chao was wearing a fishnet dress. She had her hair braided and decorated with a small flower pin. She didn't look like a mother at all, but more like a fairy from the mountains. Luo Chao is not tall. When Yin Feng holds her cub, he also takes a moment to hold her. Bai Jiji took out a bracelet she made for her, along with 5 pretty woven colorful cords, which were prepared for her cubs. This one is yours. See if you like it, Bai Jiji said, handing her a flower-decorated bracelet. I love it. Thank you, Gigi. I have a gift for you too. She made a fluffy flower headpiece. The material isn't clear, but it looks very nice. Luo Chao is very skillful, and her creations are very delicate. Bai Zhizhi said thank you, then leaned her head forward, and Luo Chao clipped it onto her tied-up hair. That looks very pretty. The two females exchanged gifts. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, things were bustling. Lan Ting was busy with Chen Hua making delicious food, while Yin Feng was learning from the side. Qian Sun and Nai Ling became temporary fathers, and the little cubs were very clingy to them. Lang Yi was washing vegetables and picking fruits, busy bringing fruits to Bai Qi and others. I heard that there's a delicious melon here. I want to try it too. How many beastmen cried with envy when Lang Yi opened the box at the Mengshi tribe last time? Countless. Now, nearby tribes know that the wolf tribe is farming, and their produce is tasty and just as good as roasted meat. Kuei Xing hears Bai Qi bragging every day, and now he's starting to farm too. He even traded for many seeds with the bird tribe. The flower leopard tribe is the same. They are all copying the wolf tribe one-to-one. Actually, Lang Yi is quite busy. He's busy teaching people how to dig out stone pots and how to cook big wolf-style stews. In short, don't bother Bai Zhizhi. Father, that is a watermelon. Lan Yi was already prepared, cooled by Qian Sun's ice. His supernatural power formed a wind blade, and he cut 2 large pieces of watermelon. Bai Qi and the others had never eaten this fruit before. One bite made them feel very happy, and the coldness was especially refreshing on such a hot day. 2 pieces were definitely not enough. Bai Zhizhi stopped Lan Yi from cutting more, saying, "You can't eat any more now. We have to eat lunch later. Dad, if you like, I can bring some home later." Lin Yi was not eating for the first time. His gaze fell on Luo Chao, who was eating very neatly, but her eyes showed surprise. Recently, the two of them had been eating a lot of watermelon with Chow Chow, but he still thought about saving the watermelon seeds. Maybe he could try planting some. Bai Zhizhi noticed his small action and took out a bag of sunflower seeds from her space, giving it to him. "Use these. You can't grow watermelons from the seeds you spit out." "Really? I'm not exactly sure how, but I tried before, and it really doesn't work." Lin Yu nodded after hearing this and put away the bag of sunflower seeds. "Can I plant them now?" He wanted Luo Chao to be able to eat his grown watermelons every day. "Yes, after you plant them, just call me. I'll come and remind you. Thank you so much. I'll plant some later." Lin Yu was very happy. His Chow Chow was now very well behaved and no longer ran away. He also wanted to learn from other males and be better to her, even more caring. While they were talking, Chunhua had already cut the marinated meat into long strips, prepared the washed rice in bamboo leaves, and tied them with prepared rope. All of this had been ready since yesterday afternoon. After placing everything on the table, Bai Zhizhi sat down. She picked up a leaf, bent it, and put the soaked rice inside. Then she added a piece of marinated meat, skillfully folded it into a triangle, and tied it with rope. A delicate zongzi was then perfectly wrapped. "Wow, is this a zongzi?" Lan Ting swallowed hard. He had been thinking about this for a long time. "Yes, this is a zongzi thrown into the water. This one is salty. You like sweet ones, right?" Bai Zhizhi smiled and continued making the next one.
Lan Ting eagerly noted that.
So, she added a large spoonful of honey to the sweet zongzi.
"No that is? No honey beans?"
Then she just used honey. All sweet flavors. There are always ways to solve problems. Lan Ting kissed Bai Zhizhi without caring about others. He was like a child, happy now that his wish was fulfilled. Most importantly, Bai Zhizhi truly cared for him, making him very happy. "Someone's here," Bai Qi said. "Father, I didn't see anything." Lan Ting was sweet-talking, often going to his side to show himself, either bringing beast cores or strawberries. He always did this in front of Kuei Xing, which made him very pleased. Among Bai Zhizhi's 6 mates, Bai Qi liked Lan Ting the most. This was especially clear now. He chuckled happily and sat next to Bai Zhi. Night Ming showed his teeth, but Lan Ting ignored him completely. He even secretly poked him. What could he do? With a little female sitting nearby, Night Ming could only suffer and take it. Would he dare to fight back? But Bai Zhizhi wouldn't let him be bullied. When Lan Ting finished poking, she quickly changed his arm, separating them. No fighting, of course. Luo Chao chuckled secretly. This family was really lively. Everyone was curious about the zongzi Bai Jiji was holding. They all joined in, even if their wrapping wasn't as neat as hers. They were all tightly wrapped. One stove was no longer enough. Chunhua added another, using a stone pot, not for stir-frying, but for steaming. Soon after the zongzi went into the pot, a fragrant aroma spread out. Lan Ting couldn't wait anymore. He loved the Dragon Boat Festival. Celebrations were wonderful. Not only did they have beautiful bracelets, but delicious zongzi too. Sweet, sweet. Chunhua, get me the sweet ones. Lan Ting, you're so noisy, Chunhua said, already tired of him. He scooped out 5 or 6 zongzi at once, but that still couldn't stop him. I want to eat the ones Bai Jiji made. Niling, it's your turn now. Lan Ting raised his hands in surrender. Actually, you don't have to go through so much trouble. Just try to get the ones Bai Jiji cooked. Finally, Lan Ting shut up. Lunch was made by Chunhua. The first dish was salted duck eggs, pickled by Bai Jiji. When cut open, they used oil and yolk. There was spicy and sour chicken offal, Bai Jiji's favorite, a must-have. Then came hearty dishes. Since Qian Sun returned home, Bai Jiji's family recipes became more diverse. Most importantly, seafood didn't need many seasonings. It was delicious no matter how you ate it. The large shell was filled with a spiny lobster. The shell was very hard, and it took a lot of effort to it open. According to Qianshuan's instructions, he removed all the meat from inside and placed it on the shell to steam. Blanched prawn, tender and delicious. Qianshuan said that Bai Jiji really liked to eat this, so Chunhua cooked half a pot. Since there were many people, he was worried she wouldn't get enough, so he cooked a little more. The sashimi was also ready. It was fried in oil as usual, and a portion of raw fish was prepared too. Today, it wasn't just plain sashimi. Qianshuan also brought out a lot of small shrimp, called peony shrimp by Bai Jiji, which can also be eaten raw and taste very good. Chunhua looked at the sashimi on the plate and frowned. The little girl's taste was quite unique. Even though she had eaten raw fish before, he still thought her taste was a bit unusual. You can try this. The raw shrimp tastes sweet. Even though he was a fish from the sea, many of these things he learned from Bai Jiji. The claws are called shrimp. The spiny water creatures are called fish. There are many different names, very diverse. Qianshuan still hadn't remembered all of them clearly. The seafood was ready, along with cooked dishes, tomato scrambled eggs, shredded potatoes, minced meat with eggplant, and finally fruits and zongzi, sticky rice dumplings. The small kitchen was lively. As Chunhua brought each dish to the table, everyone started to sit down. Chunhua and Lang Yi sat next to Bai Jiji. The fox didn't get a seat and leaned against Chunhua. Qianshuan sat with Luo Chao's little one next to Linwu. Then came Lan Ting and the witch Dr. Grandma. Ing Feng definitely wanted to sit with Luo Chao, and of course, Linwu was the same. Bai Qi and the high priest sat on opposite sides. Yi Ming didn't need a seat. He just curled up comfortably. A funny scene appeared at the small table. Chunhua was feeding Bai Jiji. Lang Yi was shelling shrimp so quickly, and Bai Jiji was feeding Yi Ming. The giant snake's body shrank dramatically, and its 2 horns at the top of its head opened wide, waiting to eat. Luo Chao's little one looked at it and asked, "Is that little brother a disabled creature? He can't transform? That's so sad." The whole room fell silent, completely quiet. But the little one wasn't done. He continued, so pitiful. Mom said disabled creatures don't live long. You should eat more. The little one handed the shrimp meat to Yi Ming. Yi Ming. Seeing that Yi Ming didn't open his mouth, the 2 small children frowned unconsciously and then looked at Luo Chao. "Mother, do you think the disabled beast died so quickly because they can't even open their mouths?" As they spoke, they started to cry, seeming very sad that the little black snake had died so suddenly. And the horn, how cute it looked. Yi Ming. He had already said that beings from the lower world are like living Buddhas. Bai Jiji chuckled softly. "Sweetie, that's not a disabled beast. That's Auntie's beast husband. He's a bit shy, but don't worry, he won't die. When Yiming heard Bai Jiji openly declare his identity in front of so many people, his dark little face turned red. He couldn't help but nuzzle closer, feeling fond. Really? The little one clearly didn't believe it. Seeing the small creature about to cry, Yiming suddenly opened his mouth and ate the food handed to him. See? He will eat, so he won't die. Can I touch his horn, Lin Wu? Deng deng, you can touch your father's. That uncle's horn is a bit hard to touch. That long black worm didn't look as cute as it seemed. Bai Jiji had seen everything when they were at Bai Jiji's house. This person was stubborn and wouldn't tease the little ones. It was good enough if he didn't scare them. Unexpectedly, Yiming actually looked up. Before Deng Deng could walk away, he stretched his head forward. Bai Jiji watched this and felt very pleased. It's really not easy for him to take this step. The little one pinched the horn and, finding it soft, happily jumped up. Uncle, Deng Deng likes you. Your horn is really pretty. He then pecked a greasy little kiss on it. Everyone was startled. Lin Wu immediately picked the little one back up. Little ancestor, no. You can't kiss the black longworm's mouth. Only Bai Jiji, with a firm hand, could handle this. Lin Wu had been thinking earlier, if Bai Jiji didn't take Yiming in hand, who else could control him? He's really crazy. Now he's obedient. Night Ming was quietly eating zongzi under his sleeve. It was his first time trying it, and he didn't expect it to be so delicious, sticky and sweet, though a bit gluey in his mouth. And it was Jiji who peeled it for him. It must be because he behaved well earlier. After a small incident, everything returned to normal. Everyone knew that Night Ming was clingy. They've been bonded for several days, and he hasn't shown his face in the tribe. It's well known that he's not an ordinary person. Luo Chao looked at Bai Jiji with a worried expression. Her Jiji has really been through a lot, always being bothered by him. But luckily, Night Ming genuinely likes Bai Jiji. Based on that, it's not really bothering her, more like a playful affection. Thinking of that word, Luo Chao smiled. She admired her own cleverness more and more, even coming up with the word, playful affection. Chow chow, eat shrimp. Yin Feng handed the peeled shrimp to Luo Zhao. Night Ming turned his head and saw Manhwa also peeling shrimp for Bai Jiji, along with Lang Yi. Even Qian Sun sitting next to them handed a piece of shrimp with sauce to Bai Jiji. Sister, try this. It's a bit sweet. Little Fish carefully pinched a piece of shrimp and fed it to Bai Jiji. Bai Qi loved watching this scene. In the past, they didn't get along well, and even her father was worried. Life was full of ups and downs, but it was good to be back together. Thank you, Qian Sun. You should eat too. Little Fish's gentle smile and tender eyes showed her warmth. Since awakening, her every move was noble, but she still loved to cry. Night Ming saw Bai Jiji's gaze fall on Qian Sun. He opened his mouth, bit her sleeve, and tugged gently downward. The big snake had rubbed against her, and he couldn't finish the zongzi. He wrapped himself around her wrist again, and Bai Jiji put him in her pocket. After a silent rub, he finally calmed down. He's so jealous. She might make herself sick from it later. After eating and drinking enough, Yin Feng and Lin Wu stayed behind to help clean up the dishes. Once the area was tidied, Manhwa moved the sewing machine out as Bai Jiji requested. The pavilion was now built, so there was a proper place for everything. The dried summer cloth was still stiff. Bai Jiji boiled it in water and dyed it at the same time. Luo Chao had already chosen her preferred color early in the morning. She wanted red. Bai Jiji said she would do her best. When she was on the mountain before, she tried a few times, but it didn't work well because the color didn't set properly, so it faded quickly. Now, she thinks it's probably the same, but because cloth absorbs dye well, even if it fades, it still looks nice with a light purple sheen. So she agreed to Luo Chao's request. Niling helped her pick many rose petals. She liked the smell, so later she planted a special rose garden. Now, no matter how she dyes the fabric, it's enough. She removed impurities, boiled water, and then repeatedly soaked and rubbed the woven fabric until she achieved the desired color. Luo Chao was so happy, she almost couldn't believe it. She had never seen such beautiful cloth before. Gigi, if you wear this, I wonder how pretty you'll look. She was already imagining it. Lan Ting used bamboo leaves to dye the green, which gave a gentle color. Manhwa and Lang Yi helped her, and after finishing, they hung the fabric to dry. By then, most of the lunch had been digested. This festival was truly busy and fulfilling. The rice in the field also needed to be harvested, and the animal handlers were so busy, they felt dizzy. As the sun was setting, Lin Wu came to call by Gigi to remind her to check on their watermelon field. Dinner was made by Lang Yi. The big wolf couldn't wait anymore. He had been thinking about it all day, especially how beautiful Gigi looked today. Plus, he was planning a surprise, so a happy smile appeared on his face. When they returned from Luo Chao's house, the small kitchen was already serving food. The lunch had been rich, so dinner was simpler. Well, maybe not exactly simple, seafood hot pot. All the ingredients were added. The lively lunch was over, but by dinner, most of the people had left. Yiming looked at the seafood on the table and finally gathered the courage to slide down by Gigi's wrist. Nai Ling sneered coldly, but Chunhua shot him a look that made him swallow his words. There are two main reasons why the black longworm is so stubborn. First, he doesn't know how to get along with them, and second, he probably thinks Gigi likes his face. Naturally, he believes he should only show it to her. Now that he's finally willing to let go, if Nai Ling says something unpleasant again, it might lead to a fight, and things could get worse. He really doesn't want this thing to be there every time he whispers to Gigi. Looking at Yiming again, he silently sat to the side. His fine hair covered part of his face. He sat alone, peeling seafood as if someone had isolated him. When Bai Gigi finished washing up, her bowl was already full. Lan Ting followed closely behind, holding a piece of dyed fabric. His face was still smiling, but when he saw Yiming show himself, he stopped smiling. Little Sixth, you're actually taking on work now. He had just been telling Bai Gigi that seafood shells were hard and that he would peel them tonight. Now, there was no chance. Yiming simply ignored Lan Ting. When he saw Bai Gigi coming, he stood up and hugged her. He breathed in her nice smell, and his big snake eyes filled with happiness. Gigi, eat something. Chen Hui and the others could do it, so could he. If he couldn't do it now, he could learn slowly. One day, he would be a good beast master, making her depend on him just like she depended on Chen Hui. Yiming was confident. Bai Gigi softly responded, then pulled him to sit down together. The big snake had improved today, not bad. You did very well today. Good children are praised. Yiming lowered his head, a little shy. She had praised him several times today.
He still needed to keep trying.
Suddenly, someone who had opened their meridians finally looked up. Seeing this, Bai Gigi took the opportunity. He's looking up now. Yiming is even better. You've improved a lot today.
Good boy.
She patted his head and stroked his fur. The big snake pursed his lips, holding back a smile. Nai Ling sneered silently in his heart. Like Bai Gigi, he still preferred Yiming's wild and unruly look. It was better than now, looking like a placental creature. Through all the praise and gentle touches, Yiming found his ultimate self-worth. He peeled another bowl for Chen Hui, then for small fish, Lan Ting, Nai Ling, and finally for Lang Yi, who didn't talk much. After peeling, the big snake straightened his back. It was obvious he was waiting for something. Bai Gigi covered her mouth, pleased. After arranging everything, there was even a kiss, right in front of those 5 people. I'll go collect the rice. Yiming's chest was pounding. He was full of strength now. He felt there were so many things he could do. Brave big snake, he wanted to surpass those 5. He wanted to prove to her that he was the most useful person in this family. This is so scary. Is this what they call dog training? This is how things have become. Where is the promised dampness? Night Mia was busy harvesting rice, and the great wolf was showing off. Tonight was his night, so Bai Gigi had just finished eating when he transformed into his beast form and walked over to her. Nai Ling felt jealous. He would only arrive tomorrow night. Qian Sun touched his nose, his eyes a little red. He blamed himself for being weak. He still had 2 days to wait. The most uncomfortable was Lan Ting, who was the last. While Long Yi was still here, Lan Ting took out all the beast cores from his body and sadly stopped him. The great wolf, with a dark face, clenched his teeth and silently gave him a word. That word, "Go away," was silent but deafening. Lan Ting was irritable. What's so great about it? Why are you so loud? Woo-woo. Long Ye's happiness was so noisy, it was annoying. The great wolf ignored Lan Ting and walked straight to Bai Zhizhi, then bent down. Chenghua saw he wanted to take her out and quickly warned, "Be careful, don't run too far." I know, Long Ye had stored a lot of energy. For tonight, he deliberately didn't break through because, based on the previous scientific explanations from the little female, he remembered the appearance of the killing hall. What Bai Zhizhi didn't know was that after reaching the 9th level, silver wolf beasts would develop beast markings on their faces. This was a symbol that they had completely broken through their limits and officially entered the Wolf King stage. Beyond the 9th level, they could use the power of moonlight to enhance their strength. She was right. He didn't need to feel inferior to the killing hall. On the contrary, this was an advantage that none of the others had. He had a face she liked, and he should feel proud. This was a reward from the beast god, a reward that other males didn't have. Thinking of this, Long Yi quickened his steps. He carried her through the small forest, with tall trees constantly retreating on both sides. Bai Zhizhi held onto his neck, watching the fireflies flying around. The tiny lights lit their way ahead like stars falling from the sky. So beautiful, Long Yi, Bai Zhizhi couldn't help but marvel. She hadn't seen such a breathtaking scene in many years. It was fireflies, those that everyone said were close to extinction. Now, they filled the sky, as if the stars had fallen. Long Yi stopped. Bai Zhizhi slipped down from his back. The night breeze lifted her skirt and also stirred his heart. The big wolf stood nearby, watching the small female dance gracefully with the fireflies. Her dance was very beautiful. This was the first time he saw her dance, and it seemed like she could do anything. She glowed under the night sky, her bright smile so lovely it was almost unbelievable. Lang Yi couldn't help but step forward. He reached out and held her hand. A gentle breeze blew, and Bai Zhizhi's feet suddenly lifted off the ground like a kite floating in the air. His heart tightened, and he quickly pulled her into his arms. A pleasant scent of grass and flowers filled the air, his scent. The fireflies surrounded the two of them. At the same time, Lang Yi activated his energy. He wanted to show her his power. Bai Zhizhi suddenly felt something strange from the silver wolf symbol on her wrist. She looked down, and in the next moment, Lang Ye's voice sounded above her. Zhizhi. She looked up, but the moment she saw his face, she froze in place. Oh my goodness! Lang Yi was truly extraordinary. She was talking about his face. He was more stunning than the most handsome hero from the fantasy world. No, he was the most handsome hero. After all, the hero from the fantasy world was just a character in a story. Standing in front of her was a real person. He had flesh and blood, with sharp, defined features. Zhizhi, do you like me? Bai Zhizhi couldn't help but touch his face. I like Lang Yi, she said. Even if the hero from the fantasy world was great, he wasn't her real love. But Lang Yi was. She said she liked him, not the hero. Lang Ye's heart softened. He took her hand and bent down slightly. I'm so happy that Zhizhi likes me. As he finished speaking, his gentle lips pressed against hers. Lang Yi lifted her into his arms. Bai Zhizhi wrapped her legs around his slim waist and held onto his neck, responding to his kiss. Zhizhi. Lang Ye's eyes were deep and dreamy as he looked at her. His gaze was so tender, like a big wolf full of love. At this moment, she felt like she was his entire world. Bai Zhizhi used her plant magic to protect her stomach, then hugged him tightly. Lang Ye's grip tightened, and his passionate kiss fell again. His lips gently touched her neck, and in the sweet, tender kiss, he whispered softly. He was calling her by her name. Zhizhi. I like Zhizhi. The fireflies fell, lighting up his red-tipped ears. The quiet forest was filled with his occasional sweet words, full of love and beauty. Zhizhi, I feel upset. She rested her chin on his shoulder and gently bit his earlobe. Lang Yi stiffened and let out a muffled sound. He had asked the witch grandmother, and it was okay. Thinking this over, he quickened his pace, using 2 quick teleportations to return to the previous cave. Yeming wanted to follow, but Chunhua stopped him. He grabbed his arm and shook his head. Gigi doesn't like being watched. If you have that kind of thought, you'd better control yourself. Tonight is Lang Ye's time. If you go over, he will be unhappy, and Gigi will be very angry. I don't believe you all can hold back, Qianshuan said. Guess why each of us has our own cave? Niling smiled. He hoped Yeming would break the rules. He had special abilities, and if anyone dared to disturb the balance, he would make them all stand in punishment. No one would get a single bite of anything. Lanting just watched calmly. Having been hurt by Niling's powers before, he now stepped forward. Don't say I didn't warn you. If you take that step without listening, you'll regret it later. Ignoring the time and place which were different from outside, and with someone more extreme than Niling's space, could there be a more bizarre space? Lanting suspected that the fox's skill was designed just for little females. Chunhua pressed him down. Don't make her angry and don't do things you shouldn't. Since you've already bonded with her, you must respect all her decisions. Yeming, she's not an ordinary little female. When it comes to possessiveness, aren't all of us strong-willed beastmen? Especially Niling. But even he endured it. His space was so strange that stealing a sip of water was easy, and he could resist breaking the rules. What can't Yeming endure? Yeming stayed in place. When something wasn't his, he would stay put and behave well. Little six be good. Niling wagged his tail with a meaningful smile. Yeming clenched his fists, trying to suppress his impulse. He turned around and entered Bai Gigi's cave. Niling wanted to go and pull him back, but Chunhua shook his head. Give him some time. You don't usually spoil me like this. So, do you want to be like him? Chunhua said straightforwardly. The fox waved his hand. No need to worry. In Lang Ye's cave, the atmosphere was romantic, while Bai Gigi sighed inside her own cave. Yiming curled up on Bai Gigi's bed, twisting and crawling, then hugging a pillow and continuing to sigh. As he sighed, his eyes reddened. Why did the sky just turn dark? Why hadn't the day broken after all the things he did gathering rice? When will Gigi come back? Fortunately, the pillow still smelled like her. But why does the pillow next to him feel strange? Yiming got up, wiped his tears, sniffed the pillow, and suddenly froze. He realized that Chunhua didn't have a cave in the small courtyard. Niling had her own space, while Qian Sun and Lan Ting shared another. Opposite Lan Ting was Lang Yi, and his own cave was next to Lang Ye's. That means Chunhua had been sleeping in her own cave all along. So, the smell of that leopard was very strong on the bed. Yiming looked at the gray-blue pillow, feeling very upset.
Why?
Could that fox also tolerate this? Did his methods really compare to Chunhua's? According to Qian Sun, they were all in their own caves when they were spoiled, but Chunhua just lay down? He was careless. No wonder he was here so early. He wasn't coming back. He had been sleeping here all along. The big snake flicked its body and disappeared again. Get out. This was said to Chunhua. Oh, you're coming for me. Now this was getting interesting. Niling maliciously added fuel to the fire. Chunhua stayed silent but gave him a look. Yiming stepped forward to stop him. Why are you sharing a cave with her? That's unfair. Why not take turns? Why do you get to have half the bed all to yourself? Niling interrupted. I think he's right. Seeing someone agree with him, Yiming's temper flared, but he didn't expect Chunhua to just smile. No, what was he smiling about? Your words don't count. If you want fairness, just ask them. Chunhua went to wash up, too lazy to say any more nonsense. What does he mean? Yiming was going crazy. Because my sister gave each of us a necklace, but Chunhua didn't. Even though he lives inside, we all accepted it. Qianshuan showed the chain on his chest. Lan Ting also showed his snake-shaped pendant, and Nailing smiled quietly, but also had one around his neck. Night Ming felt like the sky was falling, so he had nothing at all. 2 arrows hit him right in the forehead, making his little heart ache. But the worst was Nailing, who, not satisfied with causing trouble, added, I forgot to say, that cave also has my nest. Is it impressive to hold her wrist? First come, first served, understand? No, don't you guys think about competing for it. Nightming started to get upset. Compete for what? I can't beat him anyway. He's at the top of the 10th level. Do you think you can beat him? Nightming felt Nailing's words were against him. 10th level? But I haven't seen you get much from him, said the leopard, who rarely made a move, but when he did, it was to fight fiercely, risking a lot. Those who are barefoot aren't afraid of those with shoes. No one can beat that. And this isn't really about fighting or not. Chunhua living in the little female's cave was something she agreed to. Among us, Chunhua was the first to step forward, and we all accepted that he lived there. Let's put it this way. When Lang Yi and the little female lit their totems, we talked about him. But if it's Chunhua, we have nothing to say. It has nothing to do with necklaces at all. Go to sleep. Chunhua let you have tonight. If you cause trouble again, no one will help you when you get hurt, said Qianshuan, who had been beaten before. He wouldn't go looking for trouble. Nightming rolled his eyes, clearly not willing to accept the little fish's kindness. He just thought both of them were useless. What do you say? He eagerly wanted allies. Lan Ting asked, Are you talking about me? Nightming was speechless. No, they're all snakes. Why does Lan Ting always seem a step behind? He wasn't sure if Lan Ting was really naive or just pretending. Yes, you. Lan Ting waved his hand. What about my stuff? I was hoping Chunhua would make me something tasty. I wouldn't go bother him on purpose. And the little female, that's her decision. Even if you challenge Chunhua to a duel, it won't help. All right. Nightming understood. He came to eat, so when it was his turn, there was only one cave left. The big snake angrily returned to its cave, rolling up all its bedding and mats. Is he planning to run away from home? Niling glanced sideways. Are you pointing at me? Lanting said, I'm talking about him. Qiansun added, that childish guy's probably trying to take over the territory. It turned out Qiansun was right. Yi Ming, holding his bedding, went straight into Bai Jiji's cave. He sat on the bed, thinking about throwing out the pillow and bedding of Chunhua. But after holding them in his hand, he stopped. After a mental struggle, he angrily put them down again, placing them on the outer edge. He didn't feel cramped. The bed was big enough. 3 people could sleep comfortably. Jiji slept in the middle. He slept inside. After tidying up the bedding, he finally hugged Bai Jiji's pillow and drifted into sleep. He whispered her name like a lovesick person. He had her, he had a bell, and she was the one who gave it to him. Jiji must like him too. She liked him probably because he was good-looking. Yiming was unwilling to admit those so-called facts. He would behave well and listen, so Jiji would surely like him. Today you did very well. Yiming was also great today. You're so obedient. His face was buried in the pillow, and her gentle words echoed in his mind. Oh, Yiming, you are already very happy. Don't ask for too much. She is so wonderful. It's impossible that she only likes you. Just sleep, and in your dreams, everything will be there. When Bai Jiji returned in the morning, Yiming hadn't gotten up yet. Chunhua was busy in the small kitchen. Seeing her come back, he told her about what happened last night. Is he still not up? Chunhua shook his head. Probably he stayed up late last night. You know his personality. Chunhua felt a bit regretful. Yiming's personality might make Jiji very tired. I'll go check on him. He guessed only Jiji could handle that unapproachable black-haired creature. When Bai Jiji entered, Yiming was still asleep. He was holding her pillow and burying his face in it. Bai Jiji reached out and brushed his hair aside. You're back. He quickly grabbed her hand, his tone full of sadness. Jiji, did you get hit? Or did Nailing bully you? No one bullied me. I'm just afraid you don't like me. After saying that, he let go of her hand and turned away. He knew very well that he was the one clinging to her. He also knew that the foxes disliked him. Has anyone ever told you that crying isn't cute? Yiming stiffened. She really didn't like him. If it were Qianxiu crying, she would definitely comfort him. If he hadn't seen that, maybe he wouldn't feel this gap in his heart. Suddenly, she sweetened his mood. Bai Jiji gave him a piece of candy and smiled. When you cry, Eat something sweet. Puff out your cheeks. That makes you look cute. Woo-woo. Wow, Yiming cried miserably, realizing that someone cared about his little feelings. Gigi, I thought. Thought what? That I don't like you. Yiming looked at her with teary eyes, then lowered his head. Bai Gigi saw this and patted her lap, signaling him to come over. He found this gesture very comforting. The candy melting in his mouth was very sweet, but not as sweet as what was in his heart. Gigi, I kept thinking about you last night. Did you have time to think about me? She really did. After ending things with Lang Yi, she kept thinking about this clingy, sticky person. She even guessed that he might come to her cave to roll around at night, and she was right. Yiming held her face, staring at her intently. He would rather she didn't think about him or tell lies to comfort him. That would make him feel even worse. Am I really so annoying? Hearing this, Bai Gigi's eyebrows unconsciously furrowed. She reached out and pinched his face, looking serious. Do I look like someone who likes to pick up trash? Her several beast husbands each had their own charm, all very handsome. Yes, he was handsome too. So, what do you think I dislike about you? Everyone makes mistakes. Life is so long. How could anyone be perfect all the time? Admitting mistakes and changing, that's what makes someone truly remarkable. You have your strengths and don't need to compare yourself to others because Yiming is unique in this world. Bai Gigi said softly, then gently pecked him on the cheek. If I disliked you, I wouldn't keep you even if you died twice. So don't worry too much. Our family is big, and if you don't listen, it will be exhausting for me. Can you bear to do that? Yiming shook his head. The message was clear. Gigi was talking about him. He is one of a kind, has good qualities, and improves when he makes mistakes, so he's really special. Then No. Bai Gigi knew what he wanted to say, so she refused. Yiming, I can let you do what you want 3 days before we form the bond, but you're human, not a little snake. They are my beast husbands, and also your family. Do you want to stay here forever, hiding in my hands? Yes. His face was bright red with 5 slap marks, but he still didn't change his mind. I don't like others to see me. I only want to show you, he said, feeling wronged. That's a pity. I have such a good-looking beast husband, but I can't show him off to others. They might think he's a disabled beast. Life is so hard for me. Bai Gigi covered her face and trembled. Seeing this, Yiming was scared. Why was she crying? It was his fault. After slapping himself twice, he quickly hugged her and kept reassuring her. I won't do that anymore. I'll be good from now on. Gigi, don't cry. It hurts me when you cry. She wasn't crying, she was smiling. Yiming was stunned, then started to laugh too. Kiss. Kiss a big one. Good baby. You have to learn how to kiss properly. Bai Gigi bit his lip gently, like a warm tide. Yiming closed his eyes, completely carried away by her. His little female was so skilled, he was falling behind. Gigi is bullying me. Then I won't bully you anymore. Yiming hugged her and shook his head repeatedly. No, I like being bullied by Gigi. So, Gigi, who do you like? Yiming's face turned red, and he felt happy inside. Gigi likes me, Yiming. Good girl. I told you, persistent love is a skill, but you have to listen. I understand. I won't do that next time.
Gigi, I'm sorry.
Am I making you tired? White Gigi nodded and said, It's a little bit, but it's okay, because I know you're a good partner who will fix mistakes right away. Yiming sat up seriously and said, I will definitely improve. They are your partners, and also my family. I promise I won't do that again, but... Wow, White Gigi's heart jumped again. Why is there a but? Yiming continued, but can I live here with you? He wanted to say, why can't Manhwa? Of course, I even made you a little nest. But I don't stay here often, so are you sure? She understood what he meant. Then I'll pack up and move back. Gigi, I promise I'll keep our little nest very clean. Good. I knew I wasn't mistaken. My Yiming is so good, obedient and well-behaved. Come here, I'll reward you with a kiss. His big snake tail wagged happily. The little female held his head and kissed his lips softly, so soft and lovely. Her face turned red from the kiss. Yiming snuggled into her arms, and all his gloomy feelings disappeared, replaced by a very happy little expression. Gigi, I feel like I am the happiest male in the world. Oh, the big snake smiled, showing two little dimples so cute. Yes, I am the happiest little female in the world too. Get up, I have something for you. Master Duan Shui kept teasing, making the damp, clingy snake feel dizzy with happiness. White Gigi took out a few sets of clean underwear from the space. The boxers were soft and skin-friendly. To prevent mixing them up with lawn tings, she sewed a small black snake with golden eyes on her underwear. This is yours. Lawn tings are green-eyed. If they get mixed up, don't take the wrong one. These are your personal clothes, so keep them safe, okay? Did you make this for me? Yeming's voice grew softer. He had some too, so this was also made by her. Of course, I made it for you. What? Don't want to wear it. Suddenly, his face turned even redder. Yeming's face was burning hot. He was definitely thinking about it, dreaming about it. No wonder he went to hold her wrist after she teased him and didn't take responsibility. Will it fit? White Gigi asked firmly. Yeming nodded and softly said like a young wife, come check in a few days. Okay, quickly pack your things. After breakfast, I'll make you new clothes. I need to go out today. Do you want to come with me? Yes, wherever Gigi goes, I go too. Good, sweetheart. Hurry and get ready. I'm going out to eat first. The little one in my belly is hungry. Yeming nodded again. All right, you go first. I'll be there soon. As soon as he left the cave, Manhwa hugged him tightly. Little female, when are you moving out? Bai Gigi giggled. So, where did you sleep last night? I went to the previous cave to see the rice fields. Yeming will move back soon. Let me down, I'm hungry. I'll carry you. Breakfast now looks more like breakfast, plain porridge, small dishes, and oil cake. I try to make what you did. Try it. If it's not good, I'll fix it next time. Bai Gigi took a bite. The taste was almost the same as hers. It's delicious. She gave a thumbs up. Clearly, this trick was very effective with Manhwa. He made things she liked, and that made her very happy. Where is Langi? Bai Gigi asked. He went to the mongoose lion tribe. Father also went there. Don't worry, everything is fine there. Nothing to worry about. I'm not worried. It's just a hyena tribe. Bai Gigi knew why Langi was in such a hurry. Last night, she gave him a blueprint. He wanted a long sword. She had already checked the weapons they forged before. They were very well made. Bai Gigi was very satisfied. In a few days, she planned to make some iron pots. But first, she wanted to improve the living conditions of the wolf tribe. Before that, weapons and defenses were very important. Thinking of this, Bai Gigi threw a spell at the nearby fruit tree. The tall tree shot straight up. This was her power. Manhwa was amazed. This move immediately attracted Qianxuan and Lanting too. Gigi, has your wood type ability upgraded again? Naling asked. The big wolf was very helpful last night. After breaking through, he even gave her something. Bai Gigi leveled up twice. Not only that, her vines also upgraded. Now they even grew poisonous thorns. That's good, but her cub didn't come to see her in her dreams last night, and the mother wasn't very happy. Naling looked at the tall vine tree, full of admiration for Bai Gigi. Her little female was getting stronger and stronger. No, tonight she will be with him. He also needs to try harder. Gigi, I can't stay with you today. I have something to do, so I need to leave first. Naling was busy absorbing the beast core. His little female needed his strength. If Longi could do it, he definitely could too. If his hardware wasn't good enough, he would try other ways. Anyway, he must make his little female happy. Currently, it is known that Longi can enhance Gigi's wood element powers. Naling was thinking about asking him tonight what kind of growth he had achieved. Don't talk about him now. Even the little fish is very curious. There is also Manhwa and Lanting too. Big sister. Bai Gigi, water element. Qian Sun was stunned. He hadn't had a chance to show his abilities yet. Big sister is really something. Next, Lanting came closer and asked, what about me, Gigi? Am I useful? Good boy. What nonsense are you talking? Bai Gigi gently touched his little face and asked with a smile, do you think I look good now? Lanting nodded vigorously. We Lanting are the best. Bai Gigi stopped at that, but Lanting jumped up. He crossed his arms confidently and said loudly, I'm going to absorb now, haraha. You're so weird. Qian Sun looked disgusted, but inside he felt a little jealous. Why wasn't he the useful one? As long as he mated, his sister would look better. What kind of good luck does Lan Ting have?
Ah.
The little fish was furious with jealousy inside. Bai Zhizhi spat out a small water droplet and threw it at his face. Qian Sun puffed out his cheeks, turned away, and muttered, Big sister is mean. But on the other hand, how could there be such a powerful female? Qian Sun felt a lot of pressure. He turned around again, knowing she was going out today, but he couldn't accompany her now. Big sister, I'm sorry. I can't go out with you today. He needed to absorb the beast core. He couldn't be left behind by those others. When she left, only Chunhua and he were left in the small kitchen. Chunhua put down what he was holding, walked over, and sat in front of her, carefully asking, Gigi, what about me? White Gigi didn't speak. She was choosing her words carefully. Honestly, she felt that Long Yi and Chunhua's energy were the most important things she needed right now. Without Long Yi, she probably would have gone crazy long ago. Without Chunhua's totem space, her life wouldn't be so comfortable. In such a backward time, she lacked nothing, thanks to Hua Hua. Her automatic organization and female protection were just too much. Chunhua's care was like him, thoughtful and all-encompassing, protecting her from every side. Husband, I think you shouldn't even ask me. You are so important to me. Chunhua smiled. How important? Our relationship is like fish and water. I can't live without you. White Gigi hugged his waist, buried her face in his chest, and rubbed against him. Hua Hua, you don't even realize how important you are to yourself. Did I do something wrong? White Gigi looked up confused. Chunhua said, It's that I can't live without you. No matter what, I can't be without Hua Hua. White Gigi said, then sat on his lap, holding his face and messing around. Chunhua smiled affectionately, protecting her with his hands so she wouldn't fall. The little female played with his hair, having fun. Really, Hua Hua isn't just good-looking. He also smells nice. Playing with cats like this is probably the joy of it. Tail. A fluffy snow leopard tail slipped into her arms. White Gigi hugged it and started rubbing. The tip wiggled like a silkworm cocoon in her hand. She loved this cat toy so much. Oh my, she could play with it in this life, and the next. It was super fluffy, soft, and fun. Chunhua had many flaws, but White Gigi snuggled in his arms and grinned mischievously. When she reached out her small hand, Chunhua caught it. Be good, don't cause trouble. Today wasn't his day. If she teased him like this again, he might just jump into the river. Not causing trouble, just being a little petty. Chunhua pinched her chin and said seriously, Gigi, do you remember last time? Yes. She immediately became obedient. She climbed down from him, forced a laugh, and quickly pretended to be innocent. How could Chunhua give her a chance? He reached out and pulled her back, holding her in his arms. He bit her neck gently, his moist tongue licking her delicate skin. Bai Gigi felt faint and weak. She tilted her head back, clutching his shoulders tightly, afraid to let go. Chunhua, don't. Gigi, I missed the last time we were here. Don't say that, Bai Gigi said firmly. Okay, I won't. But can Gigi be a little better? Her ears seemed to be tingling. Can I stop touching randomly next time? Chunhua replied, No, you're cheating. Nothing I say is right. Boo-hoo, stop biting, please.
Ah.
Is Chunhua going to eat her? Chunhua, Hua Hua, husband, I know I was wrong. I won't cause trouble again. Please let go. Chunhua loosened his grip and opened his mouth. Bai Gigi quickly used vines to tie his hands and hung him up. She took a small branch and tapped his bottom a couple of times. Now, do you dare to do it again? Ouch, that hurts. I won't dare anymore. Chunhua thought to himself, her vines are about to break. Never mind, I'll stand properly. When Yiming came out, he saw the scene. Bai Gigi holding a small branch, Chunhua with his bottom sticking out. When he arrived, they immediately returned to normal. The big snake silently approached, picked up the branch from the ground, and handed it back to her, then stuck out his own bottom. Bai Jiji said, "It's not what you think. I don't care. I want to do it too. Why can they all be played with? He also wants to be a toy." Manhwa, father told me this morning to finish my work and go to the Mingxia tribe. The leopard was being unruly. He sneaked over to Bai Jiji, grabbed the branch in her hand, and hit Yiming's bottom. It was a fiery pain. This force was wrong. "Stinky leopard, you hit me." Yiming covered his bottom, rubbing it painfully. Manhwa ignored him, said goodbye to Bai Jiji, and left early in the morning. It was probably related to that crossbow arrow which involved the tribe, so Manhwa didn't stop. "Come here and lie down." White Jiji gently patted his head, and the pain from his bottom disappeared instantly. Yiming turned around and held her in his arms. White Jiji playfully tapped his forehead and said, "Go over to the pavilion." Yiming obediently carried her to the sewing machine and sat down. After she finished threading the machine, she finally looked at him and asked, "What color do you like?" She had dyed 2 colors, but if he preferred another, she could skip making a new outfit today and do it later. "I like the purple one," he replied. Yiming pursed his lips. "Jiji, you don't like me." "Stop talking nonsense," she said. She wasn't sure if it looked dark on him, but it definitely looked bright and lively. She didn't want to think about it. She couldn't bear to think about it. White Jiji cut the fabric with scissors and made a set of clothes based on Yiming's size. The inner layer was plain fabric, and the outer shirt was made of light purple silk. Her clothes were simple, like everyday Zen-style robes. Since Yiming was tall, she left the length long and made the clothes loose-fitting. She slightly tapered the waist to make it look less bulky, adding some design details to make it more stylish. She folded the cuffs to make narrow sleeves, adding a bit of variety, while the pants were loose and comfortable, made from plain fabric to match the inner shirt. Although black would suit Yiming better, purple also had a charming feel, haha. White Jiji planned to dye some other colors later. The big snake stood straight, sometimes squatting, sometimes bending over. The little girl was pointing and touching him, tickling him until he felt a little numb. "Can you make one for me first?" she asked. White Jiji smiled. She understood that Yiming's words weren't just literal, they had deeper meaning. "Of course. With such a good figure, Yiming, you should be the first." Since the others weren't around, she could say whatever she wanted. He was happy to hear that. The big snake happily lay on the bed and started rolling around. "Wait for me a moment," she said. The sewing machine was working hard, and she used her hands and feet to finish the inner shirt. She also made the straps for the collar. Before long, she had almost finished making a set of clothes. The pants were long and loose, and the inner shirt was also made to be roomy, making it look lively. The outer shirt was simpler, with an open collar instead of a diagonal front. The plain color combined with light purple looked very gentle. Nightmare watched Bai Jiji help him fix his clothes, and a smile played on his lips. "Jiji, do I look good?" "Yes, you look great." "I like it. This outfit really suits him." Su Song was right. Purple really has a special charm. She was worried that Nightmare wouldn't look good in it, but now she thinks she was overthinking. He's handsome, has a good figure, and looks good in anything he wears. She wanted to take off the little dog bell on his neck, but he refused. All right, if he wants to wear it, let him. The fabric scraps on the ground, Bai Jiji didn't want to throw away. In modern times, there's everything, and later she could use these scraps to make flowers and sew them onto clothes as decorations. Seeing her bend down, Nightmare quickly stopped her. "Let me do it. You tell me how to fold and I'll do it." She was very obedient, and Bai Jiji was very happy with the current Nightmare. Nai Ling and a few others went for further training. At noon, Bai Jiji casually made some small wontons at home. After eating, Nightmare washed the dishes. The two of them held hands and left the yard. Today, they were just out to find various herbs. She had a set of tools for extracting essential oils, and the first thing to find was mint. The mosquitoes had been increasing these days. When bitten, they caused swelling. Although insect repellent patches worked, she still got bitten. If she had mint oil, it would be much more comfortable. They also needed to find flowers that could be dyed. The current colors were too plain. Bai Jiji wanted to gather materials for the totem space. Of course, This was just her guess. Whether it would work or not would depend on what they found later. Today, we won't go far. Just a few hills. Okay, I understand. Nightmare said as he bent down. His beast form was really quite free and easy, changing size suddenly and unpredictably. He moved very slowly, afraid of making Bai Gigi fall. Whenever he saw pretty flowers, he would stop. He stopped and she picked flowers. Bored, she started making flower crowns and then put one on Nightmare's head. Do I look good? Yes. You look beautiful. Go to the water's edge, that small hill. Bai Gigi wanted to find blue vervain. June was the perfect time for it to mature. This plant was an important blue dye. Fish liked white, but actually he preferred blue. He just felt sorry for her being tired, so he said he wanted the natural color. Moreover, near water or on small hills, there would definitely be mint. They would gather these first. The rest I will find slowly.
Sit properly.
I'll turn the car around. Yeming really knew where there was water. He had stayed there for 2 days before and almost been assaulted by an ugly woman. Thinking of this, Yeming felt angry. He almost lost his first chance, which was the dowry he left for Gigi. Why did the big snake suddenly get angry? What's wrong? Why are you breathing so loudly? Did someone make you angry, Yeming? I remembered I almost got forced by a very ugly woman before. Really? That happened. Bai Gigi immediately became interested. Such a big story. She wanted to hear it. Yeming continued angrily. You don't know how ugly that woman was. Her face was covered with warts. Ugly is one thing, but I'm not someone who judges by looks. However, she took advantage of my injury to try to force a contract with me. I've never seen such shamelessness in a woman. Just thinking about it makes me angry. It felt like he was talking about her. When did you meet that woman, Yeming? It was when you first hurt me. I fainted by the small river, and when I woke up, she was pulling at my clothes. Kuishing said the iris ran away. Checking the time, it matched up. And then, Bai Gigi asked. Yeming remembered that day and got angry again. She talked badly about you in front of me, saying you had 5 powerful beast husbands. I didn't like any of what she said, so I killed her. Have you ever thought about what I looked like before? Yeming's eyes widened at the words, but he quickly smiled. I don't care what you look like. Even if you looked like that, I would still like you. As long as it's you. He truly didn't care. When he first met her, she didn't look like she does now, but he liked her very much. Seeing her made him happy. Not seeing her made him anxious. Later, he realized that was what love felt like. That's why he was eager to join in. Someone with a strange obsession with ugliness. Bai Gigi told him everything about what happened in the tribe, including her poisoning. So, was it that woman's father who poisoned you and tried to turn you against Manhwa and the others? Bai Gigi nodded. Then she deserves to die. A quick, decisive would have been better for her. So I really looked like that before, but I used my wood element ability to transfer the poison inside me. Yeming sighed heavily, feeling as if his heart was stabbed. He stopped walking, then carefully transformed into a human form and gently held her in his arms. Gigi, did you suffer a lot before? Were you persecuted or misunderstood by Manhwa and others? Bai Gigi's pupils shrank. She didn't expect him to say these words. Unconsciously, she tightened her arms around his neck. Yeming's eyes welled with tears, full of concern. I was late. Bai Gigi's heart softened at his words. She chuckled softly. What if I wasn't really me back then? Yeming didn't quite understand what she meant, but it seemed like he figured something out. He held her tighter. I only want you. After saying that, he released her and placed her hand over his chest. He said, My heart beats only for Gigi. If you say that, I might start to like you. Yeming, little liar, you were just teasing me earlier. He sighed again. What should I do? I can't get angry at all. Then, here's what we'll do. Suddenly, a wave of surprise hit him. Yeming leaned against a tree trunk, surrounded by grass and weeds. He quickly opened his domain. Bai Gigi sat with her legs apart in his lap and held his face to kiss him. Yeming followed her rhythm passively, whimpering softly when he couldn't keep up. Bai Gigi chuckled lightly. She looked fierce, but was actually like a little puppy or snake. Yiming tilted his head to match her, really wanting to do this for a long time. Now he finally didn't have to envy Lanting. Will this make you uncomfortable? Yiming's face turned red with embarrassment. He was worried about the little one. Then hurry up. The mountain breeze gently brushed over the good times. Bai Zhizhi lay in his arms, sleeping deeply. Yiming's huge snake body served as her bed. The leaves in the mountain rustled in the wind. His eyes were full of love. He leaned his head under her and used it as a pillow. The big snake curled up like a mosquito coil, with its wings spread to block the hot sun. In her dreams, Bai Zhizhi saw that icon again. Only a corner was visible. It was very strange. She clearly felt the power given by Yiming, but why couldn't this icon light up? Her level hadn't changed at all. But if it wasn't Yiming, then what about this corner? After these 2 times, she could clearly feel that the corner was brighter, but her level still hadn't changed. It was very strange. Thinking about this, Bai Zhizhi opened her eyes. Just as she did, she looked directly into Yiming's golden eyes. She reached up and touched his face. How long have I been sleeping? Just a little while. It was his fault, making her tired. Let's go. We still have important things to do today. Sleep a little more. I'll wake you when we arrive. Bai Zhizhi shook her head. No more sleep. The important task is more urgent. Coincidentally, the small river Yiming mentioned was the place where Bai Zhizhi and Lang Yi had previously fallen. There were patches of mint and dense patches of blue loosestrife growing nearby. Bai Zhizhi sat on a stone, instructing Yiming to put all these into her space. The big snake held an ice blade, moving quickly and skillfully, occasionally giving her a flirtatious look. Be more serious, Bai Zhizhi said as she stood up. In her peripheral vision, she seemed to notice something incredible. She followed the small river forward and, when she reached the front, she almost couldn't contain her excitement and jumped up. It was really sugarcane. So much sugarcane. It was growing chaotically along the small riverbank. Sugar, so much sugar. Yiming, come quickly. There's so many sugar canes here. Bai Zhizhi was already eager. Her green light shone brightly as she activated her magic to accelerate growth. June was the perfect time for sugarcane to sprout, and she arrived just in time. Yiming was a bit surprised at her rapid increase in magical power. Just a few days ago, she didn't have this strength. Now it seemed even stronger. Bai Zhizhi used her magic with both hands, causing the sugarcane to grow taller and taller, finally reaching the optimal height. Why are you daydreaming again? Come quickly and gather all of these. As she spoke, a noise came from behind her. Yiming turned around cautiously, only to see a large stone flying toward Bai Zhizhi. White Zhizhi watched the stone flying toward her and stood still without moving. Any step she took would be disrespectful to Yiming. After a loud bang, the stone shattered into dust. At the same time, White Zhizhi activated her water magic, creating a wave that kept the dust out, and it finally fell into the water. Are you okay? Yiming circled around her, and suddenly a killing aura covered him. White Zhizhi held his hand. No need to go. Those people are coming. There's a female with special abilities over there. I saw her. Only a female like that deserves to have my children. The ones from the flower leopard tribe are just good for gnawing on. Don't be impulsive. There seems to be a male nearby. What is that? A snake human? Why does it have horns? That's a hybrid. What's so special about it? White Zhizhi stroked the scales on Yiming's body, signaling him to stay calm. The big snake was furious. These hyenas were eager to meet the beast god. He wanted to tear these creatures apart. It was rare for him and the little female to go out together, and now their good mood was disturbed. And they dared to boast shamelessly? He never thought she would have his children, and these creatures already had designs on her? White Zhizhi's hand was gentle. Her eyes carried a smile as she softly stroked his head. Yiming suppressed his anger. Fine, let the little female be calm. If she's calm, he'll be calm too. But does the little female not get angry at all? White Zhizhi, Yiming, be good. You can't hit people randomly. The little female's hand was soft, and her voice was even softer. Yiming's huge snake body stood beside her, still shining with cold light in his eyes. The second brother on the prairie. She's going to take action herself. How coincidental, White Gigi. We meet here, a charming voice sounded. Meng Miao walked forward slowly, with one hand on her hip. Behind her were several female members of the flower leopard tribe, but they looked battered and unkempt. She could smell their scent from this distance. So, the hyenas just now talking about gnawing sticks were these females from the flower leopard tribe. My warriors just made a mistake. I hope we didn't hurt you. White Gigi smiled, but Meng Miao's words seemed a bit obvious. Last time, I didn't teach you well, so this time, thinking there are many of us, I want to come and make trouble? Upon hearing this, Bing Miao's face instantly turned ugly. Last time, Bai Gigi, relying on her several beast husbands, was rough with her. As the leader of the hyena tribe, she definitely needed to regain her dignity. That piece of stone just now was also deliberately thrown by her. She thought Bai Gigi was alone in the mountains, but unexpectedly, there was a long black worm behind her. She miscalculated. You're quite bold, daring to attack me? Bai Gigi stood still, glancing sideways at Bing Miao with a sinister look. So what if I did? Bai Gigi, as females, it's not only you who can find strong beast husbands. After all, I've always been good-looking, and you used to be an ugly thing. What does having special abilities matter? Her several high-level beast husbands are all here today. Bing Miao secretly cheered, thinking her luck was really good. Just after sweeping the leopard tribe, she met Bai Gigi, this despicable female. Today, without Leng Yi and Chen Hua, she wanted to see how Bai Gigi would act tough. Bai Gigi. And then, Bing Miao snorted coldly. I want you to kneel and beg me, then offer that vein mineral as compensation to our hyena tribe. Bai Gigi sneered coldly, secretly thinking that Bing Miao seemed to have a poor memory. Perhaps recalling the previous beating, Bing Miao continued, My beast husband is a top-tier powerhouse from the mammoth tribe. The ones you have today are not here. With the mixed blood thing behind you, you probably can't protect yourself. So you'd better kneel down and lick my toes, begging for my forgiveness. The hyena tribe has never failed to get what they want. Bai Gigi, this despicable female, even took in members from the leopard tribe, which seriously threatened their interests. Therefore, Bai Gigi must die today. Bai Gigi looked down and examined Bing Miao from head to toe. Not bad, you spoke loudly today. It seems the group behind you gave you confidence. But you seem to have misunderstood something. Bai Gigi, my beast husbands are just for decoration. Whether they are here or not has nothing to do with whether I want to deal with you or not. Yiming, standing beside her, looked infatuated. He really liked this Bai Gigi. She was gentle to him, but fierce to others. He enjoyed this feeling of being treated differently. His little female partner's voice was calm and gentle, but her words sounded proud and arrogant. Her confident attitude made him want to submit to her. White Gigi, you're not only ugly, but you're also stubborn. How dare you bring that mixed blood creature? Do you think you're so special? Do you want to know why I came today? Bing Miao smiled proudly, not afraid of White Gigi. Her vines were indeed frightening, but Bing Miao thought White Gigi was just bluffing. After all, such incredible powers don't really exist. After speaking, she waved her hand. Several male hyenas pushed some old and weak couples from the leopard tribe in front of White Gigi. Many female leopards looked badly hurt. Their animal skin skirts were torn to shreds, blood flowed down their thighs, mixing with unknown liquids, dripping constantly. You're a female too, and you just let your subordinates do this. White Gigi clenched her fists unconsciously. Serves them right. White Gigi, you're partly responsible too. Why didn't you give us the mineral veins? And you even accepted the leopard tribe in front of me. Doesn't leopard leader really think you're powerful enough to protect them? Bing Miao snorted coldly, looking at White Gigi with contempt, then continued. I told you, there's nothing the hyena tribe can't get. If leopard leader dares to oppose me, I will have my warriors torment their females and kill their young. If leopard leader surrenders and doesn't supply us with food, he's useless. Since he's useless, giving us some fun isn't bad. White Gigi, don't look at me like that. Soon, you'll be just like them. White Gigi's gaze shifted to the injured females. Several still held broken limbs in their arms. Bing Miao wasn't joking. She was capable of anything. Her heart suddenly tightened. Those young ones. Whereas leopard leader, Bing Miao grinned. Delicious. As she spoke, the females of the leopard tribe were forcibly taken back to the terrifying memories. She covered her face and cried. Their leader was already crippled. The hyena males had eaten his 2 legs right in front of them. No one could protect them now. The beast men who sought help from the wolf tribe had been eaten. You're also delicious. The young girl's eyes were cold. She wanted to tear apart Bai Gigi, the mean girl. No one had dared to embarrass her yet. Did you hear that? Bai Gigi's voice sounded in the night. She continued, Today I allow you to go crazy once. Yeming turned to the side and kissed her. He smiled and said, That girl is yours now. I'll handle the others. The leash was loose. Yeming's aura suddenly dropped. Every step of the giant snake caused the plants and flowers beneath to turn into ice. Seeing this, the young girl stepped back and shouted, Elephant, kill this brat. Right after her words, a loud roar of an elephant echoed through the forest, and the ground shook. This was the peak of the 10th level of the mighty mammoth beastman. The tribe was using him to attack the leopard tribe, relying on his strength. The young girl smiled happily, showing her pride. She wasn't the only one with a powerful beast partner. She had one too. Just wait. My warriors will tear you apart. Bai Gigi was tired of this. She didn't want to kill, but the young girl deserved to die. She opened her palm and activated the parasite inside the young girl's body. Since she was so cruel as to hurt women and children, she deserved to die. It was her mistake to be kind before, thinking women shouldn't hurt each other. She should have fought back harder. Not killing the young girl was her fault. As the green light surged, the young girl felt something was wrong. She saw the green moving on her body and felt pain. Her previous arrogance and pride disappeared, replaced by fear. Could that mean Bai Gigi was serious? You can't kill me. I am a noble girl. I am the leader of the hyena tribe. If I die, the warriors of the hyena tribe will sweep through the entire wolf tribe. Behind her, there were screams. The young girl didn't dare look back. She could feel the deadly aura. That beastly snake man wasn't that powerful. The elephant was here. The mighty elephant was a peak 10th level beast man. He couldn't be defeated. But why were all the screams coming from the hyena tribe? Meow Meow shouted loudly, removing her animal skin skirt to reveal her other form. As the queen of the hyena tribe, Meow Meow believes she has strong confidence. She has 2 forms. On the Beast World continent, females with 2 forms are as rare as those with special abilities. Because females cannot transform into beasts. But Meow Meow can. She can switch back and forth, which is one of the main reasons she is popular among the males in her tribe. At this moment, her beast form is huge. She opens her mouth at Bai Gigi, a female who cannot transform into a beast, trying to kill her with just a few broken vines? That's just a dream. Seeing Meow Meow rushing toward her, Bai Gigi stands still. Her vines spread out like a net, wrapping around her in the air and intertwining. The moment they touch Meow Meow's body, countless vines grow wildly from her. Blood splashes everywhere. The intertwined vines continue to grow, winding around her like poisonous snakes, leaving her no chance to breathe. Looking at the females of the flower leopard tribe and the cubs that are not fully dead, Bai Gigi activates her special power again. She won't let Meow Meow die so easily. She, Bai Gigi, is an evil cultivator and a poisonous woman. The vines tighten around Meow Meow's neck, pulling slowly. Meanwhile, the older women and children of the flower leopard tribe, seeing hope, stagger toward Bai Gigi. The big snake behind them clears the obstacles blocking their way. They now know who she is. She is the sacred female of the wolf tribe. The leader said she has wood element abilities and can defeat that wicked female, Meow Meow. The leader was right. The sacred female truly can protect them. Since joining the wolf tribe, the flower leopard tribe has worked hard and mobilized all their resources to mine. They work faster than the Kueishing. Their effort is just to seek protection. Yao Miao relied on her body to summon powerful orcs to do her evil deeds. She believed she was noble, thought she was the ruler, and thought the world revolved around her. Bai Zhizhi grew angrier the more she thought about it. Her anger made the vines in her hand tighten. Yao Miao could no longer breathe. She struggled but couldn't move. Poison thorns pierced her body, tearing painfully. She wanted to scream, but she couldn't make a sound. Despair overwhelmed her as she faced death, and tears of fear flowed from her eyes. Bai Zhizhi did this on purpose, so Yao Miao could only slowly feel the pain of her limbs being torn apart. Being dismembered like this was truly hopeless. Yao Miao regretted it. She didn't want to die. Her eyes turned bright red and bulged from the pressure. In her hazy vision, she seemed to see an elephant fall down, a long black worm pulling and tearing off its head, then breaking its two sharp teeth. Even her proud warriors were all pierced by Zhizhi's vines and parasitized on the grass. These two were not human at all. They were a pair of demons. Night Yao was still not satisfied. The hyena's words were all unpleasant to hear, and the flower leopard tribe had already joined the wolf tribe, which meant they were female subjects. So, these dogs had to die. Resource fighting and violence had nothing to do with females and cubs, but these dogs were killing cubs cruelly. It was madness. They say two people can't sleep in the same bed and be different, and this was especially true in times like these. The two acted in perfect harmony. The hyena tribe loved to kill. Bai Zhizhi and Night Yao helped them. Vines pierced through, blood flowed, and they died. As long as they could hang on for a minute, they wouldn't miss a second. Night Yao tore with his bare hands, like cleaning wild chickens. Yao Miao's head was to be kept, to comfort the spirits of the flower leopard tribe who had died. When Shenhua and the others arrived, the scene was already over, but it was too bloody. The water in the small river turned red. Bai Zhizhi crouched in the grass, treating the injured females. Looking at Night Yao, he was finishing off the remaining enemies, sending those who hadn't died on their way. Yao Miao's high-ranking beast husbands had been stepped into the mud by him. Only a beast would attack females and cubs. Aiding evil was never good. Zhizhi, are you hurt? Nailing looked at the blood-covered Bai Zhizhi and was worried she might not walk properly.
Bai Zizi, I'm fine.
Why did you come? Today, Leopard Leader and the others didn't come to help. The chief was worried something might happen, so he sent us to check. On the way, we found a male leopard being eaten by hyenas. Once we realized there was trouble, we came running. Chen Huayu spoke seriously. It was their mistake. Everyone in the surrounding tribes knew about Ming Miao's personality. If Leopard Leader joined the wolf tribe, the hyena tribe would lose their supply. Revenge was only a matter of time. Where is Leopard Leader? Bai Zhizhi asked anxiously. We brought him here. He's still alive, but... Lang Yi set the person down. Leopard Leader had lost both his legs. His face was expressionless. The female leopard from the flower leopard tribe saw this, and all gathered around. She was a young adult female leopard, the most badly injured. Seeing Leopard Leader lying still on the ground, she cried loudly. Then she looked at Bai Zhizhi and begged, Can you save him? Yes, I can save him. Bai Zhizhi's eyes were firm. She activated the vines, gently touching Leopard Leader's wounds. She could regenerate lost limbs. Yi Ming's wings were her special power, which could help her grow things back. As long as he was still alive, she could save him. Leopard Leader let out a painful cry and then fainted. His bloody, long legs stretched out. Yi Ming's quickly picked him up and covered his eyes. Don't look, I didn't see anything. Don't worry, he still has injuries. Bai Zhizhi used her magic again, wrapping Leopard Leader completely. Then she said to Lang Yi, Take him back to the wolf tribe to recover. Bring everyone else back too. I need to go to the flower leopard tribe. She wanted to minimize the casualties there. Okay, I'll take them back first. Bai Zhizhi didn't hesitate. The situation was urgent, and there was no time for idle talk. She climbed onto Yiming's body, signaling him to take off immediately. Just as they were about to leave, Leopard Leader's young female leopard held her hand. "I'll show you the way," she said. Her voice trembled, but this was their home. Everyone lying there were friends and family they spent day and night with. As Leopard Leader's female, she had fallen to protect her tribe. She couldn't fall now. Even if she can't do anything, at least she can guide the saint female. Bai Jiji quickly pulled the person up. Yema's body tensed, clearly unwilling to let the fierce female sit on him. "Hold on," Bai Jiji slapped him, and the big snake finally calmed down. It hurriedly spread its wings and flew away. The fierce female of the Leopard Leader was badly hurt. She had just given up her chance to be healed to others. Now she was trembling all over, overwhelmed by fear and pain. The constant shocks and torment had pushed her to her limit. Bai Jiji hugged her and softly said, "Don't be afraid. The people who hurt you are gone. The Leopard Leader will be fine, and so will you." As she spoke, her green light enveloped her. "Thank you." Her voice was young and soft, with tears in her eyes. She pointed quietly at the mountain ahead and said, "Beyond this mountain is the Flower Leopard tribe." Bai Jiji looked down after hearing this. The sky was filled with flames. The beautiful sunset was now replaced by a scene of death and sadness. The air smelled of burnt flesh, and many other tribes' beastmen came to loot supplies. The Mammoth tribe was especially active. Bai Jiji stood up, and Yema quickly steadied himself. She stood on his back and made hand signs. Suddenly, a huge water sphere fell from the sky. "Is the beast god here? Are the beast god and the messenger here? Oh heavens, save my cubs!" Some members of the hyena tribe, noticing the newcomers, bared their teeth and tried to scare them away, hoping to keep their resources. But they were wrong. These two weren't here to share. They came to take. The fierce female of the Leopard Leader knelt down, clutching Bai Jiji's ankles and crying as she begged, "The Leopard Leader truly wants to join. Our Flower Leopard tribe is small and has long been oppressed, so we couldn't resist. Please save us. Please kill those people. I am willing to be your and serve the wolf tribe forever." Her cub was gone. The male hyenas, realizing she was pregnant, had intensified their torment. "What is your name?" "Huashi." Bai Jiji jumped down from the air and, as she turned to leave, she told Huashi, "As you wish." Nightmare turned to protect her. Both of them fell to the ground together. As soon as Huashi landed, she rushed into the fire to save people. After Bai Jiji's water ball burst, it turned into heavy rain. Shun Hua and others arrived too. Nightmare opened his domain, covering everyone inside. "Close the door. Fight the dogs." The Mammoth tribe's people were left to Nightmare. His status could save him from many troubles, since no one would dare oppose someone from the divine realm. Bai Jiji used her hands separately. One side cast a deadly spell against the hyena tribe and the other healed, targeting the leopard tribe. Qian Sun stayed beside her, while the others fought with full strength. It was clear that the young female was angry. The hyena tribe had gone too far, doing things that even during the cold season, no tribe had ever killed young members of other tribes. This was a matter that angered both humans and gods. The battle was intense and quick. Bai Jiji's beast husbands had no worries. 5 of them charged forward, 1 guarded, while the strongest helper, Green Silk, connected all 5. Her body was scratched, but it healed quickly. The mammoth beast husbands also saw the way. To avoid being overwhelmed, they had to deal with the female first. Night Mia was the most ruthless. Shunhua was strong too, but Shunhua had compassion. Night Mia was like a wild dog running free. His only rule was, if the young female didn't tell him to stop, he hadn't done anything wrong. Niling's 9 tails opened wide. She had long disliked the group of dogs. Now they had done this, and the wolf tribe came to uphold justice. Lanting was similar to Night Mia. He wasn't truly pure. His purity was directed at Bai Jiji. The 2 snakes looked at each other, one yellow-green, one with ice and wind blades. "Be careful not to hurt the members of the leopard tribe," Shunhua warned. Behind them, a mammoth orc attacked Bai Jiji from behind. Just as Qian Sun raised his hand, the mammoth was cut in two. Lang Ye's poisonous claws struck from the air, like a deadly palace appearing in the world. Qian Sun thought to himself, after Lang Ye's breakthrough, his face was truly impressive. No wonder his sister liked him. The next attacker was knocked away by Jiji with a palm. She was not like Nong Miao, who was helpless without a man. Her palm held true fire mixed with Nai Ling's demonic aura, glowing purple, especially terrifying in the night. Actually, the Golden Tiger tribe also came, but they did not join the fight. Golden Tiger stood on a high place, watching Bai Jiji with a faint, unclear expression in his eyes. They were arrogant back then. This female is truly not simple. After several days apart, her special abilities have become much stronger. Even though she is pregnant, it hasn't affected her at all. In the strong wind, Bai Jiji's green palm protected the 5 warriors very carefully. Golden Tiger regretted it deeply. If he had known, he wouldn't have let his useless son go. If he had gone himself, there might still be a chance. Bai Jiji became famous after one battle. The hyena tribe is a high-level tribe. She single-handedly and overnight took down their den with 6 beast husbands. Surprisingly, the hyena tribe had no young cubs at all. All were males, and the few females they had were stolen from other tribes. The warrior kingdom of the mung bean seed was destroyed overnight. Huashi told the bird tribe, who came to help, everything Bai Jiji had done. She wanted to make Bai Jiji despised by all beastmen. The mammoth tribe helping the bad guys was even more shameful. As a powerful high-level tribe, they helped Bai Jiji kill cubs. This is definitely wrong. The kangaroo tribe also arrived, along with adorable capybaras, all coming to help care for the injured leopard cubs. Most beastmen are not bad people, but they usually unite against outsiders. If someone starts a fight without reason, the surrounding tribes will join together to resist. That's why Bai Jiji didn't attack the Mengshi tribe earlier. As long as she can threaten without killing, she avoids unnecessary bloodshed, unless they cross the line, like the hyena tribe now. Golden Tiger tribe looks down from above, but they are here to help now. They arrived late, so the wolf tribe led the charge. It was truly shocking. Who would have thought that Bai Qi, that useless man, actually had so many brave warriors under him? Luo Chao also came. Yin Feng brought her and the shaman grandmother to the battlefield to help rescue the cubs. This battle came suddenly but ended quickly, mainly because Bai Zizi's wood magic was incredibly powerful. The frontline fighters had no worries about the back. A true strong person's move should bring about an end. This time, Bai Jiji would not let any trouble go. Jean, who observed her abilities carefully. The person behind the priest seemed to understand his thoughts and stepped forward quietly, asking, "Should we do something now?" Jean, who snorted coldly, looking at the priest as if he thought he was foolish. "Do you think, besides me taking action myself, you can handle her?" Everyone could see that Bai Jiji and her beast companions worked well together. They fought fiercely, while she stayed behind to control the situation. This was more than just awakening a special power. Next to her is the Protector, the Fish King. He can ignore land limits and is good at sound waves and illusions. The last strange eagle from the East Coast was killed by these people. Don't underestimate anyone. The wolf tribe was no longer the same as 10 days ago. Jean, who pointed to the front where Yi Ming was fighting and said, "See that dark-skinned boy? That's Tung Shi. I heard they formed a bond recently. We missed the best chance, so from now on, don't talk nonsense." When dealing with the wolf tribe, avoid conflict. Jean, who touched his chest. Bai Jiji's parasitic fruit was really powerful. Even he couldn't force out that thread inside him. Below, Bai Jiji and her team had finished their work. The flower leopard tribe suffered heavy losses, mostly young animals. The hyena tribe aimed to weaken their foundation. Bai Jiji had Bai Qi redraw a piece of land for the flower leopard tribe to settle in. Since most of them were females, they could be protected within the wolf tribe's territory. Her words now were like an order. Bai Qi made sure everything was arranged that very night. As for the original territories of the flower leopard and hyena tribes, Bai Jiji raised the banner of the wolf tribe over them. Jean, who was impressed. This was a big step forward. His irresponsible son had gone out to show off and ended up beaten badly. It was clear he hadn't received the favor of the beast god. Otherwise, Bai Zhizhi would be part of Jin Hu's tribe. After finishing her work with the flower leopard tribe, Bai Zhizhi was too tired to stand. She felt exhausted. Nai Ling reached out and held her in his arms.
Sleep now.
I'll take you home. Bai Zhizhi looked at Chenhua and Lang Yi. I'll leave the rest to you. These two were reliable. When Bai Zhizhi faced problems, she instinctively looked to them. Lang Yi said, I understand. You go rest. I'll handle things here. Chenhua said, don't worry, it's all over now. We'll take good care of the leopard tribe. Bai Zhizhi felt soft-hearted. The leopard chief had agreed to join the wolf tribe, but now this had happened. She hadn't protected them well, and she would probably blame herself again. Yiming knew that today wasn't his time to be with her. After Bai Zhizhi was carried away by Nailing, he went back to the small river to collect the things he had left behind. The little female had worked hard to gather them, and he wanted to bring everything back. When Nailing carried her home, Bai Zhizhi had already fallen asleep in his arms. The little fox felt sorry for her. As soon as she touched the soft grass bed, her eyes could no longer stay open. Nailing had clearly prepared the nest again. It smelled nice and felt soft. The cave was cool and filled with a faint floral scent, perfect for sleeping. The little fox brought warm water, gently wiped her face and hands, then washed up himself before lying down beside her. Good night, Zhizhi. She slept deeply. When Bai Zhizhi woke up, Nailing was still asleep. The little fox had turned into his animal form, his tail covering her stomach like a blanket. It was still dark outside, but the eastern sky was beginning to lighten. Bai Zhizhi quietly got up to take a bath. She was grateful that Nailing didn't mind how tired and sweaty she had been. Yesterday had truly been exhausting. After changing clothes, she noticed her belly had grown a bit larger. It seemed she wouldn't be able to move around much longer. When she came out, she saw someone on the open ground where they dried grain. It was Yiming. He was taking out the things they had found earlier, a pile of sugarcane stacked like a small hill. Why aren't you resting? You can do that tomorrow, Bai Zhizhi said with a smile, leaning against a tree. Her hair was loose from washing, and the scent of roses around her was stronger. She wore only a long dress without a coat, her smile gentle and warm. Yiming froze for a moment, his hands stopping midair. I thought I'd finish this first. Zhizhi, are you all right? He was asking about the leopard tribe. Bai Zhizhi felt a sharp pain in her heart. She knew this world followed the law of the strong, but thinking of the little ones made her sad. Ying Miao, as a female, had harmed others and even hurt the young. Truly cruel and heartless. Give her head to the leopard chief, she said coldly. Night Ming. Okay, Bai Zhizhi didn't stay any longer. Tonight belonged to Nailing, and she couldn't break the rules. Although Night Ming performed very well, she had watched him improve from 0 to 60 points over the past few days. She felt very happy inside. As her husband, she would teach him slowly. When she was about to leave, Night Ming quickly stepped forward to stop her. Zhizhi, I want to kiss you. Is that okay? I promise just one kiss. On her forehead, nose, and mouth. Get some rest early. Night Ming nodded happily and went to the bathroom. When he returned, Nailing was also awake. He was lying on the grass bed, looking a little sad. Do you not like me anymore? Bai Zhizhi. Where did that come from? Nailing. Since he came, your eyes are mostly on him. Even tonight, even though the time belongs to me, you still kissed him. Zhizhi, am I not good enough? Or, the little fox bit his lip, feeling wronged. Or, do you think I'm too young? He wasn't as special as the snake-human hybrid, nor as impressive as Shenhua. Nailing had been feeling a bit insecure these days. Oh, heavens! He said he was still young. Is there still a way for him to live? Did you take off Shenhua's pants? Nailing looked uncomfortable. Why would he need to take off Shenhua's pants to look? A Ling, if you've been possessed, just blink. I'll see how to bring you back. Saying all this suddenly isn't like you. I remember you used to be very confident, saying you had the skills to please me. Why are you doing other tricks now? Bai Gigi lay down beside him. She actually liked being with him. The little fox was very good at caring for her feelings. In fact, they were very compatible. She just didn't understand why he wanted to compare himself to Manhwa, that over-the-top creature. Are you really not bothered? Niling took her hand and gently placed it down. Bai Gigi kindly measured him, then silently whispered a word with her lips. Niling finally smiled. He knew. Gigi, are you okay? Niling pulled her into his arms, his eyes full of concern. I did my best. Niling kissed her forehead. I know, I saw everything. Manhwa and Lang Yi took care of the survivors of the leopard tribe. Gigi, you're really amazing. Just comfort me. Today was just a coincidence. Niling, how could she be so mean? We're all women. Even if it's a tribe conflict over supplies, it doesn't have to be like that. Those are just kids. Gigi's body kept trembling as she spoke. She used to dislike hyenas, and now she disliked them even more. Ing Miao is a typical female from the mainland. She also contracted with some strong beast husbands from the mammoth tribe. She unknowingly became arrogant. She's not shy about her age and has 2 forms, and she interacts with males from nearby tribes. Because of this, people usually turn a blind eye to her actions, which makes her even more arrogant. The leopard tribe mainly relies on their leopard leader to fight. They are honest but often get bullied. Whether he joins the wolf tribe or not, this situation was bound to happen sooner or later. Niling held her tighter. So, you don't need to feel guilty or stressed. Just take good care of them in the future. Yes, I understand. I'll talk to my father about it later. Gigi truly cares about those kids. Ing Miao, acting like a ghost. Niling patted her back softly, humming an unknown tune. He wanted her to sleep a little longer. The female is pregnant and working so hard. He couldn't bear to see her suffer. He couldn't bear it, but she could. That greedy girl can't get enough to eat. Even after so long, she still hasn't grown tired of it. Aling, why do you look so good? If you were a little uglier, I could rest more. For you trying to flatter me? Yes. Aling hasn't pleased me in a long time. Can I take the initiative? Gigi pulled off his shirt. The fox is really white, glowing white. Lying there, she looks incredibly charming. Gigi is a tease. Niling turned her over so her back was to him, so he wouldn't touch her belly. Gigi, Niling leaned close to her ear and finally asked the question he wanted most. Do you like being with me? Can't you tell? She threw the question back at him. Niling lifted her skirt and placed her hand on top. He was drawn into her charm. That morning, the angry beast must have used magic to hurt him, causing him to bleed continuously for the past few days. Even the things he was most confident about became uncertain which was his fault. The fox chuckled softly, smelling her sweet scent. Little female, your body has already told me the answer. So what? Bai Gigi was comfortable enough to show herself in front of him. She revealed half of her fragrant shoulder, turned slightly, and looked at him with a gentle gaze that was almost too tender. The fox's eyes immediately turned red, and his breathing grew quick. She always said he was a tease, but in fact, she was the one. Every day with her felt like he was in heat. The little fox's body was burning hot. He rasped, I will serve you well. His hot breath sprayed on her shoulder, and his fluffy tail covered her. The pink tongue of the little fox gently licked her earlobe, and a soft, slow breath came out. Niling closed his eyes comfortably. He liked it. He liked her. After washing up, Yiming obediently went to lie down. He deliberately avoided Naling's cave and returned to his grass nest from the small kitchen. But the little fox's voice was so loud. Yiming frowned, confused about how he could be so shameless. Although being spoiled felt really good, he didn't need to whimper like that, did he? Even though he whined, his voice was very quiet. Fox, shameless. He covered his ears, refusing to listen. Did he know that Niling was doing it on purpose? The little fox only made that noise when he heard Yiming's footsteps. Who asked him to kiss like that? Humph. Yiming was annoyed and returned to his cave. He didn't lie down to sleep but stared at the Hahuan stone doll on the stone block. It was her and him. Gigi, the big snake muttered softly, thinking about the time on the mountain earlier that day. His heart was so happy. So this was what it meant to be loved secretly. He was favored. Thinking this way, he no longer felt that Na Ling was overstepping. They had what they needed, and now he had it too. Moreover, he had promised her to behave and not make her worry or tire herself out. The big snake's mind was like a roller coaster, confusing itself completely. Its eyes blinked hazily as it drifted into sleep. When Bai Zhizhi woke up, it was already afternoon. Shenhua and Lang Yi had been busy all day and hadn't come back. The leopard tribe was settled on a hill next to the wolf tribe. The open space was large, making it easy to build tents. Bai Qi was also busy, helping others take care of their young. Now, the wolf tribe was really lively. The leopard tribe didn't surrender. They joined directly. After everything was arranged, Leopard Leader went to find Shenhua. He wanted to thank Bai Zhizhi in person because Xiangxi had told him everything. If it weren't for Bai Zhizhi, he probably would have died. He definitely wanted to thank her face to face for the great kindness of his adoptive parents. Bai Zhizhi took a bath. Just as she changed into new clothes, she heard the door of the small yard open. When Yi Ming went to open the door, he saw Leopard Leader bringing survivors from the leopard tribe. They knelt in 2 long lines. Seeing Bai Zhizhi come over, Leopard Leader bowed deeply. He knew what had happened yesterday. After bowing to Bai Zhizhi, he bowed to Yi Ming, then to Shenhua, Lang Yi, and 3 others. Get up quickly. We are all part of the same tribe now. Leopard Leader didn't know how to thank her. The only thing he could think of was to work harder and guard their mineral veins well. Shenhua helped him up, then asked Bai Qi to take everyone back. The matter of the leopard tribe was basically settled. Not a single member of the hyena tribe was left. When they were leaving, Yi Ming stopped Leopard Leader and handed him a basket. At first, Leopard Leader didn't know what it was, but when he saw what was inside, his eyes instantly turned red. Inside was a dog's head made from a special plant called Nong Niao. Yi Ming said, "No need to thank me. My lady asked me to give this to you." Since there were others present, he wanted to lift Bai Zhizhi up. That was his queen. Great kindness will be remembered forever. The leopard tribe will never forget. Leopard Leader looked at the vibrant new land around him, feeling a surge of hope. Under the protection of the Holy Queen, they would surely walk forward into the light. After Leopard Leader and his group left, Lang Yi came over and carried Bai Zhizhi in his arms. Qian Sun immediately stopped him. Mine? Yes, today it was Little Fish's turn. He is now most worried about Lang Yi, not because of anything else, but because this wolf's appearance has become somewhat exaggerated. Everyone knows how much Bai Zhizhi likes to fight. After the 9th level, Lang Ye's dark red beast markings appeared, and their positions were exactly the same. Moreover, the energy he gave off was a wood-type supernatural power, which made Qian Sun cautious. Then you'll send me over? Bai Zhizhi asked. Yes, I can do that. I also have wings, Qian Sun replied. He transformed into a beast form, with large fish fins that looked like wings, allowing him to float in the air. Sister, come up. Flying was not only something Yi Ming could do. He could do it too. Lang Yi was speechless and could only let her get on. Take your time. I'll wait for you at the Mingxia tribe. The sword Bai Zhizhi wanted was ready, and he wanted to take her to see it. Yi Ming curled around Bai Zhizhi's wrist like a small eel. Nai Ling snorted coldly and jumped on too. Lan Ting didn't need to be asked. He would definitely go along. Chun Hua was the same. Qian Sun's body sank, and he enlarged his beast form quite a bit. Seeing this, Bai Zhizhi couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, a big fish like a koan can't be contained in one pot. Look at this small fish's size, carrying 4 or 5 people at once without even panting. Sit tight, I'm about to leave. Qian Sun flew steadily, neither too fast nor too slow. The small boat moved smoothly forward. Bai Zhizhi sat at the front, feeling the speed like a tiny electric scooter. She secretly thought that Qian Sun was really enduring a lot, pretending to be tough. Haha. Last time, when she was alone, he flew much faster. Qian Sun seemed to sense something. His face showed a hint of embarrassment. He thought, oh no, I think my sister is making fun of me. Fortunately, the Mingxia tribe was not far away. After crossing 2 mountain ridges, they arrived. Lang Yi was already waiting, and the furnace inside was glowing with hot flames. Bai Zhizhi couldn't wait any longer. As soon as Qian Sun steadied himself, she slipped down from the side. Lang Yi caught her with open arms. Look and see if it works, Bai Zhizhi responded with a sound, but she didn't hold much hope. The iron sword was not durable. Even kitchen knives had chips, let alone something forged with outdated techniques. But it turned out she underestimated Lang Ye's ability. With the help of supernatural power, the sword she wanted was as sharp as cutting through iron. White Gigi stood in front of the furnace, watching the fierce flames inside. She opened her palm, revealing her fire magic at level 7, now equal to her wood magic. She decided to use her true fire to welcome her long sword's emergence. When the hot flames burst out, several beast tamers behind her quickly stepped back. Chunhua noticed something unusual, that her flames carried a hint of Niling's demonic aura. The fox was quite proud, thinking, look at that, I'm not weak either. The little female was also very skilled at using her powers. The fire, mixed with his demonic energy, was dazzling and hot like a rose. It contained her, and she contained him. Niling happily revealed her foxtail. Yiming felt a bit jealous. Her vines carried Lang Ye's poison, mixed with Qian Sun's aura, and her fire, which was hard to produce, surprisingly had Niling's demonic energy. Was this really necessary to torment her? But luckily, Chen Hua and Lan Ting were there with him. Thinking of this, Yiming felt much better. When Bai Zhiji's martial fire entered, she immediately sensed something strange. The sword responded to her presence with a humming sound. What's going on? Bai Zhiji asked. Lang Yi said, the high priest said that if we add the blood of the swordsmith, it can give the weapon life. I added my blood and yours. He hesitated to finish. Bai Zhiji looked at him in disbelief. So, that morning he hurried out the door carrying her body fluid to forge the sword? What kind of strange method was this? I didn't expect you to be like this, Lang Yi. Lang Ye's face turned red. I even threw in your lost hair. Bai Zhiji was speechless. But now wasn't the time to talk about that. She turned her gaze back to the furnace. The long sword's blade shimmered with cold light. She used vines to pull it out. With a tearing sound, the vines immediately turned to ashes upon contact with the flames. At the same time, the sword was pulled out. When she covered it with a water sphere, it started boiling. Bai Zhiji stepped back and threw the sword out. With a humming sound, the sword landed on a giant stone, which instantly shattered into pieces. The power was incredible. Everyone gasped, unable to tell whether Bai Zhiji's magic or Lang Ye's crafted weapon was more powerful. Bai Zhiji knew very well that she had underestimated Lang Ye's abilities. This long sword is amazing. She summoned vines that wrapped around it, and everyone retreated again. White Zhiji suddenly leapt up and swung the sword. After a powerful strike, dozens of large trees collapsed with a loud crash. The sharpness of this sword is truly impressive. Once I reach level 10 and give birth to my baby, I can rush into the demon abyss and the wild forest to enjoy a top-tier life. Yay, you're so great. I really like this sword. White Zhiji called the sword back. Maybe she should give it a name. Day and night, Lang Yi said. White Zhiji's eyes lit up. Lang Yi continued, the name of the sword. Why should it be called that? Lan Ting was the first to disagree. Why call it day and night? That sneaky wolf is quite clever, day and night. He and Zhiji, he's got big plans. I don't agree either, Yiming spoke up. Lang Yi wrapped his arms around White Zhiji's waist, looking at her with affection. What do you think, Zhiji? I think it's perfect. Let's call it day and night. Hearing this, the two snakes felt heartbroken. White Zhiji said, first, this sword was made by Lang Yi, and it even contains his blood. I think this name suits it. Thank you, Ye. I like it very much. After saying that, White Zhiji tiptoed and kissed Lang Yi. A return gift, Lang Yi smiled. I like it too, big sister. Little Fish was about to shed small tears. Qian Sun's nose turned red with displeasure. White Ji couldn't stand seeing him like that, so she immediately walked over, holding his face with both hands and softly asking, So, Qian Sun, you want to give a return gift too? The small pearl dropped, and White Ji caught it naturally. Little Fish sniffled. Does it look good? You can embed it on your sword. White Ji loved him very much. Since he had something to do today, she kissed him without hesitation. This is Qian Sun's return gift. I'll embed it on the sword later. Little Fish happily rested his head on her shoulder, secretly glancing at the 5 people with a proud look in his eyes, unseen by White Ji. Did you see? This is our real opponent. Lan Ting crossed his arms, looking full of disdain. Little Fish's tricks are just tears. That round, shiny bead. What's so special about it? Why do little females like it so much? Nightmare. Thinking carefully, he realized he didn't really hit the wrong person when he attacked Qian Sun. This fish clearly knows how to poke at his lungs. Chun Hua didn't mind much. As long as the little female was happy, that was the most important thing. Now she was busy again. Luo Chao had also modified the crossbow, allowing it to fire 3 arrows at once. Chun Hua checked all the crossbow parts carefully, confirmed there were no problems, and then called Niling to take it back using space magic. The little fox was very unhappy. He was still waiting to cause trouble. Why was he calling him? Today isn't your time, so please hold back your powers, Lang Yi said expressionlessly. Niling snorted, but obediently went to work. Kuaisheng went to the wolf tribe early in the morning. Yes, he was bringing gifts to Luo Chao. The Mengshi tribe also wanted this kind of single-arrow crossbow. Biao Shui also came to help. Now that Lang Yi controlled the smelting technology, the weapons they made were truly excellent. Bai Ji released Qian Sun and immediately drew a few more designs on the ground. A short sword, a curved blade, a spear, and a bow and arrow. The first few were easy to understand, but the bow and arrow confused everyone a bit. Bai Ji explained, This is a good thing, but the bowstring is a bit tricky. So I made this for myself. Tell me more. Nightmare felt his chance to show off was coming. Bai Ji smiled. No need to trouble yourself. I have good materials in my space. She had ready-made composite fiber HMP, ultra-high molecular weight polyethylene fiber. It was not only resistant to impact but also fast in shooting and durable. She said her space wasn't just full of junk. When they were on the mountain, if they wanted to eat meat without going down, they had to think carefully. So, she was prepared for this bow. First, no arrows, just put them aside. Now that she had arrows, she was ready to go. Nightmare felt disappointed. His chance to perform was gone. Bai Ji patted his and smiled. Don't worry. The bow itself still needs your help. I need a type of wood, without any knots. Here's the design. The manufacturing process is on it. Can you make me one? Yes. The big snake's eyes were firm, as if he was about to join the party. After saying that, he spread his wings and flew off, determined to find the perfect wood to make her a bow. Related to wood, can I help? Chenhua asked. You can't do without me, Bai Ji said confidently. How about me? Lan Ting asked. Bai Ji, see this spear? It also needs wood. Use this blueprint to get the wood you need. I'll tell you, you need the heart of the wood. Without it, the spear won't have rebound power. If it's just hard and stiff, it will be dull and not very effective, leaning against the iron ore she naturally prepared in advance. The hyena tribe had definitely warned her. Having strong abilities is good, but good weapons are also very important. A fierce tiger without sharp claws is just paper. I want these tigers to fly. Bai Ji handed the drawn blueprint to Chenhua. This is a design I made based on your traits. There are others too. Choose what you need. Then she took out another, more detailed blueprint. Chenhua looked at it with amazement. A bed crossbow. It's powerful and has a detailed structure analysis. This isn't hard for Chenhua. The materials needed are clearly marked, including the tanning process. There are also catapults, shields, big swords, and various spears. Gigi, your mind is... Don't look at me like that. This is the wisdom of those before us. I just remember it. Manhwa. That's still very impressive. His little female is more capable than he thought. Actually, there are many cold weapons, but Bai Gigi couldn't remember them all. These few she thought up with great effort. Her brain cells are almost dead now. This is your task, and Lang Yes. We still need people here, at the iron mine. Father is old, and a bit careless. You and Lang Yi stay here. I feel more at ease. Manhwa rubbed her head. Don't worry, I've got this. Bai Gigi knew they couldn't read, so she detailed every part of the blueprint. Nailing and yemming are your responsibility. I might be away these next few days, but I'll be back by tomorrow at the latest. Hearing this, Manhwa immediately frowned. Are you going out? Bai Gigi. The clay kiln in Luo Chao is already built. The rest is my business. Hua, I want to grow stronger. The last part, King of the Beast World, but it sounded a bit childish, so she didn't say it out loud. All right, Gigi, whatever you want to do, I will support you. Manhwa smiled. The wolf tribe is no longer what it used to be, thanks to her. Maybe in the future, there will be even more possibilities. As long as she wants it, he is willing to be the sharpest sword in her hand. Bai Gigi isn't very ambitious about her career. People say females are noble, but the females of the leopard tribe are still treated unfairly. Basically, strength is the key. As women, they face many injustices at all times. Bai Gigi's idea is simple. Since she has come, she will do her best to improve her environment and truly raise the status of women. She wants to lead them step by step in making pottery, linen, and weapons. She sees Luo Chao as her helpful partner. Sometimes, Bai Gigi wonders if Luo Chao is like a special assistant arranged by the beast god for her. When she wanted rice, Luo Chao came back. She said that after linen, she wove more and even built a kiln. She is like a guide, giving her hints little by little. Yes, like a quest-giving NPC. Thinking of this, she yawned. After arranging some tasks for them, Bai Gigi leaned into Xiao Yu's arms and said, Your task is to stay with me. Qian Sun blushed. I promised to complete the task. Next, it was pottery. Now that the leopard tribe has arrived, Bai Gigi's pottery business can finally start. She doesn't want to do it herself, but she's reluctant to give up this opportunity, so Huaxi is a good choice. It's still early. Let's go back and get ready. We'll go find some clay. Bai Gigi. Yes, from dried-up riverbeds. She wants everyone to get moving, not just keep circling around her. That won't lead to success. Qian Sun nodded. Got it. I'll take my sister back to pack up. I know some places with dried riverbeds, but they might be a bit far. We might not come back tonight. Maybe tomorrow. If we can't come back, we can camp outside. Xiao Yu, don't you want to stay with me? He really wants to. But Yiming, Xiao Yu doesn't want to be disturbed, but that gloomy ghost will definitely come looking once he smells it. Don't worry, Yiming has a task. The big snake is no longer the same as before. He knows everything, so he won't make the family unhappy like before. Qian Sun hesitated to speak, but then he thought he should trust his sister. If she says she won't do it, then she definitely won't. On the way back, Qian Sun sped up because he might not return at night. He packed 2 animal skins for sleeping outdoors and his prepared battle robe. Bai Gigi also packed a few things, mainly some change of clothes. Only Little Fish was playing house, bringing everything he could: pots, bowls, utensils, food, and drinks. The beast tamers are responsible for mineral veins and building. She is in charge of pottery. No, she shouldn't call it pottery. With her current fire level, if she finds clay, making fine porcelain won't be a problem. Bai Gigi was full of confidence. Feiyu flew overhead. Bai Gigi took out the bag of sunflower seeds given by Lang Yi, and she also carried 2 sugar canes on her back. Oh, she's so busy. She still has to make sugar, so many things to do. Little Fish prepared everything well. Now he slowed down because he wasn't in a hurry. It's better if they don't return tonight. Bai Gigi was also not in a rush. She said they would return tomorrow afternoon. The scenery along the way was beautiful, neither too hot nor too cold. She was cracking sunflower seeds and munching on sugarcane, feeling very comfortable. Plus, her way of traveling was amazing. riding a fish. Fei's scales were truly beautiful. They weren't just red, they shimmered with different colors depending on the light and movement. Very dazzling. Big sister, what are you eating? Qian-sun also wanted some. He smelled the sweet aroma. Sugarcane. Do you want to try? Bai Jiji took a bite from a piece and offered it to him. So sweet. Qian-sun was trying it for the first time. It was mostly water but super sweet. But as he chewed, he felt it was a bit hard to swallow.
Fool, spit it out.
You can't eat the pulp. Bai Jiji couldn't help but laugh. She thought of Yiming. When Yiming ate, he also didn't know how to spit out the pulp and almost choked himself. She thought he was a silly snake, but it turned out there was also a silly fish here. Not only that, Nailing didn't even know how to tear the skin, and Lang Yi was even more reckless. He just chewed directly after picking it up. Only Lan Ting, the foodie, never made things difficult for himself. When it became hard to swallow, he spat it out. He didn't swallow any pulp at all. Manhwa is a clever leopard who wants to eat, but doesn't want to embarrass himself. He first observes Baiji to see how she eats, then he starts eating himself. Oh no, I started thinking about them as soon as I left the house. Baiji no longer gnaws on the sugarcane. She leans on the little fish and fiddles with its scales. They are soft and gentle, not prickly at all, and smell nice when she gets close. Is this really a fish? No, wait. She is a fish now. She is Zhuangzhou. Her cosplay mood reaches its peak. Baiji sits cross-legged with her eyes closed and faces the air in front of her, saying, I am the butterfly, I am the butterfly, whooshing and fluttering, big sister. What song are you singing? Baiji replies, I dreamed of a legendary world and said hello to a brave warrior. Qianxuan? So, what are you talking about, big sister? Who is this brave warrior? Is he like Bai Suzhen? Qianxuan only thinks about Bai Suzhen, dreaming every day that he could become her too.
A wonderful sleep is worth singing about. Qiansun, la 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 la?
Haha, that line is so clever. Later, when I say the next line, remember to bubbles. She wants to use her special skill. Qianxuan looks confused but nods and does as told. Baiji clears her throat and continues. Actually, everything I just said was just a dream. Pop, 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 3 big bubbles come out. Baiji laughs foolishly. This is happiness. She doesn't have her phone to play games, but she can play with fish instead. Isn't that more fun than playing fish in the games canyon? What a good fish. Baiji sighs happily and lies down. After playing for a while, she closes her eyes and takes a short rest. In that moment, Qianxuan has already taken her to a dried-up riverbed, very large and stretching as far as the eye can see. Qianxuan chooses a higher spot to settle down. He spreads out the animal hide he carries and places Baiji on it. As soon as her bottom touches the ground, Baiji wakes up. She looks at the riverbed in front of her, her eyes brightening. She smells the familiar scent, and her instincts tell her she's in the right place. Her earth magic can easily identify the texture of the soil. She makes hand signs, and looking at the dirt on her hands, her face shows joy. This is the clay she needs. She didn't expect Qianxuan to find the right spots so quickly. Big sister, what are you doing with this dirt? Qiansun was a bit confused. Why was his sister happily playing with a pile of dirt? Wasn't dirt not as pretty as him? This is clay. It can be used to make porcelain. Didn't the royal court ask you to help build a kiln for firing porcelain? I brought you out today to find this kind of clay. The bowls and dishes at home are made from this clay. P.S. I couldn't find more detailed information, so I just wrote it like this. Please ignore the details. Qiansun was very happy to hear this. Oh, I see. Big sister, I want to take all this dirt back with me. Bai Ji chuckled softly. Of course. She had already made plans. These pieces of clay might not be enough later. Qiansun was so excited. The bowls and dishes at home are very delicate, and he didn't know they were made from this clay. His sister was really clever. She knew everything and could do anything. He felt proud inside but also worried she might not want him in the future. After all, he didn't seem to have many other good points. Big sister, will you not want me anymore? Qiansun carefully leaned on her leg, blinking at her with eyes full of stars, waiting for her answer. "Aren't you my little dog?" No owner would give up their pet. "Yes, I am your little dog, so you won't abandon me." Qian Sun's face lit up with a happy smile. He pulled Bai Jiji's hand and kissed it twice, then quickly ran off to dig in the dirt like a little fish. Bai Jiji pulled him back, gently ruffling his hair and softly saying, "Don't be in such a hurry. I can do it later. You go find something to eat." Qian Sun nodded obediently and happily ran into the small woods to look for dinner. Bai Jiji watched his back and shook her head. Such a silly fish. She brought him out, but it wasn't just for the dirt. She had neglected him for a while, so she wanted to take this chance to make it up to her little fish. While Qian Sun went to find food, Bai Jiji took out the tent she carried with her. She set it up on the spot, then spread out all the bedding inside. There was also a small aurora night light hanging inside. When turned on at night, it cast a starry sky on the wall, making it feel like being in the sea of stars. It was solar-powered, so it would glow after being exposed to sunlight. Looking at her masterpiece, Bai Jiji smiled happily, hoping that little fish would like it. She actually brought some food with her. Sending Qian Sun away was just to give herself time to prepare a surprise. Bai Jiji looked at the small lace pajamas in her hand, smiling so much she couldn't close her mouth. Qian Sun wasn't really silly. Little fish blushed and first went to find Xiao He to wash herself, then followed with wild fruits and mountain chickens. He smelled nice, and his clothes still had a fresh scent inside. Bai Jiji set up a simple stove. She brought rice and a stone pot from Manhwa. Tonight, she planned to make a simple clay pot rice, a dish she had thought about for a long time. In a small pot nearby, she was boiling milk tea. The aroma of tea mixed with milk made everyone's mouth water. The family had plenty of milk because Nailing had gone up the mountain to bully some cows and collected several buckets of milk. She had packed a little to bring along. Qian Sun washed the mountain chicken and cut it into small pieces. Bai Jiji snapped her fingers, lit the firewood, added oil and spices, and started cooking the chicken. Qian Sun sniffed happily. He hadn't eaten his sister's cooking in a long time. Tonight, he was lucky, and it was just him and his sister. Bai Jiji smiled gently at him. "Do you want to drink it cold?" Qian Sun nodded. Bai Jiji handed him the prepared milk tea, which he immediately stored in his space. The chicken was cooked and taken out. She washed the stone pot, added rice, and since they had received the rice, they had once made zongzi. Later, due to many things, they could only make do with a quick meal each time, which made her crave it even more. As soon as the rice aroma wafted out, Qian Sun's eyes widened. "Sister, it smells so good. Of course, clay pot rice is always delicious." She poured melted lard over it. The flames flickered, illuminating her side face. Qian Sun watched in awe. "Sister, you're so beautiful." When the rice was ready, Bai Jiji turned off the fire, leaving the coals to keep it warm. She loved crispy rice. She had saved a lot of the chicken's juice, and mixing the rice with chicken and the broth made it very fragrant. She washed the fruits, plated them, and the milk tea was also chilled. Bai Jiji took a sip. The temperature was just right. Qian Sun handed her a small bowl. The two sat around the campfire, enjoying a dinner just for each other. As the sunset faded and night fell, Bai Jiji used vines to surround the area. Qian Sun ate happily, his cheeks puffed out, looking very adorable. White Jiji enjoyed her meal happily. It had been a long time since she felt so relaxed. She lay on a beast hide, gazing at the starry sky with 2 moons, feeling a deep sense of nostalgia. It seemed like she had been here for a very long time. Qian Sun also lay down beside her. White Jiji looked at the stars, and he looked at her. Little Fish held her hand and hugged it close. White Jiji snapped her fingers, and vines with flames rose into the sky, transforming into glowing moths. They disappeared quickly, but looked very beautiful. Qian Sun sat up, feeling amazed by such a wonderful power. It also made him more certain about who he loved. Watching White Jiji lying down, he silently thought that if possible, he would definitely send her back someday. It would be even better if they could go back together. He didn't want to be apart from her. Big sister. Qian Sun lay down again, burying his face in her embrace. His hands wrapped around her waist. He really liked cuddling with her. White Gigi gently rubbed his head, then turned around and hugged him. Show me. White Gigi smiled and said, pretending to be naive is no fun. Weren't you planning a surprise for me? Qian Sun's face turned red, and he blushed instantly. You already knew? It's pretty obvious, my little fish baby. White Gigi said as she unfastened his clothes. Then she noticed that little fish truly had a hidden talent. He had made a waist chain out of pearls. White Gigi covered her mouth but couldn't help but glance sideways. I'm pregnant. Are you sure you want to tempt me like this? Qian Sun knelt before her, carefully leaning in. His cool lips pressed against her collarbone. Big sister, didn't you also prepare a surprise for me? He looked at her shoulder strap with intense eyes. The lace and small floral trim were something he had never seen before, but they made his heart race. Did you wear this just for me to see? Little Fish's heartbeat quickened, and a smile appeared in his eyes. He spoke softly, with a gentle smile on his face, and gently nudged her nose before sealing her lips, preventing her from speaking. After a long, tender moment, Qian Sun finally released her. He pressed his forehead to Bai Jiji's and whispered, Sister, I've washed up, inside the tent behind them. Lights turned on. Bai Jiji pulled Qian Sun along as they walked inside side by side. As soon as the tent door opened, Qian Sun was pushed down. Xiaoyu was flushed pink all over. He covered his face but couldn't help peeking through his fingers. His nose was bleeding, and it looked like more was coming. Her white lace dress perfectly outlined her waist. Her long hair draped over her shoulders, showing her gentle charm. She placed her small hand on his abs and softly laughed. Nice feeling. No wonder you're so strong, fish. Sister. Oh, heavens. Xiaoyu, why is your voice so hoarse? The starry sky of the aurora shone down on him. Bai Ji squinted happily. Indeed, her face suited this kind of lighting very well. Qian Sun was anxious. Why wasn't his sister showing him more affection? He simply sat up on his own and placed Bai Ji on his lap. Xiaoyu pouted, anxiously dropping little tears like pearls. Sister, you're naughty. Qian Sun's starry eyes shed a big tear. Bai Ji picked up that pearl. Under the aurora, the pearl was so beautiful it was hard to look away. When Xiaoyu was emotional, the pearls he dropped were colorful and the most beautiful. Bai Ji set the pearl aside and gently held Qian Sun's eager face, kissing him as he gasped for breath. Her fingertips brushed through his soft, golden hair. Xiaoyu hummed softly, his whole body tense. He quickly hugged her, afraid she might tease him again, saying, Sister, don't go. They weren't in the water now, so he couldn't use his tail to hold her. He could only look at her with longing eyes. Xiaoyu's mouth was slightly open, his face flushed red, looking like he was about to run out of oxygen. Bai Ji loved looking at him like this. How could she bear to make him uncomfortable? Don't go, sister. Qian Sun bit his lip and looked down shyly. Xiaoyu was trembling badly. He really couldn't hold back anymore. Sister is still teasing me. His voice already carried a hint of tears. Bai Ji raised her hand. I really didn't. Little Fish's voice was hoarse from crying. His body was marked with red patches here and there. Even as he fell asleep, he was still sniffling. When the two of them lay face to face, his eyes were red as he held her close. Tonight's blanket was very soft, scented with rose. He sniffed it again, enjoying the smell. Big sister, did I do well? Little Fish looked satisfied, with a gaze at Bai Ji that still carried lingering warmth. His hoarse voice made her want to cuddle him again. Bai Ji's affirmation made Qian Sun smile happily. He wasn't as bossy as some others. A little dog should have the attitude of a little dog. What's wrong with that? He just liked being teased by her. After saying this, Qian Sun shyly buried his head in her embrace. I like it too. Really? Qian Sun blinked with bright, sparkling eyes full of little bubbles. Qian Sun was very happy. He adjusted his pillow, contentedly holding Bai Ji and falling asleep. He had saved up a lot of energy for tonight. It's his sister's, and it's his too. Gigi, I like you. I like you very much. Don't talk, go to sleep. Bai Gigi pinched his mouth, then lazily snuggled into his arms. Qian Sun chuckled softly, blowing a bubble and wrapping himself in the tent.
Good night, sister.
Bai Gigi was awakened by a little deer nudging her. She blinked sleepily and saw a small deer lying at the tent door, tilting its head to look at her, occasionally nudging her ankle with its antlers. A big deer. Roasting it might be pretty good, the little deer. Bai Gigi rubbed her eyes, pulled her foot back, yawned, and turned over to sleep again. She smelled something. Qian Sun's food wasn't ready yet, so she could sleep a little longer. The little deer. No, was her heart really that big? Unwilling to give up, the little deer pushed again. Bai Gigi got annoyed and kicked it aside. While I still have my senses, you better leave. She ruffled her messy hair, rubbed her eyes, and looked at the little deer. It looked so adorable and fragrant that she started drooling. This deer was full of treasures, such a good thing. It seems he sensed her, malice, in her eyes and ran away like a frightened deer. Big sister, wake up. He entered the tent carrying clean, dried clothes. Bai Gigi gave him a big hug, then closed her eyes to enjoy Qianshuan's service. Little Fish thoughtfully helped her put on her clothes and brought water for washing up, even squeezing out the toothpaste. I'm going to serve the seafood porridge. After washing up, we can eat. Bai Gigi nodded with her eyes closed, repeating the brushing motion with her hand. She was exhausted last night, with a sore waist and back. Little Fish chuckled softly, massaging her to relax. Suddenly, she leaned in and whispered, "Next time I'll come. Save your strength for digging the ground." At this moment, Bai Gigi recovered. She used her magic to heal herself, feeling refreshed all over. She took a deep breath, and her tired look disappeared from her face. Seafood porridge is ready. Do you want to eat now? Yes, yes. After eating, we can work better. Bai Gigi tidied up her clothes, tied her hair up, and while she ate, Qianshuan packed up the tent and their belongings. Qianshuan's cooking skills were quite good. Bai Gigi took a sip and couldn't help but take another. Little Fish added scallions to remove the fishy smell, and the taste was really good. After eating and drinking enough, she activated her earth magic. A large amount of clay was gathered and condensed by her magic. Qianshuan opened his space at the right time. His space was amazing, like a moving small warehouse and 9-grid big fridge. As the space opened, all the clay Bai Gigi had gathered poured inside. They collected quite a bit. When the porcelain was finished, she planned to visit the city-state to see if she could have her own shop. She had heard about it from others, but had never been there herself. Once the porcelain business started, it would be another source of income. She thought that she might not need the ordinary beast cores, but others in the tribe could use them. Having a business would prevent hunger and avoid daily mountain hunts. She handed the porcelain to Huaxi, the summer cloth to Luo Chao. And by man, she was also a good candidate. After storing the clay, Qianshuan packed up the pots and pans. Then, he shakily led Bai Gigi back on the way home. Just as they left, the little deer suddenly transformed into a young boy. He wanted to go back and tell Lord Beast God that this female was bad and different from what he had said. When they returned to the small courtyard, it was already afternoon, just as she had said. Yeming immediately went to greet her and hugged her in his arms. "Why did you take so long? I missed you so much." "Be good, I missed you too." She handed him a clay doll she had been holding. "Is this for me?" "Yes, it's for Yeming." The little dog snake was very clingy. It behaved very well last night, not bothering anyone with its scent, so the small clay figure was a reward for it. "Was your trip okay?" Chenhua took the other things she was holding, casually circling around her to make sure she was fine, then quietly relaxed. Langyi was at home today, busy in the small kitchen picking vegetables, so it looked like there would be a nice dinner tonight. Lanting had returned from Luo Chao's house. He went to ask Mu Xian about something. Luo Chao said Mu Xian alone wasn't enough. They also needed to use fire to carbonize the surface. He had been talking about it all afternoon and was parched. As soon as he pushed open the door, he saw Baiji returning. "Gigi, you finally came back. I missed you so much." "Qianshuan, that unkind one. Where did he take you?" I looked for you all night. Yeming. He rolled his eyes. Lanting, you better behave. Lanting didn't behave. He leaned in and kissed her. Today, for some reason, he just wanted to cling to the little female. Whenever he saw her, he felt his blood boiling. How is your work going? Baiji asked. Lanting. Leave it to me, you can rest assured. He was very serious. Seeing how lively he looked when talking, Baiji couldn't help but smile. See, it's just about finding something to do. As long as there's a bit of achievement, the whole person's mood changes. What's so special about constantly being jealous of her? Watching the light sweat on Lanting's forehead, Baiji took out a handkerchief and helped him wipe it away. This immediately caused some others to feel displeased. Nailing was the first to lean over and say, I have sweat on my head too. No joke, he had just returned from the mongoose lion tribe. Oh heavens, he almost wanted to open the little female's head to see what was inside. That bed crossbow was complicated and tedious, and his small paws were about to peel. Yemings quickly picked up Baiji and placed her over his shoulder. Chunhua frowned, worried. Take it slow. She's pregnant. I know, but no. Yeming gently placed Baiji on his shoulder and sat her there. Then, he boldly took her back to his cave. Nailing. You need to control him. The little fox's fur bristled, and it jumped onto the table, growling. How can I control him? Baiji looks pretty happy. Langyi wanted to hit him, but seeing the little female smiling happily, he held back. The fox was annoyed and wanted to cause trouble, but he couldn't. He's a well-behaved little fox, her beloved pet. Qianshuan stood in the open space, looking very serious. Can you all help? I'm about to run out of strength. He was talking about the clay in his space. Chunhua asked, How much did you bring back? A lot. You don't know how amazing my sister's earth element ability is. She moved a lot of it here. Chunhua looked around. The clay kiln was over at Luochao's place. Her yard was now used for growing vegetables, and the small open space was for the cubs to play. So, the clay couldn't be kept there for convenience. She looked around and pointed to the empty spot next to the small kitchen. Put it there. It's shaded by trees and close to the gate. It'll be easier to move the finished products later. Qianshuan nodded happily and hurried to unload.
He was exhausted.
For the first time, he realized that exceeding his space limit was really tiring. After unloading the clay, Chunhua handed him a towel. Hurry and wash up. Dinner will be ready soon. I'm not hungry. Sister made claypot rice and I ate a lot. Lanting. Dat Langyi. Nailing. I'm going to cause trouble. He didn't even know what claypot rice was, and now the little fish said he ate it? Chunhua sensed that these people were about to rebel. She spoke at the right moment. We're having claypot rice for dinner tonight, too. Previously, when collecting rice, the little female told him how to make claypot rice. Chunhua remembered it. Recently, with many things happening, he decided to make it today so everyone could eat together. Lanting was about to cry when he heard this. He happily moved closer to Chunhua and said, Chunhua, this family can't do without you. He calmed down, thinking that even though it wasn't Gigi who made it, at least they would have something to eat. Chunhua's cooking skills are good, so it should taste nice. Wipe your mouth, you'll eat soon. Chunhua's voice was calm and a little cool, as if warning them not to cause trouble over food that might upset Gigi. He didn't mind stretching his muscles a bit.
Nalink glanced sideways.
Can you be less bossy? I don't even have the right to be jealous now. You do, but no fussing. The little fox snorted and went to chew on sugarcane. Xiaoyu realized he had said something wrong and stayed quiet, obediently washing up and waiting for the meal. Yeming's cave was cleaned very neatly, even with a bookshelf. Bai Gigi looked at the bookshelf and paused for a moment. Yeming looked at her and softly said, My mother, and they sent these. Then he pulled her to sit down. Bai Gigi suddenly saw that there were more than 10 baskets of beast cores in his cave. These are from my mother. Bai Gigi actually understood Yeming's parents well. If it were her, she wouldn't be happy either. Yeming said, The person I like they probably like too. It just takes some time. Gigi, will you blame me? Where did that come from? Because of me, my parents and I have had disagreements. He knelt by her knees, full of apology. No. Bai Gigi touched his face with a smile. Then she looked around the cave. His bed had been moved down, and there were many small toys, all neatly arranged. Her clothes were hung neatly on the rack, tidily organized. Will placing a Gigi flower on the bedside make it hard to sleep? After all, it smells very nice. Nightming shook his head and said, seeing it feels like seeing you, Gigi. You weren't home last night, and I really missed you. As he spoke, he leaned in closer, and his intentions were clear. The big snake's throat moved slightly, and he said in a deep voice, Gigi, can you kiss me? He looked like a child asking for candy, full of longing. In front of the windowsill, the sunset glow lit up his face. He looked up at Bai Gigi and smiled. He gently touched her lips with his, and Bai Gigi lowered her head to bite his lip. The snake's lips and teeth brushed against her ear, turning it red. The scent of jasmine was very nice, just like her. After she let go, Nightming smiled and said, Chunhua also made me a wooden frame. Yes, he also wanted that name, the two of them together. Okay, I will write it for you. Hearing this, Nightming quickly stood up, a little flustered with happiness. But he wanted to say he didn't have any paper. I have some. Come sit down, and I'll write it for you. Nightming didn't sit down but instead stood behind her, leaning over and wrapping her in his arms. Bai Gigi let him do as he pleased. She took out paper and a pen from her space and wrote her name. When it was his turn, she handed him the pen. The snake and others had their own writing system. I want you to write my name yourself. When my father named me, he hoped I would be lively, smart, calm, and reserved. Bai Gigi moved her hand and wrote a character, Ming. This character was the meaning he mentioned, and the sound matched too. Night Ming. Look at this. Bai Gigi put down the pen. Night Ming held it in his hand, loving it so much he didn't want to let go. He happily framed both her name and his, then placed them neatly on the bedside table. Thank you, Gigi. I like it. The gloomy male ghost gradually became bright and sunny. Bai Gigi felt very happy. She waved her hand and pulled him to sit beside her. The peachwood comb in her hand naturally fell down. This time, Nightming didn't grab her hair in front. He hoped everyone could see their totem. They were legitimate and he didn't need to hide anymore. Gigi. Nightming stood up and picked her up. Tonight belongs to me. He had waited so long, and finally, it was his turn. There were so many males in the house, it made him dizzy. Eat first. Okay, wait a moment. I have something to give you. This is the bow she wanted. Nightming made it according to her request. The bow is very well crafted, with carved patterns on both sides. One end has a snake, and the other has a gardenia flower. Bai Gigi praised. Nice, very well made. It really was perfect. She stood up and tested the rebound on the table. Everything was just right. She took out the bowstring and asked Nightming to help her install it. Pull it tight, please. I have good arm strength, and I'm used to a higher tension. The bow she used on the mountain was 50 pounds. What? Bai Gigi was a bit surprised. Nightming said, the name of the bow. Bai Gigi couldn't help but laugh. She didn't expect him to remember that. Gigi, do you think it sounds bad? Nightming's eyes were already misty. Hold it in. There can only be one little crybaby at home. Nightming looked wronged. I thought you would like it. The big snake shrank back, feeling sad. Day and night are fine, so why not Gigi? I like it. Bai Gigi picked up the bow with the string added. Come on, let's go out and have some fun. Bai Gigi was a bit eager. She hadn't shown off her skills in a while. Nightming wiped his tears. Did she forget about his gift? The previous kiss didn't count. Bai Gigi wanted to draw her bow now, but she also remembered to care for his feelings. She was a bit rough, though. She grabbed his collar and pulled him up from the ground, then gave him a big kiss. A return gift. Her attitude was bold, her tone firm, and her expression indifferent. Nightming was about to break apart. She wasn't like this when she kissed Long Yi. Niling saw her come out of Nightming's cave so quickly. The little fox happily pounced on her. He cleverly shrank his beast form to that of a small cat, with several wagging tails that looked adorable. Bai Gigi caught him in her arms. Niling snuggled into her embrace, giving a provocative look at Nightming behind her. Only he could be her pet. Bai Gigi rubbed him and set him down. Nai Ling, still not satisfied, followed her like a little dog. Night Ming smiled, knowing Gigi still cared about him. The fox wasn't overly spoiled after all. The big snake was proud and followed to the back mountain. Before it got dark, Bai Gigi pulled out her long bow. Lan Ting skillfully scared the wild ducks by the pond, causing them to fly away. Bai Gigi aimed carefully and shot an arrow. Hit! Bai Gigi hit the target. Lan Ting happily went to pick up the wild duck, excited about roasting it. But then he felt a bit dizzy. He shook his head. This was the first time he felt such a strange sensation. Bai Gigi said, "Of course I hit. I never miss." She knew her strength very well. Yi Ming was watching, amazed. Last time, she used a slingshot. This time, a bow and arrow. The little girl was joking around earlier, but once she drew her bow, her eyes changed. She looked very confident and powerful. No matter how you looked at her, you couldn't get enough. Nai Ling was interested too. He suddenly rolled to Bai Gigi's feet. The handsome, young, white-haired boy naturally took the bow and arrow from her. "I want to try too." The fox mimicked Bai Gigi, aiming at the startled flying duck. Bai Gigi helped him adjust a stance. "Lift your arm higher. Keep your arm straight when drawing the bow. Aim." No, that wouldn't work for him. The scent of the little girl nearby distracted the fox. He turned his head, dropped the bow, and suddenly kissed her face, then ran away. Hajimimi ran into the small woods, giggling. He was afraid of getting scolded. Yi Ming must be furious. But it didn't matter. If he could make him angry, he was willing to get scolded. Sure enough, Yi Ming exploded with anger. The big snake flickered and wrapped around a white Hajimimi, causing him to roll down the hill. Nai Ling's voice came from below the hill. "I'm fine, I'm okay," followed by Yi Ming's furious roar. These two had been fighting for a long time. Bai Gigi sighed, shot a few more ducks, and Lan Ting was overjoyed. He happily collected all the ducks Bai Gigi had hit. "Gigi, roasted duck. Roasted duck. Okay, we'll make it tonight." Bai Gigi put her bow and arrow into her space. Just as she was about to leave, Lan Ting hugged her. He carried a duck in one hand and held her horizontally in his arms. "I'll carry you down. It's getting dark and you might hurt your feet on the branches." Her Lanting was also a top-quality good baby. Bai Gigi tilted her head and rested on his shoulder, reaching out to tidy his hair. But as she moved, she noticed something was wrong with Lanting. Every time she moved, the scales on his neck flickered. Lanting looked down at her and unconsciously swallowed. "Gigi, I won't see you until tomorrow. Don't move me." He was acting strangely. His body was also very hot. Lanting's eyes darkened slightly. He quickly lowered her, realizing that Bai Gigi was not from this world. She didn't know that Lanting had entered his heat period. Not only did she not know, but Lanting himself was unaware too. In the past, when he wasn't with Bai Gigi, he could control his heat well. After all, his beast rank was obvious, and those thoughts weren't dangerous. He had never felt this restless before, and for a moment, he was a little panicked. And Bai Gigi's careless action just made his discomfort worse. Lanting handed her over to Manhwa, put down the duck in his hand, grabbed a few zongzi, and then ran away. "What's wrong with him?" "I don't know either. I just touched the scales on his body, and he reacted like that." Bai Gigi hadn't yet realized how serious the problem was. She sat down on her own. Langyi poured her a glass of water and asked if she wanted to feed the duck tonight. "Yes, Lanting wants to eat roast duck." "Then I'll go clean it up." Nai Ling and Yi Mia had gone crazy and returned looking ragged. They were thinking about how to tell Bai Gigi about the other's condition when Manhwa suddenly shot them a deadly glare. The little fox kept quiet obediently. Seeing this, Yi Mia also decided not to speak, and both of them went to the bathroom bumping into each other. Childish fools. Not even as good as Qian Sun. Langyi looked up, eyes full of disdain. Until dinner was served, Lanting still hadn't come back. The roast duck was eaten by Nai Ling, but Bai Gigi kept half of it. After slicing the meat, she packed it into a small lunchbox. "Little female is biased," Nai Ling snorted. "Stop using your magic powers. It's so annoying every day." Qian Sun couldn't take it anymore. No one had told her that foxes could be so jealous. Yimia's eyes were dark and unclear, clearly feeling jealous too. During this time, he had figured out her attitude towards them. She depends on Manhwa and Langyi both. One handles internal and external matters, the other only external, and they basically cover all the big and small issues together. As for Qianxuan, there's no need to say. Her affection is clear in her eyes. When her little fish's eyes turn red, she immediately goes to comfort him. Although she doesn't want to admit it, the little fish is very important to her. It makes him so nervous that he doesn't dare to say harsh words to Qianxuan. She also shows obvious favoritism to Nailin. The little fox's complaints are always taken seriously. Troublemaker. And Lan Ting? Well, what can I say? Although the little female doesn't seem very close to him, she always responds when Lan Ting asks for something. She never finds it troublesome. But what surprised him was that Manhwa also spoils Lan Ting a lot. Are the snake's brain cells running out? So, is this what family means? She keeps everyone in this family tightly connected, caring for everyone's feelings. And in return, they do the same. After the roller coaster ride, Yema's gaze softened because Gigi also cares about him. Gigi wrapped a piece of roast duck and fed it to Yema. Is it tasty? Yes. Yema's eyes sparkled, and he smiled happily. Gigi really cares about him. Hurry up and wash up, Gigi urged. Yema's face reddened, and he quickly went to the bathroom. Even though he had already washed, her words are like an order, so he scrubbed again. Before Nailin could speak, she immediately stuffed a piece of food into his mouth to block him, then patted his fox head. Eat and rest. There are many things tomorrow. No more fuss, understand? The little fox nodded, wagging his tail like a good dog, and his pink tongue licked her wrist eagerly. With that charming face, Gigi instinctively shrank back. This little demon, she might die in his hands someday. After saying that, Gigi put the lunchbox into the space and quickly turned away, no longer looking at Nailin. Lan Ting was also really something. He said he wanted to eat roast duck, but when it was ready, he wasn't home. Qianxuan also went to sleep. She was very tired today. Being with sister isn't tiring, but working is. Langyi was still not home. He went to the Mingxia tribe to check on the mineral veins and other things. Gigi packed some fruit for him and also prepared a portion of sliced duck. Thank you for your hard work, Ye. He tiptoed, kissed her, and Langyi wrapped her waist, lifting her onto the dining table. I don't find it hard to think of Gigi. I miss her. The big wolf's kiss was hot and gentle. After the kiss, he released her, quickly crossing the fence toward the Mingxia tribe. Manhwa finished tidying the kitchen, then turned to hold her in his arms and kissed her again. I won't be home tonight. If anything happens, call Yi Ming or Nailing. Where are you going? Gigi asked. The bird tribe wants the land from the leopard tribe. They say they want to swap territories. My father asked me to handle it. Gigi, hug me. Manhwa's gaze lingered on her with longing. Gigi opened her arms and hugged him. Manhwa chuckled softly and held her close. Gigi, have you thought of a name for the baby? Not yet. She thought for a while but wasn't satisfied with any of the names. It's okay, take your time. It's still early. Manhwa tilted her chin and kissed her again. Gigi bit his lip and smiled. You always bite me. I'll bite back. Gigi leaned into his embrace, playing with the silver hair in her hand. Manhwa's hair was soft, and it carried a scent, which was very pleasant. Manhwa placed a wooden hairpin in her hair. Did you make a new hairpin for me? Yes. Manhwa's voice was muffled. Then he let go. I can't hold you anymore. If I do, I'll be reluctant to let go. A snow leopard hesitated and crossed the fence, just like Langyi. Gigi watched his back, feeling a little empty inside. Behind her, Yiming's voice sounded. Are you reluctant to part with Manhwa? Somewhat. Realizing she had spoken honestly, Gigi immediately shut her mouth. Would she cause trouble later? Manhwa is really good, Yiming said sincerely, not sarcastically. Huh? Gigi turned around in shock. Was she hearing things? Seeing Gigi look like she saw a ghost, Yiming felt a little wronged. I'm not always like that. I used to want to be with you, soft when I should be, tough when I should be. You almost drove me crazy, and I still can't be a little stubborn. Are you feeling wronged? Yiming nodded. Yes, wronged. So, Gigi, have I improved? Of course you have. This is the truth. Last night, Yiming didn't go over, which shows he is truly making progress and trying to fit in. Yiming is very obedient. The big snake raised his eyebrows. He liked her saying he was obedient. Gigi, I want. Yiming kissed her hand, his hot cheeks rubbing against it. These past 2 days, he had been surviving on memories from the mountain. He is still himself, essentially that clingy little snake, just needing to be patient. He is like a young wife, finally waiting for her wedding night, eager to have someone who loves him to care for him. Bai Gigi looked at the big snake kneeling in front of her and couldn't help but smile. He is tall, so he always kneels in front of her. That's a special way of showing gentle care. Yiming's eyes were moist. There is a difference between beasts and humans. For example, now, when he's emotional, everything shows on his face. Bai Gigi truly loves this about him. She raised her hand to lift his chin and forcefully pulled him into her space. Yiming's body softened. The unfamiliar environment around him made him a little confused. Bai Gigi was riding on him, tearing off his clothes. He quickly sat up, looking around in confusion. He found that this place had everything, many of her clothes and many things he'd never seen before. Be serious. Bai Gigi bit his shoulder. Yiming winced from the pain. He hugged her and pressed her down, avoiding her stomach. Gigi, where is this? My space. Bai Gigi was very honest. Don't like it here? Then I'll take you somewhere else. Yiming was overjoyed. This proved she had no reservations about him. Gigi, you're so good to me. Really? Then you better behave well. Yiming chuckled softly, his snake tail wrapping around her long legs. He lifted her hand to his lips and kept kissing it. Gigi, I like being with you. I would even be willing to die here. His voice was very low and hoarse, his Adam's apple moving up and down. His cold lips pressed against hers. Bai Gigi bit his agile tongue and smiled as she held his face. Yiming couldn't speak. Looking at the person he loved in his arms, he couldn't help but smile too. They were very close, close enough to feel each other's breath intertwined. Yiming's eyes were dreamy, full of emotion. He desperately wanted her. The tall figure of the serpent loomed over her, his lips brushing against hers again and again. Sometimes fast, sometimes slow, sometimes firm, sometimes gentle. It was as if he had been set aflame, his movements careful and uncertain. Bai Gigi let out a soft sound, one that made his heart tremble. Fortunately, he still had some self-control. He forced down the strong feeling of possessiveness in his heart and instead moved closer, with great care. Bai Gigi gently wrapped her arms around his neck. Yiming leaned in, not wanting to miss a single word she whispered. Gigi. His low voice sounded beside her ear, rough and soft at the same time. Yes, I'm here. She was trembling, and even her voice shook slightly.
Yiming similet.
He loved this gentle contrast in her so much. When Bai Gigi woke up, Yiming was still asleep. The serpent held her close, his face peaceful and content. His tail was wrapped around her leg, and a faint smile rested on his lips. It's time to get up, she said softly. There was still much to do today. Yiming rubbed his eyes, unwilling to move. If he got up, she would have to leave him for someone else's company. I'm still sleepy. Gigi, can you stay with me a little longer? He spoke with a childish tone, his thoughts written all over his face. As he leaned in again, Bai Gigi quickly raised her hand to stop him. It's time to get up. His tail tightened around her. He knew he wouldn't be able to stay with her for many days after this, and the thought made his heart ache. Bai Gigi sighed. Seeing her soften, Yiming happily shifted closer, but to her surprise, something unexpected happened between them.
Yiming çakret kuyetli.
How could he bear to let her go? Bai Gigi felt helpless. No wonder something had felt strange. She had fallen asleep last night and didn't know what had happened afterward. Yiming had clearly taken advantage of the moment. But now, it was too late to regret it. So this is what it means to be a greedy serpent. Lanting had not returned all night. When Bai Jiji finished dressing and went to his cave, she found his grass bed neat and untouched.
Yeming, standing beside her, frowned.
What's wrong? Bai Jiji asked. Lan Ting is in heat. Yeming cleared his throat twice, feeling very strange. Today was Lan Ting's turn, a day when he could openly be with a female. Yet that guy was still running outside? Could it be that he couldn't hold it and snuck out to indulge? But he couldn't say that aloud. The air was filled with Lan Ting's lingering scent. Male snake-human creatures release a lot of pheromones during their mating season. Even after a whole night, the smell was still strong. It seemed Lan Ting was really affected. On the other hand, it was no use for Lan Ting to resist now. Yesterday belonged to him, and he definitely wouldn't let it go. Huh? Is that really a thing? Baiji was surprised. She thought, don't they get in heat every day? Everyone's mind was focused on two things, improving their strength and herself. Don't you know? Some have spring seasons, and others can be later. For snake-human creatures, it's usually around this time. Baiji frowned. Thanks for the science lesson. She spoke lightly, but inside she was worried. She remembered how uncomfortable Long Yi was during her last period. Not eating meat seemed to help, but once she ate it again, she couldn't handle it. Chong Hua was the same. At first, he was fine when they played around in the space, but after taking a step further, he couldn't resist anymore. His body felt like it was on fire. Go find Lan Ting, Baiji said, and immediately headed toward Lan Ting's small river residence. She subconsciously thought he wouldn't go far, especially since he knew when he was in heat. Big wolves usually hide in caves when they feel uncomfortable. Lan Ting should be the same. Thinking of this, Baiji quickened her pace. Yeming followed behind, feeling a bit anxious. It was a strange feeling. He was worried about Lan Ting doing what? Baiji walked quickly. Yeming was worried she might fall, so he quickly picked her up and hurried to Lan Ting's previous cave. It was empty. Hopefully he's okay, Baiji asked, her voice uncertain. Yeming shook his head. I don't know either. Before forming a contract, he didn't feel much about this. But after forming the contract, he noticed his own changes. He felt like he was in heat every day, constantly wanting. There are 5 thoughts each day, but Nightmare only has one. Her. Bai asked, and Bai Jiji ran out quickly, her instincts telling her that Lan Ting was in trouble. She felt a sudden pain on the back of her neck. Bai Jiji rubbed it and frowned unconsciously. Lan Ting is foolish. He doesn't know, or does he not realize it himself? Why run outside at a time like this? Nai Ling and Qian Sun also got up. As soon as they stepped out, they saw Bai Jiji anxiously moving through the small forest, with Night Mia doing the same behind her. What's going on? Nai Ling asked. Bai Jiji found it hard to speak. Night Mia was quick to reply. Lan Ting ran away. He's in heat. Nai Ling grinned. This is really tricky. He activated his space power, calling out Lan Ting's name. Purple light flickered constantly. After sensing Lan Ting's aura, Nai Ling reached inside. The first time, he missed. The second time, still no luck. On the third try, Lan Ting attacked him. Nai Ling felt pain and quickly withdrew his hand, which was covered in red. How could this happen? Bai Jiji hurriedly wrapped Nai Ling's fox paw with vines. He's gone crazy. Nai Ling's voice turned cold. It doesn't seem like just being in heat. His energy is very full, like he's breaking through or losing control. What should we do now? Bai Jiji looked very worried. Out, in the wilderness. Nai Ling said. Go find him. Bai Jiji said, then looked at Night Mia. After receiving her gaze, Night Mia immediately shifted into beast form. With wings spread, Nai Ling carried Bai Jiji and jumped on. You get down. Night Mia shouted. He'd be mocked if he carried her, wouldn't he? Unsurprisingly, Bai Jiji slapped him again. Stop fooling around. Even at a time like this, he was being sentimental. Did the little fish really have to shout so loudly? Night Mia looked aggrieved, then shut up. The fox was proud, shrinking into beast form and sitting in Bai Jiji's arms. Qian Sun also wanted to come, but Bai Jiji told him to stay and watch the house. The three of them would go find him. With that, Nightmare spread his wings and disappeared instantly. Seeing the wound on Niling's hand, Bai Jiji didn't dare let him use his space power to find Lan Ting anymore. That reckless one. When they find him, she'll definitely hang him up and give him a good beating. Nightmare was moving very fast, combined with Niling's space jumps. Their abilities together made the 3-day journey feel like just a cup of tea. The wild forest has many fierce beasts. They're not as scary as those in the abyss of demons, but it's still very dangerous. Be careful when you go down. The forest is foggy, and inside there are some kind of flowers that can eat people. Let's split up. I'll protect Gigi. Nightmare gritted his teeth. Why am I not the one protecting Gigi? You're quite good at planning, Niling chuckled softly. Is it because you're stronger? I'm weaker. I'd be scared and might my pants if I went alone with the little girl. This trick didn't work. Nightmare sneered. Last time, that fox used this kind of trick to make Lan Ting's silly snake and Qian Sun fight. Do I look stupid? No, you're very smart. Wai Jiji was speechless. She didn't have time to listen to their chatter. Based on the reaction of the totem, she quickly dove into the thick fog. When Niling and Nightmare reacted, Wai Jiji was already gone. It's all your fault. Clearly it's your fault. Niling spread his hands. Fine, it's my fault. Let's stop arguing and find someone quickly. The wild forest was so big, and there was fog everywhere. Niling was getting anxious. He shouldn't have argued just now, and Nightmare was the same. But now it was too late to regret. A giant snake spread its wings and began to sweep the sky, but the fog was too thick to see anything. Lan Ting felt terrible. He didn't know what was wrong with him. He could only run forward wildly, chased by a group of reckless, fierce beasts. He turned around, his mind a mess, seeing everyone as beast cores. He needed energy, but it was useless. After reaching the peak of the 9th rank, his beast level had stagnated. Lan Ting was frustrated, clutching his head. A hint of worry flashed in his green eyes. Would his little girl dislike him? What was he, if not a useless beast? No, he had to leave. The pursuing fierce beast bit his leg. Lan Ting looked back and saw a large snake wrapping around him. Its red body was covered with poison spines. It looked at Lan Ting, thinking he looked very tasty. "Wanna eat me?" Lan Ting transformed into his beast form and fought the red snake. The snake's level was high, and its speed and strength surpassed Lan Ting's. However, Lan Ting seems to have misunderstood this big snake because it is a female snake. It was attracted by the pheromones left by Lan Ting's mating signals, which is why it chased after him. The red snake tightened its body and wrapped around Lan Ting's sensitive areas. Lan Ting suddenly became alert. He quickly changed his form to break free from the red snake's grip. Fortunately, he sensed something was wrong. The red snake was very satisfied with him. His body felt very hot, and she liked it very much. Lan Ting frowned and cursed angrily. He kept running forward. No one could tarnish his purity. He belonged to Gigi. Gigi, Gigi, Gigi. He needed to find Gigi. While running, Lan Ting kept switching forms to avoid the red snake. But suddenly, the red snake stopped. It seemed to have seen something terrifying and froze in place, then ran away in fear. Unaware of the danger, Lan Ting's mind was a mess, and his vision was blurry. He shook his head roughly to clear his mind. Just as he was trying to wake up, he felt as if his body was on fire. He realized he might be in heat, but this time, it felt different from before. He didn't have time to think more, because a low growl came from the thick fog ahead. Lan Ting took a step back. In the next moment, the growl sounded again. Birds flew up in alarm. Bai Jiji sensed Lan Ting's location. She kicked up dust and ran toward him along the vines. The ground trembled. Lan Ting, with blurry eyes and heavy breathing, looked up at the shadow looming over him. He grinned. It was a beast core, such a huge beast core. It was a top-quality one, he wanted it. He formed a wind blade and slashed directly at the enormous creature in front of him. The fierce beast paused, surprised that someone saw it in this wilderness and dared to attack it. Lan Ting's mind was full of thoughts about the beast core. He couldn't see its eyes clearly, nor did he realize that this tier 10 or higher armored beast was already half-dragon. Male animals in heat are naturally aggressive, and he was especially irritable, almost losing his mind. Without hesitation, Lan Ting started attacking wildly. He released his beast form, but to his surprise, he could freely enlarge or shrink it. The armored beast had never seen such a reckless opponent, but it looked quite tasty. Unable to tell what kind of creature it was, the armored beast attacked back, using its tail to fling Lan Ting away. The branches scratched his body, making him feel pain. Lan Ting clenched his teeth. Surprisingly, the intense blood boiling and pain felt kind of exciting. At least it wasn't so uncomfortable anymore. It was as if he suddenly found a way to vent his anger, and he activated his special power to rush forward. Jia Meng was also stunned. It was the first time he'd seen someone so reckless, risking death like this. Lan Ting ignored everything and attacked. He held a small branch and jabbed at Jia Meng's eyes. He wanted the beast core, his main goal. The snake body wrapped around Jia Meng and tightened. Lan Ting didn't care what it was. He just wanted the beast core. During mating season, males are dangerous, like real madmen. Lan Ting's eyes turned red with rage. The snake wrapped around Jia Meng's beast form, and he kept stabbing with the branch. When it broke, he switched to a dagger he carried, crafted by Long Yi, a weapon he loved very much. He didn't have fancy powers, just simple, brutal strength. The black snake body tightened and squeezed, and he kept stabbing with his knife, one cut after another. He didn't realize he was fighting a beast beyond his level, nor that he had already killed Jia Meng. His instinct took over. He kept wrapping and tightening, reckless and wild. When Bai Zhizhi arrived, she was stunned. What was Lan Ting doing? Beast core. Beast core. Give me the beast core. Lan Ting didn't see Bai Zhizhi, but he smelled a familiar scent. The snake's head sniffed lightly, and he withdrew his arms. The strange posture he had just assumed immediately changed when he sensed that familiar smell. He didn't see who was coming, but subconsciously, he wanted to move closer. Suddenly, a splash of blood hit his face. His vision blurred even more. It seemed like he remembered something, then he plunged into Jia Meng's body. After a moment, he found a large, high-quality beast core. Amazing! He shook his head. He couldn't remember anything. Never mind, he decided to eat it. He threw the green beast core into the air and opened his mouth to swallow it. He licked his lips, salty and a bit disgusting. Oh right, it was Zhizhi. He should give it to Zhizhi. He suddenly remembered again, and his strange form reappeared. He reached into his mouth and fished around, but after a while, he actually vomited himself. Lan Ting slapped his own face. Why was he so greedy? Good things should be shared with Zhizhi. Zhizhi, where are you? Lan Ting climbed down from Jia Meng's body and sat on the ground, looking exhausted. He sat in a human-like posture, like a big European noble. It's broken, I ate it, by Zhizhi. Is he losing his mind? Just as he was about to step forward, Lan Ting suddenly collapsed. It was as if his body was cracking open. Then came a heart-wrenching scream. Lan Ting curled up on the ground, his face twisted in pain, and it looked like something was trying to burst out of his forehead. Bai Zhizhi took a step back. At this moment, Nailung rushed over. He looked at Lan Ting with confusion. It was the first time he saw a beast man break through in such a terrible way. Lan Ting spat out a mouthful of blood, then his body split open again. He felt like he was going to explode. Why was that beast core energy so strong? It didn't hurt, and he even felt a bit good. He lay on the ground, trembling, then reached out to tear his wound wider. Bai Zhizhi was heartbroken. Just as she wanted to go forward, Nailung stopped her. He's not conscious now. He doesn't recognize anyone. Power, so much power was rushing inside him. The beast pill belonging to Bai Zhizhi floated out of her body. Lan Ting opened his mouth and caught it. In the next moment, thunder rolled. His body uncontrollably lifted into the air. The overwhelming power seemed to want to break free from some kind of restraint. Lanting screamed painfully.
Every part of his body ached. He thought he saw Gigi.
He couldn't die here. It must be because he was greedy, so the beast god was punishing him. Suddenly, a loud thunderclap struck down, hitting Lanting directly. Blood splattered everywhere, splashing by Gigi's face. She was very familiar with this scene. The memories of death flooded back. Bai Gigi looked up, 3 bolts of heavenly thunder. Lanting wasn't just breaking through. He was ascending. No, Bai Gigi quickly realized something was wrong. She sensed something inside him, like a sealing spell. It was because he greedily ate the beast core, causing his energy to swell and break that seal, which triggered the lightning tribulation. Countless questions flooded Bai Gigi's mind. Nalem was so shocked he took a step back. He hurriedly raised his hand to protect Bai Gigi. He had always thought Lanting was just an ordinary little black snake. When the second bolt of thunder struck, Lanting was almost dead. Bai Gigi frowned. Such a vicious curse. Lanting's breakthrough was his death sentence. When the third thunderbolt struck, Bai Gigi flew forward to meet it. Nai Ling quickly grabbed her, but only caught a corner of her clothes. Lanting confirmed it. His Gigi was here. Vine's earth shield, water shield, then fire shield, all blocked the attack. Bai Gigi knew how powerful the lightning was. Deep down, she was scared because she had been struck by lightning before. But she had to protect Lanting. She couldn't let her man die in front of her. Bai Gigi couldn't accept death. Nai Ling was stunned, but quickly regained his senses. His tender heart ached for Lanting. Wasn't his heart supposed to care? So Nai Ling also jumped in. Using his space ability, he built a wall, glowing with purple light, shielding Bai Gigi below. Gigi, Yiming saw the strange scene and hurried over. When he arrived, he saw a heartbreaking sight. She always did this, risking her life for others. A giant snake spread its wings, blocking Nai Ling from above. The 3 of them formed a protective barrier, supporting the weak Lanting below. Thunder roared everywhere. With each crash, Bai Gigi's body trembled. Gigi, don't be afraid. I'll hold it for you, Nai Ling said. Me too. Yiming also stuck his head out. Bai Gigi laughed and cried at the same time. She wrapped her magic pouch around her hand, trying to cast her spells. Yiming watched her struggle and felt heartache. Gigi, just protect yourself. I'm not afraid of pain. Suddenly, a loud explosion shattered Bai Gigi's shield. After layers of buffering, it finally fell onto Yiming. The giant snake spat out blood. Nai Ling seized the moment and sent it away. The lightning didn't hit Lanting directly. It gathered again. Nai Ling stepped forward to block it. Bai Gigi gathered her strength again, but her body couldn't handle more. After protecting her belly with green light, she used all her strength to create 3 final shields for Nai Ling. Lanting break through quickly. Thanks to everyone's protection, Lanting got a chance to breathe. His eyes were blurry as he looked at them, being struck by lightning for him. His heart ached terribly. The scales on his body were falling off. Thick fog rolled toward them. Seeing Bai Gigi, who was pregnant and protecting him, tears welled up in Lanting's eyes. The 2 lightning bolts shattered the chains inside his body completely. A blue-purple glow shone brightly. Lanting roared to the sky, and suddenly, wings sprouted from his back. He succeeded in breaking through. Lanting stood up suddenly, his body covered in shining scales that shimmered with bright colors, black with rainbow hues and blue-purple shades that changed as he moved. His snake head was incredibly handsome, and the hidden divine beast mark on his forehead glowed with gold, like a divine dragon. Lanting used his wings to wrap Baiji in a protective embrace. He then roared toward the lightning, a gust of wind erupting from his mouth, instantly smashing the thunder. A small 13-level fire snake rose into the sky, riding clouds, but its body was still painfully hot. It held Baiji, watching the green light on her body envelop them both. Nai Ling gasped, "So, this is a purebred." He spat out some old blood after saying that. If Lanting had been any slower, he might have lost his fur. Yemings frowned, feeling that something was wrong. There was a snake even more beautiful than him, and Lanting was simply too outstanding. 13 levels. So, he wasn't the strongest or the most noble. Will Gigi not like him anymore in the future? After all, Lanting was so good-looking. Yeming was about to cry. He had been too impulsive and shouldn't have stopped them. Nai Ling sneered. It's too late to regret now. I'll lend you my shoulder. Cry if you want. I won't tell the others. Yeming snapped, get lost. The dark clouds dispersed. Lanting, confused and overwhelmed, tangled with Baiji. His mind was a mess, clearly still in heat. Now that the pain on his body was gone, he regained his fighting spirit. The two fell into a flower bush, and Lanting avoided Baiji's belly before kissing her directly. You might say he was confused, but he knew to avoid her stomach. Or maybe he was just muddle-headed. Baiji panicked. She had never seen such an aggressive approach. She knew Lanting was dangerous, but how did he suddenly become so enlightened after being struck by lightning? She whimpered and tried to run, but Lanting grabbed her ankle and held her close. He eagerly pressed against her, desperate and intense. Let go. Let go. Lanting didn't care. His body sank and he became stiff. Baiji was stunned. She thought she was just helping him block the attack, but maybe she should have let the lightning strike him a few more times. He hummed and mumbled, squinting with his eyes closed. His wings covered them both, and he kept calling her name as if reciting a prayer. Baiji felt like she wanted to die. Was it easy for her? Lanting sniffed her scent, crying even harder. Baiji slapped him twice. Don't just cry, you idiot. Stop crying already. Gigi. Sniff, sniff. Gigi was almost struck by lightning to protect me. Sniff, sniff. Sniff, sniff. That was so good. It's all my fault for being greedy. Gigi, I was almost bullied by a big snake. It kept chasing me. By Gigi. Shut up. Only after you eat will you be okay. Ing. Gigi doesn't love me anymore. I'm so good. Lanting went crazy. He caused trouble by Gigi for 2 days. Unsurprisingly, he was beaten by those 5. Manhwa took away his green badge and made him sit out a round. Lanting didn't dare complain. He was terrified inside, trembling nonstop. Actually, he had been trembling the whole way back. His body was covered in dirt, but he wasn't struck by lightning. He was hit by Manhwa's lightning instead. Lanting's throat was hoarse from shouting, but no one paid attention. They just threw him into a water tank. Gigi will wake up when she's ready.
You can come out then.
Only then will you get your food. Manhwa finished speaking and slapped him again. Yeming clapped happily, but his joy lasted only a second before his heart ached like a knife.
Gigi.
Xian Sun was about to kick him as he left. 13 levels, huh? Being in heat, huh? If you cause any trouble for my sister, I'll kill you myself. Well, he couldn't kill him, but Manhwa could.
Langye fronet silently.
He walked over to Lanting and punched him twice. After that, he didn't untie the contract.
Da lang was heartbroken.
Thinking about how Gigi was unconscious when she returned, pregnant, he wanted to kill Lanting on the spot. How can you be so reckless and have no sense of boundaries? Niling asked, puzzled. Lanting, with tears in his eyes, wiped his tears and said, I really don't know. I thought everything was the same as before. I don't even know how 2 days passed. He remembered how injured the little female was, and his heart was full of guilt. He panicked at the time. When he finally calmed down, he was trembling all over. I know I caused trouble. Whatever you decide to do to me, I accept. Breaking through is a happy event, but Lanting couldn't feel happy at all. He wanted to cut himself off completely so he wouldn't feel this way anymore. Why did his mood change during this period? He remembered he wasn't like this before. In the cave, the witch doctor woman checked her and finally relaxed. She's fine, just too tired. Rest for a couple of days, and she'll be okay. Thank you, Grandma, he replied. Manhwa's voice was choked with emotion. After sending her away, he poured warm water to wash by Gigi. When he saw the wound beneath her, he couldn't hold back tears. He should have gone to find her. Lanting was unreliable. He thought that since he had broken through, taking a day off wouldn't matter. Gigi, I'm sorry. He didn't have wood element powers and couldn't heal her. All he could do was watch her suffer and feel heartbroken. Lang Yi sat nearby, sighing deeply. His desire to kill Lan Ting was at its peak. Seeing Manhwa cry, he wisely left the room. But as he turned around, his eyes also welled up with tears.
Lan Ting.
He wanted to kill him. Bai Gigi was in terrible pain. She still couldn't understand how Lan Ting seemed to have lost his mind. The worst part was, she couldn't escape. The gap in strength was too big, and she was only on the defensive. When she got up, she was determined to kill him. Even in her sleep, she was uncomfortable and kept frowning. When Manhwa placed a hot towel on her, she cried out in pain. Manhwa pursed his lips, furious. He threw the towel aside and took Lan Ting to the back mountain for another beating. After Manhwa left, Yiming quietly sneaked into the cave. Looking at Bai Gigi on the bed, he clenched his fists tightly. That guy Lan Ting. He sat by the bed, pulled back the blanket, and saw her. Just one glance made his eyes water, like Manhwa's. How had he managed his injuries before? Yiming's face reddened. He whispered, Gigi, I didn't mean to hurt you. I just want you to get better, to feel a little more comfortable. As he spoke, he tucked his head into the blanket. But as soon as he left, Nianling also came in. The little fox's head was just inside when Qiansun grabbed his collar and pushed him aside. Little Fish sat on the bed, cutting her hand with a scale. The red blood dripped onto her wound, which instantly healed. After finishing, he brought a clean, comfortable silk cloth to help her change. Bai Gigi smiled softly. She slowly opened her eyes and looked at Qiansun, who was dressing her, quietly asking, Did I scare you? Xiao Yu nodded, her nose red. Not just me, everyone was scared. Nai Ling and Yiming came closer after hearing her. Lang Yi outside heard her voice and quickly brought in the prepared meat soup. Bai Gigi no longer felt pain. Qiansun's blood was very serious, but as soon as she woke up, she started healing herself. She sighed and honestly felt annoyed whenever she saw men now. She hummed and directly dove into the space, leaving the others looking at each other in confusion. The little female was tired of them. Bai Gigi lay on the bed in the space and fell asleep unknowingly. She was very exhausted. Just the sleep, the six outside went completely crazy. Her space's time was not synchronized with the outside. It was in a chaotic state. When Manhwa returned and saw no one on the bed, he asked around and found out that the little female had gone into the space. At first, everyone didn't take it seriously. But when evening came and Bai Gigi's figure was still missing, everyone panicked. Niling tried to find her using his own space, but it was empty. It was as if she had disappeared from the world, with no trace of her existence. Lanting was completely panicked. He kept slapping himself, and Manhwa was annoyed whenever he saw him. Now that they couldn't find her, the leopard was so anxious he didn't know where to go. Yiming was frantically searching everywhere. He couldn't imagine being without her. The big snake was trembling with anxiety, but when he thought about not knowing where to find her, that helpless feeling tortured him. He felt like crashing into a wall. A sharp pain struck his chest, and Yiming suddenly coughed up blood. Gigi, I will find her. I must find her. After searching in vain, Nai Ling turned to Manhwa. He had the best relationship with the little female, so he couldn't just sit still now. She wouldn't disappear without reason. Manhwa, we all know she's not herself. So, you know where she went, right? Nai Ling was usually proud, but when he thought about not being able to find the little female, he knelt before Manhwa. Please think carefully. I can't be without her. Can I? Manhwa's eyes were red with worry. He didn't know whether to sit or stand. He was even more anxious than the others, because he knew she didn't belong to this world. Manhwa, did sister go home? Xiuyu asked, her face pale and her voice trembling. Don't talk nonsense.
Lang Ye shouted sharply.
He knew his thoughts were selfish, but without Gigi, what meaning would his life have? What happened to you all? She disappeared right in front of you, and none of you noticed anything? You have the nerve to ask that? Yiming punched Lan Ting hard, knocking him down. His fists, glowing with icy energy, struck again and again. If it weren't for you, she wouldn't have been upset with us, and she wouldn't have vanished. Yiming had always been careful with her, afraid she might get hurt or feel uncomfortable. But Lan Ting had gone too far, treating her harshly when she was vulnerable. He couldn't bear to think about it. The more he did, the more he lost control. His strength gave out, and he collapsed to the ground, laughing bitterly. She doesn't want me anymore. She doesn't want me anymore. The love he had built so carefully had completely fallen apart. It had always been him chasing after her, never the other way around. So when she left without a word, even her last look at him was filled with rejection. I'll kill you. Yiming's eyes narrowed as he raised his hand to strike Lan Ting, but Chunhua blocked him just in time. Holding back the furious Yiming, Chunhua said firmly, "She's still here. Look, our totems are still there." Hearing that, Yiming rushed into the bathroom and looked at the mark on his forehead in the mirror. Seeing it still there, he smiled faintly. The totem remained. So where was she? Chunhua had calmed down by now. He seemed to realize something. Her space. Niling said it at the same time. Qiansun and Lang Ye's eyes lit up. Of course, her personal space could hold people. They clung to that hope as Niling tried to use his power again, but after a long effort, the light in his eyes faded. He couldn't find her. If she didn't come out, they couldn't go in. The men sat down in silence, finally understanding. It wasn't that she couldn't live without them. It was that they couldn't live without her.
Sister.
Don't you want Qiansun anymore? The small courtyard had very low air pressure, so low that even the neighbor noticed. She stood at the gate, listening to the sobs coming from inside, and after thinking for a while, she put down her hand to knock. Bai Gigi didn't know what was happening outside. She was tired and aching, just wanting to sleep a little longer. The new pillow was very soft and really comfortable. 3 days passed quickly. During these days, Chunhua and the others searched everywhere they could think of, but found nothing. To avoid causing trouble, they kept silent outside, but anyone with eyes could tell something was wrong at the small courtyard. But no one dared to speak about it. Bai Gigi was awakened by her little one, who was snuggling in her arms, blinking big round eyes at her. "Mom, if you don't wake up soon, Dad will be so worried. Little one, you've finally come to see your mother. But I am very tired today and can't play with you." Bai Gigi couldn't open her eyes. The little one got anxious and nudged her again. "Mom can't sleep here. If you sleep too much, you'll turn into a fool." No matter how much the little one shouted, she ignored him. Finally, he had no choice. He waddled on his tiny legs and started shouting loudly at her. This finally woke her up, but he himself was too weak to stand. Wah wah wah, without Dad's energy, he probably couldn't see his mother for a while. He was so tired, so exhausted. A flash of light appeared, and the little figure disappeared. But his shout was a bit loud and far away, directly waking Bai Gigi in the forest. The breeze was so refreshing. Bai Gigi changed her position, feeling dizzy and sleepy, but the cold stone beneath her was even better for sleeping. While she was asleep, a glowing white deer quietly approached her. The deer stepped over the water, each step burning with pure lotus fire, surrounded by butterflies and fragrant flowers, sitting beside her. Suddenly, the deer transformed into a young boy dressed in white. He was glowing, with a divine smile on his face. After a long while, he reached out and gently touched her forehead. "Gigi, you've worked hard. Sorry for only coming to pick you up now." There was no such thing as distant kinship. It was just time that had passed. She didn't really belong there. "Gigi, my Gigi, wake up and come home." A young boy cast a gentle glow around her, shielding her from insects and bugs, then disappeared into the forest. The sound of deer calling echoed, and Bai Gigi slowly stood up. She rubbed her eyes, looked around in confusion, and realized she had just had a very long dream. She stretched lazily, feeling much lighter. However, in a place she couldn't see, a new symbol appeared on her body. Colorful butterflies fluttered around, and a spotted deer staggered toward her. Their eyes met, and finally, the deer made a bold decision and charged straight at her. The little deer stuck out its tongue, looking very sad. Eat it. Eat it. Live Buddha, roasted or boiled, as long as you're happy. Bai Gigi was so happy, she almost cried. The book said to wait patiently for rabbits, but now she was waiting for a deer. Such a big one. She felt very pleased. She put the little deer into her space. Along the way, she picked up many mushrooms. But then a new problem arose. She was supposed to be sleeping in her space. So, how did she end up in this strange place? This place looked very primitive. Could there be mountain leeches? Thinking of leeches, she immediately got goosebumps all over. A cold wind blew, and her goosebumps fell off in clumps. She knew she had to go back quickly. Looking at the uneven path ahead, Bai Gigi activated her earth magic. Suddenly, a small path appeared before her. Thanks to that annoying little brat from Lan Ting, her earth magic was now level 10. She almost collapsed from exhaustion. Bai Gigi was angry just thinking about it. She casually picked up a thorny branch, tested it on herself to make sure it hurt enough, then stuffed it into her space. The way down the mountain was actually quite easy, just a bumpy section, and she was past it. She had worried that walking back would be tiring, but as soon as her earth magic path ended, a large elephant appeared right in front of her. Bai Gigi tilted her head. What should she do when she sees an elephant in the wild? Run away? But could she outrun it with her belly? The elephant looked at the antlers on Bai Gigi's ears, knowing she was the one it was supposed to. It swung its long trunk, trying to smile. Well, she hoped she could tell it was smiling. It walked up to her and squatted down, curling its trunk toward her. Its front legs pushed against the ground. Bai Gigi was even more confused. Are you telling me to go over? She must be sleepwalking. Yes, she was definitely sleepwalking. A wild elephant was talking to her. White Gigi was wearing a long dress and was sitting on the elephant's trunk. The elephant gently lifted her down the mountain after she sat securely, holding its big ears with both hands. As the sunset fell, White Gigi sat on the elephant's trunk, playing with butterflies and birds flying by. She felt especially popular with small animals today. They kept coming to give her gifts along the way. Sometimes a fresh flower, sometimes a pretty stone. It all felt so dreamy. Was she still half asleep? As her thoughts settled, two beautiful songbirds carrying a flower crown flew toward her. The birds fluttered their wings and placed the crown on her head. Is it for me? The birds chirped nonstop. White Gigi felt like she was dreaming. If it weren't for Chun Hua's broken cry, she might have thought she was still dreaming. She looked up in surprise and saw Chun Hua looking very tired and worn out. Her heart skipped a beat. Had something happened in the tribe? She patted the elephant's trunk, and it immediately stopped and set her down. Chun Hua ran toward her, and her heart beat faster. She was back. Chun Hua hurried over. He found her. He finally found her. Chun Hua. White Gigi's mouth was covered, and Chun Hua's kiss was urgent. He was biting her. She wanted to push him away, but couldn't. Salty tears slipped into her mouth. Her body stiffened. Chun Hua was crying. Could something really have happened to the tribe? Why did you leave without saying a word? Gigi, do you not want me anymore? Chun Hua let go of her, his eyes full of joy at finding her again, but also sadness he couldn't hide. His eyes were red, tears streaming down like a flood. He trembled as he held her face. She looked even more beautiful, but he recognized her at once. She was his Gigi. What nonsense are you talking? I would never not want you. She hugged his waist and gently patted him. It was clear she was dreaming too. The mighty leopard had lost control like this. She just mysteriously fell asleep on the mountain, not dead. Did something happen in the tribe? When she asked, her heart instinctively tightened. She was very afraid of something like what happened in the flower leopard tribe. Chun Hua shook his head when he heard her. He carefully picked her up and examined her closely to make sure she was okay. Then he spoke softly. It's you, Gigi. Where have you been these past 7 days? What do you mean? 7 days. Bai Gigi felt like she had been struck by lightning. Her mind was a bit foggy, and she looked at Chun Hua with confusion. I just slept for a while. When I woke up, I was on the mountain. It wasn't even dark yet. Why do you say I slept for 7 days? Chenhua was also confused, but he didn't think she was lying. He said, they said you were lying in bed, and when you woke up, you suddenly disappeared. Bai Jiji's pupils shrank. She knew where the problem was. Her space couldn't be used for sleeping. She was so angry with Lan Ting that she fell asleep inside. When she woke up, she saw a few people surrounding her. She was annoyed and went inside. So, she was sleeping deeply in her space. As for those people, you guys, Chenhua looked very wronged. We thought you didn't want us anymore. Gigi, where did you go? Why are you only back now? I thought you and the little one didn't want me anymore. Her leopard cried sadly, holding him tighter. Bai Jiji's heart softened. She wrapped her arms around him and apologized. Sorry, I fell asleep in the space. I can't sleep there. I overslept alone inside, and I'm sorry for making you worry. Not that you don't want me. Chenhua's eyes were full of pain. Wow. How could I not want you? As she spoke, she tiptoed and kissed his lips. Chenhua closed his eyes and held the back of her head. His heart was back. No, it had never left. He just found her now. Chenhua kissed her urgently. The feeling of losing and then finding her again felt so unreal. Bai Jiji was a little out of breath, punching his chest. Chenhua finally let go. The leopard finally smiled. He held her in his arms and jumped onto the mountain peak. Bai Jiji let him do as he pleased, touching his tired face. Her heart ached painfully. Her hua was really very good. Jiji, sure I know everything. I'm fine. I'm willing. He desperately wanted to be with her, to have her. So good, the familiar feeling. Chenhua cried again, questioning Qianxuan, understanding Qianxuan, surpassing Qianxuan. Bai Jiji discovered that Chenhua didn't really want her. He was more like using this method to confirm her existence. Chenhua held her still, tears falling freely like they didn't matter. His handsome side face rested on her shoulder, trembling with sadness, looking very pitiful. He reached out and gently stroked her hair, her forehead, nose, and lips, finally smiling genuinely. You scared me. Bai Jiji smiled shyly. Her small, lively, and cute expression caught Chenhua's attention, filling his heart with happiness. Sorry. She turned over and climbed into his arms. The connection suddenly broke, and Bai Jiji grinned mischievously. It's okay, I'll help. Bai Jiji laughed loudly. Don't sigh. I'm here. I'm the best at helping. She patted her chest, making a sound, but Chenhua was reluctant. He remembered how she looked 7 days ago. He hugged her and shook his head. No more. Gigi, I'm so happy. Is it because of me? She looked down at his reddened eyes, reached out to hold his face, and Chenhua was captivated. Her smiling face was the best gift the beast god had given him. Yes, because of Gigi. I like Gigi. I don't want to leave Gigi. In this life, in the next, I want to be with Gigi forever. Even if I die, I want to be with Gigi. Today, Chenhua cried a lot. As he spoke, tears came again. The heartbreak of the past 7 days made him feel that the happiness before him was too unreal. Luckily, she was just sleeping. Her best reward was to make him die. The greedy girl's mischievous heart was acting up. Chenhua shook his head again. Bai Jiji got excited. She opened her mouth and bit his shoulder. Chenhua winced in pain. Oh heavens, now he understood Yi Ming, that gloomy ghost. It turns out that the best way to confirm if someone is real is a small slap, because it really hurts. Truly painful. Hua, has anyone ever told you that a male's best wedding gift is his tears? Chenhua shook his head. He was a decent male, just with her. She was clever and full of tricks, but if she didn't tell him, how would he know? Now you know, so do you still need me to tell you what to do? Chenhua shook his head. He knew the answer. She swore that her dislike for them was just a momentary feeling, caused by how exhausting Lan Ting was. Bai Jiji decided she would cut off Lan Ting's supplies. That worthless thing, no longer useful even though she was at level 10. He was already useless. When Chenhua carried Bai Jiji back, the small courtyard was empty. Everyone had been looking for her crazily these past few days, especially Yiming. He caused trouble for days, and Lan Ting was beaten so badly he couldn't get out of bed. Over time, Yiming jumped into the river twice and even cut his own neck, but he was tough and didn't die. He tortured Qian Sun almost to death and even bled him to help him recover. Chen Hua was exhausted. He looked for Bai Zhizhi while also taking care of him. He seemed crazy. On the 6th day, he finally stopped causing trouble. He sat holding her clothes in a daze, and in the end, he climbed onto Chen Hua's bed, insisting he sleep with her because he was scared. After all, she liked him the most, and lying beside Chen Hua was like lying beside her. Chen Hua was tortured terribly. He really wanted to die, but he couldn't go until he saw her one last time. Fortunately, it was all a false alarm. Chen Hua held her hand tightly, afraid that if he let go, she would disappear again. Although they had just been together, he was still scared. Bai Zhizhi took a rope, tying one end to him and the other to herself, smiling. This way, I won't be afraid, right? Hua Hua, make me something to eat. I'm hungry. She was truly hungry. Unconsciously, she had slept for so many days that her stomach was completely empty. Bai Zhizhi gently touched her belly. Chen Hua squatted down and reached out to feel it. It's a little bigger, a cute little leopard. Chen Hua smiled when he heard that. I know, he said. Zhizhi, thank you for giving me a cub. Chen Hua's voice trembled. He held her hand, sniffed her scent, and pulled her into his arms. I love you, Zhizhi. I love you too, Hua Hua. I used to be very scared, so scared I didn't know what to do. But when I saw you, I felt safe. We are destined. You are meant to be my support. It's my honor. Their faces close, lips and teeth touching. Chen Hua knew she was hungry. Though he felt reluctant, he quickly put on an apron and started cooking. After 7 days, the small courtyard finally saw smoke rising from the kitchen. Without her, this home would truly fall apart. While Chen Hua was cooking, Bai Zhizhi went to wash up. A small rope was tied to the pillar, and Chen Hua smiled softly as he watched her walk into the bathroom. She disappeared again. Bai Zhizhi had just taken off half of her clothes when a hand suddenly pulled her into another space. The next moment, she fell into a firm embrace. It was Nai Ling. The little fox, just like Chen Hua, kissed her urgently. Bai Zhizhi, who had just been with Chen Hua, didn't want this to happen again. She pushed Nai Ling away, but when she saw his tired face, she gently kissed him back. Nai Ling cried as he held her close, his tears falling freely. Bai Zhizhi pressed him down and lightly bit his chin, half teasing, Didn't you know I was in the space? I guessed you were, but I couldn't get in. Zhizhi, you scared me so much. He hugged her tightly, not caring about anything else. You silly thing, look at what you've done to yourself. Do you want to make me worry to death? Tears filled Nai Ling's beautiful eyes. I thought you didn't want me anymore. If I don't want you, then who would I want? She whispered near his ear. We're perfect together, aren't we? Nai Ling's eyes brightened. He laughed through his tears. Zhizhi, don't scare me like that again. When I couldn't find you, my heart broke. I went to the little forest where you pick mushrooms under the pepper tree and everywhere we've been. Next time, take me with you. Don't leave me alone. I really can't be without you. I know, don't worry. I won't run off again. In truth, she hadn't run away. She had just fallen asleep inside the space. When Bai Zhizhi explained this, the little fox playfully bit her, then gently licked the spot as if to comfort her. I should have bitten you harder, Nai Ling said, his eyes red, no longer proud or spoiled. Bai Zhizhi laughed and leaned into his arms. You wouldn't dare.
Nai Ling so not?
You always know how to handle me. So what? He lowered his head and kissed her again. Bai Zhizhi closed her eyes, thinking he was going to keep teasing her, but instead, she found herself lying in the bathtub while Nai Ling stood beside her, helping her wash up with a towel. Is the water temperature okay? The little fox asked gently. White Zhizhi blushed and nodded, asking what it meant for her to control him. Clearly, it was him who was controlling her. Just after she spoke, There was a rustling sound. Niling took off his clothes and stepped into the bath. White Gigi was startled, but the little fox pulled her into his arms. His gentle lips showed no mercy, and he didn't let go of her fingers either. White Gigi was completely relaxed now, letting Niling wash her and kiss her. However, Niling didn't go further. The little fox felt sorry for the wound she had from Lan Ting before and was worried she might have lingering shadows, so he held back. There's plenty of time in the future. He's not in a hurry. Moreover, he smelled a faint scent of Manhwa on her. If he pushed further, she might get tired. Of course, his little female should be cared for by him. After washing up, Niling wrapped her in a large bathrobe. When Manhwa was preparing dinner, Niling was just holding White Gigi as they came out of the bathroom. Are you back?
Niling not dead.
I sensed her aura, so I came back. Niling had lost some weight these days. Manhwa said, dinner is ready. Come and eat quickly. Wait until Gigi is dressed. Niling said as he carried her to the pavilion. Carefully placing her on the bed, he then brought over the clothes he had prepared. White Gigi's face was flushed. While she was dressing, Niling was behind her, helping to dry her hair. After finishing, he carried her to the small kitchen. The dinner was very rich: spicy chicken offal, clay pot rice, hearty meatball soup, and a side of shredded potatoes. She was back, and the house was filled with warmth and life. White Gigi didn't ask where the others had gone. Since she couldn't find them, they must have gone back. Now she was worried about Yi Ming, the little boy who scored 0. She had been away for so many days. He might have caused trouble at home. Where is Yi Ming? Niling and Manhwa exchanged glances when they heard her. Neither of them spoke first. Qian Sun had been crying and making trouble for 2 days, but he wasn't as fierce as he usually was. Lang Yi was the most patient and didn't get upset or make noise. Neither of these two had returned since the first day they left. Lan Ting was locked up by Yi Ming. White Gigi sensed something was wrong. She put down her bowl and looked at Manhwa, asking, so, did he cause trouble again? Manhwa sighed. It's not trouble, he's dying. Qian Sun had almost exhausted himself, but he couldn't stop Yi Ming from wanting to die. 2 people recounted everything that had happened at home these past few days. After finishing, Manhwa lowered his head and said, I'm sorry. His only act of selfishness was not telling her about Yi Ming right away when he saw her. Even he found it hard to believe. She sat on the elephant's trunk, slowly walking out of the forest, so surreal. Bai Gigi was very worried. Your cave. The one in the mountain. Bai Gigi couldn't sit still anymore. She ran quickly toward her cave. Sure enough, Yi Ming was lying on the bed, with fresh wounds on his wrist and new and old scars on his neck. He looked completely lifeless. Bai Gigi cursed. This was something Yi Ming could do. He had been barely alive for days, and she blamed herself. He was still holding her clothes curled up there. Seeing this made her heart ache. Gigi, I'm sorry. I should have told you earlier, Manhwa said, feeling guilty and lowering his head. It's my fault, Bai Gigi sighed. Out of all 6, this one was the hardest to deal with. Niling patted Manhwa on the shoulder. I just got over it too. During these 7 days, they hadn't sensed her at all. Now she suddenly appeared again. He still felt like he was floating in the sky. How could he have thought about Yi Ming, that gloomy, clingy guy? Niling never wasted energy on internal conflicts. Only Manhwa wanted to consider everyone's feelings. Yes, leave this to Gigi. I'll go find those others, Manhwa said. I'll go with you. Niling's voice became much happier. Her little female side was back, and she was fully energized again. Bai Gigi didn't know when they left. She only knew that as soon as she sat down, Yi Ming came over. His forehead was hot, and he looked dazed, sniffing the air and leaning in. Wait for me, Yi Ming mumbled, looking pitiful. Bai Gigi sighed again. What should I do? He's so clingy. He hasn't seen me in a few days and already acts like this. He's disobedient and doesn't listen. As she spoke, gentle vines wrapped around him. Yi Ming made a soft sound and slowly opened his eyes. He looked at the person sitting on the bed in disbelief. tears suddenly falling. The next second, he fiercely pounced and bit her shoulder. Just one after another. The big snake's bloodlines suddenly surged, and it hugged Bai Jiji, opening its mouth to bite her. But it was reluctant to hurt her, just nuzzling her instead. As it held her, it started crying even harder. Don't you want me anymore? If there's something wrong, tell me, and I will change. Jiji, please don't leave me. I can't find you, and I'm so worried. Yemings closed his eyes and cried. He was so big that he collapsed into her arms, crying so hard he couldn't breathe. You told me not to hold you, but then you left me. Jiji, you're all I have. It seemed she had said this before.
Nonsense.
Aren't your parents here? Bai Jiji gently patted his head. But Yemings didn't care. He kept pressing into her embrace, squeezing so tightly there was no space left. If you leave me, I will die. Without you, I don't want to live even a day. Tears silently fell. That's just how he was, he only wanted her. I was sleeping in my space. I didn't mean to leave you. Really? You went there, right? My space is a treasure I cultivated with a special technique. Time inside is different from outside. I overslept, I didn't mean to worry you. Yemings, I said I like you, and I won't leave you halfway. Unless you leave first. Yemings shook his head quickly and knelt before her. I won't. If Jiji goes there, I will go too. Bai Jiji smiled. This was her little puppy snake, innocent and naive in love. No fancy tricks, just pure sincerity. He even expressed his resolve so simply. Come here, give me a hug. Hearing this, Yemings wiped his tears and smiled. He snuggled into her arms. When his fingertips touched the red, bitten skin on her shoulder, he felt heartache. He slapped himself twice. Sorry, Jiji, Bai Jiji held his hand and frowned. Don't hit yourself. Although her little puppy snake was tough, she still felt distressed. Does it still hurt? Bai Jiji gently rubbed the wound on his wrist with her thumb, her voice a little softer. Her concern was clear in her words, and Yemings could feel it. He lay in her arms, resting his head on her lap as usual, sounding very sad. It doesn't hurt. It just hurts here. The big snake placed her hand over his heart. Jiji, I miss you so much. I miss you so much. I know. Be good. Night Mia's wounds slowly healed. Bai Jiji gently touched his forehead, and his body temperature returned to normal. Luckily, he was okay. Looking at his injuries, Qian Sun must have suffered a lot these past 2 days. Her little fish must have become quite the crybaby. Night Mia turned her face and said, Don't think about others when you're holding me. The big snake stood up and took her face, then kissed her fiercely. All the longing from the past days was poured into that kiss. Just as he said, he missed her so much. Bai Jiji also missed him. Her stubborn, possessive nature was obvious, but deep down, she was very gentle. Her fair little hand pulled off his clothes. Night Mia was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure. He wanted her so much, but he knew he couldn't. Like nailing, he could smell the scent of her from her body, even after washing. Jiji, no, you can't handle it, he said softly. His voice was very nice to hear. His gaze fell on her belly. After a few days apart, her belly seemed to have grown quite a bit. Maybe it wasn't the right time now. His mother had told him to be gentle with females. She said she hadn't taught him these things before, and it was her fault. Seeing that she also cared for Jiji, Night Mia secretly forgave her a little, but only a little. On the other hand, although he liked being with her, just thinking about the wounds on her body that day made him feel scared. He was most afraid of her getting hurt. Night Mia was okay with feeling uncomfortable and hurting himself, but he didn't want her to suffer. Really don't want to? Bai Jiji was actually a little tempted. Although she had just been with Hua Hua, it wasn't very satisfying because Hua Hua didn't do it for that purpose. With more husbands, she had been fed well, and there were so many eager to serve her. Ha. Night Mia shook his head. No, I don't want to see Jiji frown. He was talking about Lan Ting. Bai Jiji's heart softened, and she hugged him. Night Mia lay down and held her in his arms. All the bad feelings from the past 7 days disappeared completely. His big hand rested on her belly. Nightmare smiled happily because he was about to become a father. It didn't matter if it wasn't his biological child. As long as she gave birth to it, it was fine. If Gigi gave birth to it, then it was also his. The feeling of happiness has returned. The roses in my arms smell so sweet. After experiencing rough seas and storms, the small boat has finally reached the shore. Lang Yi and Qian Sun arrived home one after the other, both looking tired and worn out. It's clear that since Bai Jiji disappeared, each of them has been affected equally. Qian Sun's eyes are red and look frightening. Bai Jiji was right, he really has become a little crybaby. Lang Yi isn't much better. He usually doesn't cry easily, but when they appeared in the yard, he looked like a homeless person. Bai Jiji was squatting in the strawberry field, facing away from them, happily eating one strawberry after another. Suddenly, a loud, broken cry came from behind. It's Qian Sun. Big sister. Little Fish was so excited he almost couldn't walk. He stumbled toward her, but in his haste, he tripped and hit his forehead on a stone. Warm blood immediately started to flow. Qian Sun didn't care about anything else. He got up and ran toward Bai Jiji. Don't move, I'm coming. Bai Jiji put down her basket and hurriedly ran out of the field. Qian Sun's small pearls of tears fell everywhere. He sat on the ground, crying loudly. Nothing to be ashamed of. Everyone knew he was a bit slow-minded. Am I dreaming? That fox really didn't lie to me. Qian Sun's eyes followed Bai Jiji's steps. When she finally reached him and threw herself into his arms, he cried even harder. Where did you go? Why did it take so long to come home? Big sister, don't you want Qian Sun anymore? Little Fish's heart broke into pieces. Nearby, Lang Ye's eyes also turned red, but he was more reserved than Qian Sun. Bai Jiji pulled him down to squat and hugged them both. Qian Sun sniffled and looked fragile, like someone who couldn't take care of himself. Lang Yi didn't cry but looked at her with fiery eyes, and finally, a beautiful smile appeared on his face. It's good that she's back. He pulled her into his arms and kissed her. Qian Sun was anxious. He was still there. The big wolf was never good at caring for others' feelings. He stood up, carried Bai Jiji, and left. Only Qian Sun was left behind, crying softly. The small yard suddenly became lively again. Everyone was back, but one was still missing. The big wolf carried her to the pavilion, placed her on the table, and sat down. Only then did his kisses slow down. I'm sorry for making you worry. Lang Yi took a deep breath and said, It's good that you're back. He wasn't not crying, his tears, fragile and only visible to her. The hot tears fell into Bai Jiji's collar. Seeing the bruise in the big wolf's eyes, she felt a pang of pain in her heart. I'm sorry. Don't apologize, Jiji. If one day you really leave, it will be because I didn't do well enough. Bai Jiji stiffened, realizing that Lang Yi had been worried these past few days. He wiped his tears and smiled at her, though his words were full of concern. Are you feeling better now? Chenghua and Nailing had already told him that the little female was just sleeping in the space, a false alarm, but mostly they felt relieved. He knew his idea was selfish. Just this once, Lang Yi thought, just this once being selfish. I'm not in pain anymore. I fainted that day too, or I wouldn't have gotten hurt. Don't blame Lan Ting. He didn't know anything. Bai Jiji wasn't trying to make excuses for him. When Lan Ting regained consciousness that day, he almost cut himself. If she hadn't acted quickly, he might have hurt himself badly. Blood was everywhere. He was really ruthless. Bai Jiji's vines deflected the knife, and she only injured her thigh. When Lang Yi heard Lan Ting's name, his eyes instantly turned cold. Although he was reckless too, he never hurt her. His family protected her like their own, but he, during his rut, ignored her safety. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Bai Jiji voluntarily leaned into Lang Ye's arms and whispered, Don't be angry.
I'm fine.
It wasn't his fault. She threw away the small thorny branch she had brought back. I feel heartache. Lang Ye's gaze softened again. I know, it's so strange. The big wolf looked like a stray dog, but he didn't smell bad at all. Bai Jiji sniffed him close up, and like a little dog, she successfully made Lang Yi smile. Not dirty, still fragrant. Gigi, Lang Yi cupped her face, his eyes burning with passion. These past few days when you were gone, I missed you very much, Lang Yi said. I miss my little wolf too. Come on, who can't be enchanted by this face? She really wanted to dream about it. That's enough. Can't you see I'm waiting in line? Qian Sun, acting like a little jealous wife, leaned against a pillar, watching the two of them flirt. Lang Yi ignored him again and kissed him once more before happily leaving. His heart felt lighter, and his steps became more relaxed. Today is truly a good day. De Lang kept looking back every few steps, a smile that even AK couldn't hide on his face. His little one was back. How could he not be happy? She returned safely, and as long as she was here, all his worries these past few days didn't matter anymore. After Lang Yi left, Qian Sun rushed over. Xiaoyu hugged Bai Jiji and complained, "Really, I saw her first, but that annoying Lang Yi always bullies me." Xiaoyu kept talking, but Bai Jiji simply held his chin to stop him. Qian Sun stiffened then relaxed, closing his eyes. It's not fair, his sister was also teasing him. Bai Jiji sat on the table, resting her hands on Qian Sun's neck. Xiaoyu was kissing her deeply. The person he thought about day and night was here, and he was so happy. But Xiao Zhenju kept drooling nonstop. Bai Jiji loosened her grip and pinched his nose. Stop crying. I just took a nap and I still want you. Qian Sun sniffed and nodded. Bai Jiji pulled him closer, leaning in herself. Qian Sun hugged her tightly, afraid she might disappear again. Thank you for your hard work. Qian Sun understood what she meant. He chuckled softly. Chasing after my little girl, even if it's through fire and water, doesn't feel hard. As for Yi Ming, didn't sister say we are family? If you're not home, I wouldn't mind shedding some blood. He wasn't afraid of pain. Without her, he couldn't hold on. Qian Sun was ready to go back and prepare for the worst. Maybe if he died, he could go to her world. Are you angry with me? Qian Sun shook his head and then covered her mouth. As her little dog, I will always only reflect on myself. If you really don't want me anymore, just like Lang Yi said, it must be because I made you angry, so you don't want me. He would feel sad and upset, but he would only blame himself. Sister, do you know? Qian Sun likes you very much. When you're not home, I miss you so much. Seeing you return makes me so happy. Sister, will you stop loving me?
Bai Sisi, no.
I will never stop loving Qian Sun. After comforting these few people, Bai Jiji went to see Lanting. Lanting had been in seclusion for 7 days. Yi Mingxi had deliberately hurt him, then used his domain to trap him in a cave. Let's put it this way, Bai Jiji was missing for 7 days, and he was hungry for 7 days. Even Manhwa, who usually keeps everyone balanced, ignored him this time. He knew he had done wrong and didn't dare to hope for their forgiveness. If the little female really didn't come back, he would be the main culprit and could only atone with his life. He was not human, he truly was not. Lanting curled up in a corner, constantly tormented by guilt and self-blame. She was missing, and he didn't even have the right to look for her. Gigi, I'm sorry. Lanting wanted to hit himself. He couldn't believe he had done that. How could he have become like this? Bai Jiji sat outside eating roast duck, nibbling small bites. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't delicious anymore. After a couple of bites, she pushed the box aside. Lanting's snake-like head lifted up. When he saw the lunchbox at the entrance, he immediately crawled over. When he smelled the aroma, he started crying. Manhwa, I know I was wrong. Gigi hasn't come back yet. Wow, his voice was really hoarse, probably from being beaten badly. No one outside spoke. Lanting became anxious. Please, let me go find her too, okay? I know I was wrong. If I can't find her, I will give you all an explanation. An explanation for what? Lanting's eyes tightened.
It was Gigi.
He seemed to forget to breathe, staring outside in disbelief. Gigi, he called softly. Lanting covered his face and cried. He whispered, Gigi, are you okay? I'm fine. Seeing you beaten and hungry makes me very happy, Bai Jiji said as she appeared in front of him. Lanting burst into tears, crying and holding her ankle, tears and snot flowing freely. Bai Gigi frowned, her face showing clear disgust. Let go, you're getting your shoes dirty. Hearing this, Lanting hurriedly wiped her shoes with his hands. I'm sorry. After wiping her shoes in tears, he felt ashamed to see her and dared not look at her. White Gigi stood silently there. Lanting glanced at her embroidered shoes, feeling annoyed, and shrank back inside. He had done such things. He was afraid she already hated him before he even had a chance to explain. These days, he finally understood that as long as she returned safely, he was willing to do anything, even break their bond. Gigi, I know you dislike me now. I don't know if I will hurt you again next time. I'm very sorry. After speaking, he turned away. Tears fell uncontrollably from his eyes. He was reluctant, but he knew he had to make a choice. It was too scary. He couldn't hurt her a second time. Looking at the totem on his chest, he felt a wave of sadness. When he first forced the bond, the totem was placed here, and he was mocked by other beastmen in his tribe. Later, he thought it was good to have it here. If he hadn't made mistakes, he truly wouldn't want to part with it. After thinking, he closed his eyes and pressed down. He could hurt himself alone. White Gigi wouldn't be involved. That was the only thing he could do. Just as his claws were about to fall, White Gigi kicked him over. Gotten bolder, she had knocked him out before, and he had harmed himself. Now that she was back and secretly trying to force the bond again, he realized he had underestimated her before. She wasn't even angry. He was here, acting dramatic and pathetic. Besides, wasn't this all caused by his own actions? If he had treated her well and caused her injury, would she still need him to hurt her? I didn't. White Gigi stepped forward, grabbing his chin and slapped him twice. The slaps were strong, and Lanting's mouth bled slightly. Am I such a worthless person? You come and go as you please, break and fix the bond as you like. Lanting's eyes turned red. He really didn't know what to do. I'm not. White Gigi curled her lips. You'd better keep being brave like this. Lanting felt defeated. He had no strength left.
I'm sorry, Gigi. I don't know how to make it up to you.
I know you dislike me. I didn't do it on purpose to gain your sympathy. I just wanted to see you come back. Now that you're back, I feel at ease. After saying this, his face looked even more hopeless. He had been hungry for so many days, and his face was sunken. She knew very well that he was not acting. If sincerity was mixed with falsehood, she would take action herself. Open your mouth, Bai Gigi said coldly, with a commanding tone. Was she going to feed him poison? Fine, as long as she was the one feeding him, she didn't mind causing him heartbreak. Lanting opened his mouth wide. Due to dehydration, his lips had become dry and flaky, and now blood was seeping out as he opened his mouth. She stuffed a piece of roasted duck into his mouth. Lanting paused, tears uncontrollably falling down his face. He didn't dare move his mouth. Was she not going to feed him poison? He lowered his head, spat the food from his mouth into his hand, and then tucked it into his, as if it were a treasure rather than food. Why are you so good to me?
I don't deserve it, he said.
Bai Gigi sat down in front of him and suddenly smiled. Actually, she should be happy. She hadn't been transported into a cruel story about women suffering. Look, this little snake isn't so bad, knowing that his mistake was serious enough to make him cut himself or even think of ending his life. That day, she was lucky not to faint completely. If she had been a little weaker, he wouldn't have wanted her anymore. Whether you deserve it or not is up to me to decide. You don't get to decide. If you do this again, I will kill you. Forget about this matter. You've been injured and haven't eaten for so many days. All your mistakes are forgiven. Gigi, he called. Bai Gigi snorted coldly. Stop crying and whining here. Hurry up and eat, then get back to your small courtyard. After speaking, she stood up. Outside the door, Chunhua carried her up. Yeming moved his hand a little too slowly, and the little dog snake was angry. He was slow, but now he seemed different from before, because he was acting spoiled toward Chunhua. Can you carry me? Chunhua, please. Bai Gigi grinned, and Chunhua did the same. Yeming didn't care about anything else. As long as he could be carried, the method didn't matter. Manhwa stood there for a few seconds, staring at his empty arms, puzzled about how he had let go just now without realizing it. Yeming was happy. He hugged Bai Jiji and ran very fast, like a little dog sticking its tongue out while enjoying the breeze through the car window. He carried Bai Jiji all the way back to the small courtyard, then set her down under a tree. He squatted on the ground and used his mouth to pull out a piece of sugarcane. Sweet. Bai Jiji took a bite. It was indeed sweet, her brown sugar. Tonight she would brew it. She also had her porcelain, which she would make tomorrow. Her summer cloth dye was also ready to be prepared tomorrow. You are very busy, and now you have to comfort that annoying snake that hurt her. It's so frustrating. Lang Yi is also busy. Recently, the lion tribe has been watched over by Yin Feng. Today, he finally took over the responsibility. There aren't many people in Luo Chao's family, and they have children. With Yin Feng not at home, Lin Wu is very busy. A bold plan is gradually forming in his mind. He must find another beast partner for Luo Chao. Chun Hua is busy in the kitchen. Bai Jiji said they would have roasted deer meat tonight, big and juicy, sizzling with oil. Luo Chao has also looked tired these days. She was worried, but her worries eased when Bai Jiji knocked on her door. Luo Chao finally relaxed. Jiji, you're back? Yes, I'm back. Sorry for making you worry. Luo Chao hugged her tightly, then shook her head. It's good you're back. Jiji, is that you? Bai Jiji understood what she meant and felt warm inside. It's me, Guimi. Do you want me to prove it? Luo Chao also smiled, but then she started to cry. You scared me to death, you little rascal. Don't cry. It's my fault. That's why I came to invite you to eat deer meat, to make up for it. Luo Chao looked up, annoyed and almost furious, especially after hearing she just went into her space to sleep for a while. She was even angrier. I tell you, this isn't over. You owe me a few sets of clothes. Oh. Not just clothes. I have good stuff to give you too. The mischievous Jiji is about to cause trouble again. The two sat in a cave. Luo Chao looked at the small piece of cloth in her hand, blushing. Jiji, where did you get this thing? Luo Chao didn't need to think. If she wore this, those two would go crazy. Bai Jiji pretended to be innocent.
It was hard for her to say.
She unlocked this item at level 4. 5 of the totem space. Did she really need it? Luo Chao said she didn't need it either. Chao, just take it. What if you need it in the future? Luo Chao. Jiji, don't say that. I think you look better wearing it. Looking at the hot potato in her hand, Luo Chao's face turned red. Who invented this thing? What can it even hide? You look better. Nonsense. Clearly, you look better. Two people were pushing and shoving each other, and the things in their hands flew out. Lang Yi was originally there to call them out for dinner, but a small piece of cloth landed directly on his face. De Lang took it down, looked at it briefly, then tucked it into his pocket and calmly said, "The meat is ready." Everything fell into a heavy silence. Luo Chao shrank back like a frightened quail and slipped out the door. Bai Jiji, behind him, tried to stay calm but hesitated. Just as she was about to leave, Lang Yi forced her back. Bai Jiji forced a dry smile, knowing he understood what it was. Her face burned with embarrassment. Listen to my explanation. That. Lang Yi said nothing. He slowly pushed her onto the bed. Jiji, who are you planning to wear that for? Help. I'm planning to give it to someone. Lang Yi frowned. Such a nice thing. And she wanted to give it away? It's mine. Huh. Bai Jiji almost thought she heard wrong. Suddenly, Lang Yi lowered his voice. His lips brushed her ear, and his voice was so pleasant it was almost unbelievable. He said, "Next time, Jiji, wear it for me." After saying that, he picked her up and carried her out. How does he manage to do that without blushing or feeling guilty? Luo Chao sat at the small dining table, about to lose her composure. Especially after seeing Lang Yi carry Bai Jiji out, she almost couldn't hold back. Bai Jiji shot her a glance. Luo Chao pretended not to see. She cleared her throat and then went to get some sugarcane. Honestly, this little stick was pretty sweet. Luo Chao, you, Bai Jiji muttered silently. Luo Chao felt relieved. Bai Gigi had been worried about her for so many days, anxious that she couldn't eat or sleep well. She even thought Bai Gigi had returned to where she first came from. She was so worried she cried at home for 2 days, but Bai Gigi said she had fallen asleep.
Fallen asleep.
Lu Wu came over and asked, "What are you two playing at?" "A guessing game." Luo Chao covered her mouth, but couldn't help but laugh. Then she told Lu Wu about the small gift Bai Gigi wanted to give her. And the result? "Chao Chao, you don't love me anymore, huh? Where did that come from?" Lu Wu said, "Such a nice thing. Why don't you want it? Are you unwilling to wear it for me?" "I get it now, I'm not good enough. Is this retribution coming so soon?" Liang Chao suddenly stopped talking because her mind didn't keep up with her words. "Baby, do you need that thing?" Liang Chao tried to ask Lin Wu. "I need it," Lin Wu answered firmly. Liang Chao took a deep breath. "Only useless people need it." Lin Wu said, "I am useless." Without saying much, she thought, "Bai Gigi, stop right there. I will fight you." Liang Chao decided not to eat and went straight to find Bai Gigi. Bai Gigi was laughing so hard she couldn't breathe. Then she generously took out another item. "Here, the purple one has the most charm." Liang Chao was shocked. "That's not what I meant." Gimme, stop talking. "I already know everything." "What do you know?" Bai Gigi said. "Huh? Didn't Lin Wu say he is useless?" Liang Chao got anxious and quickly tried to prove herself to Lin Wu. She gestured with her hands, and Bai Gigi chuckled. The two of them couldn't stop laughing near the pavilion. Chunhua watched and couldn't help but laugh too. Qian Sun was peeling sugarcane. Hearing the laughter from the pavilion, he felt very peaceful. Yi Ming was helping nearby. The little dog Snake carefully peeled each piece of sugarcane. Bai Gigi said they needed to peel it first for juice and sugar making. These are all their family's things. Nai Ling couldn't do any of it. He was busy taking care of the cubs. His 9 tails weren't enough. The little fox was lying on the table, half-closed eyes watching someone in the pavilion. It was so nice, so good. Lan Ting was burning fire. With all his injuries, he was the most useless of the 13 steps. He didn't dare to make a sound. Lang Yi saw him and felt annoyed but didn't say anything. However, the big wolf showed his displeasure by splashing water on Lan Ting's face while washing vegetables. Lan Ting shrank back, feeling bullied.
Woo.
Although he deserved it, Bai Gigi was so happy laughing. Lan Ting's heart ached.
He thought, I was such a fool that day.
There can't be a next time.
All right, come eat.
Lan Ting's eyes lit up, and he almost started crying.
Great.
Chunhua called him to eat. Roast venison was brought to the table, oil bubbling. Lang Yi also brought the washed fruits. There was chilled watermelon juice, and Chunhua made crispy oil cakes. The small yard was filled with the joyful sounds of the past. Bai Qi came uninvited. He didn't say anything, but his eyes turned red when he saw Bai Gigi. Lately, they had all been keeping things from him, saying nothing, though Bai Qi already knew in his heart. "Father, you're here. I was just about to bring this to you," Chunhua said, putting the lunchbox back on the table. "I smelled the food and came right away. No need for you to make the trip." Laughter filled the room. It was good to laugh. One should always laugh more often. It had been a long time since they'd shared such a lively meal. After dinner, a few of the beast men cleaned up the kitchen. Bai Qi and Luo Zhao stayed behind. Luo Zhao had noticed that Bai Zhizhe wanted to make sugar, so she decided to help and learn at the same time. Bai Qi also wanted to watch. He was thinking about retiring. "I plan to make this one of the tribe's main industries." "Chunhua, you want to talk with the bird tribe about the land, right? How did it go?" Playtime was over. Serious matters came first. Chunhua replied, "They gave us the land closest to the wolf tribe, the same place where we harvested wheat before. It's closer than the leopard tribe's territory." Bai Zhizhe nodded. "I have an idea I want to share with everyone." At her words, everyone gathered around. She continued, "Here's what I'm thinking. I want to develop several industries in our tribe to help us grow stronger. If we fall behind, we'll be bullied. Just look at the leopard tribe. Our family doesn't lack beast cores, but others in the tribe do. So, first, I want to plant rami and make summer cloth. Second are ceramics. Luo Zhao and I already agreed on that before. Luo Zhao nodded. She understood Zhizha's thoughts well. The words "what makes one respected" is not gender, but strength still echoed in her mind. What else? Chunhua asked. Bai Zhizha went on, the third is brown sugar. We'll plant sugarcane on the land we got from the bird tribe. We'll produce and sell it ourselves and open up all the nearby and used land. I'm confident in these 3 projects, and I can do even more. Qian Sun looked uneasy. Sister, I can get you any kind of beast core you want. Why work so hard? Since the strange eagle's death, the Sea tribe had taken back the eastern coast. Now they managed the trade market there, and even the city people had to go to them for sea salt. Because of that, Qian Sun had become very wealthy. If a female still has to work, wouldn't that make her seem incapable? Be good, I know you care about me, but this is about the tribe. You guys are strong, but that's not enough. Think about Jinhu before. One person being powerful isn't enough. The whole tribe needs to be strong. Only then will others not dare to bully us. I don't do everything, I just teach these skills so everyone can improve without going to the demon abyss or the wilderness. Shenhua nodded thoughtfully after hearing this. We need to choose the right people carefully. Bai Zhizhi chuckled softly. Her Huahua always thought the same as she did. That's natural. I will first teach Chao Chao, and then she will decide who else should do the work. But one thing, it's better if females do it. Shenhua nodded. She understood what the young female wanted. She aimed to truly raise the status of females, giving them skills, not just because they are rare and precious. Any of these skills alone could help a female earn a place in the tribe, based on strength, not gender. Luo Chao is smart and is the main technical representative. She knows about the fabric from the beginning, and she understands ceramics a little. She only makes simple pottery. She also learned to make sugar, which was new to her, but she knew how valuable sweet treats from the Black Bear tribe are. These treats are rarely sold in markets. They are directly supplied to the city-state royal family. After saying this, Bai Zhizhi stood up. Everyone looked at him. Bai Qi rubbed his head. I also have something to say. Bai Zhizhi knew what he wanted to say and didn't give him a chance to speak. Father, are you thinking of stepping down? I tell you, I won't take over. You're the leader of the wolf tribe, and I'll be your second in command. Luo Chao added, and me, I'm Zhizhi's good helper. Bai Qi looked speechless. The second and third in command don't have to do any work. I do all the hard work. Why don't you two just take over? One handles external affairs, the other internal. We refuse, they said in unison. Doing work freely is very different from being pushed around. I can do everything myself, but you can't order me or push me to do it. That's what being a leader is about. The conversation ended. Shenhua went back to making molds for red sugar. Bai Zhizhi handed him the plans and let him do as he pleased. The large stone pot started to bubble. Several beastmen have special abilities and can extract all the water from sugarcane with their bare hands. Lang Yi and Lan Ting are in charge of lighting the fire. The sweet, fragrant aroma wafts out, more tempting than Bai Zhizhi's cooking. The cubs in the Luo Chao family are so hungry that even when they sleep, they wake up craving food. The sweet smell is irresistible to most. Chunhua works quickly and soon has all the molds ready. Chao Chao, come look. When it reaches the stage, you need to skim off the foam on top. Then, keep stirring to prevent it from sticking and burning. This process takes effort and must continue until the syrup turns a deep amber color. Bai Zhizhi explains while stirring. Luo Chao watches carefully and learns diligently. Once it sticks to the spatula with a sandy texture, you can pour it into the molds. Luo Chao sniffs and says, "Wow, it looks amazing. It must taste really good." Bai Zhizhi chuckles softly. Of course. With brown sugar, we can make even more delicious things. I haven't been able to leave the tribe lately, so I can teach you properly. Don't worry. I will find the most reliable person in the main tribe to do this. Luo Chao isn't stupid. She understands Chunhua's intentions. These things are very valuable and must not be leaked out. Bai Zhizhi isn't familiar with the tribe members, so she is the best person to handle this. Huaxi. The two sisters suddenly think of the same person. Luo Chao says, "You go ahead. Huashi can join in directly. All members of the leopard tribe should be involved. They should have something to do, and I really like Huashi." Luo Chao's jaw drops. Bai Jiji looks confused.
What?
You like Huashi? Am I not your best friend anymore? Bai Jiji remains silent. The wind of the eldest daughter's status finally blows into the beast world. My only trusted friend is you. I like Huashi because Huashi is a good person. The last incident with the hyena tribe touched me deeply. Plus, Leopard Shu is so dedicated to guarding the mine. It's only right that Huashi and the others share in this. Luo Chao doesn't hear the rest of her words. She only hears the first sentence. She, Luo Chao, Bai Jiji's eldest daughter. I guess you're smart. Bai Jiji responds. That's right. I have good judgment. As she spoke, she took out a large bag and handed it to him. Luo Chao looked surprised. Is it really a big bag of that stuff? Bai Jiji replied, No, it's all good things. I specifically saved this for you. There were sanitary pads, shower gel, skincare products, a space called the totem space, something special for women. Finally, Bai Jiji added, This is just for you. The totem space updated very quickly. Bai Jiji didn't know how these things appeared, but since the space gave them to her, she used them. Anyway, she wouldn't feel wronged herself. After pouring the cooked sugar into molds and waiting for it to set, it was ready. The aroma of cane sugar was very tempting. Lan Ting sat carefully under the stove, using his finger to pick up a little of the spilled syrup and tasting it. He liked sweet things, but now he didn't dare to eat. Unfortunately, his small action was noticed by Chenhua. He nudged Bai Jiji to signal her to look back. The two of them covered their mouths. What else could they do? The next batch was made by Luo Chao. She learned very quickly, and her first attempt was almost as good as Bai Jiji's. Bai Jiji noticed that these sugar canes had a high sugar content. For every 5 gene of sugarcane, she used 1 gene of brown sugar. Chenhua worked overnight to prepare the molds. She was exhausted, especially since she was pregnant, so by the 4th batch, she went to sleep. Bai Qi felt like he had nothing to do with this, so he yawned and went back. Luo Chao took over making several batches but couldn't keep going, so Chenhua took over. By dawn, the last batch was finally finished. The sugarcane, piled like a small mountain, was pressed for juice and boiled into over 200 gene of sugar. Bai Jiji woke up and took a piece. Normally, cooling takes time, but her sugar didn't need that. With her magic, she could speed up the process, and the sugar naturally formed into blocks. Luo Chao didn't go home last night. Now, looking at the finished product, her face was full of happiness. She broke off a piece and put it in her mouth, her eyes instantly shining with stars. It was sweet and delicious. For breakfast, Bai Jiji made red sugar-coated eggs. The soup and broth, along with the preserved eggs, paired with the red sugar, created a wonderful taste. The only thing missing was fermented rice wine, which would make it even better. But just thinking that she could enjoy this here made her very happy. The little ones kept eating bowl after bowl, unable to stop. Lan Ting looked at the 8 preserved eggs in his bowl, tears of happiness falling again. Gigi still loved him. Chenhua also thought the food was delicious. It was his first time trying this kind, just like when he first tasted her homemade tomato and meat soup. The hard work overnight was totally worth it. Nailing was spoiled by Bai Jiji, who kept adding more sweet treats to his small mouth. Bai Jiji then added 2 more pieces. Big sister, I want some too. No matter where they were, Qian Sun was always there. Is Yeming also going to have some? Bai Jiji really cared about his little feelings. The little dog snake stood aside, initially feeling a bit upset, but as soon as he heard the little female call him, he immediately nodded in agreement. It was so sweet. The divine realm didn't have this, and this was really tasty. The big snake sat straight, smiling happily, and kept scooping bites into his mouth without stopping. Langyi ate very politely. When Bai Jiji saw him, she couldn't help but smile. His big wolf looked very impressive, sitting there looking very pleasing to the eye. Yin Feng and Lin Wu also ate 2 big bowls. This brown sugar was really good. It seemed even the royal city, might not have seen such a thing. Gigi, did you keep seeds for this? Lin Wu asked. Yes, I did. I plan to plant it in the exchange land and produce a lot of this brown sugar, Bai Gigi replied. Lu Chao asked, once this is established, is the next step making porcelain? Bai Gigi nodded. Yes. Farming is hard. Even though I have special abilities to help grow things, the land needs to be carefully tilled, which takes a lot of time. Plus, there's ramie and other materials. Both are urgent, so we'll start with making porcelain first.
Right.
We also need to have our own trading spot in the city, or we won't be able to exchange goods, Lu Chao said. Is it far? How close is the city to us? Bai Gigi asked. Not far. It takes 2 days to get there. If I and Yeming combine our abilities, it'll be just a blink of an eye, Nailing said. Chunhua raised an eyebrow. When did you two become so in sync? Have you learned to merge your abilities? Yeming snorted coldly, looking at Lanting with displeasure. It's all because I went to find him. Nailing didn't mind much. They were both little female beast husbands. He didn't care about a little bit of bragging. What mattered was efficiency. After dinner, Bai Gigi took out today's work schedule. Lang Yi continued managing the mineral veins. Chunhua was responsible for clearing land to plant sugarcane and ramie. Nailing and Yeming went to the city to find suitable trading spots. Bai Gigi handed a blueprint to Nailing. Not outdoor ones. I want this type, like small wooden cabins or similar. Nailing looked at it. It was a big project. He tucked the drawings into his arms and promised, I will complete the task. How about me, sister? Bai Gigi gently rubbed Qian's sun and smiled. You go pick reed leaves. After you bring them back, add salt and wash them clean. I'll handle the rest. Reed leaves? Are we making rice dumplings? No, we're wrapping brown sugar. We have so much sugar now, and we'll store it later. Qiansun nodded eagerly and hurried toward the small river. Everyone received their tasks and started working. Luo Chao went to call Huaxi. Today, they were making porcelain. According to Bai Gigi's plan, this porcelain would be managed by Huaxi in the future. Moreover, Bai Gigi also asked Bai Qi to arrange for the disabled beastmen in the tribe. If they have a skill, they can have a steady food source. This way, these disabled beastmen won't have to wait only for tribe supplies. During cold seasons, starving to death was common. Bai Gigi didn't want that to happen. Lanting didn't dare to speak. He sat alone in the corner, watching Bai Gigi organize things. Luo Chao took 2 beastmen and left. The little ones also left. Everyone had something to do, except him, who seemed forgotten. Lanting pressed his lips and stayed silent. Seeing his pitiful look, Bai Gigi said in a deep voice, You're not going to wash the dishes? Are you waiting for me to do it? Lanting's eyes lit up. He looked up and met Bai Gigi's scolding gaze. The heat cycle is over and there's nothing left in my eyes. Bai Gigi said, I don't have. Come and sit. Bai Gigi patted the stool in front of him. Lanting was happy and his heart pounded. He carefully walked over and sat down. Bai Gigi reached out and tapped his forehead. Lanting grinned.
Gigi, I'm sorry.
Please forgive me. If I didn't want to talk to you, I would let you starve. As she spoke, gentle vines wrapped around Lanting's wounds. Does it hurt? Bai Gigi asked. Lanting shook his head, his eyes suddenly turning red. No matter how many apologies he said, it was no use. Once hurt, it was hurt. Open your eyes so I can see. Don't get truly hurt, Bai Gigi said, feeling both angry and worried. This guy really knew how to hurt himself. It's fine. Lanting's face heated up quickly. Although they had done more intimate things before, he still felt a little shy. Oh, Lanting couldn't resist and had to take off his clothes. After all, he was just wearing small underwear, and this was his little partner, nothing shameful about it. Bai Gigi let out a gasp and took a deep breath. Was Lanting really planning to become a father figure? Bai Gigi's warm hand rested on Lanting's knee. Seeing him squirm, she forcefully spread his legs. The shocking wound was visible. Luckily, it was shifted, or it could have been ruined. You really have a strong hand, she said. Lanting replied, I'm afraid I might do the same next time. Better to end it all now. Bai Jiji slapped him and said coldly, "Don't hurt yourself." "But, no buts. I won't blame you for special circumstances, but you can't do this again." Bai Jiji sighed. His wound had been there for many days, and the skin was torn and rubbed raw. It was inflamed and looked very bad. He was tough. "Jiji, you don't blame me." Lan Ting's eyes were sore and swollen. He had done such things and didn't care about her safety. "Just this once. I allow you to be a fool." With that, vines wrapped around him. Lan Ting bravely hugged her and said in a muffled voice, "Jiji, I know I was wrong. I won't do it again. I believe you this time." Lan Ting was happy. He rubbed his head against her and looked happy. "Jiji, do you still like me?" "No, liar. You definitely still like me. You gave me lots of pancakes and added a lot of brown sugar." "Jiji, thank you. Thank you for still caring about me." Lan Ting felt like the happiest male, the happiest snake. "Jiji, here." Lan Ting took out his beast core. It had flown back during his breakthrough and now belonged to her again. She was the original owner. "Break it for you," Bai Jiji said fiercely.
Lan Ting chúc cờ sốc tì.
"Dying at your hands wouldn't be bad either." "Jiji, I hurt so much here. When I saw you hurt, it hurt here too. I hate myself." As he spoke, he couldn't smile anymore. Large tears fell. He was so bad. "I told you I don't blame you. Besides, you were not in your right mind at the time. If you dared to treat me like that when you're sober, I would tear you apart." As they spoke, the wound on her leg also healed. Lan Ting gently picked up Bai Jiji and placed her on his lap. He couldn't stop trembling. He was scared. If he hadn't woken up that day, a wave of near despair and fear washed over him. He didn't dare think about it. He had made many mistakes before, but this time was the worst. "Everything's fine now. You have a busy day today." Lan Ting released her and quickly wiped the tears from his face. He then put on his pants and went to wash the dishes. Bai Jiji looked at the pile of clay and slowly walked over. Her body had been heavy these past 2 days. Although she was only a few months pregnant, her belly was quite big. In the past, they said snow leopard cubs could be born after 3 months. She hoped her baby would come out soon too. She had been looking forward to it for a long time. This was her first time being a mother in 2 lifetimes. Of course she was excited. After reaching the dirt pile, Lan Ting thoughtfully brought her a small stool and a tiny table. These were made by Chunhua, who had crafted many wooden items in his free time in the yard. Now they were just right to use. Bai Jiji took out her pottery set from her space. It was a gift from her master when she learned her craft in the mountains. Several senior brothers from her workshop also had their tools here. Now, they all came in handy. She carefully placed her tools on the table, then kneaded a lump of clay. To Bai Ziji's surprise, the clay she brought back was very similar to high-quality white clay, which would make her creations better when fired. After washing the dishes, Lan Ting came over. On the spinning wheel, Bai Jiji used her tools to carefully smooth out imperfections, making her work shiny and beautiful. She also shaped strange handles and attached them to her pottery. "Beautiful, Jiji. When you're done, can you give this to me?" Bai Jiji didn't look up. It was just a test piece. But since he wanted it, she decided to give it to him. She answered perfunctorily, while shaping a tiny snake-shaped handle that looked so real it was almost alive. It was incredibly beautiful. Watching her focus on her work, Lan Ting realized that their relationship had changed. He depended on her, wanted to live with her. He felt like a little wife, happy because of her laughter, upset because of her sadness, and full of happiness from her words. It seemed that only he could truly hold her in his heart. Fortunately, she liked it. Lan Ting pursed her lips tightly, then squatted down beside her. Only when Luo Chao arrived with people did she reluctantly leave. Huashi looked at Bai Jiji again, her eyes full of admiration and respect. Bai Jiji was the most impressive woman she had ever seen. She helped the leopard tribe, helped her, and even saved Leopard Shuai. "Big sister Bai," Huashi's shy voice sounded. Bai Jiji looked up and naturally invited her to sit down. But Huashi seemed very nervous. Luo Chao noticed her unease and pulled her to sit opposite Bai Jiji. Compared to her, Bai Man was much more relaxed. She had heard the leader say that Bai Jiji would teach them women how to make porcelain. She had already learned to weave summer cloth and had also helped her family's beast men open up wasteland to grow Rami. Jiji, thank you. Bai Man was the first to benefit. Just a few days ago, her linen dress was exchanged for over 80 lambs in the city-state. The males there were eager to please the females at home. Bai Man's beastmen were very happy when they returned. Now she could choose freely at home, no longer squeezed by them. And all of this was thanks to Bai Jiji. The famous saying they all now knew was that strength comes from ability, not gender. Bai Man was mesmerized. Bai Jiji was truly beautiful now. Lan Ting seemed to have reached level 13. The leader was happily spreading the news throughout the tribe. When she first arrived, she saw Lan Ting acting like a little wife. That's Bai Jiji. No matter how strong the beast men are, they can only kneel before her. Bai Man was very jealous. She would work hard to learn from her. You're welcome. Among women, there's no need to say thank you. Bai Jiji smiled gently. Then she pushed the spinning wheel and tools in front of her. You must learn well. We're not making pottery, but more delicate porcelain. I'll have Qian Sun take you to find the clay and tell you what's good to use, including the kiln and clay for firing porcelain. I hope the core techniques stay in our women's hands. Once you learn, you can decide whether to find someone to help. Hua Shi, later you'll follow me to dye fabric. I'll teach you how. Hua Shi was so excited she trembled with both hands. The holy woman was really kind. She saved them and was now teaching them how to be self-sufficient. Hua Shi knelt suddenly, overwhelmed with gratitude, and spoke a lot of thank yous. Bai Jiji found it inconvenient to help her up, so Luo Chao finally helped her. Some unfamiliar young females also arrived. Bai Jiji didn't feel annoyed and kept teaching them over and over again. They went through dishes, plates, water cups, and soup bowls one by one, including simple patterns. She is confident that the wolf tribe will get better and better. Of course, she and Chao Chao are inseparable. When Bai Jiji first arrived here, the first pure kindness she received was from Luo Chao. Although she wasn't friendly at first, Bai Jiji later felt that Luo Chao knew everything. When she had problems, Luo Chao was always the first to step forward. She treasures this friendship very much. Bai Jiji was quick to act. Just as her small class started, she followed Manhwa to explore the land. This was the tribe's property, while Bai Man and others were learning about personal skills. After a busy day, Bai Jiji was almost unable to stand. Luo Chao was the same, but she was very happy because she was the eldest daughter of the main family. Bai Jiji looked at the box she gave her, which contained things she really needed. Having good friends in life is very important. Men should rely on women more. At night, when making brown sugar, Bai Jiji shared a lot with Luo Chao. Her family, Lin Wu, has space abilities and can store things well. Bai Jiji explained several ways to eat the sugar, but Luo Chao couldn't remember them all. In the end, she called Anin Feng. He is their family's cook. To make sugar more easily, Lang Yi cast 2 large iron pots. When the Mengshi tribe found out, they also arranged things and copied the wolf tribe's model 1-to-1. Luo Chao was extremely busy. She didn't need to help the wolf tribe, but the Mengshi tribe kept begging her for help every day. Kuei-shing gave her a big basket of beast cores, and Luo Chao couldn't refuse. Is this what Bai Jiji meant by strength determines everything? Now, who sees the females of the wolf tribe and doesn't respect them? Even the males of the wolf tribe have become valuable. Many females from other tribes have come to marry into the tribe. The reason is simple. The wolf tribe is now strong, with weapons for defense, independent livelihoods, and most importantly, high status for females. Everyone says females are noble, but everyone knows what that nobility really means. But the wolf tribe is different. The female members of the wolf tribe do not wear animal skins. Now that it's hot, they wear fine linen clothes reserved for royalty. The styles are beautiful, and who could refuse them? And there is candy to eat. This is what Bai Jiji desires. She wants the wolf tribe to become strong and for the females to be truly respected. This is only the first step. In the future, if possible, she hopes that in this world, beast men will see females as equals, not just as pretty and capable of bearing children. Nor should their value be based on gender scarcity. All the females who join the wolf tribe learn some skills, such as making pottery, dyeing fabrics, or boiling sugar. Besides the core skills, they can learn a little of everything to help themselves. Female members of the wolf tribe are not just tools to carry and give birth in caves. They can earn beast cores, which are valuable. Because of this value, they and their mates support each other. Bai Chi feels amazed. There is a way to manage husbands well. When females are respected, they become more competitive. Males must constantly improve themselves. This creates a perfect cycle. In just over a month, many pregnant females joined the wolf tribe. As the leader, Bai Chi is very happy. With enough food, a good environment, and strong bonds between males and females, the birth rate has greatly increased. The shaman grandmother is not very happy, feeling exhausted. The high priest used to be a free person, but now they all have jobs. It's tiring, but the only good thing is living a life where they can relax and have everything provided. She studies very seriously. While learning, she helps Bai Gigi dye all the finished summer cloths. The people of the leopard tribe see Bai Gigi as if she were a living Buddha, almost worshipping her. When the first batch of pottery was finished, the leopard tribe people received 2 big baskets of beast cores. For them, it was like a huge fortune. Only high-level beast men can go to the abyss or the wilderness to hunt fierce beasts and get beast cores to improve their abilities. Now, they don't need to take risks and can exchange pottery for food and beast cores. They are very happy. She also led her tribe's people to start working quickly. The leopard tribe mainly focuses on pottery and some essential food supplies. They don't expand much into wild lands, relying mostly on their tribe's resources. Because Leopard Shui has moved all the labor force to the iron mine. Bai Gigi watches this and naturally will not neglect them. Bai Gigi's family runs the most businesses. Several beastmen are always full of energy, and besides tribal affairs, they have also started planting sugarcane and rami. The orcs of the wolf tribe are copying them, clearing land, planting crops, and making iron weapons. Everyone is busy all the time. Days pass quickly. In just over a month, Bai Gigi's belly has grown another size. She has been busy with many things, so she didn't notice much. Now that everything is settled, she finally feels her body is heavier. Recently, Shen Hua has had little to do. The pottery making at home has been taken over by Qian Sun. Little Fish and Lanting are busy with their own businesses. Nai Ling and Yiming stay at home, not going out. They found a good piece of land near the city-state. Yiming has many beast cores, so they ask other beastmen to help extract them. They built 3 tall, beautiful wooden houses. Bai Gigi visited once, but because of her health, she didn't stay long. Yin Feng is helping to oversee the finishing touches there. Since Bai Gigi is about to give birth, Nai Ling and Yiming stay at home to keep her company. Seems like Gigi has lost a lot of weight recently. After finishing things at the city-state, we can't let her tire herself out like this, Lang Yi said, watching Bai Gigi sleep in the pavilion. Shen Hua nodded. Young females are strong and don't want us to take risks. They come up with ways to earn beast cores themselves. She knows what she's doing, so we just follow her lead. Lanting is eating fruit and still praising Luo Chao. Luckily, Luo Chao is helping out, or Gigi would be working even harder. Recently, Luo Chao helped him speak well of her, so he finally got to eat meat again. Nai Ling rolled her eyes. Everyone knows his little tricks. Yi Ming, in his small beast form, is always sticking close to Bai Gigi whenever he gets the chance. Recently, she has been very sleepy, and he just lies in her arms. It's strange. Though the other 5 often compete with each other, none of them are jealous of him. No matter how Yiming tries to get close, the 5 of them ignore him. It's almost the end of July, and Bai Gigi is completely exhausted. These days, she stays at home with nothing to do, teaching them to read and write. Those who learn well stay up with her at night. The 6 of them are working together. They are learning from AoE to 1-1 and their brains are all muddled. After finishing Pinyin, they move on to Chinese characters. Lanting says it's even harder than playing rock, paper, scissors, so unsurprisingly, he remains the last in the class, always ranking at the bottom. After 2 more days, Bai Ziji's shop at the city trade market was finally ready to open. During these days, many pieces of porcelain came out of the kiln, each one so beautiful that people couldn't look away. The small snake bowl that Lanting had been thinking about was also finished. Over the past month, they had been busy with tribal affairs and building the market shop, so their own matters had been delayed until now. Not only porcelain but also clothing, these styles were very new, and some inner garments. These were Bai Ziji's ideas. She firmly believed that women's money was always the easiest to earn. Her essential oils, made during her free time, were ready, along with some lipstick she made herself. She didn't want her husband to do hard work, but she also wanted other men's husbands to work hard for her. So, her business was mainly aimed at women. The leaf-woven sugar boxes were both pretty and useful, perfect for storing brown sugar blocks. Gigi, our business will definitely explode, Luo Chao said confidently. All the family members with space abilities were helping out as mobile storage units. Chen Hui and Lang Yi weren't often at home. Recently, they had many things to do, so when they saw the increasing amount of goods, both of them looked surprised. Wow, the little lady really knows a lot. There were bottles of essential oils, lipsticks, even homemade perfumes, plus different styles of clothing in the back. There was so much, not to mention the brown sugar and porcelain. Are Bai Gigi and Luo Chao some kind of busy little spinning tops? They had been running around for a month, preparing so many things for their small shop. Meanwhile, Feng Yun brought the children over. He didn't have space abilities and was arranged by Luo Chao to stay inside the house. As for Lin Wu, she went with them to the market. Lang Yi didn't go either. The Mengshi tribe was too busy to spare anyone. This was a slow-paced life. It wouldn't be finished in just a month or 2. Bai Gigi prepared food for him and left it at home. Chenhua wanted to go with them but was stopped by Bai Qi, who said the frame for the bed crossbow had issues and needed fixing. Chenhua felt very uncomfortable but had no choice but to part from Bai Gigi. Qianxuan, Nailing, and Yiming all have their own spaces, so they naturally want to go. Bai Ziji's space is filled with female supplies, which she keeps on her side. Nailing also brought a lounge chair and a cloud blanket to help Bai Gigi rest. The young female is now older and can't handle much fuss, but she still wants to go out and see things. The others couldn't refuse, so they nodded. Qianxuan held her in his arms. Lin Wu held Luo Chao. Nailing and Yiming used their special abilities together. At such times, Lan Ting couldn't stay behind. He grabbed the fox's leg, but Nailing kicked him back with her foot. There are so many things at home. If you don't watch the house, why did you come? Lan Ting sighed sadly. Is it because I don't have space powers? Qianxuan said. Yes, exactly. Because you don't have space powers, who will do all the chores at home? Jima goes to the green, sugarcane peels, and even the sister needs someone to dry rose petals. Alright, I get it. Since that last incident, they all looked at him with displeasure. Lan Ting knew this well. Lan Ting turned away feeling lonely. Bai Gigi chuckled softly and, before leaving, slipped him a candy. Lan Ting felt alive again, but she also left homework. Well, Lan Ting was dead again. They often talked about the trade between cities. Bai Gigi finally caught up. She had come to look at houses before, but she was in a hurry to leave. Today, after finishing her work, she planned to go shopping with Luo Chao. When Qianxuan landed, he was immediately surrounded by people from the Sea tribe, chattering non-stop. Bai Gigi always thought they were noisy. But since the Sea tribe isn't restricted on land, they trade at the Eastern Coast Market. Why is there also a market in the city? They came to deliver salt to the city. Wow, the city exchanges salt with the Sea tribe and then resells it to other tribes, monopolizing the trade and acting as middlemen. Qianxuan understood Bai Gigi's little expression. He smiled and said, "No worries. We also need beast cores, but the Sea tribe has restrictions on land. They use this method to exchange benefits. They give us quite a lot, as long as you don't suffer losses. Qianxuan chuckled softly. Don't worry, sister. We won't suffer losses. Then he moved a little closer and continued. After all, we will need to raise cubs in the future, so we must save up a lot of resources. Little Fish worked very hard and had already reached the 12th level. He was trying to prove to Bai Gigi that he was capable too. Yes, yes, yes. Our little fish is the most promising. White Gigi secretly kissed him, and Yiming on her wrist was unhappy. The bug was crawling around, and White Gigi gently pressed him down. Only then did Yiming settle down a bit. There were 3 wooden houses, and the space was large. Yiming was generous with his spending. The buildings were really well made. Inside, there was a display cabinet made by Manhwa according to her drawings. Each shop had a different display cabinet. The one selling porcelain had many cabinets to show the items clearly. The clothing shop was simpler, with wooden shelves around the sides. In the middle, there was a wooden table with flower arrangements, essential oils, lipsticks, and some feminine underwear. At the door, there were 2 wooden mannequins. Another shop was a sweetwater shop, selling brown sugar and caramel jelly. As soon as the items were displayed, many beast men gathered around. Especially after the sweet smell from the water shop spread out, some females couldn't help but come closer. There were 6 small tables, each with 4 small chairs. Shenhua's products were always high quality. The other 2 shops were still setting up their goods. The water shop was opening first. During the market, beast men usually just set up simple stalls. Beast men like White Gigi had never seen such large shops before. With 3 big shops displaying items they had never seen, everyone's attention was caught. Especially the water shop. A basket was placed at Luo Chao's feet, and its purpose was obvious. This beast core had energy divisions, similar to the 5 elements, with 5 different colors and energies. Beast cores also had different grades, from low to high, and top tier and supreme cores. The latter 2 could improve abilities just by merging, without needing special powers. Low and mid-grade beast cores were easy to find. They were used as currency in the market like beast crystals. Some traded prey for goods, but she didn't need that. Top-tier cores were bright and colorful, with 5 colors. They were very rare and hard to find. White Gigi only needed these. Shenhua and the others didn't care about the grade. They could use any. That's why she opened the shop. Who would dislike having many beast cores? Who would mind having more money? She had connections. White Gigi didn't want anything else. She only wanted beast cores. She didn't look at the broken beast crystals. She let others' husbands do the work. Of course, she preferred the good ones. So, her business is aimed at the capable people in the city-state. Otherwise, why wouldn't she go to the eastern coast? The bowls of jelly are made of beautiful porcelain, with pretty spoons. The shop is decorated with flowers that give off a nice scent. Anyone passing by would stop to look, especially because the person selling the sweet drinks is a pretty female. Luo Chao stands happily in front of her shop, with 2 large tables, one with brown sugar and the other with caramel jelly. Nai Ling and the others are busy next door. Here, it's Luo Chao and Bai Gigi. More and more beastmen gather around, blocking the entrance. They are curious because inside the shop there are 2 attractive females. One is pregnant, but still very beautiful and eye-catching. What's this you're selling? Someone finally asks. Luo Chao replies, this is brown sugar. Over here is caramel jelly. Brown sugar is a good thing. It's best for the females at home. It's nourishing. Eating it in this weather, cold and refreshing, feels great. Moreover, the jelly contains watermelon and strawberries. The young females from the city-state, out to have fun, can't wait anymore because the sweet smell is tempting. Just as Luo Chao is explaining, a customer enters. That powder you mentioned, what do you exchange for it? They ask. Luo Chao says, a low-grade beast core, 1 bowl. Gigi adds, since it's food, a low-grade beast core is enough. Everyone can afford it, except for beast crystals. Really? A low-grade beast core? Can I use beast crystals? Isn't it expensive and maybe not tasty? The beast men outside ask. Yes, as long as it's a beast core. Here, we have small ingredients that will make you want more after eating. You know how sweet it is, right? I add not only caramel that's just as sweet as honey, but also fruits you haven't tried before. One low-grade beast core isn't expensive at all. Who knows how much iced jelly Luo Chao ate that day? She kept eating until she burped, so she's very confident. 2 bowls for us. Here's the beast core. Keep it safe. Ah. Luo Chao is surprised again. It really works. She was confident in Gigi's skills, but she was also worried that these beast men might not have a beast core. She knows how precious beast cores are, and normally, beast crystals are used in circulation. After the 2 females sat down, Luo Chao served 2 bowls of icy dessert, topped with small pieces of watermelon and a strawberry, all in delicate porcelain dishes with pretty little spoons. The presentation was so beautiful that I almost didn't want to eat it.
Try it.
I think you'll like it, Bai Gigi said softly from her recliner. Her face was so delicate, and her voice was gentle. After glancing at her, the 2 females couldn't resist, and each took a bite. Just 1 bite, and they immediately froze in surprise. This is so delicious. The cold, sweet flavor, especially the caramel taste, was addictive. Then came the watermelon, something they had never tasted before. Chilled, crispy, and sweet, it was so good that their eyebrows almost fell off. And it was served in such beautiful porcelain. Truly a top-level treat. 1 more bowl for me, one female said, waving her hand. She placed a green beast core on the table, and after tasting the strawberry, she reached for another beast core. Is it really that good? The nearby beast men watching the scene looked at each other, then each took out a beast core, eager to try. If it's so tasty, why not give it a shot? Since they were here, they might as well taste the salty and sweet flavors first. Such beautiful little females selling these treats. If it's not delicious, it's still worth it. Line up, please. Also, our brown sugar is very good, Bai Gigi said at the right moment, standing up and slicing a piece of brown sugar. Its deep amber color, tiny holes on the surface, and attractive shape made it look appealing. She cut many small pieces for tasting. The beastmen in the city only knew about sweet things, but they didn't know about brown sugar. Unlike icy desserts, brown sugar isn't overly sweet or greasy. Bai Gigi handed a small piece to the first female in line, who was obviously with her beast partner. Behind her stood 5 males. Bai Gigi smiled sweetly and offered the brown sugar piece. The female looked at it, then at Bai Gigi, hesitating slightly before opening her mouth. Not only her, but the other beast men also looked over. The color looked good, but it was just like a piece of dirt. Could it really taste good? Qingbao, is it delicious? Her beast partner asked worriedly. Very tasty. Sweet but not greasy. I want this. I want the icy dessert too. After saying that, the male turned his gaze to Bai Gigi and said, give us all the brown sugar and 6 servings of ice jelly too. What do you mean all? Are we not people? Just buy a little and leave some for us standing behind. The beast men behind saw the small amount of brown sugar on the table and that it was all being taken, and they got angry. Don't worry, everyone will get some, Bai Gigi said calmly, taking out more from her space. The female named Qingbao, who was at the front, was surprised, and her beast husband behind her was the same. They looked at Bai Gigi, who was calmly taking out many things from her space. She was a female with special abilities. No wonder she dared to trade at the city-state market. It wasn't over yet. Yeming noticed their gaze on Bai Gigi. When he poked his small horned head out of her sleeve, the others froze for a moment. They were looking at a snake beast man at the peak of the 12th rank. Is this about to turn into a dragon? Bai Gigi gently tapped Yeming's small snake head and then apologized to the others, saying, sorry, he's not dangerous. Haha, she did it on purpose. With so many people, it might cause trouble. Showing some of her strength properly can prevent unnecessary problems, especially since the others next door were quite busy. Sure enough, things got better. Bai Gigi wrapped the brown sugar the beast husband wanted and then brought 6 bowls of ice jelly to the table. 1 low-grade beast core per bowl of ice jelly, and the brown sugar is a bit more expensive, 1 mid-grade beast core per piece. There are 6 pieces of brown sugar. Since you buy a lot, I'll give you a discount. Just give me 6 low-grade and 5 mid-grade beast cores. 11 beast cores. The female beast husband named Qingbao directly took out 11 and placed them on the table. Thank you. Here are 11 beast cores. Please take a look. There's space inside. Please sit down, everyone, Bai Gigi said gently, making people feel warm and comfortable. Especially since she was pregnant, she added a maternal touch that made people want to stay. For ordinary beast men, beast cores are very precious because their strength can't reach the demon abyss or the wilderness forest. Higher-ranked beast men didn't think much of it, as these things are common on fierce beasts everywhere. For ordinary beast men reaching a bottleneck, these cores might be more useful than prey. So, Bai Gigi's prices were not high. Now it's my turn. Also, give me 2 pieces of brown sugar and a bowl of icy jelly. The average male chooses to let his female enjoy a bowl. Is there more brown sugar? If yes, give me 8 pieces. I want some too, me as well. Big sister, I'm here to help. After Qianxun finished his work, he naturally took the brown sugar from Bai Gigi and quickly wrapped it up. The little fish was so eye-catching that when she stood among the crowd, she immediately outshined the surrounding males. The female named Qingbao was already staring at her in fascination. So, this is a male without a contract, right? Qingbao was adorable, not as bright as the little sun in Luo Chao's group, but definitely not ugly. The 5 beast men behind her were also quite good-looking, showing she was picky. When she saw Qianxun, she immediately became interested. That male, come here. Qianxun. Luo Chao raised an eyebrow. Is there a problem? Bai Gigi covered her mouth and chuckled softly. As women, Qingbao's intentions were very obvious. But she didn't speak, just helped Luo Chao with the work. The two looked like they were watching a show. Qianxun was a simple-minded person. All his tricks were aimed at Bai Gigi. He didn't realize he was being noticed. Are you calling me? Qianxun stood still. Out of politeness, he responded, but he was still working efficiently. Qingbao supported her chin with one hand. Her gaze on Qianxun was very intense. This male was very handsome, and his rough clothes suited him well. She liked him. Yes, she liked him. The 5 beast men behind her were stunned. Was she really looking at another male while eating icy jelly? No way. However, when they saw the beast rank of the little fish, they all froze. This seemingly soft, adorable sea beast was actually a Tier 12 powerhouse. Males perceive beast ranks most accurately, which made them all nervous. They then turned their eyes to Bai Gigi. Who was this female? Why were there so many strong people around her? Sorry, I'm busy right now. Qianxun seemed to realize something. He looked at Bai Gigi, who was indifferent, and pouted in frustration. Big sister, really at a time like this, you don't say anything? I belong to you. Qingbao wasn't upset when she heard that. She stood up and walked over to Qianxun, speaking very directly and boldly. That was just how orcs were. If they liked someone, they said it. If they didn't, they moved on. I like you. May I ask if you've already formed a bond with someone? Bai Gigi and Luo Chao exchanged glances. Seeing Qianxun's face turn red, they almost couldn't hold back their laughter. This female named Qingbao was certainly straightforward. Sorry, I already have a partner. This is her. Thank you for your kindness. Qianxun leaned slightly toward Bai Gigi, polite but distant, keeping a respectful space between them. Qingbao looked a little disappointed. So he already had a partner? She hadn't expected that. It's fine. I just thought you looked really nice, so I asked. Since you're already bonded, that's that. Your partner is very beautiful, and her food is delicious. You two make a great pair. Qingbao still felt a bit regretful. It was the first time she had seen such a handsome male, but it made sense. Someone that good-looking was unlikely to be single. And she was right. Xiuyu had been brought home before he even reached adulthood. This is for you, said Bai Gigi.
Huh?
For me? But I almost tried to take your mate just now. Bai Gigi smiled. It was just a small misunderstanding, wasn't it? That's true. Your mate is wonderful, Qingbao said with genuine admiration. Yours must be wonderful too, Bai Gigi replied, handing her a strawberry. This young female had good taste. She had immediately noticed how handsome her Xiuyu was. Not bad at all. They really treat me well. I'm Qingbao, from the Bluebird tribe. Will you come to the market here again? I really like your ice dessert. I'm Bai Gigi. This is my good friend Luo Chao, and this is my mate Qianxuan. We'll often come to trade here. You're always welcome. Bai Gigi liked to greet everyone with kindness and avoid making enemies. Really? That's great. Next time, I'll bring my parents to try your dessert. We're friends now. Sorry again for earlier. I thought he was single because he called you sister. That just means we have the same good taste. Qingbao laughed. You're right. But your mate really is very handsome. You must like him a lot. Sister, we're just chatting. Don't set me up like that. Night Ming sat quietly, not speaking, just watching to see how you would respond. Outside the door, Niling said, Little female, if you say yes, I will cause trouble for you. Bai Gigi respectfully nodded, feeling the threat of several deadly rays. She forced a smile and said, I like them all. Her vague answer was safe and unlikely to cause trouble. Not hearing the answer she wanted, Night Ming felt disappointed and withdrew quietly. Qingbao talked a lot. She not only liked Bai Gigi's red sugar and icy jelly, but also admired her clothes and the porcelain dishes used for food. This was Bai Gigi's clever idea, using porcelain to serve food. People naturally noticed the porcelain, and her clothing, along with Luo Chao, made her the best model, forming a perfect match. Bai Gigi gave Luo Chao a subtle signal. Luo Chao understood immediately. She knew Gigi's meaning. The little female in front of them looked like a princess from the tribe, someone with a beast core. Of course, she should be well treated. Qingbao was not stupid. She saw Bai Gigi's value. Having such a female as a friend would only bring benefits, not harm. The beast husband on her hand was quite high-ranked. Only one other in their Qingyao tribe was at level 11. So, she was happy to show kindness. Next door, Niling had already displayed all her clothings. Meanwhile, Lin Wu was busy, carefully arranging the porcelain dishes. When Luo Chao led people inside, many others followed to watch. Their trading shop was very attractive. Qingbao was stunned. She had never seen such beautiful clothing or so many lovely porcelain dishes. She forgot about everything else and decided to spend all the beast cores brought by her beast husbands. Under Luo Chao's guidance, Qingbao chose 6 pieces of clothing. These were not cheap, each costing about 50 mid-grade beast cores. The city needed prey to trade, totaling around 200 beast cores, and these were just ordinary clothes. The clothes made by Luo Chao and by Gigi were not ordinary. They were beautifully crafted, with embroidered velvet flowers and small pearls from the Sea tribe hanging at the waist. She liked each one, but Qingbao was cautious. She knew their value, so she picked her 6 favorites. 50 mid-grade beast cores for each piece, totaling 300 beast cores for all 6. After choosing her clothes, Luo Chao took her to see some underwear. When she learned how to wear those small clothes, Qingbao's face turned red. Are these worn inside? Yes, I promise your beast partner will love them. Luo Chao, the sales leader, was very eager. Qingbao glanced at the few beast partners outside. She hesitated but decided to buy them. 10 high-quality beast cores were gone. But Luo Chao gave her a box of mint essential oil and lipstick. It was so new and exciting. Qingbao felt like she had stepped into the god of beasts' pocket, everything she had never seen before. Are you saying this is to be applied on the lips? Qingbao looked confused at the small box in her hand. Yes, this is lipstick, just like mine. Luo Chao used her little finger to put a bit of the lipstick on her hand and then applied it to her lips using a small mirror she brought. She was wearing a pretty little dress, with her hair around her beast ears, looking like a little cat girl. She didn't realize that while teaching Qingbao how to put on lipstick, she was already being watched. A black cat licked its paw, meowing softly, then climbed up a tree. Hidden among the leaves, it watched Luo Chao without restraint. This little female was interesting. Look, how do I look? The bright red color instantly made Luo Chao look even more beautiful, more radiant, and it made her skin look fairer. Qingbao's heart fluttered. So, are you sure this is a gift for me? Luo Chao nodded. Yes, we are friends now. This lipstick costs a mid-grade beast core, but since you're so cute, I'll give it to you. Qing Bao was overjoyed. She imitated Luo Chao and applied a bit to her lips, feeling very happy. What about this? She pointed at the essential oil and asked. This is mint essential oil. If you get bitten by mosquitoes, you can apply it to stop the itching. It's excellent. It also costs a mid-grade beast core, but I'm giving it to you. Qing Bao's eyes lit up. She felt she had a lucky day. She met Bai Jiji and Luo Chao, saved on beast cores, and got 2 wonderful gifts. She loved the lipstick and mint essential oil so much. Luo Chao, I've definitely made friends with you and your friends. From now on, I'll support you here. After giving the beast cores, she asked Luo Chao to buy her a set of porcelain, including bowls, plates, and spoons, 6 sets in total, with 30 high-quality beast cores. This was the most expensive thing she bought today, but Qingbao paid happily because these were the most beautiful porcelain she had ever seen. Even the ones used by princesses were not as nice as these. Thinking of this, she happily took the items and left. Before leaving, she said, "We will see each other again very soon." Looking at the clothes in her hands, Qingbao secretly felt pleased. Maybe these things could help her. After sending Qingbao away, Luo Chao was very happy, over 300 beast cores. Lian Wu carefully helped her pack everything. Bai Jiji was busy over there, and Yiming was no longer sitting still. He was washing dishes because there were too many people. Today's market spread all over. Outside the city gates, there were 3 beautiful shops selling attractive and tasty goods. There was a long line in front of the sweet shop. Bai Jiji knew that iced jelly was popular, but she didn't expect it to sell so well. It seemed that no matter when, food is always the bestseller. The saying, "people eat to live," is becoming more true. Let me do it. You go rest next door for a while. Nailing felt sorry for her. His little female has not stopped since she arrived. When they go back to Manhwa, he will be scolded. All right, I'll go check next door. You 3 handle things here. The stock is plenty, so sell with confidence. Bai Jiji yawned, knowing she had prepared for over a month, so it was enough. Okay, I understand, Nai Ling replied, turning to join the battle. There were many people. The fox's paws flitted up and down. Yiming squatted as a little worker, and Qian Sun mainly sold red sugar. Bai Jiji had already opened up the market earlier. Now, the 3 of them just needed to focus on collecting beast cores. In comparison, the porcelain shop was much quieter. Qingbao had just bought 6 sets, 30 high-quality beast cores. Those are top-grade cores. Many beast men saw this and could only step back in awe. Porcelain is precious, and Bai Jiji's items were too dazzling. Although many beast men were tempted, they had no choice. Beast cores are valuable goods. They could only buy 2 pieces of plain cloth to please their females. From the sweet shop to the porcelain shop, the market levels are lower, middle, and higher. This was Bai Jiji's little plan. She wanted all of them. She was not in a hurry. She leisurely found a shady spot to lie down and took out some food from her space. After eating only a few bites, a small deer suddenly ran over. Bai Jiji sat up. Why do you look like the little deer that was hit and killed last time? It was missing a horn. Bai Jiji frowned slightly, tears of sadness streaming down her face. The little deer snorted coldly, thinking she was somewhat kind-hearted. But then, what happened next? Bai Jiji pointed at the tree trunk nearby and said, "Run towards that way. The roasted deer meat last time was really delicious." The little deer moved its mouth, feeling it was unnecessary to come and play with her. Next time it wouldn't come. Whoever wants to come, let them. Just as it was about to leave, someone grabbed it. Bai Jiji looked up and saw a man in white walking over. He squatted down and used a rope to catch the little deer. His slender, fair fingers tied knots skillfully. His perfect jawline was hidden by long hair, giving off a faintly beautiful look. Yes, truly beautiful. The little deer, which was about to run away, immediately ran to him to complain when it saw him. It bleated loudly, rubbed against his leg, and looked at Bai Jiji with a resentful gaze. "All right, I understand. Go play," the man said, tying the rope into a bough. The little deer happily ran off.
Um.
Your little deer? The man nodded, seemingly looking at a candy shop, but his gaze was mostly on her. As he spoke, he stood up. His features were like a painting, and his sleeves flowed elegantly. Just standing there made Bai Jiji involuntarily think of a phrase, unmatched elegance. Realizing she might have lost her composure, Bai Jiji quickly looked away. Your shop? The man asked first. Yes. His voice was so gentle that Bai Jiji couldn't help but soften her tone. Too many people over there. Can I eat here? He wasn't really asking. After he finished speaking, he sat down. It was very strange. Bai Jiji, feeling an inexplicable impulse, nodded. She swore it wasn't because he was handsome, but because of a strange feeling, as if she knew him and had known him for a long time. She took some small snacks from her space and served him a bowl. I like that berry, the man said. Bai Jiji didn't reply. She silently replaced the watermelon with strawberries. The man smiled slightly as they sat facing each other. After placing the icy dessert in front of him, he picked up a spoon, took a bite, and ate slowly. His movements were graceful, and he seemed to shine under the light. Very tasty, he said. His voice interrupted her thoughts. A gentle breeze blew, and his smooth hair partially covered his handsome face. Huh, Bai Jiji paused in surprise. My name, he said. Just then, Luo Chao came over. Jiji, dinner is ready. Why are you eating iced dessert here by yourself? Bai Jiji instinctively opened her mouth to explain that she wasn't the one eating it, but when she looked up, she saw that the seat across from her was already empty. Besides the iced dessert, there was also a rare beast core on the table.